Just because you stepped into the police academy with your left foot on the first day, you were assigned to go undercover in a criminal gang that had killed 10 people in just 2.5 days, when everyone thought you were doomed. Unexpectedly, you had your left arm around the big sister and your right hand on the wealthy lady. And all of this was because in your previous life, you were a killing machine on the battlefield, with a KDA as high as 5201314:1. At this moment, you are standing by the playground of the police academy, facing a man and a woman, who are Director Han Liming of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Provincial Police and your homeroom teacher, Won Ruyu, Lu Chungfeng, who excelled in high school and could have gone to Tsinghua or Peking University, fell in love with his English teacher Bai Jia in his senior year, causing his grades to plummet and displaying significant rebellious traits. He fought in 56 matches during his senior year, winning them all. It has now been confirmed that it was your principal father who concealed these misdeeds. According to the regulations of the police academy, falsifying records leads to expulsion. Han Liming's tone carries a hint of threat. Leader, I sincerely ask you to give me a chance to turn over a new leaf and start anew. Opportunities are not non-existent. Han Liming coughed and said, the Jiangxing Company in Nanjing City is a typical organized crime gang, with the boss Sang Deshang responsible for dozens of murders. We have sent undercover agents in twice, and both times they were sacrificed. So this time we decided to select a fresh face from the new recruits who was familiar with the situation in Nanjing. After considering, you are the only one with a checkered past that meets the criteria. So, thank you for the opportunity. I promise to complete the mission. You eagerly agreed. Afraid of missing this chance, Han Liming and Wen Ruyu exchanged a glance. Such a dangerous task, and you agreed so readily? You extended a finger and said, the first of the 4 golden rules for undercover survival is that an undercover who resembles a bad person more than the bad person is a good undercover. Han, those small trash in Nanjing are not scary. What's scary is that our previous undercover agent couldn't act freely. So if I go, the scale will be larger, and I might be quite useless. You need to be mentally prepared for that. Don't end up treating me like a criminal and take me out. When Ruyu looked at your rogue demeanor, what golden rule are you talking about? You're not going to play yourself, are you? What are you talking about? Teacher 1? Their hearts are red. Han Liming nodded. Alright, it's settled then. The limits can be a bit looser, but not too much. Detain a thug called Lao Hei, he is under Sang Deshang, the boss of Shangsheng Company. I'll find a reason to put you and Lao Hei together. You can take the opportunity to gain his trust, and then follow him into Nanjing. After he finished speaking, you took a deep breath and looked at the voluptuous Wen Ruyu beside you, then suddenly shouted, Wen Ruyu, I love you. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruyu was instantly so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. The students training on the playground all turned to look at her in unison. Had she really only been here for 10 days and already wanted to flirt with the homeroom teacher? Could this person not have any shame? However, an even more shocking scene occurred, as you quickly stepped forward and embraced Wen Ruyu, causing the entire playground to gasp in surprise. Get off her, you bastard! Han Liming shouted as he pulled you away. I had a crush on my high school female teacher, flirted with my female homeroom teacher in college, and my bad behavior follows a coherent logic. You can expel me now, you said with a smile. Han Liming and Wen Ruyu exchanged a glance. What a talent! Come here, the police officer Lu Chengfeng is openly behaving like a rogue. Immediately dismiss him and detain him according to the law. In the city detention center, you were taken to the door of cell No. 2, holding your clothes, and the guard said, go in, behave yourself, and call the guard if you need anything. The guard gave a routine warning and quickly closed the iron door with a whoosh, preparing to leave in a hurry. Big brother, I haven't gone in yet. What business is this? Are you trying to trick me? You glared at the other person sideways, almost forgetting your manners. Sorry. The supervisor chuckled and reopened the door, shutting you inside. In the dormitory, there are 21 individuals under administrative detention. As soon as these people see a newcomer, they immediately show fierce expressions. Among the crowd, you quickly lock onto the target, Lao Hei, a short and chubby man in his 40s, with a dark face resembling Zhang Fei. At this moment, Old Hei was picking his teeth while glaring fiercely at the newcomer. You casually threw your clothes onto the large bunk. Get out of the way. Can't you see someone is coming in? Do you have any sense? You scolded while kicking one of the thugs in the leg. This new little gadget is quite arrogant, spoiled at home and hasn't experienced the harshness of society, has it? Except for Old Black. The other 20 detainees immediately surrounded him fiercely. The old black-eyed man revealed a fierce light in his eyes and asked harshly, the new one, what's your name? Do you know the rules here? No, I am the rule. At those words, Old Black was directly stunned. What the hell is wrong with the world? Are young people so desperate to die? Old Black sat up straight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get him. Remember to cover up. Be careful not to leave any trauma. 20 assholes immediately surrounded them. Lu Chungfeng smiled faintly, aimed at the punk rushing at the front. He directly pulled one hand over his head and slammed a knee lift into his opponent's chest. Ah! With a sharp scream, the other party directly covered his chest and knelt in front of Lu Chungfeng. Immediately after that, Lu Chungfeng grabbed the second asshole's head and pulled it violently, slamming it against the iron door with a bang. Laid down on the ground in an instant. Together, Old Black roared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As soon as the assholes saw that this kid was so strong, they directly all rushed up. Boom! Ah! There were no extra movements, just power and speed, as if a lone wolf had entered a flock. After a wail of pain, all the assholes lay on the ground. 30 seconds. Clean. Ha! It's not even warmed up yet. Lu Chungfeng clapped his hands in disgust. Old Black looked dumbfounded. Worry ah! After so many years on the road, he has seen the first time that the fighting force is so explosive. Cubs. Y'all don't mess with me, I just want to be quiet. Lu Chungfeng coldly grunted, then lay down on the seat against the door and closed his eyes. For 7 consecutive days, Old Black didn't dare to mess with Lu Chungfeng again. Lu Chungfeng also ignored him, but during these 7 days, Lu Chungfeng knew that Old Black was secretly watching him. It was impossible for such an explosive combatant not to pique his interest. There's a famous saying in the undercover world, the best hunters come in the form of prey. Lu Chungfeng had utilized it with ease in his previous life. On the evening of the 7th day, Old Black and Lu Chungfeng released the institute at the same time. Lu Chungfeng walked towards the bus stop like a lone wolf. Old Black followed up and said, "Older brother, I see you sighing a lot these days. What's bothering you? Tell me about it." Lu Chungfeng squinted. "Related to you?" Old Black said, "At home rely on parents. Go out rely on friends. Maybe I can help you a hand may also say ah." Lu Chungfeng said, "I can't go home. Dismissed from the police academy on his 10th day. What the hell kind of man has the nerve to go home?" The Old Black laughed. I thought how big it was. The police academy has no use? A few $100s a month to play what life ah. Older brother, as the saying goes, if you don't fight, either you come with me to Nanjiang to wave for a few days. The frontiers of economic liberalization, the lights, and the guaranteed fun. It was at this time that a Santana with a South River license plate stopped in front of the two. Black. The two minions got out of the car and shouted respectfully, "Brother, don't hesitate. Go, brother, let you know what it means to live an exciting life as an adult." Well then, 2 hours later, Old Black brought Lu Chungfeng to the Happy Bathhouse located at the junction of the north and south of Nanjiang City. This bathhouse is the property of Strong Sheng Company, and Old Black was dispatched by Sang Deshang to manage this bathhouse. In the 2000s, such baths were all over the place. Usually the first floor is for cashier and shoe changing, the second floor is for bathing and back rubbing, and the third floor is for VIP rooms. VIP boxes are usually for familiar guests only, with charges ranging from 50 to 100. In the 2000s, that's not really a bargain. Of course, quality of service has been a surprise. In the realm of pornography, gambling and wagering, Lu Chungfeng has his own unique understanding. Gambling can make a man lose his fortune overnight. All evil, poison, which can mess with a person's body and soul, is also a cardinal sin. Yellow, don't talk about it. Anyway, Lu Chungfeng is incompatible with gambling and drugs. Black is back. As soon as the 4 brothers from the bath center saw Old Black, they all greeted him respectfully. For the record, this is Lu Chungfeng, my new little brother from the detention center. Come on, bring our top girl, Peach, and let Windy have a good time and get rid of the bad luck. The 4 little brothers look at Lu Chungfeng so white and thin. Not about the same thought. Cannot beat and cannot be scolded. Collect such a little brother, what is the use? But since it was collected by Old Black, people didn't have the heart to say much. Not long after, the girl called Xiaotao came to Lu Chungfeng. "Dude, this is the head girl I recently poached from another bathroom. I haven't even tried the bell yet. You go first." Old Black pushed Peach into Lu Chungfeng's arms. Old Black didn't believe that a school police officer who had been enrolled for 10 days would be sent out undercover though. But the other party was a stranger after all, and it was still necessary to test the waters. Lu Chungfeng looked at Xiaotao, and her face value really belonged to the level of a flower girl. "Oh, we are not even afraid of torture, but still afraid of this? Thanks brother Black." Lu Chungfeng flew a peach blossom eye towards little Peach. When Xiaotao saw such a handsome young man, her charming and pretty face was actually a little delighted. It was at this moment that a loud noise came from a dozen punks rushing up to the 3rd floor. Old Black was just about to reach for his weapon when 2 machetes were placed on his neck. "Don't move or I'll cut your boss. The other side is very vicious. The 4 minions of the happy bathhouse were so scared that they immediately didn't dare to move. A man in black suit pants and a large flowered lab coat with a piercing scar across his face strutted in. Scar, what the hell do you want? Old Black yelled as he looked at the other man. Scar snorted coldly and picked up a beer bottle and smashed it on Old Black's head. The blood is flowing. The Old Black man bent over in pain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Daring to dig up my headliner of flowers in the water. I thought you could hide in the detention center for the rest of your life. After Scar finished speaking, he looked menacingly at Peach on the side. Peach looks like a frightened bird. Full of panic. Slap. Scar slapped Peach across her pretty face. At once, Peach was hit and fell to the ground. Her halter dress lifting up. Bitch, I'm sorry for where I am in the water flower bath. Take it back. Let's see how your master Scar will treat you tonight. Scar smiled sardonically and pinched Peach. The two little brothers immediately picked up Peach and prepared to take him away. Old Black shouted. Scar, you let go of Peach. She came to work for me voluntarily. Scar turned around and took a sharp machete directly to him. Chow Nima, I'll chop off your hand today. I'll tell you to dig me up again in the future. Hold his hand down for me. Okay. The 4 punks under Scar immediately pressed Old Black to death on the table. Asterisk 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 your mom's Scar. Have the balls to let go of me and fight one-on-one. Singling out the nifty coins. Scar raised his knife and was ready to chop. It was at this time that Lu Chengfeng stepped out from the crowd and said faintly, Brother Scar in the south of the city, right? To avoid you being beaten to death by me later, I strongly suggest you get on your knees and kowtow and apologize. Oh yeah, the guy who's going to you later is called Lu Chengfeng, and he's rather grumpy. Chapter 3, the second of the 4 golden rules of Undercover. The whole room. Everyone looked at the white, thin newcomer in surprise. Peach even widened her beautiful eyes. The other party is the famous scarab in the south of the city. This newcomer is not looking for death at this time. Don't you mess with them. Xiaotao was terrified and hurriedly pulled Lu Chengfeng's hand, fearing that he would be hacked to death by Scar. Scar was happy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this little pup? Old Black said. He's a newcomer and doesn't know any better. Scar, if you have anything to do, come at me. Scar laughed. Your gang in the north of the city is getting more and more useless Even high school students are taken to the field Little pussy, you're still the first one who dares to claim to be grumpy in front of me. Changnan Scarab, your grandpa Scar will show you what it means to be cranky today. Guys, get him for me. Okay. Scar's men picked up their machetes and were ready to cut Lu Chengfeng, but Lu Chengfeng stared straight at Scar. Boom. Lu Chengfeng quickly moved in front of Scar. Ghostly throws a leg kick. Powerful. This kick directly sent the tendon-fleshed Scar flying 7 or 8 meters away. Boom. Scar slammed against the door of a compartment. The entire door collapsed instantly. Scar was on the ground like a dead dog, shivering. It all happened in a flash. Scar's men were outright stunned. In awe. Our Scar is one of the 12 leaders under Sang Biao in the south of the city. It's always been horizontal. And that's all it took? Little Peach's beautiful eyes were even more surprised as she didn't blink. He looks so svelte and clean. But he's so strong. Boss is hurt. Chop up this little pussy razor. Together. Scar's men slowed down and all rushed towards Lu Chengfeng with their machetes raised. Lu Chengfeng picked up a machete and greeted him with a cold snort. Blade and sword. Blood splattered everywhere. There was a lot of screaming. Run. This mother asterisk 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 asterisker is so mean. Wait. I remember. Your name is Lu Chengfeng. In less than 2 minutes, all of Scar's men were cut and fled. The 4 minions of the Happy Baths had their mouths open. There are 11 people on the other side. And all of them are old men who have been out there for years. The boss collected Chanshan Zhao Zilong. On the scene, the female technicians hiding in the corner also looked at the svelte little man in shock. So handsome. So secure. It's so tempting to fall in love with him. After everything returned to calm, Old Black placed Lu Chengfeng in a room on the 3rd floor to rest. I had just gotten out of the shower when the door opened. Little Peach in a sling stood timidly in the doorway, looking at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng glanced at Little Peach. Come in. Aha! Little Peach joyfully came to Lu Chengfeng's bed. Before 12 o'clock at night, the matter of the blissful bathhouse had spread in the underground world of Nanjiang. Have you heard? Old Black in the north of the city has taken in a new fierce man. He's awesome. Asterisk 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 I've heard about it. It's like the god of knives. I was at the scene. I thought I saw Ekin Chang. Those people in the south of the city Scar were cut by him like. Nanjiang hasn't produced such a powerful newcomer in years. The next morning, Old Black personally drove a Pusan and took Lu Chengfeng to see Sang Deshang. Old Black could sort of see that Lu Chengfeng was by no means a pool animal. A character this capable of fighting should never be holed up in his own bathhouse as a yakuza. The only way to get to a higher stage is to go to Sang Dae-sung's side. Lu Chengfeng did not expect to see the legendary Sang Deshang so soon, and the undercover operation progressed more smoothly than imagined. Sang Deshang and his brother, Sang Shuo, started out as hooligans, bullying and stealing minerals to make their first bucket of gold. After that, he set up the famous Jiangxing Company, which operated bathing centers, dance halls, karaoke and casinos, and became a godfather figure in Nanjing. But Lu Chengfeng knew that these were just illusions. In this day and age, real estate, wire fraud, and e-commerce, which are incubators for the wealthy, have not yet emerged, and the commodity economy is still very underdeveloped. It is difficult to accumulate assets. Bath center these industries, although profiteering, cannot support the strong company such a large plate. If an uneducated rogue like Sang Deshang can sit on $1 billion plus fortune, the business can't be that simple, and it can even be evil. That was the focus of Lu Chengfeng's undercover operation this time. Old Black chattered as he drove. Little Wind, if you're such a good fighter, you'll be hanging out in Nanjing from now on. My old Black is absolutely right in reading people. You definitely have something great in store for you. When you meet Boss Sang later, be sure to keep a low profile and be humble. He'll have to shake 3 times when he stomps his foot in Nanjing. Got it? As long as you become a member of our strong company, you can walk sideways in Nanjing. Chicks can be picked up at will. Spend money at will. In the large box at the scholar's house in the center of the city, Sang Deshang sat firmly in the center. 50-something years old, tea-colored glasses, although deliberately dressed like a Confucian businessman, but the bottom out of the gangster atmosphere and middle-aged greasy still obvious. Boss, this is the Little Wind I was telling you about. Last night one man chopped up a dozen or so people from Scar in the south of the city. Old Black respectfully stood in front of Sang Deshang to recommend Lu Chengfeng. On the scene, the bosses under Sang Deshang looked at the green newcomer. You're so skinny you can cut down a dozen people? It's always suspected of being a bit of a blowhard. Boss, I dedicate this talent to you. Old Black said fawningly. Slap. Sang Deshang suddenly picked up the bottle of Wolianye in front of him and smashed it directly on Old Black's head. Old Black was suddenly covered in bottle dregs and blood. Boss, how? What happened? Old Black didn't dare to wipe the blood on his face and asked in a trembling voice. Malagasy, are you blind, Blackie? Bringing a cop undercover to my place? Old Black was at a loss. How did Lu Xingfeng become an undercover agent? Boss, he just got fired from the police academy after 10 days. How could the police send an inexperienced dash? Tie it up and sink it in the river. Sang Deshang didn't even listen to Old Black's explanation, nor did he look at Lu Chengfeng. As Sang Deshang's words fell, the 2 bodyguards under his command immediately arrived in front of Lu Chengfeng. One of the bodyguards directly took out a black hole Type 77 and pressed it against Lu Chengfeng's head. On your knees, the bodyguard shouted angrily. Lu Chengfeng stared at Sang Deshang and said softly, Boss Sang, tell your men to remove their guns. I don't like being on top for fear of hurting him. I told you to get on your knees. Do you hear me? The bodyguard grunted coldly, and the top of his pistol tightened. Still top? You can't hear me, can you? After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he made a swift sidestep and dodged the gun as fast as lightning, followed by a hard punch to the bridge of his opponent's nose. Ah! The instantaneous sharp pain caused the bodyguard to crouch down and wail hysterically. Everyone on the scene was stunned. What's wrong with this little bastard? Tough guy. Him. Sang Deshang said in a deep voice. Yes. The other bodyguard immediately rushed up. I don't know what to do. Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly, raised his long legs and kicked this bodyguard against the wall. The bodyguard was in a hurry and immediately tried to pull a gun out of his pocket. Thumbs down. With a flash of blade light, Lu Chengfeng's dagger plunged straight through the opponent's wrist and nailed it into the wall. Before the bodyguard could cry out in pain, Lu Chengfeng made a 180-degree turn and pulled out another dagger with his backhand, nailing his opponent's other hand to the wall as well. One and done. Clean. One of the bosses on the scene dropped his cigarette from his mouth in shock. Jesus. Ha? Anyone else wanna come up here and move me? Lu Chengfeng looked at the entire room with a domineering air. The second of the 4 golden rules of undercover survival, the undercover agent who was alive is the undercover agent who can solve the case. Chapter 4 Outlaw Lu Chengfeng. The scene, unbelievably quiet. Everyone was subdued by the blood on the ground and Lu Chengfeng's murderous aura. Outlaws. Definitely a mad dog outlaw. The rumors from last night are not true. Sang Deshang stood still, quietly looking at Lu Chengfeng. The childish face did not look like it had the temperament to be a police officer, but there was a maturity in his eyes that didn't match his age. The point is that the outlaw-like ruthlessness is really unforgettable. And what a show-stopping newcomer. Maybe it can be used for one thing. Thinking of this, Sang Deshang said indifferently. Your name is Lu Chungfeng, isn't it? Wanting to defect to me. Sang Deshang, but then laying such a heavy death hand on my bodyguard. Who the hell gave you the guts? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Boss Sang, I know at once that you are rich and powerful. If you take me to get rich and live a good life, I'll call you boss willingly. I'll do anything for you, but if you're going to me, then I'll just have to fight to the death. We're not afraid to wear shoes with bare feet. Besides, you're not the only big shot in Nanjing. If you strong company doesn't take me, someone else naturally will. Is it fun to come up here and disarm me? Who are you trying to scare? After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he pulled a tablecloth and wiped the blood on his hands, making a gesture to leave. Old Black immediately looked nervously at Sang Deshang. Wouldn't it be a big loss if such a fierce man was taken away by his opponent? Boss, I guarantee with my life that he really can't be an undercover agent. He's a better ING player than I am when he gets to the baths. What undercover agent would be so shameless? Old Black was really eyeing Lu Chengfeng and even wanted to vouch for him with his own life. Ha 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 ha. Sang Deshang suddenly laughed out loud. Ah, Old Black, how could I not trust someone you recommended? It was just a test. Don't get excited. Old brother Lu Chengfeng, please don't take offense. Stay, please stay. Lu Chengfeng turned around and squinted at Sang Deshang. Sang Deshang said, older brother in our line of work, a little more cautious in order to live longer. I appreciate your fighting prowess. From today onwards, the happiness bathhouse will be under your management. Let me see what you can do. Manage it well. And there's a place for you in my strong company. How about a poorly managed? You're on your own? Sang Deshang finished and gestured. The man took a brand new cell phone and handed it to Lu Chengfeng. A small meet and greet gift. Don't mind Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly. By now, last night, he had understood the situation on the Nanjing road. Sangdae Sun Songbuk and Morning Pyo Songnam haven't been dealing with each other for years. And across the street from the Happy Baths is Shinganen's territory. Sang Deshang is sending himself to the front line to fight. If he could destroy Morning Biao himself, then he would naturally be happy to take the territory in the south of the city for nothing. On the contrary, he had nothing to lose if he was cut down by Death Puma. And, it's a test for yourself. Sneaky old thing. Newcomers want to get to the top. Then you have to show me what you can do. Sure enough, Sang Deshang added. After leaving the hotel, Lu Chengfeng rushed to the Happy Baths with Old Black, a 3-story storefront building, for useless minions, and 7 not-so-good-looking female technicians. That's all it takes to start an undercover career. It must rise quickly in the short term to take its place on the South River Road. Otherwise it's all sorry for the glory of your past life. Before they even arrived at the bathroom, Lu Chengfeng and Old Black saw from afar that there were a lot of people surrounding the hall. Stopped the car and walked up to find a blonde white guy and a bald black guy arrogantly yelling and cursing. To the side, one of the female technicians in the bathroom seemed to have been knocked to the floor by them, covered in blood. The other employees of the bathroom were gathered there, but were at a loss as to what to do because of the other person's status as a foreigner. Lu Chengfeng walked up with Old Black to set aside the crowd. What's going on? Lu Chengfeng asked. Your water? The blonde white man asked in poor Mandarin. Old Black said, this is the new head of our bathhouse, Brother Feng. The two foreigners looked at Lu Chengfeng in surprise. So young to be a field boss? Where's the hullabaloo? A few of the bathers' boys, on the other hand, thought to themselves, what a hero. Ed Scar like a dog last night and immediately promoted him today. To be able to do so is to be able to eat. A little brother said. Brother Feng. After these two foreigners enjoyed the service of the technician, they said that the technician's attitude was bad and his skills were not good, refused to pay, and even hit the technician. Lu Chengfeng asked, then, why don't you guys fight back? The little brother froze and said, Brother Feng, they are foreigners. Their status is different. It's not the same. Lu Chengfeng interrupted the little brother. Talking politics and playing tactics is for the bosses. If we're a little brother, we just go up and do it, okay? The little brother was admonished. This kid looks so much younger than me. Why is he more tigerish than me? In the future, when things come up, deal with them like I do. See it through. I'll give you an example. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he looked at the two foreigners, a cold light emerging from his eyes. Now kneel down and kowtow to my female technician and apologize, and take $100,000 in compensation. I may be able to let you go. On the side, Old Black was startled. The technician also just got a slap and broke some skin. $10 for a tetanus shot is enough. You're asking for $100,000 right off the bat? This new boss really dares to knock anything. Boss, they are foreigners. Take it easy. Something will happen. Old Black whispered a reminder. In this day and age, foreigners are usually attracted by the government's strong investment, and have both capital and technology on hand. Strong government connections, supranational treatment and an extraordinary sense of superiority. Even an old stick like Sang Deshang wouldn't dare to provoke them easily. Too stinking. Did you not hear what your father said? Apologize. Compensate for the money. Otherwise God can't save you. Lu Chengfeng directly raised his voice and soared in English. Yellow-skinned pig. What are you? Believe it or not, I'll make your bathhouse unopen. Shit. The blonde white man said contemptuously. That is. Go eat. Playing with your country's women is for your face. The bald black man was also arrogant and directly raised his middle finger at Lu Chengfeng. Brother Feng. Forget it. It's okay to suffer a little in our line of work, but we can't involve you. The lady who was beaten also covered her face to advise Lu Chengfeng, fearing that things would get out of hand. Lu Chengfeng smiled sinisterly. Turn around. Shit. And you want us to kneel? It's only fair that a lowly people like you should kneel for us. The other party arrogantly thought that Lu Chengfeng was afraid of his foreigner status. However, before the words were finished, Lu Chengfeng violently turned around, directly a flying body. Flying knee storm. Chapter 5, Blonde. Boom. The opponent was directly pushed hard against the wall by Lu Chengfeng's iron knee. With a muffled grunt, he fell limply to his knees and then his back. What a handsome flying knee. Little Peach and the others were looking at them with a fluttering fascination. Our new boss is a proper thug in a suit. The white man, seeing that his companion had been subdued in a single move, was still unconvinced, and called out, how dare you make a move against us dash. Boom. Lu Chengfeng directly leapt in the air, swung his arm in a large arc, and slammed an iron fist into his opponent's face. Boom. KO. Did you learn all that? In the future, when you encounter a scene breaker, no matter what he is, treat him as an equal. And him like this for me. If something goes wrong, I'll take care of it. And if I can't, there's still the company to take care of it. Lock up these two pigs and have the companies they belong to bring money to claim them. $200,000 each. Lu Chengfeng turned back as he washed his hands. Ha? $200,000? A few of the bathers' minions had been shocked and confused. Old Black, on the other hand, was horrified and kindly reminded, Boss, you can't get anyone's money but a foreigner's dash. 300,000. Just now they insulted us as yellow-skinned pigs. My spirit is seriously hurt. Have you not had your hearts broken one by one? What if we're psychologically weak and get depressed? It's reasonable to compensate us for a little emotional distress, isn't it? After Lu Chengfeng finished, he wiped his hands and went upstairs. Old Black with 4 other minions looked at Lu Chengfeng's back with a bewildered face. He said he was new? In the office on the 3rd floor. Brother Black, you can't blame them all on the foreigners. The quality of our bathroom technicians is really not good. Except for Peach. None of the others can fight. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his head, despondent. He'd looked over the mechanics on his first visit last night, and there weren't many decent ones. One still has fox odor. Guests are not enthusiastic when they come. They just know to sit in front of the 16-inch color TV and get high on melon seeds, watching Return of the Pearl and giggling. Windy drink tea. Windy smokes. 4 little brothers were waiting at the side, making tea and handing cigarettes, obeying this newcomer boss. Old Black, through the window, pointed across the street to the luxuriously decorated waterflower bathroom and said, the good technicians have all been scavenged for them in the south of the city. Just that little Peach who accompanied you last night, or was scooped up by me for old time's sake. That's all there is to dig, and you saw what a state it was in last night. It's hard for me too, Lu Chengfeng said. Didn't Boss Sang want to see my strength? Tonight I went and picked out the waterflower bathhouse. I robbed all their female technicians. Old Black was startled and hurriedly said, Little Wind, I know you want to prove yourself to the boss, but you definitely can't be impulsive. The south of the city is Morning Biao's territory. The ferocious, the 12 heads of his men are all outlaws and have many brothers. If Morning Biao su, Boss Sang is afraid that he won't tear himself apart from Morning Biao for you. I even think that it's not even proper for Boss Sang to send you to the happy baths. Old Black also vaguely sensed that Sang Deshang seemed to want to use Lu Chengfeng as a tool to deal with Morning Biao. This arrangement is not friendly to a newcomer. It's just that he doesn't dare to say it explicitly. Lu Chengfeng asked, what other properties does Morning Biao have in the south of the city? Old Black said, casinos, loan sharks. By running a casino and losing all the gamblers, then tricking them into taking out loans from loan sharks, snowballing. What gambler can pay it back? If you can't pay it back, it's against your house and your wife. Lu Chengfeng smiled. In that case, Morning Biao should be very rich, right? Brother Black, you've strengthened my resolve to mess with the south of the city. This happy bathhouse of ours has a poor foundation and a thin base, so we can only rely on the darkness. He. It was at this moment that Lu Chengfeng's cell phone rang. Lu Chengfeng, are you crazy? You even beat up foreigners. Do you know what kind of people they are? Sang Deshang cursed furiously in anger. Lu Chengfeng froze. You just beat up a couple of foreigners, didn't you? Can you make Sang Daesung so furious? Looks like these two foreigners are not simple. Something's fishy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Business was already bad at the Happy Baths, and they're trying to whore themselves out for nothing. Who do I if I don't them? Lu Chengfeng said as he held the phone. What the do you know? They're from the Mia Global Trading Company, and their summer representative will be here soon. I'll be right there too. Sang Deshang hung up the phone after saying that. Lu Chengfeng pondered. Mia Global Trading is a large international company specializing in global trade. Sang Daesung is so knee-jerk to Mia Global. That proves he guessed right. His business is dirty, I'm afraid. Come on, let's go down and greet our honored guests. Lu Chengfeng brought Old Black and 4 other minions to the entrance of the bathhouse. Shortly afterward, a Mercedes and a Buick business pulled up in front of the bathroom. The door of the Buick business car opened and a stunning blonde walked down. He was around 22 years old, about 1.75 meters or so tall, with long legs and a thin waist. The stunning face was framed by a pair of golden glasses and was full of condescension. Noble doll. Lu Chengfeng's heart jumped out with these words. Sang Deshang, on the other hand, was cautiously accompanying this blonde beauty. Miss Lisa, I'm really sorry, my men have no eyes and are reckless and vulgar. I apologize. Sang Deshang respectfully apologized. Mr. Sang, are your men a pack of mad dogs? Lisa wraps her arms around her chest and lifts her white chin, like a proud Snow White. And, yes, the new one doesn't know the rules. It's all my fault for not arranging things properly. After Sang Deshang finished speaking, he glared at Lu Chengfeng. Why don't you send someone to take the person to the hospital? Lu Chengfeng smiled and looked at Lisa. According to the experience of his previous life, any top executive of a foreign company with a name in the country could be the eyes and ears of the other side's intelligence department. Some are even directly affiliated with foreign intelligence services, using their status as businessmen as a cover to carry out intelligence work or even counterinsurgency work in the country. Lu Chengfeng's means of dealing with these types of people were simply too rich, especially young, beautiful, sexy women. Ms. Lisa is sorry. The big water has washed away the Dragon King temple. It turns out to be our own family. Come on people, send the 2 foreign friends to the hospital. Lu Chengfeng said. Yes. Shortly afterward, the bathhouse boys helped the 2 dying dead dogs out. My God. Lisa looked at the bloodied 2 henchmen and cried out in direct surprise. Sang Deshang was also furious as he watched the 2 foreigners being beaten up like this. Beat up as a rash. So hard on foreigners too. Lisa was furious. Mr. Sang, I'm very upset about what happened today. Who the hell is the killer? Me. I hit it. Lu Chengfeng raised his hand and laughed in a harmless manner. Lisa looked at Sang Deshang. Mr. Sang, I want his life. What? Everyone was shocked to hear it. Sang Deshang said. Ms. Lisa, your 2 men's lives are not in danger. Why don't you look at it this way? I'll have Lu Chengfeng kneel down and kowtow to them and apologize, and then break both of his legs when he's done, and pay some more money? No, said Lisa, shaking her head arrogantly. This dog called Lu. Something must die. How honorable is the status of us rice people? Even dark-skinned me people are in existence that you yellow people can't reach. It's disrespectful to us rice people that this dog of yours would beat them like that. Kill Lu Chengfeng as a warning to others. Mr. Sang, if you don't kill him, I'll cut off your fortune. Chapter 6, he's here to make trouble. Mr. Sang, I'll wait for your results. You weigh it up yourself. A bunch of Thai humanoids. Lisa finished and bent her thin waist into the Buick commercial vehicle. From the beginning to the end, Lisa hadn't even looked at Lu Chengfeng. In her eyes, Lu Chengfeng was a piece of trash that could be thrown into the river and fed to the fish at any time. The sacred Mib is inviolable. At the scene, everyone was too scared to take a breath. The 5 minions and female technicians of the blissful bathhouse had managed to get a killer boss, so of course they didn't want him to die. But who had the courage to plead for him to the mighty Sang Deshang? Little Wind. Old Black. Follow me. Oh. Lu Chengfeng and Old Black followed Sang Deshang to an office on the 3rd floor of the bathhouse. Lisa has energy you can't imagine. No one in Nanjiang can mess with her. Now she wants you dead. What do you say? Sang Deshang stared menacingly at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng asked, Boss Sang, what do you say then? I can only finish you off. What are foreigners? People who are superior. You don't have a ING brain. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. So don't blame me for coming down hard. Sang Deshang finished speaking and gestured towards his 6 men. The 6 henchmen immediately surrounded Lu Chengfeng, and at the same time pulled out their pistols and pointed them at Lu Chengfeng's head. Lu Chengfeng said, Boss Sang, are you sure you can do away with me with just these few people now? If I launch into a rage, no one on the scene will survive. Want to try a bet? Lu Chengfeng looked straight into Sang Deshang's eyes with unparalleled confidence. Sang Deshang froze. The terrifying combat power that Lu Chengfeng had erupted in the hotel, that was no lie. In this moment, Sang Deshang was actually stared at with some hesitation. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, "I'll ask Lisa to retract her order to kill me, and, by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, I'll have Morning Biao's field all out of business. We quintupled the profits of the baths at Stronger." "Boss, isn't that what you sent me to the Happy Baths for?" "I'll do it for you." Sang Deshang looked at Lu Chengfeng in slight surprise. How bossy is Mudbug in the south of the city? The soldiers are strong and fierce. Even he had to be afraid of him all these years. How can this kid be so confident? "Are you serious?" Sang Deshang asked. "You've seen my strength in the morning. If I were to funeral Biao, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry for help." Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Old Black also said, "Boss, just give Brother Feng a chance, please. Talents can't die at the hands of their own people." Sang Deshang thought quickly in his head. Use Lu Xinfeng to kill funeral Biao, then do him in to Lisa. The best of both worlds. "Okay, I'll give you 24 hours. If you can finish off funeral Biao, I'll plead with Lisa for you and I can even promote you," Sang Deshang said without saying a word. Lu Chengfeng gazed into Sang Deshang's eyes and smiled faintly. "I thank Boss Sang." In the afternoon, Lu Chengfeng ran to the hospital and went to the headquarters of the Strong Company to borrow a camera, and then closed himself on the third floor of the Happiness Bathhouse without going out. It was until 8 o'clock in the evening when Lu Chengfeng finally opened the door to the first floor. "Boss, are you going out?" Old Black followed. Lu Chengfeng looked across the street at Morning Biao's flower bath in the water and said, "Pick it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You eat people hard by yourself? Why don't I borrow some people from the company?" Old Black only felt his scalp tingle a little. This new boss has the guts to go to heaven. "No need. I'll be fine on my own." After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he went out the door and walked towards the opposite side. There was a guardrail in the middle of the road, and with a brace of his left hand, Lu Chengfeng drifted over the guardrail and entered the territory of the south of the city. Last night, although he cut Scar and his men, the boys in the Waterflower Bathhouse had only heard of the name Lu Chengfeng, but had never seen him in person. So Lu Chengfeng's arrival didn't attract the attention of the bathhouse. Lu Chengfeng first went to the second floor to take a comfortable shower, then changed into uniform shorts and came to the third floor. The third floor was huge, with sexy dressed female technicians going back and forth. Whether it's her face, body, or age, she's 10 blocks away from her own happy bath. All the boxes were full. Happiness sounds like a symphony. Business is so good. Lu Chengfeng wiped his envious harumph, then crossed his arms, and with his chi in his hands, he roared violently, "Everyone run! The police are coming to check the room." Instantly, panicked voices immediately came from the various boxes on the third floor. In less than 20 seconds, the doors to the various compartments opened. Male customers, either naked, carrying clothes or shoes, scrambled and jumped from the third floor windows. The female technicians were also incredibly flustered. "Hurry up and run. This bathhouse is being watched. You can't come here anymore. If you get caught, you'll be paraded through the streets. We'll lose face." Lu Chengfeng stood in the center of the third floor in his big pants, shouting at the top of his voice like no one else. The male guests who had their hearts in the right place were scared out of their skulls. In less than 3 minutes, all the guests ran away without a trace. A lively bathroom becomes instantly empty. But, where are the police? The little brother watching the venue looked around and didn't find anything unusual at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone smashing it. On the third floor. Copy that. Asterisk 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 your mom. What are you? A dozen or so machete-clutching gangsters had rushed up from the first and second floors. At the head of the group is a tattooed leader of the Big Brother, Jianghu nicknamed Dragon. Under Changnan Morning Biao, there are 12 leaders, each known for their ability to fight. Last night's Scar's battle power could only be ranked 12, which is the bottom of the list. And this lung in front of him is the number 2 of the 12 heads. 10 years of martial arts training, mixed with the world for many years. One person and a knife god and ghosts cannot stop. The fight speaks for itself. Surround him. With Lung's order, a dozen or so of his men firmly surrounded Lu Chengfeng in the center. "Who the hell sent you to cause trouble?" Long pointed at Lu Chengfeng with his machete. "Introduce myself. My name is Lu Chengfeng, supernumerary employee of Strong Company. I'm here to smash your scene tonight." Everyone on the scene was stunned. Single-handedly and alone. "You came to our south side of the city to smash up the place? Crazy, huh?" Lung grinned sardonically. "Last night, because Xiao Peach was robbed by the Happy Bath, Long asked Scar to take a few fresh-faced minions to teach Old Black a lesson, but he didn't expect to be beaten by whatever Lu Chengfeng came out of nowhere. Was about to block him tonight to avenge Old 12. I didn't expect this little scumbag to come to my door by himself. So you're the new little brother Lu Xinfeng over in the north of the city. Do you have any idea who I am? Long stared ferociously at Lu Chengfeng. I know, 12 heads number 2. Ah Lung, I'm really lucky to know you tonight. Lu Chengfeng smiled harmlessly. Lucky? Right. Zhang Wuji's reasoning for fighting the 6th grade sex tells me that if I want to fight, I should fight the strongest. Scar isn't strong enough to reflect my fighting prowess. You, a dead dragon, no. A dead worm might serve as a throwback side splitter. Make do with it. Treadmill a rookie with no status whatsoever. How dare you run wild like this in front of Brother Lung, one of the 12 leaders in the south of the city? I'll teach you to be a man tonight. Long was so angry that his face was twisted, and he violently punched with a lingering fist wind. Chapter 7 Late Night Meeting with a Beautiful Woman. Lu Chengfeng let out a cold snort and flicked his left shoulder, easily dodging Long's attack, but almost at the same time, Lu Chengfeng ghostly threw a powerful hook punch. The speed is just too fast. The power is just too much. Lung was really unresponsive. Boom. Lung fell straight to the ground as if he were a corpse. KO. 2 seconds. All over the room. Everyone's eyes widened. That's our Lung. One punch and you're dead or alive. Everyone then realized that this newcomer from the north of the city did have the capital to be crazy. Cut him down. Malagogic. I can't believe I knocked our dragon out. Chop him up. Lung's men immediately wanted to rush up. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly and raised his foot to step on Dragon's neck. If I stop down on this, your brother Lung won't be able to live. For the sake of brother Lung's health, I suggest you all don't be impulsive. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he made a gesture to step on it. Don't. The sophisticated bath manager rushed to dissuade him. Lung is not only Morning Biao's gold medal fighter, but also Morning Biao's sworn brother. If they were to be gotten killed just like that, the battle power of Changnan Morning Puma would at least shrink by half. Brother, last night it was us who did the wrong thing. We don't want little Peach. Now that you're out of anger, pretty much get over it. Brother Morning Biao's face is to be given. The manager of the bathhouse spoke softly while raising funeral Biao to scare Lu Chengfeng. I'm a very angry person, and I won't be able to get rid of it for a while. So what do you say? Gather all the female technicians in your bathhouse and bring them to me. Hurry up. Lu Chengfeng's foot stepped heavier. The manager had no choice but to gather all the female technicians in the bathhouse. There were 20 in total, all with low-cut halter dresses, peaks exposed, youthful and beautiful, making people lustful just by looking at them. Send them all to the Happiness Bathhouse. And starting today, your Waterflower Bathhouse is closed and out of business. What? The eyes of the manager and everyone on the floor widened. In awe, which is so overbearing, the bath manager said. Little Thane, I can understand a newcomer wanting to get to the top, but that's not how things work. Aren't you afraid that our brother Biao will chop up your whole family? That's an afterthought. If we don't close the door now, Long will die. Lu Chengfeng's foot increased in strength, and Long's neck immediately clicked. Fine, do it now. But for tonight, Songnam is marking you down. Cut the ing crap. Send the man to me. Before long, 20 technicians were dutifully sent to the Happy Baths. All the people at the Happy Baths looked at it with straight eyes. Old Black is considered to be someone who has seen a lot of wind and waves, and at this time, he is both happy but also worried. Little Wind, you're a little too quick-tempered. Changnan Morning Biao is an outlaw. Even our boss Sang is wary of him. You're so openly robbing tonight. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. Alright, serving off the waterflower bath is just a pre-dinner appetizer. The hot dishes are yet to come. I have something to go out. I won't be back tonight. Lu Chengfeng finished speaking and left. At the headquarters of Xiangxing Corporation, Sang Deshang sat there slowly sipping tea. The personal henchman reported, Boss, just now the Happy Baths went to war with the south side of the city. Sang Deshang raised his eyebrows. Oh, how are the results of the battle? Close henchman, Lu Chengfeng picked someone else's venue all by himself, and even got their female technicians to come over. Oh yeah. Funeral Biao's worshipper Lung was knocked unconscious on the ground by one of his punches. Sang Deshang smiled faintly. That was the effect he wanted. That doesn't surprise me. I've seen his fighting prowess. I'm afraid the 12 leaders under Morning Biao combined are no match for him. The close henchman worried. But Morning Biao is even more ruthless. His nickname, Orc. We haven't clashed with him head-on for all these years. Isn't it because we're not sure? Lu Chengfeng picked someone else's field. He's forcibly tying our strong company to the chariot. Sang Deshang shook his head. Hasn't he not formally joined us at Strong Sun yet? Besides, I'm afraid he won't live long. In Nanjing, whoever Lisa wants dead, no one can live, including you and me. After Sang Deshang finished, he actually felt a little sorry for himself. After leaving the Happiness Bath, Lu Chengfeng rushed to the Tianga Hotel. This is the only 5-star hotel in Nanjing City. Lisa, as the resident business representative of the rice country in the eastern province, stayed in the presidential suite of this hotel all year round. On the way, a call came in from Han Liming. Lu Chengfeng, do you know what you're doing? It's only been a few days undercover. You've injured so many people. You're really treating the happy baths as your own business? I warned you not to go too far, did you, or did you not take it to heart? Lu Chengfeng said lightly. Mr. Han, where are we? You can't stand it even before the official opening of the banquet? The other side are criminals. They play with pornography, gambling and drugs and all that stuff. You can't touch gambling, can you? That can cost a man a fortune. You can't touch the poison, can you? That's a high-pressure line. Smuggling can't be touched either, right? That damages the country's tax revenue. I can't take a bunch of criminals to do one-on-one education and training in a subject every day, can I? Oh brother, I have my golden 4 laws. Steady, don't worry, Han Liming said. But you're making such a scene now. It's stressing me out dash. Then, we'll take the top first. Lu Chengfeng directly interrupted Han Liming. I'm holding my life at the top. You're holding some pressure, you're yelling a hammer with me? Mr. Han, you must have been in the provincial office all the time when you joined the profession. You haven't been at the grassroots level. Lu Chengfeng didn't want to babble much at all and directly hung up the phone. Han Liming held the phone in a straight line. Why does it feel like letting a dragon into the sea? Ding dong. After arriving at the Tianga Hotel and finding Lisa's room number, Lu Chengfeng rang the doorbell. Who is it? Lisa, freshly showered and wrapped in a towel, opened the door. The temperament is noble and fragrant. What are you doing here? Lisa took one look at Lu Chengfeng and huffed, ready to close the door. Lu Chengfeng squeezed in with a thrust of his arm. I'm warning you not to mess around. Ms. Lisa, here's a little something for you, and I'm very sorry about what happened during the day. Lu Chengfeng finished speaking and handed over the gift box. Asterisk 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 off. Who cares about cheap gifts from you cheap men? Lisa slapped the gift off Lu Chengfeng's hand with a high-flying slap. Please get out of my suite immediately. Dirty, low-down, barbaric race of people. You wait to die. Lisa, as a white person herself, looks down on yellow people. And Lisa's family is a powerful family in the United States. Since childhood, raised in high esteem, the proper luxury family 1,000 gold, set thousands of favorites in a princess. Even more cannot see a social mixing bumpkin. It's Mr. Sang Deshang Sang who sent me here. I'm his confidant. There are some things about the core of the strong company that he asked me to report to you. Lu Chengfeng spoke with great care. Once Lisa heard that it was a business matter, this made her pay a little more attention and her attitude was less agitated. Ms. Lisa, I've come all this way. Can I have a drink? Lisa turned around, poured Lu Chengfeng a glass of water, and also poured a glass for herself. What does Sang Deshang have to say? You say it and get the hell out of my room. An unpleasant smell of poverty, Lisa said in disgust as she sprayed her perfume. Chapter 8, Getting Lisa. At the mention of business, Lisa's attitude shifted. Lu Chengfeng smiled. For this sexy YouTuber in front of her who claimed to kill herself, Lu Chengfeng must give her some intensity. Clink your glasses, Ms. Lisa. Consider today's misunderstanding cleared up. Lu Chengfeng casually picked up 2 cups on the tea table and handed one to Lisa. Lisa gave him a condescending look. You're a newcomer to strong company. Who are you to clink glasses with me? Say something. Finish up and get out. Okay then, I'll get right to the point then. Here's the thing. Lu Chengfeng, with a respectful smile on his face, beeped a whole lot about the situation in Nanjing City in the clouds. There's real and there's fake and there's real. Lisa listens in confusion as to what he is trying to say, because she was a little thirsty after just taking a shower. Halfway through hearing it, Lisa picked up the water cup on the table and drank some water. Watching this scene, the smile on Lu Chengfeng's face slowly faded. It didn't take long for Lisa to sense that something was clearly wrong. There's no strength left at all. It's still hot. Lu what? Lu Shifeng. Lu multiplies the wind. My water. Lisa went limp all of a sudden. Scenery revealed. The smile on Lu Chengfeng's face completely disappeared. Lu Chengfeng's rational, cold-blooded nature practiced as a special agent in his previous life was completely exposed. In his eyes, the Lisa in front of him was no longer a person. Instead, it's a prey, or just a patient on an operating table. Ms. Lisa, do you think that you Mizos are superior? We, the people of Rice, are the best and greatest people in the world. Oh, self-esteem is so high. So do blondes like you choose to date yellow men? Lisa is still stiff upper lip. Why? How can that be? We'd rather date a black man than a lowly yellow one. You are inferior. You crazy dog. How dare you make a small move against me? I will definitely break you into pieces. Lisa is finding it harder and harder to get through. Lu Chengfeng sneered. Ms. Lisa, not only have you insulted me today, but you have also insulted us as a nation. Don't you think you're high and mighty? I now command you to stay low. Get on your knees. Crawl over here. Apologize. You can't insult my character. Not kneeling, are you? Then I'm leaving. I kneel. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly. It was a work of art that he had made according to his memories of his previous life. Women without specialized counterintelligence training can't carry it off. In his previous life, Lu Chengfeng never missed the whole 2 hours, during which a lot happened. 2 hours later, it finally winds down. Lisa angrily slapped Lu Chengfeng. Our family is a famous one in rice. You asshole, how could you do this to me? I'll kill you. Lisa actually did take out a gun from under her pillow and aimed it at Lu Chengfeng. You can't kill me. Lu Chengfeng confiscated Lisa's pistol with a light tap. You've been poisoned with a very complex composition. Only I can detoxify. I'll do it once every 3 days, 7 times in a row to completely remove the toxin from my body. If you don't believe me, you can try to last 3 days. What the hell is the poison? Why am I so hot? You have to help me figure it out. Lisa is going crazy, tugging at her clothes as hard as she can. Think of a ing way. You let Sang Deshang kill me. You want my life. Then I can only threaten your life. Bitch, if I don't put some intensity into you, you won't even know that we summer people are not to be messed with. I won't kill you. I'll call Sang Deshang immediately. Lisa immediately picks up her bedside phone and dials Sang Deshang's big brother, claiming that she was just acting on impulse and it's up to him to decide what to do with his men. Once Sang Deshang heard that Lisa would not pursue Lu Chengfeng, he naturally agreed. Are you satisfied now? Lisa said innocently as she hung up the phone. Kneel down. Lu Chengfeng was also serious. These things are like doing an operation for him, to which nodes and which threads are sewn, all by design. No, I can't afford to be wrong again. Throughout the night, many more things happened. Things are much better when you get on the intensity. 10 o'clock the next morning. Lu Chengfeng knew that Lisa was on the verge of falling to her side, but Lu Chengfeng didn't dare to ask about the core secrets between Lisa and Sang Deshang right now. After all, Lisa is now a conscious human being, not a captive sitting in an interrogation chair being injected with specialized interrogation drugs. Asking too many questions can be counterproductive. It's got to be gradual. Lisa, there's something I need a favor from you. Who am I to help you? I hate you. Lisa had the meanest words on her lips, but her attitude was noticeably softer than last night. Are you going to help or not? Do you still want to live or not? You say. Lisa gritted her teeth at this shameless guy. Do you have connections in the South River Police? You're underestimating me by asking that question. We all have deep connections in the Eastern Province. No need for such powerful connections. Morning Biao and I don't get along, and I wish to use your connections to extinguish his business. Lisa froze, then said, this is no problem, but you can't say anything about last night. I don't want my reputation to be ruined. I still have a fiancé in Rice, and his family is also a local celebrity. Let's see if you can help me destroy Funeral Puma first. Chapter 9. Please shoot me. If you want people to not know, do as I say. Well, you can take a shower and rest. I'll pamper you when I'm busy. Lu Chengfeng patted Lisa's delicate body and left. After leaving the Heavenly Song Hotel, Lu Chengfeng returned to the blissful bathhouse. Those female technicians brought over from the south of the city last night were really great, and they instantly pulled in a lot of familiar customers for the Happy Bathhouse. Business at the Happy Baths picked up immediately. Boss, you're really something. The turnover has quintupled between last night and now. Old Black rubbed his hands together happily as he watched the customers weaving in and out of the first floor. Lu Chengfeng smiled. So according to your ability, calling me big brother is not a loss. Ahem. It was at this point that the phone rang at the front desk. Immediately after the receptionist answered the phone, an angry curse was heard. Asterisk. Rob a mechanic in my yard, beat up one of my guys, and put your boss on the phone. The waiter was trembling with fear and looked to Old Black. Brother Black, it's Changnan Morning Biao. He's very angry. Old Black let out a bitter laugh. It would be strange for him not to be angry. Old Black answered the phone. Brother Biao, are you paralyzed? Morning Biao was directly angry with his mouth full of. Old Black, I'm telling you. Inform your boss to meet me at once. Pleasant Gate Hotel. Be there in a quarter of an hour, or I'll burn down your Happy Bathhouse. I'll burn your home too. Ciao Nima. Morning Biao finished and hung up the phone with a snap. How? Lu Chengfeng laughed. Morning Biao is furious and wants you to go to the Pleasant Gate Hotel now. Alright, I'll go over now. Beating up people's juniors and robbing people's technicians to smash people's venues. And later on, I'll have to end other people's lairs. so it's good to get in touch with them in advance. But we don't have enough manpower. There are only 5 juniors in the happy bathhouse including me. Either I ask Boss Sang? Let's ask Strong Company to send some people over? Do you think he'll give it? Alright, you stay out of this. I'll go by myself. No way. I have to stay with you. Aren't you afraid of the evils? I brought you into the South River. I'm responsible for you, and if I die, I'll die before you. Lu Chungfeng sighed. Old Black is a guy with mediocre abilities, but he is really quite righteous. At 12 o'clock at noon, in front of the Xilanman Hotel, surrounded by at least 50 or 60 people, yesterday night, a very fierce newcomer came out from the north of the city, openly declared war on Nanjiang's veteran gun Morning Biao, and ING alone smashed someone else's aqua flower bathhouse. This matter had been completely spread in Nanjiang. This arrogant and domineering way of doing things is really rare in Nanjiang. Many of the gangsters on the road wanted to see what kind of triple header this up-and-coming fierce man was. However, more people were speculating whether his boss, Sang Deshang, would lift the table and have a firefight with Morning Biao after this rash young man was killed by Morning Biao. In their eyes, this fierce man could not possibly walk out of the Xilanman Hotel alive today, and was nothing more than a mad dog raised by Sang Deshang. Is young and handsome. He actually dared to come and bring just one brother. I'm afraid this is going to be split up. Hey, it's a pity. I just arrived in Nanjiang. I don't even know how deep the water in Nanjiang is. A rash newcomer is just a newcomer, thinking that relying on good bravery will be able to establish a foothold in Nanjiang. The last one like him, the grave grass is already more than 1 person high. In the midst of the sound of regret, Lu Chungfeng took Old Black and walked faintly into the Xilanman Hotel. The eyes were subdued, but took in all the details of the hotel. Always have an alternate escape route if you can't beat it. This is a very important rule of survival. At the entrance of the second floor box, 4 of Morning Biao's men stood, looking menacingly at Lu Chungfeng and Old Black. Don't go in yet. Search them first as our boss requested. After Morning Biao's men finished speaking, they were ready to search Lu Chungfeng and Old Black. What did you say? Does it seem like I didn't hear you? Lu Chungfeng stared with wide eyes. Our boss. Slap. Lu Chungfeng directly knocked the other party to the ground with a slap. What is your status to dare search me? If you want to search, tell your boss to come out and search himself. What a cranky newbie. This henchman was instantly beaten and dared to speak. If he's afraid of me going in single-handedly, he doesn't need to mix with this Nanjiang. The god's Tama is an orc in the south of the city. I think it's a small quail in the south of the city. After Lu Chungfeng finished speaking, he raised his long legs and arrogantly kicked open the door of the compartment. Boom! The door kicked right in. A thump slapped the red carpet. In the box, the famous boss of the south of the city, Morning Biao, wearing a flowery coat, was sitting on a chair and was picking his feet. Early 40s, short, with a pair of triangular eyes that looked particularly ruthless and vicious. The whole thing looks dirty. The 12 leaders under his banner stood on either side, including Scar and Dragon, who had been beaten by Lu Chungfeng. The moment everyone saw Lu Chungfeng enter the room, they couldn't wait to eat him alive. Mother kick the door in? The little bastard is about to be arrogant as hell. Brother Biao, Xiaofeng is here. There's some misunderstanding over the past 2 days. Old Black wanted to make a roundup and calm the other party's anger. Bang! Morning Biao picked up a beer bottle and smashed it hard on Old Black's head. Misunderstanding your ass. Old Black, his face covered with blood and glass slag, wiped a handful and said, Morning Biao, you stepped on the horse, not to speak of martial arts. Bang! Another beer bottle slammed up. The Old Black man was so dizzy that he fell straight to the ground. You Malagasy. Happy bathhouse opened across the street from me, even if it's not. But also dare to fling a wild dog to rob my technician. Black bastard. I'll settle this score with you later. Morning Biao spat at Old Black, then looked at Lu Chungfeng. Newcomer Lu Xingfeng, right? You're a good fighter, aren't you? I'm going to see if it's your fist or my gun that's faster. Morning Biao directly pulled out a handful of black 5-star, dead on Lu Chungfeng's head. Morning Biao's mouth sprayed a strong stench as he cursed. Little pussies, dare to touch my field before their hair grows back. You were still ing liquid when I was hanging out in the south of the city. You're crazy for wanting to get to the top. Dare to take my field. Lu Chungfeng sighed. Putting a gun to someone's head just to look cool is actually the most unprofessional maneuver ever. It's too easy to hide. These people are still too amateurish. Shoot, Lu Chungfeng said indifferently. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Morning Biao turned on the safety. Aim for the point. Front head in. Back head out. Lift my skull and die in seconds. Lu Chungfeng toppled forward half a step and pushed his head against the blackened muzzle of the gun. Chapter 10, You Don't Talk About Martial Arts. Morning Biao actually took half a step back from the top of him. Funeral Biao was a bit surprised. It's amazing how young people don't blink in the face of a gun. It's a natural-born outlaw. Are you just sure I won't shoot? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. It may open, but not now. If Biao wants to kill me, just directly send someone to block me in the middle of the night. No need to make an appointment in broad daylight. If I'm guessing correctly, Pio wants to talk to me today and make some deals. Isn't that right? Lu Chengfeng's eyes gazed at Morning Biao. Morning Biao grinned with a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Oops. This little brat still has some brains. Morning Biao put away his pistol and asked, why are you messing with my waterflower bath? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Poor. Want to make money, and have no other skills. Can only rely on the fist to rob. Whoever has meat I will rob. Ha 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 ha. Morning Biao laughed out loud. Damn. That's straightforward. Let me ask you this. Do you know why your boss assigned you to manage the happy baths? Morning Biao began to stir up trouble. He sees that I can fight and wants to give me a chance and test me. And I can't let him down. I want to get to the top. Lu Chengfeng pretended not to understand. Fart. Just that old dog Sang Deshang would take you seriously? Let me tell you plainly. Sang Deshang is using you as a gun. He's gambling with you as a pawn. Bet you can take me out and he sits on his ass. He has nothing to lose if you're taken out by me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You've become cannon fodder, you know? Lu Chengfeng cocked his head to think about it, then sort of came to a realization. It seems to be true. Morning Biao repositioned his gun against Lu Chengfeng's head. You're a talented person. Master will give you a way out. Before 2400 hours tonight. If you can do away with Sang Deshang, I'll hire you to be my vice president in Changnan. Status above the 12 heads. I'll leave all my baths in your care for 30% commission. How's that? You, Master Piao, are much more open than Sang Deshang, aren't you? Lu Chengfeng hesitated for a moment. I would like to try, but I can't necessarily guarantee that I can do him. If he doesn't die, you die. Morning Biao pushed his gun hard against Lu Chengfeng's head. Tonight he'll be dating the little at his private residence in the Red Maple Villa area. You go and finish him off. Bring his head to me in the south of the city. I'll try. Without saying a word, Lu Chengfeng picked up Old Black on the ground and left directly. Morning Biao looked at Lu Chengfeng's back, and his triangular eyes revealed a sinister smile. Morning Biao said to Scar, put the word out on the road. Say that Lu Chengfeng has teamed up with me. Morning Biao, and that he wants to kill Sang Deshang. Scar was surprised. Brother Biao, isn't that a leak? Sang Deshang must have been on the defensive then. Morning Biao laughed. How do you know that Lu Chengfeng will definitely listen to us? I'm breaking his back. That old dog Sang Deshang is suspicious by nature. As long as he gets wind of it, he'll definitely have to him. This kid is a fierce man. One kills his eyes in a hurry. In case he really did away with Sang Deshang? Scar admired. It's still Brother Biao who has a plan. That said, in case he really kills Sang Deshang, do we really let him manage the bathhouse? Give him shares? Bah! Funeral Biao viciously spat a mouthful of thick spit. I can let him live after openly picking on my venue, robbing my technician, and beating up my brother? Transferring people. Tonight, no matter if he can kill Sang Deshang or not, I'm going to do him. Yes. In the afternoon, Lu Chengfeng returned to the happy baths with Old Black. Old Black's head was wrapped in white gauze, and the crimson blood stood out. It's been a long day, and I've been getting beer bottles. If I dare to go on my own, I'm sure I'll get out in one piece. Why did you have to yell and follow me there? You'll get a beating for nothing, won't you? You can't get involved in the high end of the game. Scouring for more pretty technicians is your main responsibility. Old Black rubbed his head and thought about it, and it was really something. While this was going on, a large number of sirens went off. Sweep the pornography. Thinking it was coming to sweep his place, the old black man hurriedly prepared to press the alarm hidden under the bar. Lu Chengfeng held Old Black's hand at once. It's not coming for us. It's heading south of the city. Really? Check it out. Old Black raised his eyes and noticed dozens of police cars heading straight toward the south of the city. What's going on? Old Black seemed to have a premonition of something. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Taking care of Lisa was the right move. International friends do have a lot of energy. Go on. Cut a watermelon over here and we'll sit by the door and watch the show. Morning Pio is going to be out of the business from now on. Sure enough, every bathhouse in the south of the city was turned over, and the female technicians were all escorted out with their heads in their hands. The gates to the baths were then sealed. Old Black was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who did this? Old Black exclaimed. I did it. Lu Chengfeng ate his watermelon with a harmless face. This time, Morning Biao is definitely going to jump over the wall. Now the pressure comes to Boss Sang's side to see if he's willing to carry the load for us. Speaking of this, Lu Chengfeng spat out a few melons, pointed at the watermelon on the plate, and said, Boss Sang and Morning Biao both thought I was the melon on the plate. They are melon eaters. Messed up. They're the real melons. Old Black. On the other hand, Morning Biao was still drinking at the Pleasant Gate Hotel. Suddenly, he received the news that his bathhouse had been seized in its entirety. Morning Biao almost went crazy. That's a complete lack of martial arts ethics. It's like cutting me off from my livelihood. Morning Biao thought for sure that this was the work of Sang Deshang, and furiously dialed Sang Deshang's phone. Old Sang, you're breaking the rules of the Jianghu. Since you're unkind, I'll have no choice but to report you to the bureau. To die we all die together. Morning Biao was so angry that his veins flared up. At this moment, Sang Deshang also received the news that the south of the city had been rushed, and Lu Chengfeng also took the initiative to report that he reported to the province. This little thane is so black and shady. Sang Deshang explained. Ah Biao, we brothers have been fighting each other for so many years. Have I ever broken any rules? Morning Biao roared. Just because there wasn't one before, doesn't mean there isn't one now. Sang Deshang laughed. I didn't even break the rules when I was penniless. Now that my family is big, do I have to break the rules? Who doesn't have some on their ass? I can't do that. Is that the point? Amount. Morning Biao thought about it. Morning Biao asked. Then why the hell did the police suddenly rush my field? Sang Deshang said indifferently. Whoever has recently gotten on your bad side. That's who did it. Sang Deshang finished and hung up the phone faintly. Chapter 11, Chasing Lu Chengfeng. Morning Biao froze for a moment, then shouted and cursed in anger. Fooled. The little pussy Lu Chengfeng copied my back. Shaking people. The 12 heads were completely enraged. Immediately took out his big brother and started shaking people. In the evening, Lu Chengfeng was strolling through the streets and alleys of the southern part of the city alone with his hands behind his back. Each of the bathhouses in Morningpyo was sealed. Lu Chengfeng would take a book and register it every time he came to the entrance of a bathhouse. After all, these assets are going to be collected. It's not the industry that the seal seals, it's the people. After we've taken care of Morningpyo, this will still be a haven for men's voices. Lu Xiangfeng, we found Lu Chengfeng. A dozen or so punks were originally searching the streets, and when they saw Lu Chengfeng, they all of a sudden shouted out in surprise. Report it to the boss. Transfer people. A dozen punks shouted as they forced their way towards Lu Chengfeng. Asterisk. Morning Biao lifted the table. Lu Chengfeng spread his legs and ran to the north of the city. With the appearance of Lu Chengfeng's trail, the minions under Morning Biao converged according to the general direction. In less than 10 minutes of effort, he had blocked Lu Chengfeng in the middle of an alley. The number of people was fully 200. Haters gonna hate each other. These juniors were originally working in the bathhouse. Income is not good. The lady casually on. The day is not too free and easy. Now, well, the field is washed out and the income is gone. What's the difference between cutting off someone's wealth and killing their parents? Lu Chengfeng, you're lacking in virtue. Lu Chengfeng, I'll see how you die this time. Even dismantling this little pussy razor into 18 pieces won't solve my heart's hatred. The boss is coming dash. With a cry that the boss was here, the room fell silent. The crowd moved out of the way. While reaching into his pants to scratch his crotch, Morning Biao sneered and cursed angrily. Lu Chengfeng, Lu Chengfeng, your father I had given you a chance. You can't catch it. And you're still playing dirty with me. Can you afford to take my pains? Lu Chengfeng laughed. Morning Biao, plain speaking, even if I do turn against you, will you save me from killing me? Morning Biao didn't expect Lu Chengfeng to see so through. Ha ha ha, you're right. I wasn't going to let you live from the beginning to the end. Morning Biao, I advise you to remove the people now, or it won't be good for your health. Morning Biao laughed fiercely. Little bastard, how dare you talk tough at the end of your life? All of you. Morning Biao retreated to the back of the crowd with a big wave of his hand. In an instant, Morning Biao's men rushed towards Lu Chengfeng in a great rush. Red Villa Bend Villas. Sang Deshang finishes his drink and returns to the villa with a sexy young lady, ready to strip naked and have a big fight. At this moment, his personal henchman, Kong, pushed the door in. Boss, something has happened to Lu Chengfeng. Sang Deshang didn't raise his head. How so? Kong said. Morning Biao is chasing and hacking him with several hundred men. It has now entered our northern territory of the city. Sang Deshang said indifferently. That's to be expected. It was at this moment that Old Black hurriedly pushed the door and ran in. Asshole, don't know how to knock? Sang Deshang frowned. Old Black was on the verge of crying out in anxiety. Boss, Morning Biao is chasing and hacking Lu Chengfeng all over the city. You have to send someone to save him, Sang Deshang said in a cold voice. When he reported Morning Biao's field through crooked ways, how come he didn't think of this step today? Why didn't he think to report to me? Now that something has happened, you know to ask for help? Old Black said. Xiaofeng is also doing it for the benefit of our group. Boss, now Morning Biao has rushed to our territory in the north of the city with his men. If we don't make a move, I'm afraid we won't be able to say no. Sang Deshang took a cigar and put it in his mouth, and the sexy lady on the side immediately helped him light it. Sang Deshang thought to himself, at this moment, the funeral puma is a mad dog. Who with him against the inevitable, a lot of you die and I live to kill. The movement will be very big. The repercussions would also be very bad. For the sake of those few bathhouses in the South City and a Lu Chengfeng, there was no need for the strong group to take this risk. Sang Deshang said faintly, Old Blackie, it's not that I don't transfer help. Look at me, and my brother, and the bigwigs in the group. Which one of them didn't kill their way out of a sea of blood? If he, Lu Chengfeng, wants to rise to the top, he'll have to go through this robbery tonight. This is the group's test for him. But, no buts, I'm going to rest. At this moment, Morning Biao's men had already killed their eyes. It was as if a group of zombies were chasing Lu Chengfeng. If you want to escape to that destination in one piece, you can only kill your way north. Lu Chengfeng ghostly ran towards the enemy in the north, like a ghost, floating and spiritual. Thumbs down, thumbs down. Lu Chengfeng could not hesitate, and he must not be soft. The horrible killing power of the killing machine in his previous life completely exploded. It didn't take long to finally kill a bloody path. Everyone was frozen in fear at his hideousness. Taking advantage of the others being frozen, Lu Chengfeng finally rushed out of the alley. Morning Biao, who was sitting in command, was stunned. So many people couldn't surround him? If this little bastard doesn't die, it will definitely be himself who dies. After them all, whoever can take Lu Chengfeng's head, I'll reward $100,000. The gangsters chased after them as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, waving their machetes. Chapter 12, the whole city sensationalized. Lu Chengfeng swung and slashed as he fled into the territory north of the city. Morning Biao's men no longer cared and followed after them into the territory north of the city. The sound was unmistakable. Half the north side of the city was alarmed. Villa. Sang Deshang finished his business, holding a cigar and drinking red wine. Boss, Morning Biao's men have all cut their way into our territory. Do you think you should send support dash? Even Kong felt that it was a bit of a stretch to watch his newcomer get chopped up by Death Puma on his own turf. But Sang Deshang waved his hand in a determined manner. Kong could only shut up. Luckily, the police, who had received the news, had been out in large numbers for a long time, chased the rowdy punks all over town. It went on until the early hours of the morning, when the entire South River quieted down. Morning Biao's men are asking each other if they've chopped up Luck Chengfeng yet. Have you seen Luck Chengfeng's body? Where'd the little bastard go? The ultimate conclusion, the son of a is not dead. That's awesome. 200 of Morning Biao's men went after him with all their might, but he didn't die and even killed so many of them in return. This night, Lu Chengfeng's name spread to the ears of everyone on the Southern River Road. The fight is explosive. Survival is also superb. It's not out of the question to be a double-flowering red stick for 3 to 5 years, but in the hearts of all the Taoists, Lu Chengfeng was afraid that he didn't stand a chance. No turf, no minions, no background, a lone wolf only. The Junhu status is not as good as the 12 heads under Morning Biao. The point is that he has completely pissed off Orc Death Puma. Sooner or later, you're still dead? There were even some gangsters who wanted to defect to Morning Biao, and they took the initiative to ask for Morning Biao's help, hoping to assist Morning Biao in doing away with Lu Chengfeng, the outlaw. In the presidential suite of the Tianga Hotel, Lisa is out of the shower, holding a glass of red wine, lost in thought, looking out. Throughout the day, Lisa was a mess. That devil. I can't believe you did that to me. What the hell am I supposed to do? Lisa hated to use her most important connections to kill him immediately. But, after that night, Lisa was surprisingly a little reluctant to give up. Simply toxic. While Lisa was frozen, the door opened. Lu Chengfeng walked in covered in blood, throwing the wig and the stolen clothes on the floor. You hurt? Nope, it's someone else's blood. You did a good job of shutting down all of Morning Puma's baths. Did you miss me? I'm not missing you. Although Lisa said so on her lips, she inwardly admitted that Lu Chengfeng gave her a very special feeling. Both don't want to see this yet. Have a hint of anticipation. Let's wash and rest. Wash together. At this moment, Han Liming, who hadn't slept all night, sat in front of his desk, almost about to go crazy. This time it's a big game. The repercussions are too bad. Just undercover for 3 days. Even gave me so many things out. No wonder he said he'd be wasted undercover. It's a ing waste. It was at this moment that the red confidential phone on the desk rang. Han Liming's mentor, a powerful figure in the Imperial Police, had an incredibly stern tone. Han Liming, you have an unshirkable responsibility for what happened in Nanjian last night. Can you still do your job? Enchanter. This is a long story. Han Liming hardened his heart and reported the undercover operation to his benefactor. This way it appears that you are not ruling incompetently. Rather, it's because the undercover agent is so damn unreliable. But the enchantress listened and mused. Then the conversation turned. Fighting so tough, so decisive and ruthless. What does it look like? Clean cut, handsome, harmless. Enshu, you're going to introduce him to someone? No. Recently, the intelligence system side is doing a posting and wants a fresh face from me. And I'm scouting for someone. The so-called posting is actually a curatorial activity. It is generally targeted at female political and business celebrities from other countries. In one of the northern countries, this candidate is called a crow. There's a lot of talent in the intelligence system over at the imperial capital. So just pick anyone, won't you? Han Liming said. Recently, something happened in their system, and the information of the personnel who can perform field work was compromised. So they can't send anyone to perform posting work in the short term, so they're trying to find new people in the police system. I'm kind of interested in that undercover agent of yours. Very adaptable and survivable. Either that or, I'll dock with the intelligence system and have them send someone to check it out? Han Liming thought for a moment and said, Master N, since you can interface with the intelligence system, why don't you help me apply for a special agent to come over and help us go undercover in Nanjiang? The situation in Nanjiang is far more complicated than we can imagine. Even colluding with international groups. That undercover agent of mine is just a little bit unreliable, and I don't want to use him anymore. If we had someone from the intelligence system on board, we might have some confidence. Well, I'll check in with them first. After hanging up his benefactor's phone, Han Liming immediately dialed Lu Chengfeng's number. Lu Chengfeng could only come to the suite bathroom to answer. Where are you? I'm healing in solitude. What the hell is wrong with you? How am I supposed to finish what I started last night? Han Liming growled outright. Lu Chengfeng held a cigarette in his mouth and said calmly, Big brother, the premise of Undercover is to survive and then show strength Otherwise how to approach the Sang Deshang crime syndicate those gangsters? Mixing a mouth can take a knife stabbing people. Give $1,000 can be all over the street to cut people. Is really a social puzzle? Squeeze it also squeeze. What are you angry about? The biggest difference between the thinking of a special agent and a police officer is that special agents don't have those rules and regulations in their minds. For the sake of national interests, civilized, dirty, vile, shameless, any means of treating the enemy can be on the table. One's own life can be readily taken out to die for one's country, let alone the lives of those vicious and venomous criminals. The systems they were in were different, so Lu Chengfeng's thinking wasn't on the same level as Han Liming's at all. Of course, he wouldn't fight Han Liming for reason. Persuading an adult to change their mindset is one of the hardest things to do. Then you'll have to put it away for me, too. Lu Chengfeng took a deep breath of smoke and said, Division Han, dare you make a bet with me? What do you mean? With all the commotion last night, surely the police will have to arrest Morning Biao to go in for questioning, right? Bull ********. The whole town knows it's his men waving machetes. I'll bet that the Nanjiang police release the person in 24 hours. If they don't release him in 24 hours, I'll lose. It shouldn't be released. But, what if it is? Then I destroy him. Lu Chengfeng took a deep drag on his cigarette. Then take the south of the city. Become one of the big shots in South River. See the result in 24 hours. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone after saying that. The third rule of the golden rule of undercover survival: an undercover agent who can't be a big shot is not a competent undercover agent. Chapter 13, Emptying Your Base Camp. Lu Chengfeng saw the situation last night very thoroughly. Changnan Morning Puma chased himself all over the city. Songbuk Sangdae Sun made a wall. The entire South River Road hated to draw a line in the sand. Now if anyone else dares to answer their phone, they either want their life or they take themselves seriously as a brother. Lu Chengfeng took out his big brother and tried to dial Old Black's number. It just rang and Old Black answered the phone. Boss, you're not hurt. Old Black's voice came in excitedly. I'm fine, boss. I'm quite sorry. Originally, I brought you to Nanjiang to follow Boss Sang to eat and drink, but I didn't realize that Boss Sang he has too many concerns. Speaking of which, Old Black sighed reproachfully. Lu Chengfeng smiled as he held the phone. Old Black never asked where he was when he answered the phone. It meant he wasn't the one trying to kill himself. Simple man. You don't understand the perils of the heart. I ask you, can you transfer 20 men now? 20? It's possible to transfer, but that's simply not enough for Funeral Puma to cut. Who the hell is going to chop people up? We're law-abiding citizens. Old Black, I can tell you, must be transferred to me. Big use. You can be the big brother of Nanjiang in the future. Depends on this. Oh yeah, and don't transfer the guys from Strong Company. I don't want to owe them a favor. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone after saying that. The implications of that nasty fight last night were just too great. The NJB had no choice but to summon Morning Biao in for questioning. In order to put pressure on the police, Morning Biao arranged for the families of those injured to join him at the entrance of the Nanjiang Bureau to seek justice before going in. Officer, have you arrested the wrong person? I'm a victim. What do you want with me if you don't want the murderer? The case officer said. Morning Pio. It's so unseemly for those families to be kneeling outside the police station. You give the order for them to go home first. Morning Biao directly crossed his feet on the table. Sir, is it so hard for us honest people to want justice? So many people were injured. They won't withdraw until you apprehend Lu Xiangfeng. Oh yeah, you guys summoned me in here to ask if I'd been mobbing, right? I'll tell you. No. If you have any evidence, arrest me and sentence me. If you don't, let me go. Morning Biao closed his eyes and snored when he finished. The two policemen inquiring looked at each other and could do nothing with him. Outside the police station, the number of disturbed families is increasing. The crowd of onlookers was even more inside and outside. Release Biao. Punish the culprits severely. You can't lock up innocent good people. Many of Morning Biao's henchmen even dressed up as victims and surrounded the entrance of the police station to cry out for justice. By the afternoon, the police just couldn't carry on, knowing full well that this was all arranged by Funeral Puma. There was nothing he could do about it. Release him, and tell him to remove his men as well. The case is being investigated slowly. Boss Qin Weiman rubbed his head. Yes. A short while later, a trainee police officer was ordered to uncuff Morning Biao. Morning Biao asked with a cocky look on his face. Did you catch Lu Chengfeng? Not yet. The trainee constable was a little nervous to see such a big man, and his eyes did not dare to look directly at him. Still haven't caught it? Are you guys freeloaders? Can you do it or not? You don't be overly intemperate. Do you know what this place is? The trainee police officer said coyly. Yo, threaten me. Ha, be careful when you go out from now on. I'll find out your home address tonight. Morning Biao strangled his belt and left arrogantly. Clunk. The gate opens. Biao. The men who had come to meet him stood in 2 rows, bending and bowing together. There's no sign of Lu Chengfeng. Is there? Continue to search the entire city for me. I must see his body with my own eyes. And, isn't he a brother to Old Black? Tie up my Old Black. If Lu Chengfeng doesn't die, Morning Biao, will have trouble sleeping and eating. Yes, the southern outskirts of the city, in a small independent 3-story courtyard. Knock knock. Lu Chengfeng knocked on the door. Sister-in-law, I'm one of Biao's men. Your and Biao's wedding anniversary is coming up and he asked me to deliver the flowers. Coming. The door creaked open. A woman with plump breasts and a fat ass walked out. This deadbeat, out all day and not coming home, and remembering our wedding day. Mrs. Piao was ready to receive the bouquet of bright red roses. In the flowers, however, a blackened pistol suddenly protruded. Immediately afterward, Lu Chengfeng's harmless face was revealed. Sister-in-law, don't yell at anyone and don't resist, or the gun will easily go off. Damn you, do you know who my man is? Dare to hold a gun on me. Mrs. Biao was not an ordinary tiger either. Cut the crap. Get in there. Lu Chengfeng pushed his gun against her. You're dead. Mrs. Biao cursed and could only lead Lu Chengfeng through the door. In the spacious hall, Morning Biao's 12-year-old son was currently holding a machete and practicing his chops on a scarecrow. At an age when he should have been properly attending school, he had dyed yellow hair and was full of bravado. As soon as he saw that his old mom was being restrained, he immediately rushed up. Let go of my mom. I'll kill you. You little pussy. The little thing cursed as he rushed up with his machete in a murderous manner. Q. With a flying kick, Lu Chengfeng knocked the sinner to the ground. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Morning Bill returned home with his personal men. Just as he entered the door, Morning Biao felt something was wrong. Fixing his eyes, he saw that his wife and son were tied to the ground. Something's wrong. Morning Biao immediately drew the pistol he was carrying, and his men took out the other daggers in their belts. Brother Piao. Good evening. Lu Chengfeng walked out of the kitchen with a smile. There was also a bowl of freshly boiled Fu Manchu instant noodles in his hand, which he ate with a delicious flavor. How dare you kidnap my wife and son? Drop the gun. Lu Chengfeng held the noodle in his left hand, and his right hand held the gun against Morning Biao's wife. Lu Chengfeng, you, he cursed the next door dash. Bang. Lu shotgunned Morning Biao's wife in the leg. Your ancestors. Morning Biao's wife died in pain. Biao, this shot is to remind you to speak respectfully to me tonight. I'm not a very good temper and I'm not a good shot. Morning Biao's face was pale. He then realized that he had run into a real mad dog. Mad dogs that are madder than themselves. Morning Biao and 4 of his men could only lower their weapons. Tie them all up. Lu Chengfeng said to Old Black. Yes, In a short while, Morning Biao's family and 4 of his men were all tied up and thrown to the ground. Lu Chengfeng carried instant noodles and squatted in front of Morning Biao, saying with a smile, "Brother Biao has made a lot of money over the years, right? Hand over the family's passbook, gold, jewelry, or whatever, anything of value." Chapter 14, The New Boss of Changnan. Morning Biao had no choice but to say, "The safe on the second floor, the password is 952311. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. Within moments, the men brought out the contents of the safe. 10 passbooks with $1,800,000 in deposits. 50 gold bars are also valued at over $1 million. In the year 2000, a lunch was only $3, and this $2 million or so is absolutely astronomical. Lu Chengfeng laughed. "Brother Biao, after being the boss of City South for so long, you've earned this much? You're not being honest. Buddy, it's really all here dash." Bang. Before Morning Biao could finish his sentence, Lu Chengfeng fired a shot towards his leg. At the door, under the garden, Morning Biao was sweating in pain. "Dig." Lu Chengfeng waved his big hand. Half an hour later, Morning Biao's real property surfaced. Cash. All cash. Enough to reach 150 million. "I'll give you all my money, old man. I just want to keep my family alive." Morning Biao eyed Lu Chengfeng. His biggest fear right now is total annihilation. Lu Chengfeng smiled as he looked at Funeral Biao, but the amplitude of the corners of his mouth was controlled in a very astringent way. Eyes, showing a grimace, a big hand. The fire burned and consumed the sinful. "Boss, Lu Chengfeng has defeated Morning Biao," close henchman Kong reported as he stood in front of Sang Deshang. Sang Deshang's body shook violently, then looked at the distance incredulously. One man picked the other's field, dodged 200 people chasing him, and then backhandedly stole the other's tower. Tough. This new guy is really ruthless. Sang Deshang surprisingly vaguely borne a little remorse. "Boss, now it looks like he's definitely not undercover dash." "I know, Kong. Arrange a meal. I want to see him." Yes, the dominant Changnan Morning Puma is nowhere to be seen. The entire underground world of Nanjiang had come alive. The southern region of the city has a majority of bosses who run factories, and Morning Biao has made a lot of money in the casinos and loan shark companies in the southern part of the city over the years. Wouldn't you be rich if you took advantage of the opportunity to occupy his territory? Many of the bosses are already making plans to share the cake. But Lu Chengfeng has already started eating the cake, and it's a one-trick pony. The next night, Lu Chengfeng, alone with a knife, arrogantly walked into the Waterflower bathhouse. The mechanics are all gone, but this is Dragon's home base. "Lu Chengfeng, how dare you come to the door?" As soon as Lung and his 20 minions saw Lu Chengfeng, they immediately grabbed their weapons. Lu Chengfeng faintly sat on the bench, thighs cocked, 2 legs, a dragon. "Your boss is gone. Either you take your little brothers and follow me chant?" Lung growled. Asterisk. "Morning Biao is my sworn brother. Brothers, get on. Do away with Lu Chengfeng." Lung was about to rush up with his minions. Lung, when you were little, your mom left home and your dad didn't come home from gambling every day, so it was your grandmother who brought you up single-handedly, right?" Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. "What do you mean? My brother is with your grandmother now, chopping wood and carrying water for her old man." The old man's eyes narrowed into slits with happiness, saying that young people nowadays really know how to be polite. "I tramadol. I'm. Dragon's lips twitched violently. You. Why are you so excited? Respecting the old and loving the young is our traditional virtue. This is what we young people should do." Lu Chengfeng. "Jianghu matters or Jianghu matters. It's not as bad as your family." "Fart. Did you say so?" Lu Chengfeng roared. Clunk. The machete in Lung's hand fell to the ground. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, "A good bird chooses a tree to live in. In terms of being able to fight, Funeral Biao is 100,000 miles behind me. In terms of intelligence, Funeral Biao is 200,000 800,000 miles behind me. In terms of righteousness, Morning Biao is 300,000 800,000 miles worse than me. You've all seen my wrist. Follow me and you'll definitely go to the next level. Not following me, then go on and follow Funeral Puma." Clunk. The 20 minions were so scared that their machetes fell to the ground. It was clear that the 20 minions had been subdued. "Who else can we follow?" "But you just can't keep following Funeral Puma." But Lung was still hesitant. After all, he was Morning Biao's sworn brother. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, Lung, let's be quick. Either get down on your knees and worship me as your boss and follow me, or fight me. Choose for yourself. We're not forcing you. We're just being reasonable." After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he flicked his finger on the machete. Ding! The machete made a crisp, frightening sound. "But there's one more word of caution, truth. Only within the range of cannons." Ding! the machete made another crisp, frightening clang. But Aaron broke down completely and fell to his knees. The other 20 minions knelt as well. Boss, we're with you. Ha ha ha. Very well. The right choice is often more important than effort. Lu Chengfeng helped them up one by one. Lu Chengfeng said, take your weapons and follow me to collect the other 11 leaders. Lun said, Brother Feng, it's easy for you to take me in, but the other leaders are not so easy to deal with. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Someone secretly kidnapped the families of the other 11 leaders. Kidnap parents if you have parents. Kidnap relatives if you don't. All guarded in a dilapidated dock by the river. Doused in gasoline. TSK, TSK, TSK. You say they're easy to deal with? Dragon. By the early morning of the next day, Lu Chengfeng had successfully completed his collection. By the morning of the third day, all the casinos in Morning Puma were closed. The loan shark company was written off. All those who owed funeral Puma usury were forgiven their debts. The cash copied from the various venues, together with the $150 million copied from Morning Biao's house, amounted to a total of $200 million. What a stepping stone to invest in real estate. What a stepping stone to win the lottery. The passes don't come as fast as the whatchamacallit. The bosses of the north, west, and east of the city, as well as the big and small bosses on the market of Nanjiang, directly touched their heads in confusion. Originally, we were working on a plan to encroach on the south side of the city. Overnight, Lu Chengfeng became the boss of the south side of the city, and he's got all of Biao's men in one place? Nanjiang is going to change the rhythm of the sky? City South Commercial Building. Lu Chengfeng directly turtled the nest, using Morning Biao's company headquarters as the headquarters of the new company, named Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves Investment Company. In the hall of the company, the slogan Unity, Pragmatism, Progress, Dedication hangs on the left side. Windy. The 12 leaders under Morning Biao stood respectfully in front of Lu Chengfeng, their hands hanging down. Behind the 12 leaders, there were 5 or 6 minions standing behind each of them, all of which were the 12 leaders' respective beloved ones. How did we become Lu Chengfeng's little brother? How many days has he been out? However, even though their hearts were unwilling, the 12 heads genuinely didn't dare to resist. This little in front of me is a mad dog. The ruthlessness and viciousness of his heart is far better than that of Morning Biao. Face is a small thing. Living is a big thing. Brother Feng, all of Morning Biao's venues have been converted into bath centers. I've picked the best group of mechanics. Check it out. Want to pick one to try the clock? Old Black smiled and patted Lu Chengfeng's ass. Yes, call it up and I'll take a look. Okay. 10 stunningly beautiful women were delivered to Lu Chengfeng's eyes. All of them have fair skin, a convex front and back, and eyebrows. Any one of them taken out can hang with those Netflix. Lu Chengfeng looked at one of the most beautiful women. A momentary jolt to the heart. Danfang eyes, high nose, around 30 years old, with a stunning body to the extreme. Although the dress was ordinary, the aura all over his body was completely hidden. Boss has a good eye. Her name is Condensation. I haven't seen one this pretty in all my years in this business. It's just a shame she's new and can't let go. Only massages, not big back knocks. But I'll definitely help the boss with her conditioning. Let her serve the boss. How did she get here? Lu Chengfeng looked at Condensation and his expression stiffened. Just recruited. Any questions? Lu Chengfeng shook his head. The stunningly beautiful young woman in front of her, who pretended to be restless, was Lu Chengfeng's chief instructor in the intelligence system in his previous life. In his previous life, Lu Chengfeng entered the intelligence system in 2004, and after 3 months of ideological and theoretical learning, he followed Condensation to learn specific intelligence operations: infiltration, demolition, code breaking, interrogation, counterinsurgency, assassination, tracking and counter-tracking, bombing instructions. All special duty skills are taught entirely by her, both a mentor and a close comrade. Why did she suddenly appear in Nanjiang? Why go undercover as a mechanic in your own yard? Lu Chengfeng couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. At this moment, Condensation couldn't figure it out either. Why did you let yourself go undercover in Nanjiang to a young gangster just starting out? As rampant as the criminal forces in South River are, how much more rampant can they be than the pervasive spies? Isn't that a big deal? However, for the young lord in front of him who had just risen to prominence, Condensation did not dare to be overly contemptuous. At the age of 19, just 1 week's time had set off countless bloody storms in the South River, capture all of Funeral Biao's territory, incorporate all of Funeral Biao's men, and plunder all of Funeral Biao's family assets. It's rare to see such a ruthless character. The key is still so young. In a few years, you'll be in heaven. Leng Ning made up her mind that no matter how this undercover agent went, she couldn't let this young man live. It's a social tumor. While this was happening, A cockney-looking man bumped into Lu Chengfeng.
Blind your mom's eyes and dare to get in my way? The eunuch cursed towards Lu Chengfeng. But in an instant,
it was captivated by the stunning condensation. I've long heard that the women in the south of the city's baths are beautiful.
And they really are. Beauty. Sleep with me tonight.
The male was about to touch the condensation when he finished.
I don't knock big backs. Lang Ning dodged the cockney's salty hands. God damn it. Don't knock the big back. I'll add money.
The male pounced on the condensation again.
At this time, Lu Chengfeng blocked in front of Lang Ning and said, "He is my woman."
As Lu Chengfeng's words fell, his minions immediately protected condensation. The Duke pointed at Lu Chengfeng's nose and cursed.
Damn. Do you know who I am? I'm the Duke of Chen from the west side of the city. Chapter 15, She's the sister-in-law. The west side of the city is a university town area, a combination of urban and rural areas, large in size and population, with affluent residents and a tough folklore. Chen Tao family in the west of the city is in the local only hand, and the background is deep.
This Chen Gongzi in front of him was Chen Tao's son,
Chen Ruchang, the only precious male of the Chen family. Old Black. I like this woman. I have to have her today.
Chen Ruchang looked straight at condensation.
This is our boss, Lu Chengfeng.
You just rushed him, Old Black said indifferently.
So what if Lu Chengfeng? Isn't he just a whorehouse owner? And the whorehouse chickens aren't allowed? I want to sleep with this chicken today.
Chen Ruchang completely disregarded Changnan,
the newly ascended boss.
Lu Chengfeng said indifferently.
Ah, Mr. Chen. I just said she's my girl. Didn't you hear me? And a mouthful of chicken. Get on your knees and apologize to my woman. *********************************** You. I'm the Duke of Chen in the west of the city to a whore. Slap. Before Chen Ruchang's words could fall, he was kicked over by Lu Chengfeng. Immediately afterward, Lu Chengfeng touched an ashtray and smashed it. Within a short while, Chen Ruchang was smashed and covered in blood. Your dad's great, isn't he? He didn't teach you anything about manners, did he?
Lu Chengfeng squatted in front of Chen Ruchang and smiled.
Chen Ruchang arrogance is accustomed to. Still defiant. In your field you bully people, is it? You wait for me. Chengshi will get you.
Lu Chengfeng laughed coldly. You're causing trouble in my venue.
I'll teach you a lesson. It's not considered bullying, is it? Someday I'll come to your territory in the west of the city to teach your family a lesson. That's what's called bullying. Get the back and wait. Stuff. Chen Ruchang was directly blasted out.
Lu Chengfeng wiped the blood on his hands and came in front of condensation.
Beauty. From today onwards I'll cover you.
And make sure no one dares to touch you.
Brothers. Shout out to sister-in-law. Everyone at the scene froze. You've only met me once and now you're calling me sister-in-law? But on second thought, everyone understood. So the boss likes young women.
All the men bent down together and respectfully shouted.
Sister-in-law. Lang Ning was stunned.
Although her own face was absolutely beautiful, she was at least 30 years old and had no advantage over those young girls.
Why did Lu Xingfeng come up with this all of a sudden? Did he reveal something? That's impossible. I am no sister-in-law. Lang Ning acted very formal and unseen, like a village girl. The 12 leaders and all the minions looked at her and laughed. Lu Chengfeng was the only one who didn't smile. He had learned enough about condensation acting in his previous life. You are my woman. You'll be their sister-in-law from now on. I won't allow you to massage the customers. Just serve me alone.
Lu Chengfeng held condensation's hand.
Oh, that's a hand that's held 1,000,000 guns. Sister-in-law.
The 12 chiefs bent over again and shouted in unison. While this was happening, Old Black looked at his big brother and said worriedly, Boss, Mr. Sang said that he would invite you to dinner tonight at the VIP house.
Lu Chengfeng laughed. I expected it. Do you know why he's treating us? Old Black said. Of course it is for you to celebrate.
You destroyed Funeral Biao and finally got his recognition.
Oh, you really think so?
Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly.
In the evening, Lu Chengfeng brought Old Black and the 12 heads to the VIP building to attend Sang Deshang's Hongmen banquet. When I got downstairs, I happened to see a stand selling watermelons. Are you keeping this melon ripe? Bao cooked. Well, that's good.
Lu Chengfeng picked up a watermelon with his left hand, pulled out his machete with his right hand, and slashed it violently,
exposing the red flesh of the melon. Lu Chengfeng fiercely gnawed a bite and said, The feeling of eating melon is really good. Remember to pay. We don't take a pinch from the masses. Yes, go, eat the banquet. Lu Chengfeng walked into the lobby of the VIP building with a watermelon. Hershey realized that the VIP building was particularly lively tonight.
The first floor hall was almost completely occupied by Sang Deshang's men.
As soon as Lu Chengfeng appeared with his men, everyone looked at this most arrogant and scenic man in the Nanjiang Road with complicated expressions. It really is a Hongmen banquet. Arranged so many people to guard downstairs.
Lu Chengfeng smiled coldly and brought Old Black and 12 of his men to the large box on the third floor.
I'm sorry, no one else can go in except Lu Chengfeng.
A bouncer at the door arrogantly stopped the 12 heads of the city south.
Full of arrogance, it seemed that in his eyes, Lu Chengfeng and the 12 heads under him were inherently inferior. Old Black, help me hold this melon of mine. Don't drop it. Yes.
Old Black took the watermelon that had been gnawed on by Lu Chengfeng.
What did you just say, little pussy? Lu Chengfeng cocked his head and arrogantly pointed at the other party. Boss Sang explained that Lu Chengfeng can only go in alone. He can't bring his men. Did Mr. Sang bring any of his men in himself? Yes. Then why can't I bring it?
How can you compare to Boss Sang dash?
Slap. Lu Chengfeng directly knocked his opponent to the ground.
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
When is it the turn of a little punk like you to stop me?
Lu Chengfeng ruthlessly stepped on the other's chest,
then arrogantly pushed the door in. In the super deluxe box, Sang Deshang was seated at the main seat, and all of Sang Deshang's key henchmen were sitting in the periphery. The main guest position to the right of Sang Deshang was empty,
which was reserved for Lu Chengfeng.
The promised dinner at 5 o'clock. Lu Chengfeng dawdled at 5:30 before arriving. Sorry boss, traffic was late.
Lu Chengfeng smiled and came to Sang Deshang's side,
and without being polite, he sat down on the main guest's seat. The 12 heads, on the other hand, stood in the least conspicuous part of the box. Sang Deshang's face was a bit unsightly. When I eat in South River, I'm always waited on by others. You're just a rookie. Lu Xingfeng, you're a big shot now.
Sang Deshang glanced toward one of the company's beloved mid-levels.
The beloved understood and said, Lu Chengfeng, you don't know your own surname now that you've fought your way to the south of the city, do you? You even dared to be late for boss's dinner party. Lu Chengfeng looked at the other party with a smile. Are you talking to me? Are you deaf? I'm not deaf. You might be.
As the words fell, Lu Chengfeng got up violently,
pressed down on the other party's head,
and slammed it hard on the dining table.
Boom! The table was almost smashed. The other man fainted and lolled under the table. Chao Nima's Lu Chengfeng, dare to make a move in front of the boss. Lu Chengfeng I'll chop you up. Mad Dog wants to die, doesn't he?
The dozen or so backbones under Sang Deshang immediately rose. Lu Chengfeng held a cigarette in his mouth and set his leg on the dining table with a cold smile.
Even if all of you step on the horse, you're no match for me. I advise you to calm down a bit. Otherwise, it's not good for your health. Chapter 16, Is there anyone more arrogant than me? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Sang Deshang held back his fire and said, We are inviting Mr. Lu to dinner tonight. Not a fight. Steady focus, all sit down. Yes. Everyone sat down with a huff at this.
Sang Deshang lifted his wine cup and said with a smile,
Xiaofeng just arrived at the group a week ago,
and he has made a great contribution to our strong group by taking down the south of the city.
I suggest we all raise a glass in his honor. Cheers. Sang Deshang finished drinking his glass of wine. Cheers. Cheers. The others drank from their cups even though they were upset. Sang Deshang said, According to the company's regulations, whoever staked out the territory in the early stages will be given to whoever manages it, and they can take 10% of the management fee. Little Wind has gotten a lot of credit for fighting City South this time. I'll make an exception and let him manage City South alone and take 20%. As for the property copied from Funeral Biao's house, Little Wind can also take 10 points as a commission. And starting today, Little Wind is serving as the company's mid-level department manager. The backbone of the strong victory group at the scene was beyond envious. We've worked half our lives to get to middle manager status. He's only been in Nanjiang for a week. Congratulations to the boss for taking in a fierce warrior. Lu Chengfeng, why don't you thank the boss? The boss has treated you well. Know how to return the favor.
Lu Chengfeng smiled coldly.
According to the conventional undercover operation,
Lu Chengfeng should bow down to Sang Deshang, and then gradually gain his trust, and finally figure out his criminal chain.
But who is Sang Dae-sung? Cunning and treacherous, cold and ruthless. Without 3 or 5 years is not easy to trust Lu Chengfeng.
And if he really went undercover for 3 to 5 years,
how much dirty work would Lu Chengfeng have to do for him?
This was an insult to a special agent with 20 years of experience in a high-end bureau. 1 month to solve the case.
Not one more day. Boss Sang, how do you think I should feel now that I'm sitting in the south of the city? Should I thank you? Or should I hold a grudge against you?
Lu Chengfeng leaned back in his chair, his large leather shoes cocked on the dining table,
and arrogantly exhaled a smoke ring. The scene, instantly silent. Of course Sang Deshang knew what Lu Chengfeng was referring to. Sang Deshang said calmly, That night morning Biao chased you all over the city. I didn't send anyone out to save you.
You must have had thoughts.
That's normal. But I was doing that for your own good. Without that battle, how can you have enough honor to ascend to the middle position of the company in one step? How can the others convince you? Isn't it? How about this? In order for you to make up for the upset in your heart, I'll give in one more step, and you'll take 30% in Changnan. How's that? Ha 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 ha. Not good. Lu Chengfeng let out a wild laugh. The people from the strong group on the scene instantly changed their faces. Everyone guessed that Lu Chengfeng would swell after he beat the south of the city by himself. But I didn't expect to swell into this. Several sullenly stood up immediately, hands to their waists, ready to lash out. Sit down. Sang Deshang chided, then looked at Lu Chengfeng with a calm expression. So what do you want? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Boss Sang, I fought my way down to the south of the city all by myself. And you didn't send a single soldier to back me up. Didn't even give me a fruit knife. The south of the city rightfully belongs to me 100%. On the side, a middle layer of Qiangxing Company angrily rebuked. Lu Chengfeng, don't forget that you're a member of Qiangxing Company when you step on the horse. Edit outside. Lu Chengfeng squinted at the other party and raised his voice, stretching it out. The atmosphere at the scene dropped almost to freezing point. Sang Deshang held back his immense anger and said, Then what are you still here to talk about today? Lu Chengfeng laughed. Of course we need to talk. I'm here today mainly to ask if City North can turn over 50% to my City South. What? What? Everyone at the scene thought they had heard wrong, and their faces turned purple with anger. Where the did he come to negotiate? It's obviously here to pick a fight. Even Lu Chengfeng's 12 leaders were a bit embarrassed. Is our boss too arrogant? On the side, Sang Deshang's men couldn't stand to watch anymore and cursed angrily. Chao Nima's Lu Chengfeng. I'll kill you right now. The dozen or so mid-levels of strong company on the scene immediately pulled out spring-loaded knives. Don't move. Lu Chengfeng's 12 leaders also immediately pulled out their guys. Come on, can't talk about it, can you? Then don't talk about it. Lu Chengfeng stood up, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and with a lift of his right hand, he directly overturned the table of more than 200 pounds to the ground. Boom! Drinks spilled all over the floor. Solo or together. As you wish. If I let you walk out of this door alive. My name is not Lu. Arrogant. More arrogant than a crow. The fire between the two sides rose to the top, and a great battle was imminent. The killing chance in Sang Deshang's eyes was thick to the extreme as he said, Everyone exit. I'll have a few words with Lu Chengfeng alone. Boss dash. Get out. Yes. The people from Strong Company could only leave the box. You guys get out too. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand at Old Black and the others. Yes. Old Blackie, leave me the watermelon. Oh. Not long after, only Sang Deshang and Lu Chengfeng were left in the large box. Sang Deshang lit a cigar and said, Now that there are no bystanders here, then I'll put my foot down with you and say something from my heart. In fact, I know that the disconnect in your heart was created when I didn't send the company to save you that night. I called you here tonight, but I actually don't really want your territory south of the city. Just want to test your heart and see if you're willing to follow Strong Company. I have to remind you, in this acre of Nanjiang, if you're not a friend of our Strong Company, then you're our enemy. I'm giving you one last chance to make a choice now. You're a talented man, and I don't want to put things out of reach. A cold light showed in Sang Deshang's eyes. Lu Chengfeng didn't say anything, but instead held the watermelon, which he had gnawed to pieces, in front of Sang Deshang. Eat melon, brother. I actually have something on my mind to tell you. Even if you had sent all your men to save me that night, I would not have given you Songnam. Goodbye. Chapter 17, Am I greedy? In the box, Sang Deshang savored Lu Chengfeng's last words and looked at the rotten watermelon in front of him. His face became hideous. Asterisk. Sang Deshang punched out and directly smashed that rotten watermelon. Get in here, all of you. Outside the door, the middle layer of Qiangxing Company immediately pushed the door in and stood respectfully in front of Sang Deshang. From today onwards, we, the north and east of the city, are at loggerheads with them in the south of the city. Everybody put your moves on. Starting tomorrow, call the police whenever you see any sign of Lu Xinfeng. Morning Biao was a good man. The murderer must be brought to justice. Yes, that night, Lu Chengfeng looked like he had disappeared from the earth. I have to say that the makeup and anti-tracking techniques trained by the intelligence system are really a lifesaver. In the dark north of the river, Lu Chengfeng waited quietly in a minivan. Not long after, Han Liming arrived as promised with one Ruyu and a Pusan. The two people were considered to be completely stunned by Lu Chengfeng. It's a miracle to survive against criminals that vicious. Good for him. Not only did he survive, he got better and better. In just 1 week, he had unexpectedly taken the territory in the south of the city, and had become a rising star in the South River Road. The ability is just too out there. I'll go. Ms. 1, you've plumped up again after not seeing you for so many days. Get out. Lu Chengfeng, what exactly is that golden 4 laws of yours? I'm just curious, Han Liming asked. Rule number 1.
An undercover agent who was more like a bad guy than a bad guy is a good undercover agent.
Aha, that one I've heard before. Number 2.
The undercover agent who is alive is the undercover agent who can solve the case.
Well, wonderful. Han Don recognized it. Rule number 3. An undercover agent who can't be a boss is an incompetent undercover agent. Ah, what about number 4? It's better not to say the fourth one. Lu Chengfeng touched his nose. Come on, I want to hear it.
Undercover agents who follow the rhythm of their superiors are short-lived undercover agents.
Holy, okay, don't focus on that. Got you a little present. Lu Chengfeng pulled open the back door of the van. All gold and cash.
Han Liming and Wen Ruyu had never seen so much wealth in their lives.
Both men's eyes went straight. Morning Puma's family fortune is all here. The department is seriously short of funds, right?
The Public Security Bureau is also short of funds,
isn't it? Take it away along with the van.
Enough to live a good life for years, Lu Chengfeng said.
How much in total? Han Liming asked in awe. 100 million. My God, so much. You didn't keep it private, did you? I'll go. Can we still have some trust between us? Oh yeah. Can you return some of it to me for the campaign? Either. I'll make a report and apply for 50,000 special duty dollars for you. Then, forget it. The funds above are also tight. I will not give the organization trouble.
Lu Chengfeng waved his hand.
Han Liming's attitude eased a lot.
The fact that Lu Chengfeng didn't swallow such a huge amount of wealth in the face of it shows that his original intention is still there,
which means that everything is still controllable. Han Liming asked.
I told you to get close to Sang Deshang.
How can you go undercover when you've lifted the table with him?
Lu Chengfeng said. By the time that old Inbi Sang Deshang trusts me,
I'm afraid you'll have retired or even passed away. Han Liming said. How to talk? Just tell me.
How are you going to approach him to check for clues now that you've offended him? The original script was to slowly approach Sang Deshang,
gradually gain his trust, and then follow the trail to the end in one fell swoop. Now it's good.
He's directly incompatible with Sang Deshang. This situation is becoming more and more unreadable. Lu Chengfeng said seriously.
Division Han. What do you think the two brothers, Sang Deshang and Sang Shua, want? Han Liming, money. Lu Chengfeng said. Right. In their eyes, profit is the most important thing.
A little brother who can fight is nothing in front of profit.
Isn't that right?
Yes. Han Liming and Wen Ruyu spoke in unison.
So don't you rush. Don't look like I'm falling out with him now. But as soon as I hold that huge piece of cake, he'll be on his knees begging me to worship him.
Han Liming was listening to the clouds.
What's that huge piece of cake?
Lu Chengfeng firmly shook his head.
I can't say. I'm afraid your heart won't be able to take it.
Just wait for the result.
Oh right.
Sang Deshang hasn't been in trouble all these years.
There must be someone behind him. If it's not what I expected, you immediately arrange for someone to keep an eye on the movements of the Nanjiang police. Whoever catches me catching the most jumps will be one of Sang Deshang's umbrellas. After the stolen money is handed over to you, I'll show up of my own accord. Sang Deshang's offshore contacts are basically under my control as well, except that I need to play the long game with her, and there are still high-profile people behind her. Maybe it's an international organization. Han Liming and Wen Ruyu couldn't help but glance at each other. This kid is really efficient. Han Liming said. If you're caught in there, you'll inevitably have to lose a layer of skin. I'll make it clear in advance. I can't save you directly, or my relationship with you will be exposed.
Lu Chengfeng glanced at Han Liming in disgust.
You're just a mid-level provincial department. If the other Nanjiang's establishment really moves me, you're not really capable of saving me. Wen Ruyu covered her mouth and laughed. Han Liming was choked and directly unable to speak. Someone will save me? Don't worry, you just take control of that person behind Sang Deshang and then just follow the trail. I'm going to go do my thing. Let's walk on two legs.
Lu Chengfeng finished speaking and left.
At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chengfeng took Old Black to inspect the various venues in the south of the city. Hello Brother Feng.
No matter which venue's junior or female technician saw this boyish young man,
they were all incredibly respectful.
The reason why Lu Chengfeng intercepted $100 million was not because he was greedy for money.
Rather, the spread is now so big that there is simply too much money to use. This time, in Dry Changnan,
Morning Biao's original men suffered huge losses.
Lu Chengfeng is going to give the injured families a huge sum of compensation, seal their mouths, and then pour dirty water on Sang Deshang's head. This money has to be spent. No flowers for the faint of heart. The rest of Morning Biao's remaining minions, each of their family details were registered by Lu Chengfeng. If these minions dare to rebel, their families will bear the brunt. While threatening, Lu Chengfeng rewarded each of his minions with another $50,000. Grace is used so that the minions will fear and love themselves. That money has to be spent too. Now that there are more enemies, it's important to buy more houses and live in a different place each night to prevent killers from squatting. just to be on the safe side. That's a lot of money too. What if we don't intercept? Can't you really wait for Han Liming to allocate $50,000 for special duty? By the time that Little Fee comes down, the grass in his own grave will probably be a man high. How has business been these past 2 days? Lu Chungfeng asked. Day in and day out. Old Black rubbed his hands together happily. Aha, that's good. You guys remember, drugs and gambling should never be touched. Whoever touches them, I'll get them. Yes, there's nothing going on at Stronghold. Is there? There's no movement. I guess they're all subdued by you. Brother Feng. Lu Chungfeng smiled. No movement is a big movement. It was at this time that a dozen police cars pulled up to the entrance of the bathhouse. Heavily armed police officers rushed in with guns at the ready. Movements come when they say so. Lu Chungfeng laughed. Wang Guangming, the number 2 man in the city council, walked in with his own team. Lu Chungfeng, I suspect you're suspected of committing a crime. Come back with me to assist in the investigation. Before going undercover, Han Liming introduced all the important people in Nanjing to Lu Chungfeng. He was not surprised that the number 2 man in the South River police world had personally come to arrest himself. It was Sang Deshang who asked you to capture me, right? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Wang Guangming didn't hold back, but said on his lips, it's the law that made me come to arrest you. Go! 4 detectives rushed up and pressed Lu Chengfeng to the ground as if he were an animal and handcuffed him backwards. Officer Wang, your men are hurting me, and when the time comes, I need you to solemnly apologize to me. Wang Guangming leaned down and whispered in Lu Chengfeng's ear. Lu Chungfeng, tomorrow is Mr. Sang Deshang Sang's birthday, and your life is my birthday gift to him. Chapter 18, Still So Arrogant. The arrest of the boss of City South, Lu Chungfeng, caused a furor in Nanjing. All the dignified bosses in Nanjing directly used 2 words to describe Lu Chungfeng. People Sang Suk and Sang Deshang brothers have been hanging out in Nanjing for 20 years. The roots are deeper than a tree. You're a kid who just arrived in Nanjing and hasn't even been here for a month yet. What makes you think you can arm wrestle with them? Easy to take with a snap of the fingers, and there's nothing to fight back. A yellow peanut was a steady swallow. Before this, some of the bosses were prepared to swing between Lu Xiangfeng, an upstart, and Sang Deshang, a veteran boss. With the capture of Lu Xiangfeng, all of these bosses have thrown themselves into the arms of the strong group. Some of Ride the Wind and Waves Juniors, fearing that they would be liquidated by the strong group, also ran directly to the opposite side. Even Chan Ruchang, the Duke of the west side of the city, brought his men to the south side of the city to cause trouble. In the detention room of the South River Municipal Bureau, Wang Guangming personally came to Lu Chungfeng. Lu Chungfeng, so many of Morning Biao's men were injured. Was it your doing? I'll go. How can I be that capable? Sir, I'm warning you, don't slander a 5 good citizen, or I'll sue you for libel. I poo. You didn't do it. Why did you give so much money to each family? Sir, isn't it okay for me to be charitable and loving? Sir, your question is like, why did you help if you didn't hit it? And I can't do a good deed? I'm still going to make a gift to your family as well. I don't want your money, don't you dare threaten me. Wang Guangming was so angry that he jumped straight up. Look, you're going to give me a hatchet job even when I say I'm sending you money to spend. In that case I'll shut up. I won't say a word until my lawyer gets here. Wang Guangming sneered. I'm afraid that's not up to you. The next evening, Lu Chengfeng was still sitting there as steady as a mountain. With his strong physical ability and professional counterinterrogation experience in his previous life, some of Wang Guangming's tricks could only be considered kindergarten children playing house in front of him. Lu Chengfeng, are you ready to confront to the end? Wang Guangming was furious. Wang sir, I told you I'm a good citizen. You'll apologize to me for today's behavior. Apologize? You're ing crazy, aren't you? I think you don't know your own last name. It was at this time that South River Sheriff Qin Weiman walked in. Qin Weiman looked at Lu Chengfeng and couldn't help but frown. Let him go, Qin Weiman said indifferently. Qin Weiman knew that Wang Guangming did not arrest Lu Chengfeng for any public interest, but he also wanted to use this incident to get rid of Lu Chengfeng, the head of the bird, so as to give the various forces in Nanjing a little color. It's just a pity that there are 2 connections from above that have called down, meaning that if there isn't enough objective evidence, don't move Lu Chengfeng so easily. Qin Weiman then realized that this arrogant young man had connections at the top, and it's not usually deep. Release? He's a major suspect. Wang Guangming looked at Qin Weiman in surprise. That's an order, not a discussion with you. Do I need to repeat it? Qin Weiman looked at Wang Guangming majestically, and his aura was incomparably oppressive. Then, well, Wang Guangming did not dare to make a mistake, and could only unwillingly open the Lu Chengfeng handcuffs. Lu Chengfeng, you can get lost, but I advise you to keep your tail between your legs. I will continue to collect evidence of your crimes. Wang Bureaus, why don't you either escort me out yourself, Lu Chengfeng knocked his leg on the interrogation chair and said arrogantly, Lu Shifeng, do you know who you're talking to? Wang Guangming angrily rebuked.
Lu Chengfeng said faintly, I couldn't sleep well or eat well at your place this night.
I've been falsely accused by you. I'm in a bad mood. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to tell you.
My men should be waiting for me at your door by now.
You don't want to make a scene, do you? Either that or I'm staying here?
You have guts. Wang Guangming had no choice but to accompany Lu Chengfeng out of the gate in exasperation.
When he arrived at the door and took a look, Wang Guangming directly sucked in a breath of cold air.
The 12 heads of the south side of the city stood there respectfully in their suits.
Behind them stood at least 100 people.
Old Black had brought Condensation along in order to welcome Lu Chengfeng out.
Wang sir, how's my hand? Ha ha ha.
Lu Chengfeng arrogantly spread his hands.
I'm a soldier. You're a thief.
Don't think you can hide from the first day just because you can hide from the 15th.
Wang Guangming warned unwillingly.
I wouldn't mind if you were really a soldier.
But unfortunately you're not.
After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he directly landed a knee lift on Wang Guangming's chest.
Boom. Everyone's mouths dropped open as they watched straight away. Arrogant. Too damn arrogant. How dare you hit me.
Wang Guangming fell to his knees in pain. Lu Chengfeng crouched to his ear and whispered.
Not letting you kneel down and apologize has already been considered to leave some face for the Nanjiang Police Department. This hit is both for you and for Sang Deshang. Hold your temper for me. You don't want a big truck coming out of nowhere in the middle of the road, do you? Chapter 19, Lu Chengfeng, am back. Ha 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 ha.
After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he got into the car under the escort of the 12 heads.
In the car, Condensation tried to keep a calm expression, but inside she was already angry to the core. This, simply arrogant to the point of inhumanity. There are people above the key who cover him.
There's no way to punish him through legal means anymore. And at this moment, Old Black and the 12 leaders' auras rose completely. This time when Lu Xianfeng was arrested, they themselves were discouraged. After all, everyone knew that the Sang brothers were too hardcore. As a result, the boss was released in less than 24 hours.
And he even blatantly beat up Wang Guangming. What does that mean? It means the boss is more connected. He has a bright future ahead of him. Boss,
Sang Deshang arranged for the police to screw you over.
We have to cut back. Boss, my side of the minions are all set. I'm transferring people too. Boss, just waiting for your order. The morale of all the men was high. Aaron, what's wrong with you? Lu Chengfeng noticed that Aaron's shoulder was bandaged and his face was a bit pale, obviously caused by blood loss. It's nothing. Last night Chan Ruchang, the prince of the west side of the city, suddenly brought people to smash the scene and cut up a fight. So it is.
Lu Chengfeng thought to himself. The fact that Aaron was so strong in combat and still injured so badly showed that Qingxi had put a lot of effort into this smashing.
Lung,
I'll take this revenge for you in Qingxi. Let's go to Deshang Street for a midnight snack now. Lu Chengfeng pondered for a while and suddenly said.
In the car,
when everyone heard the words Deshang Street, their eyes widened directly.
Deshang Street, as the name suggests, is a street named after Sang Deshang.
The nightstand economy in the 2000s was so underdeveloped that there were basically no places to eat late at night. But Sang Deshang directly engaged in a street of open-air stalls,
instantly triggered the night market economy in Nanjiang.
Simply became a paradise for the jerks to drink and brag at night.
As soon as the boss came out, he had to go to Deshang Street, which was damn obvious that he was running to smash the scene. Boss, I don't object if you want to go to Deshang Street for dinner, but shouldn't we deploy more manpower? That's Sang Deshang's proudest venue. That's right, boss. Let's mobilize all the brothers. Let's fight him. Decide what the hell war. Later you guys send me and Condensation there first. It's Sang Deshang's birthday today. We have to give him a gift, don't we? You're going to set it up like I told you. Yes. Not long after,
the convoy placed Lu Chengfeng and Lang Ning at the intersection of Deshang Street and then sped off as Lu Chengfeng had arranged.
Lu Chengfeng held Condensation's hand and arrived at Deshang Street.
The whole street was bustling with the smell of alcohol and noise. The entrance to each stall was full of customers, and it was almost hard to find a seat. Good thing there was a big table in an inconspicuous corner with 2 empty seats.
At the moment, the rest of the table was occupied by some assholes. Is it okay to share a seat?
Lu Chengfeng asked politely. This gang of big and thick men were drinking and blowing awesome, and once they saw that the pair of men and women in front of them had such a good temperament, they were first stunned for a moment, and then nodded and continued to blow awesome. Lu Chengfeng smiled and sat down with Condensation. Most of the people who can come to Deshang Street at night are the most popular people in Nanjiang. There are gallery developers, loan sharks, gamblers, ladies, etc. Not many of them are in the right professions anyway, and every time they came to eat, they would call Sang Dae Sung's men to let them know. It's actually a disguised nagging pitch. These jerks in the South River Territory have some other common characteristics. For example, all of them are long, big, flat, big gold chains, tattoos, and chubby, and extraordinarily love to blow awesome. 3 glasses of wine can make a heifer infertile. You call him a criminal, but you don't see him going to jail. You say he's a good guy, and he definitely isn't. At the moment, the table of guests at the carpool table is blowing up with awesome. Have you heard? Lu Xinfeng has been played to death in the bureau. Inside information. Serves him right. Lu Xinfeng's face is a short-lived one. Yes, look at us. We're all fat and fat-headed. We're all blessed. That kid is a chopper without a brain. That's right. That actually dared to fight with the strong company. I damn well doubt that he suffered from wind chill when he sprayed out back then. Young and naive. Do not know the complexity of society. Too immature. A couple of fat guys talked Lu Chengfeng into oblivion. Lang Ning turned her face to look at Lu Chengfeng and thought to herself, is he going to cut someone again? While eating boiled peanut rice, Lu Chengfeng asked the table of guests with a smile, how come Lu Chengfeng has a short-lived face? Have you guys seen him? A fat man obviously drank a little too much. His tongue couldn't even straighten out. Said, swell never seen? Once in the morning to buy donuts. He wanted to cut in line. Was I a slap on the side to go? Another fat guy also said, when we were around on the road. Lu Chengfeng was still digging in the mud in his open pants. It's just a shame he's already played dead. Or I could beat the out of that little pussy. That's right, if you dare to fight with Boss Seng in Nanjing, you lack brains. Thumbs up. Lang Ning was all amused by these cute fat guys. Older brother, look at this Deshang Street, how prosperous it is. When you hang out in Nanjing, only Sang Deshang can cover it. Our brothers are all friends of Sang Deshang. Our relationship is ironclad. Little brother, you're a nice girl, can you lend me a hand? I'll cover you in Nanjing from now on. I'm mature with Sang De. Lu Chengfeng stifled a laugh. You can't afford to play her. It was at this time that there was a commotion on Deshang Street. All the guests who were eating at the open-air stalls all looked toward the street. A group of men in black walked over with 24 wreaths. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's Lu Qingfeng's men in the south of the city. Yes, I recognize them. They're the 12 leaders of the south of the city. Asterisk 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 asterisk. They're coming to cause trouble. Sending wreaths to Deshang Street. This is the rhythm of a firefight. Are they trying to avenge the boss? Hundreds of people throughout the street had stopped eating and looked in shock at the wreaths and the 12 heads. Before long, all the wreaths were around the Deshang Street plaque. Old Black and the 12 heads came to the table where Lu Chengfeng was sitting. Everyone stood behind Lu Chengfeng and bent down together. Boss, sister-in-law, the wreaths are all arranged in place. Chapter 20, a special birthday present. What? Boss? Sister-in-law? Could she be? Lu Chengfeng. The entire table of fatties were stunned with fear, looking at Lu Chengfeng and Lang Ning as if they were looking at ghosts. Lu Chengfeng, who was so popular in Nanjing, is actually sitting at the same table with us? The point is, we even called him out? Are we going to get cut? Lu Chengfeng didn't pay any attention to these fatties, but smiled and asked Old Black, did you not find the drummers? Old Black said, I can't find them at this time of night. These wreaths are still robbed by smashing the doors of other people's wreath stores. All right, follow my arrangements later. Yes. Clunk. While this was going on, a fat guy at the table broke a bottle of beer because he was so nervous. Only then did Lu Chengfeng look at the table of assholes. The 12 heads' fierce eyes also looked at the fat man at the table. The eyes of the assholes at this table had gone completely dull, sweating profusely but afraid to wipe. Want to escape, but afraid of being cut over from behind in a minute. Wind. Brother, I am nearsighted and didn't recognize you. Brother Wind is good and handsome. Brother Wind lives on. The faces of these big, burly assholes screwed up nervously. Lu Chengfeng looked at these assholes and said lightly, is the food on Deshang Street good, tasty, or not? A fat man blinked his little green eyes and stammered with a sweaty face. Just now, he was the one who cursed Lu Chengfeng the most. The other guy's a murderous outlaw. It's like this. Our Ride the Wind and Waves company also has its own grand hotel. Can all of you brothers come over to take care of business in the future as well? The assholes on the scene were like amnesty. He's giving us a chance. He's not going to us over right away. I'll be there. I have dinner tomorrow night and I can set it at your place. Me too. I can't wait to get over there and eat it now. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Either, do a VIP membership now? VIP member? The assholes on the scene were all human and got it instantly. That's paying protection money. This is Windy giving us a chance. One by one, the assholes hurriedly took out their carryalls. In this day and age cash is used and these socialites like to carry a lot of cash around to show off. Brother Feng,
I'll run a 50,000 membership. My name is Wang Chang. From Development Gallery, please take care of me in the future. Brother Feng, I'll do a membership of 100,000. My name is Guo Jincheng. I'm a cannon shooter. Brother Feng, I don't have much money, just 20,000, but I've really worshipped Brother Feng for a long time. Lu Chengfeng laughed out loud. Very well, all registered for you. That, Brother Wind, I dare to ask, where is the Ride the Wind and Waves Hotel? It's still in the works. It's currently in the pre-preparation conceptualization phase. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he stood up and looked at the hundreds of people on the entire street. There are big jerks and small jerks in these last few hundred. Some of them had seen Lu Chengfeng, but most of them had never seen him and had only heard of his reputation. But whether they recognized them before or not, they all recognize them now. He's Lu Chengfeng, the new ruthless man on the South River Road. It looks young and svelte, and handsome. Can't be fooled by his appearance. Irritable, insidious, arrogant, strikes at the drop of a hat. Think about what happened to Morning Biao. How dare you bravely enter Sang Dishang's territory with 13 people, and also sent a wreath. So damn domineering. No wonder he rose to prominence so quickly. This young man is considered to have completely muddied the waters of Nanjiang. The three sects of the South River Road had officially seen Lu Chengfeng, a newcomer, for the first time today. Lu Chengfeng walked while ignoring the hundreds of pairs of eyes, chatting with his men as if no one else was around. Everywhere they went, the assholes at the drinking tables couldn't breathe a breath. There were a few juniors who had defected from the south of the city to the north of the city and were so scared that they peed directly in their pants, and the urine fell from their crotches along the bench to the floor. Snapping and snapping, the little Teiyukai at the scene, on the other hand, were looking at him adoringly with flowery eyes, looking for a chance to follow him. Someone who only slashes people and has no minions is called a humongous bandit at best. Having a bunch of minions who fight and kill every day, that's called being a cook. What's the name of the one that has both a little brother and a background? Big brother, a henchman said. Do I count as a bigot now? Of course, the youngest big shot in Nanjiang. At this moment, everyone in the room thought deeply. Sang Dishang joined forces with Wang Wangning to do him in. He was surprisingly not at all, and was quickly released. Who'd believe him if he didn't have a background? If he's not a big shot, who will be? It was at this moment that a sharp breaking sound of a vehicle came. Sang Dishang hurriedly arrived with his men. Hundreds of them. Everyone carries a machete. Everyone on the scene is freaking out. I'm afraid this is going to be the chopping block of the century. At this moment, Sang Dishang's heart was also a bit lost. He never thought that Wang Wangning hadn't screwed Lu Chengfeng, but Sang Dishang was more than a little backward. What is his background? Even the South River Police Department can't handle him? In the middle of his contemplation, Sang Dishang walked up to Lu Chengfeng. Yo, if it isn't Little Wind, you haven't suffered much in the past 2 days, have you? Sang Dishang said with a leathery smile. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, the bitterness has suffered a little. Isn't it also thanks to Boss Sang? I heard that Boss Sang is celebrating his 50th birthday today, so I'll throw in a birthday wish for Mr. Sang. Come on man, salute. As Lu Chengfeng's words fell, the loudspeakers on the roadside poles unexpectedly played a mournful music. Lu Chengfeng's men, from the car lifted out the paper money, facing the autumn wind, waving it all over the sky. All the assholes on the scene looked directly dumbfounded. Sang Dishang has been mixing in Nanjiang City for 20 years, and other people have sharpened their brains to want to attend his banquet. Lu Chengfeng is good, directly up to send wreaths of flowers to play morning music and paper money. Is there anyone wilder than him? On the scene, the men of Stronghold were close to an emotional breakdown. It's the boss's 50th birthday today. That's a lot of pussy face getting smashed. Lu Chengfeng, you're looking for death, aren't you? You guys from the south side of the city came to screw up, didn't you? Chao Nima, I'll chop you to death. Lu Chengfeng's 12 heads were not polite and topped them. So what if I screw up? Come on, move me, don't jump, little pussy, I'll remember you. Boom boom boom. Beer bottles fell all over the place and both sides were about to chop it up in an instant. Nobody move. Sang Dishang vomited and roared. Quiet in the room. Sang Dishang's eyes were red as he stared dead at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, Boss Sang, it's in your territory now. You're in the right place at the right time. I've hit the door. Lift the table. Chapter 21, Don't be stingy. At this moment, a loud and incomparable voice rang out. Little pussy Lu Chengfeng, don't look at what kind of place Dishang Street is. Can you be tolerated to come and spread your wildness? Lu Chengfeng raised his eyes and saw that a man around 50 years old, who looked particularly strong, walked over carrying a boning knife. Uncle Han. As soon as all of Sang Dishang's men saw this butcher-like man, They immediately bent over and bowed their heads in an incredibly respectful manner. Luo Han, Sang Deshang's sworn brother, ranked as the eldest, was known as the four great Vajra of Nanjiang, with Sang Deshang and the other two sworn brothers back then. When he was young, he was a great fighter and was nicknamed the Butcher of Nanjiang, although it has long retired from the scene, but the Jianghu status is extremely high. If there is any strife or grudge in Nanjiang, as long as they can invite Lohan to appear, everyone will not dare not to give face. Sang Deshang, in order to allow Luo Han to retire peacefully, gave all of Deshang Street to him to manage and treated him with the utmost respect. Boss, Sang Deshang was also polite to Luo Han. Lao San, I'm going to chop up this little scumbag right now. Mother asterisk 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 her. Luo Han raised his sword and was ready to slash at Lu Chengfeng. Boss, take it easy. Sang Deshang stopped him. The biggest stone pressing on Sang Deshang's heart right now was actually the backer behind Lu Chengfeng. He was worried about falling into Lu Chengfeng's trap and getting himself in. And with Lu Chengfeng's fighting prowess, there would definitely be a lot of deaths and injuries. Thousands of people were present, and the crowd would lead to endless trouble. Lu Chengfeng, you've taken your anger out. Can you leave now? Sang Deshang said in a cold voice. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Of course I have to go. It's not like Boss Sang is treating me to a midnight snack. But before I leave, I have to advise Mr. Sang. He's getting old, so he should give up his position. It's a young man's world now. You can't keep up with the times. Lu Chengfeng finished speaking and arrogantly left. It's that dominant. Luo Han tightly gripped the boning knife and said, Lao San, when did you become so good-tempered? Sang Deshang's lips were almost bleeding as he said, Boss, one-on-one, do you have the confidence to get him killed? Rohan said in a cold voice, you still don't understand me after so many years in the business? Who can live from under this boning knife of mine? I'll pick out every bone in his body and make soup for you. Sang Deshang, good. Assassinate. On the way back, the heads of Lu Chengfeng's men know why I went to Deshang Street to deliver the wreath? Know why I swore back in a high profile? Do you know why I want to draw hatred from Sang Deshang? Aaron stretched his head. Fake it. Lu Chengfeng, pretend you're a mom. The others say something. Old Black and 11 of the 12 chiefs, all touching their heads. What do you mean? However, one man's eyes lit up. Lu Chengfeng looked at the other party's handsome face. Wang Ba, you see what I mean? The boss should be working on laying out a plan to hit the west side of the city. Lu Chengfeng looked toward Wang Ba and let out a long sigh. I finally have talent under my command. Lu Xinfeng, the west side of the city is exactly the major economic growth point of Nanjiang for the next 20 years. That is, the biggest cake, as Lu Chengfeng said in his mouth. As long as he could take this big piece of cake in the western part of the city, he could subdue Sang Deshang, and then follow the trail to eliminate all of his black industry chain and the bosses at the top. The undercover operation is punctuated by the west side of town. Lu Chengfeng said, the west side of the city smashed our venue last night, and when they heard that I came out safely today, they must have guarded it especially closely. That's a bunch of urban and rural dilettantes with explosive fighting ability. Can we take them down with our current strength in the south of the city? Everyone shook their heads. That's why I'm going to get enough hate from the north of the city to make the west think I'm going to be in a firefight with the north of the city in a minute. That way, the west side of the city's guard comes down so we can take advantage of it. It dawned on everyone. It turns out that the boss is playing the sound bite. Boss, you've suffered from old sins in the past 2 days. Don't worry about the company's affairs. Go to the happiness bath and let Xiaotao serve you a bath to get rid of the bad luck? Old Black smiled sarcastically and said. Lu Chengfeng looked at Condensation on the side and said, what are you talking nonsense about? Your sister-in-law is still on the side. She'll get jealous. Long Ning's face was expressionless. Cut. Who cares who a loser like you sleeps with? The others looked at Condensation, and the words didn't come out well. I don't see my sister-in-law being jealous. Are you overthinking this? So what does the boss mean? Go back and sleep with your sister-in-law. Just go sleep in the house that Oriental Famous Capital just bought. That house I especially like. Yes. In half an hour, Lu Chengfeng brought Condensation to the house in Oriental Masterpiece. Just a moment after entering the house, Condensation smelled a hint of murder. It's a sense of danger that only comes from long training by top special agents. But the Condensation face was calm. For a professional killing machine like her, no one in Nanjiang could touch her yet. The key is that Condensation can't bother the other person. If the police can't get rid of Lu Xinfeng, then let the assassins kill him. It's kind of like removing a pest from the earth. Unfortunately, Lu Chengfeng also smelled a killing opportunity, and the smell is pretty heavy. Condensation. Let's take a bath together tonight, haha. Slippery cuddle. Lu Chengfeng's hand, touching on Condensation. Lang Ning was just about to push him away, but suddenly realized that he wasn't really touching at all. Touching is just a cover-up. His eyes were searching around like a thief. Lang Ning's heart shook. This actually found out that the killer was hiding in the house too?
Lang Ning hurriedly took a closer look at Lu Chengfeng.
As expected,
Lu Chengfeng ran the train carelessly with his mouth while gazing at his concentration to distinguish the killer's location. Soon he detected the sound of light breathing coming from the bedroom closet.
Found it! Boom! Lu Chengfeng kicked at the closet. The closet door was kicked right in. Big long legs kicked in hard. The assassin hiding inside instantly dented his chest and let out a muffled grunt. Come out!
Lu Chengfeng smashed the remaining closet door with a punch,
gripping his opponent's hair and dragging him out. Fixed his eyes Rohan. At this time,
Rohan's ribs were kicked off and poked into his lungs, spitting blood from the corners of his mouth,
completely losing his fighting ability. Uncle Luohan, are you hiding in the cupboard in the middle of the night to eavesdrop on our young couple making out? You're too immodest for your age, aren't you? Ha ha ha.
Luohan had wanted to wait for Lu Chengfeng and Condensation to suddenly strike to kill them when they were lusting after each other.
But I didn't expect to be exposed so soon. Damn you Lu Xinfeng, you wait for death. Changbei will break you into pieces, including your woman. Luohan cursed with a grimace. Ha ha ha, then let's see who dies first.
After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he called to inform Old Black.
In less than 10 minutes,
Old Black and the 12 leaders of the south of the city arrived at the neighborhood in a dozen cars with their respective beloved men.
The boss has been assassinated. What's going on? Everyone came upstairs in a hurry. As soon as they entered the room,
the 12 leaders immediately protected Lu Chengfeng and Lang Ning.
Lu Chengfeng, do you dare to kill me? If you have the guts to stab me in the heart.
Relying on his high status in the jungle, Luohan sneered and pointed to his chest full of chest hair.
Gu, I'm so scared. I won't kill you. I promise to save your breath. Men, take him to the river. Take Condensation with you. Yes. Chapter 22, I'm so shady. On a ruined fishing boat by the river, Rohan was thrown on the deck like a dead dog. Lu Chengfeng, if you dare to touch me,
the disciples and grandchildren of strong Shang sending death will hunt you down to the ends of the earth.
Ha ha ha. Rohan, born to kill pigs, then switched to killing people, and every time he kills as carefully as he kills a pig. Defeathered, skinned, boned, and split, so that no less than 10 have died at your hands. I'm telling you, times have changed now. I, Lu Chengfeng, am the knife and chopping board, and you, Luohan, are the fish and meat. Thumbs up. Everyone watching was beyond alarmed. That's an idol that has reigned over Nanjiang for decades, like a pig to be slaughtered at his whim? However, this is only the beginning. You're the famous Uncle Luohan. You can't explain if you die. On the side, everyone just heard the chills. Hit me. By the way, don't hit where it kills. He's Sang Dishang's sworn brother. You can't hurt his life. At this moment, Condensation stood in the corner quietly watching it all.
Condensation had been watching Lu Chengfeng from the moment he realized that Rohan was hiding in the house.
The mind is exceptionally treacherous and the acuity to sense danger is extremely high. Combat power is needless to say. Rohan's body is as thick as a door panel, and was abolished by his kick. Every aspect of his ability was far superior to those elite subordinates he had trained in the Secret Service.
This heartless character is definitely a major scourge if he is not gotten rid of.
In fact, Lu Chengfeng also felt the great hostility of Condensation. But he couldn't explain anything. Lang Ning is a strong patriot, and not knowing his identity as an undercover agent,
it is purely normal to have great hostility towards him. The only thing one can do is to be careful to guard her more.
What kind of lackadaisical bastard sent her to South River anyway? The brain hurts. By early the next morning, Rohan was completely wasted, like a wounded bat writhing on the ground. For the first time, he realized that the original painful death was such a luxury. He also finally realized how painful it was for those who died at his hands back then. There's still a breath left. It won't last long. Grab him and hand him back to Sang Dishang, or else it'll look disrespectful to have your breath broken. Lu Chengfeng looked at his results with great satisfaction. The 12 heads, on the other hand, were watching in awe, only glad that they were not Lu Qingfeng's enemies. At that moment, Lu Chengfeng looked at Scar and asked, Scar, there's a cage here and a bucket of gasoline. Which one do you choose? Put it in a cage and give it to Sang Dishang. Scar said. I'm asking, which one do you choose for yourself? Lu Chengfeng looked at Scar with a smirk, his slender eyes already revealing a hidden killing intent. Scar looked at Lu Chengfeng in horror. The other 11 leaders felt something was wrong and immediately surrounded Scar. Boss, what do you mean by this? Scar's gaze flickered a bit. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, Scar, don't you realize what's wrong? Before this, I never told anyone where I stayed at night, not even old Blackie. But why did I say in public last night that I was going to stay at Oriental Fame? You taste, you savor. On the scene, all of them felt nothing but chills when they took a closer look. The boss is so toxic. It's a shame, Scar. You didn't survive the ordeal. On the way back from Deshang Street last night, you were the only one who was distracted, had a twinkle in your eye, and took the opportunity to secretly use your big brother while going to the restroom. I don't think I've wronged you, have I? The other 11 leaders on the scene only felt chills on their backs. It's amazing how he's secretly watching each and every one of us at all times. This shady boss is terrifying. Lang Ning looked at Lu Chengfeng with even more surprise. This young little heart is as deep as the sea. Boss, I'm loyal to you. I've never betrayed you, Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. It seems, you want to be like Luo Han? Someone, clean him up for me. He can't be broken in 3 days and 3 nights. I'm a mud horse. Scar looked at the writhing Rohan on the ground and just felt his liver in gall. Boss, I was wrong. Scar was so scared that his knees went weak and he directly kneeled on the ground. Cage, or gasoline? Take your pick, Lu Chengfeng said. If apologizing is useful again, then what do you need me, Lu Chengfeng? A cold light appeared in Scar's eyes. Little I'll fight you, Scar said and pulled out his dagger to fight for his life. Seek death. Lu Tanfeng lands a glancing blow to the side of Scar's head. Scar was knocked right out of the scene. The other 11 chieftains felt both sad and grateful. Sadly, the 12 heads have reigned together for many years, and I'm afraid there will only be 11 in the future. Luckily, I didn't become that betrayer myself. Lu Chengfeng looked at everyone and gently comforted. Brothers, don't think too much. I have absolute trust in you. Actually, the man is a very forgiving and generous person. People have their own ideas, and I don't hate betrayal. I just hate betraying me. Thank you, boss, for your indulgence. Nope, how can you call that tolerance? At night, Sang Deshang had just come out of the ballroom surrounded by his men when a van braked sharply in front of him. A huge snakeskin bag rolled down. The van then left quickly. A couple of minions immediately went up to check it out. It's Uncle Han. My god. Still moving. Sang Deshang's little brother opened the snakeskin bag in horror. Where is this even a human being? Chapter 23 Blood Battle in the Jianghu. Looking at the gently squirming Rohan, Sang Deshang cried. Sang Deshang cried a lot. Sang Deshang's other 2 sworn brothers also cried. That's his own sworn brother. It's okay if you sink him in a river or burn him. You gave him to me in this state. You're not poking me in the heart. It's almost like As Sang Deshang was wiping his tears, his cell phone rang. Boss Sang, I heard that something happened to your sworn brother. Luo Han? I'm shocked. Is my uncle Luo Han okay? Lu Chengfeng said with incomparable concern. Sang Deshang was so angry that his lips were shivering. Lu Chengfeng, how many times he has been hit? The person who got him will surely be hit 100 times 1,000 times. Hey, Boss Sang, don't say these angry words now la. Hurry up and save the people. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng smiled and hung up the phone. Sang Deshang smashed his cell phone with one hand. Deadly hatred. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't solve this beam. Sang Deshang growled angrily. At noon that day, Lu Chengfeng arrived in Lisa's presidential suite at the Tianga Hotel. In the past few days, the shadow of Lu Chengfeng often appeared in Lisa's mind. This bad thing, obviously so annoying, yet I can't help but think about him. What are you doing here? Lisa didn't refuse Lu Chengfeng from entering and even took the initiative to bring him a pair of slippers. Missed you. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Slap. Lisa slapped Lu Chengfeng in the face. I hate you. You shameless man. Lisa just felt so victimized by him that she was soul-crushing all day long. I didn't do you any harm. You've experienced a whole new world by getting to know me. Haven't you? Lu Chengfeng hugged Lisa. An hour later. Little wolf cub. You've completely angered Sang Deshang, know that? Lisa was lying on her back in Lu Chengfeng's arms. Her tone was gentle and her address to him became intimate. Will you help me? Of course I want to help you. Otherwise why would I arrange for someone to fish you out of the Nanjing police station? Lisa blankly glanced at Lu Chengfeng. Does he trade heavily with your company? Well, he's the head of our group in Nanjing. I want to replace him. Lisa shook her head. Sang Dae-sung's energy isn't that small, and I don't have enough decision-making power. It was at this moment that Lu Chengfeng's cell phone rang. Sang Deshang said with incomparable arrogance. Lu Chengfeng, do you especially like condensation? What the do you mean? Lu Chengfeng realized that something had probably happened to condensation. Want to see her gang raped by 50 well-hung men? Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Where is she? Sang Deshang said. The old warehouse in the north of the city. If you like this sexy young woman, you're on your own. Let's see how well you can fight. If you bring one more person, I'll make you watch condensation get wheeled to death. If you don't dare to come, then we'll play her to death and throw her out on the street. Just like Rohan. The entire South River Road will know that Lu Chengfeng is a shrinking violet who doesn't dare to save his woman. Lu Chengfeng said. Of course I'm going. Sang Deshang, I'm warning you. If anything happens to Lang Ning, I'll use your 9 clans to bury her with me. That depends on whether you save her or not. After Sang Deshang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Sang Deshang wants you dead? Lisa lay tenderly in Lu Chengfeng's arms. It's not just him. Lu Chengfeng lit a cigarette and rubbed his head. Who is Lang Ning? Chief Instructor of Intelligence. Ha! How could she have been captured by a group of hooligans and used to threaten herself? A mistake? Or is the opponent's layout too precise? Lu Chengfeng always felt that there was something fishy about this sudden kidnapping. But Lu Chengfeng had to be saved. That was his mentor in his previous life. A pivotal figure in the intelligence system of Xia, who had made great contributions to the country on the covert front. Absolutely nothing can happen. The location of the abandoned power plant in the north of the city is very remote. Lu Chengfeng traveled alone to the power plant in the north of the city. Along the way, the guys from Stronghold kept an eye on him the entire time. As soon as they find out he's taken someone or called the police, they'll immediately notify the warehouse side to get rid of the condensation. In the evening, Lu Chengfeng arrived at the warehouse. At this moment, condensation is being hoisted high. Standing beside her was Luo Han's son, Luo Feng, and Luo Han's other 2 worship brothers. The moment Lang Ning saw Lu Chengfeng appear here, Lang Ning couldn't help but be taken aback. In the afternoon, condensation was targeted while wandering the streets and alleys of South River. Lang Ning could see at a glance that the other party was trying to use himself against Lu Chengfeng. With condensation's combat prowess, he could exterminate those few assholes in minutes. But condensation didn't resist. Instead, they tacitly cooperated with the other party's kidnapping, turning themselves into a decoy to lure Lu Xiangfeng to death. What if Lu Chengfeng really brought someone to the firefight? Wouldn't there be a chance to use the knife to kill and exterminate this young and venomous little devil? At this moment, when condensation saw Lu Chengfeng arrive at the scene single and barehanded, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. How dare he? You're so desperate for a female technician? For the first time, Lang Ning felt that she couldn't understand Lu Chengfeng as a person. Luo Han's son, Luo Feng, and Luo Han's 2 other brothers, with white cloth wrapped around their heads and black filial piety characters on their arms, looked at Lu Chengfeng with bloodshot eyes. Lu Chengfeng, tonight this has nothing to do with your grudge against Xiangxing. It only concerns my father Luo Han's blood feud. No one will bother you here. No one cares if someone dies, and someone will take care of the scene afterward. Get out of there, all of you. With Luo Feng's command, 50 heavily armed men poured out of the warehouse. These were the 50 most capable elites they had picked from the strong group. All crawled out of a mountain of corpses, and many of them are disciples and grandchildren of Rohan. With Rohan's blood feud at heart, do him. With Luo Feng's order, 50 good fighters rushed towards Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and met him head-on. The fighting was exceptionally fierce. The 50 people on the other side were, after all, hand-picked good fighters. And even if Lu Chengfeng was as powerful as he was, it would be impossible for him to return in one piece. 20 minutes later, all 50 were down. But Lu Chengfeng is also covered in blood and staggering. Luo Feng and his 2 uncles looked dumbfounded. Would have thought 50 good men could have easily taken care of him. But I didn't expect it all to be over. If we don't get rid of this scourge, how can we live in Nanjiang? Lu Chengfeng, you're really a ING talent. It's a shame to die here for a woman. Ha ha ha. Suffer. Luo Feng and the 2 uncles, pistols raised, came to the staggering Lu Chengfeng. Chapter 24, she finally makes a move. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng wiped the blood from his face and looked towards Luo Feng and his 2 uncles. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if he was badly injured, he could still finish off these 3 people. But Lu Chengfeng was in no hurry to strike. He seriously suspected that this incident was condensation taking advantage of the situation. Taking out the 3 people in front of me was easy. But what about the next time condensation makes a move? It's easy to hide from a gun in the open and hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. One can only try to move her to voluntarily give up killing without identifying herself as an undercover agent. What you want is my Lu Chengfeng's life. Release my woman. Lu Chengfeng shouted loudly, fearing that condensation wouldn't hear him. Release? Dream on. From the moment you touched my father, it was destined for you and those around you to die. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and opened the pistol's safety. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Come, finish me off. Your father Luo Han screams are the most beautiful music in the world. Ha 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 ha. Asterisk 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 your mom. Luo Feng was furious and put his gun against Lu Chengfeng's head to shoot. It was at this moment that condensation suddenly appeared in front of Luo Feng. Slap. Long Ning slapped Luo Feng unconscious on the spot. Phew. Lu Chengfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. She finally made her move. It would be inhumane not to make a move like that. Leave it to her below. Because his emotions had loosened up, Lu Chengfeng fell on his butt and closed his eyes.
The two burgers took a look at Condensation. This weak woman actually slapped Luophone unconscious and immediately turned their guns around. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bitch is pretty good with a brick. Second brother. Don't beat her to death. You can still use her later. Nonsense. Need you to say that. The two burly men were about to pounce on Condensation as they spoke. Lang Ning sneered and flipped a blade out of his mouth. Ghostly lifted his hand and gently slashed. Before he could see how she made her hand, the two big men fell down with their necks covered, eyes wide open. Just plain incomprehensible. Lang Ning, on the other hand, had her arms wrapped around her chest as she quietly looked at the unconscious Lu Chengfeng. Should we carry him out? Deep down, Lang Ning wanted to do him while he was injured. This inning tonight would have been perfect. But, the only surprise is, just now, actually somewhat moved by his hot blood, Lang Ning bit her lip. Forget it, kill it next time. He couldn't jump out of his own skin anyway. Lang Ning finally carries Lu Chengfeng. On the back, Lu Chengfeng heart slightly relieved. Lang Ning took Lu Chengfeng and placed him in a ruined melon shed in the south of the city. Luckily, there was a safe house for the intelligence system right in Nanjiang. And after Condensation got the relevant medicines from the safe house, Condensation began to treat Lu Chengfeng. Why did you fight so hard to save me? Don't you know they've laid a dragnet? Was it worth it for a female mechanic? Lang Ning said softly as she stitched up the wound. Lu Chengfeng quietly looked at Condensation. At this moment this scene, Lu Chengfeng had déjà vu. The two have been on many missions together in their past lives, supporting each other through fire and smoke. But I didn't expect to come back together in this life. You're my woman. If you're insulted by the people from Strong Company, where can I put my face as the boss? I, Lu Chengfeng, haven't slept with a woman yet, and they can still sleep with her? And they even take turns to sleep with them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I learned a ing trick to kidnap their women later. Will you take it easy? Be careful of the wound coming apart again, day in and day out. You know how to do bad things. Lang Ning bristled and continued to stitch up his wounds. Then what can I do? Lu Chengfeng surveyed Condensation's pretty face. You're so young. Are you going to spend the rest of your life fighting like that? Sooner or later, you'll be cut down. It suddenly occurred to Lang Ning that she was ordered from above to recruit a bit of new people into the team. This guy in front of him, whether in terms of age, fighting ability, survival ability, battlefield judgment, and other aspects, was a good seedling that he had never seen before in recent years. Wouldn't it be a great increase in strength if he was recruited into the intelligence system? But on second thought, Condensation smiled again and vetoed her thoughts. He's just a kook. How could such a lousy guy make our team? What else could I do? Either we do something loving now? Lu Chengfeng smiled and put his hand on Condensation's waist. No. Lang Ning pushed him away. Your body is still weak. Don't think nonsense. After 3 days of rest, Lu Chengfeng's body was almost recovered. But Lu Chengfeng still stayed in this dilapidated melon shed and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Boss Lu, are you going to live here for the rest of your life? Lang Ning had been alone with Lu Chengfeng for 3 days and 3 nights, and the emotional distance had been brought much closer, and the tone of her voice had loosened up a bit. Isn't this just fine? Having a bunch of little kids with you and planting seeds. Who wants to have one with you? Guess. What's the state of Nanjiang City now? Lu Chengfeng bit a piece of grass in his mouth and lay there comfortably looking at the setting sun. Although the battle between the 50 experts under Sang Deshang and you was conducted in secret, there are not many who know the inside story. And the more the word spreads, the more it spreads. The Strong Company has lost 2 sitting figures of their uncle's generation, and 50 of their best fighters, and their vitality has been greatly injured. In the near future, Sang Deshang shouldn't take the initiative to launch an attack on the south of the city. But the gang in the west of the city couldn't hold back, could they? Lu Chengfeng laughed. How do you know? When I was caught in the bureau last time, the Chen family in the west of the city had already pressed on. This time, when Strong Company spent such a large price to me, the city west side must have thought that I was ed to death. Lang Ning nodded. Yes, everyone thought you were dead. Those underlings of your Ride the Wind and Waves company are not willing to do so, and they have all scattered out to look for you, said they want to live to die. The Chen family in the west of the city has quite a lot of momentum right now and has eaten up a lot of your territory. Your ride to the Wave Company is about to hold up. Lu Chengfeng sighed. Originally, I had already planned how to attack the west side of the city, crossed by this battle at the warehouse, out of the mountains, the city west, late at night, in the headquarters of Ride the Wave Inc. The minions, armed with machetes and clubs, nervously guarded the front door of the company. In the past 7 days, the Chen family in the west of the city has made a big push and has already eaten up many of their own venues. I'm afraid I won't be able to carry it. In the conference room on the 8th floor of headquarters, the 11 leaders in Old Black were meeting to discuss how to respond. Previously,
when the 11 leaders followed Morning Biao.
They had formed a north-south confrontation with Strong Company and had made many grudges against each other.
After following Lu Chengfeng,
the grudge against Strong Company has deepened.
So in the face of a strong attack from the west of the city, they had nowhere to go but to fight in blood. Chapter 25, Bloodshed to the End. In the conference room, Wang Ba was so angry that he kicked the table. Wang Ba roared, "Sending people to look for the boss every day. Is the company's work still dry? The territory is damn near eaten up by City West. Brothers, the boss must be dead. We need to pick a new boss. Black suit, white shirt, white and handsome looks, with the word arrogant written all over his face." This Wang Ba used to be the core character when he was under Morning Biao,
and ranked first among the 12 leaders in terms of battle power.
Originally, I thought I could take over Morning Biao's class, but I didn't expect to be taken in by Lu Chengfeng. After following Lu Chengfeng,
he was also the only one who could guess Lu Chengfeng's strategy of sounding out the east and striking the west. It's a great combination of literature and martial arts.
Now that Lu Chengfeng's life and death were unknown, his ambition rose once again. Wang Ba paced back and forth, growling angrily, "If we hadn't drawn so many people out to look for the boss, how could we have been beaten up like this by those sons of Es on the west side of the city? It is necessary to withdraw all those who have been sent out. One more person is more power. It's not worth pitting the company for a dead man, and I have to be the boss. You guys give the word."
The other 10 chiefs looked at each other and raised no objections.
The country can't be without a king for a day, and it's not a good idea to always wait like this. Moreover,
in terms of mind and fighting strength,
it was true that no one in the entire Riding the Wind and Waves company could surpass Wang Ba. At this time, Old Black said, "I disagree. I believe that the boss is alive and we should continue our search. As long as the boss is back, we can turn the tide against the wind." Turning the tide against the wind? Once Wang Ba heard this, he directly climbed onto the conference table, then crawled to Old Black, holding his ears with his hands. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did Brother Black just say? Does it seem like I didn't hear it?
I say we should keep searching for the boss dash.
Say you're paralyzed. Wang Ba grabbed the ashtray and smashed it directly on Old Black's head. Boom!
Old Black was immediately smashed and fell to the ground. His face was covered in blood.
Wang Ba, what the hell are you doing?
A few of Old Black's personal men immediately rushed up.
Paralyzed? The bosses are talking. It's not your turn to come forward. Back the off. Wang Ba looked at Old Black's men with incomparable dominance.
Old Black wiped the blood from his face and said to his personal men,
"All of you, stand down and be disciplined." Yes, a few of Old Black's minions could only retreat to the side. Wang Ba immediately raised his long leg and kicked Old Black. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You know nothing but foolish loyalty. Can't we all live without Lu Xiangfeng? Do you want to wear mourning for him for the rest of your life? Wang Ba became more and more angry, picking up the ashtray to smash it again. Bully, forget it. Pa, it's all family.
As soon as the other 10 leaders saw that Wang Ba's killing energy had come up,
they immediately stepped forward to pull him away. Wang Ba roared, asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of family is Old Black?
Brothers, all 11 of us have earned our status in the jungle by slashing and hacking.
What the hell is he? Old Black. He can't write. He can't fight. He only knows how to flatter. A new boss must be chosen today, and it has to be me. Anyone who doesn't want to come up and fight one-on-one. Old Black insisted. The boss is still alive or dead, so you guys are discussing your way to the top. Are you guys worthy of the boss? Asterisk 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 asterisk.
Wang Ba turned around and touched his mouth, then suddenly took out a dagger and pressed it against Old Black's neck.
Do you believe I'm going to do you right now?
Old Black said with red eyes.
I'd have the same attitude if you did me. And I, Old Black, am not a slip of the tongue. Little Wind was brought to Nanjiang by me. I have to be responsible for him.
It was at this moment that the junior guarding the first floor ran up covered in blood.
Bosses, run away. The Chen family in the west of the city is attacking. How many? At least 200. How many other people are in our building? There are only about 40 left. Quickly, escape. The corner of Wang Ba's mouth twitched viciously. Escape? Where are we going to escape to? The north and east of the city are Sang Deshang's territory, so he can let us live? South of the city is our last stand. After Wang Ba finished speaking, he rushed down like a mad dog.
The other 10 leaders in Old Black were right when they thought about what Wang Ba said.
The East River is big, but there's no room for us anymore. Asterisk 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 him. Go! Ride the Wave Incorporated's final battle was fought. However,
although the 11 leaders were fierce men,
there were simply too many people on the other side, and each of them was a selected good fighter. Less than half an hour, 8 of the 11 ringleaders had already lost their fight. Wang Ba was also badly injured.
Although he was in high spirits, he couldn't help but bleed more and more.
and the other side had surrounded him with a full 30 men. Wang Ba, kneel down and surrender. And the west side of the city might be able to give you an errand. Surrender, you paralyzed. Wang Ba roared. At this moment, Chen Ruchang, the Chen family's eldest son, walked in surrounded by many of his men, gorgeously dressed and full of arrogant smugness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A bunch of rabble-rousers. The last time I came to take a shower I had to be beaten. Today this revenge is avenged. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. Those who don't surrender are all hacked to death. All the women will be taken to the west side of the city to work. Oh yeah. Remember to find the chick I was looking at the other day and give her to me. Wang Ba was covered in blood and cursed. Chen Ruchang, don't be ing crazy. If it weren't for our boss's sudden accident, we would have knocked down your city west long ago. This situation today is purely an accident. We didn't ing lose to your Chen family. We lost to an accident. Chen Ruchang laughed loudly and came to Wang Ba's face. Chen Ruchang said, Wang Ba, you are also considered a talent in the Jianghu. I, Mr. Chen, will give you a chance today. Kowtow to me and worship under my Chengshi sect, and I'll continue to let you be the boss in the future. Wang Ba laughed. Asterisk 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 you deserve it. Chen Ruchang sneered. I'd like to see if it's your bones that are hard or my stick. After Chen Ruchang finished speaking, he slammed a stick in on Wang Ba's head. Wang Ba couldn't really stand up with the pain and could only lean against the wall, the corners of his mouth biting blood. Chen Ruchang, you damn, continue to smash. Let's see if your father my bones are hard enough. Chao Nimas. Chen Ruchang laughed fiercely, still not admitting defeat. Right? Then I'll beat you into submission. It was at this moment that a familiar voice rang out. Wang Ba is a person who wants to be strong and has his reasons for not admitting defeat. Everyone turned their heads and almost shouted in surprise. Lu Chengfeng and Lang Ning unexpectedly came to the scene. Chapter 26, Talent. Boss. Old Black, who was covered in blood, cried out at once. Boss. Muddy man Wang Ba also had red eyes. Everyone else, all the injured people, were also energized. Lu Chengfeng sighed. I purposely came back a few days late just to see how you guys were doing. Good lord. My lair is being raided. Old Black wiped his tears. Boss, I'm responsible. Of course you're responsible. Lu Chengfeng glanced at Old Black, then came to Chen Ruchang. Mr. Chen, you wish for my death with all your heart, don't you? Come on, cut me. I'm right in front of you. Cut me down and you'll have control of the south side of the city. Chen Ruchang gulped straight. Although there were many people, Lu Chengfeng's reputation was monstrous. Chop me. Lu Chengfeng roared. Clunk. The machetes in the hands of many of the juniors couldn't help but fall to the ground in fear. The aura crushes. Chen Ruchang shivered in fear. After Lu Chengfeng calmed the scene, he changed his face into an incomparably amiable one. Lu Chengfeng said, Mr. Chen, there is no deep hatred between us, right? It all started with that woman, didn't it? Lu Chengfeng pointed to condensation. Chen Ruchang nodded. Lu Chengfeng added, you should know who my real enemy is, right? Chen Ruchang nodded. Strong Shang group in the north of the city. Lu Chengfeng said, that's right. How prosperous the north of the city is. If I take it down, I can share it with you. What's the point of staying here and fighting? Chen Ruchang first nodded, then shook his head. Why should I trust you? Lu Chengfeng, if you really don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. Chen Ruchang thought about it and looked at condensation. I'll believe you if you give her to me in 3 days. You'll have it tomorrow night. I'll deliver it myself. The corners of Lu Chengfeng's mouth lifted into a smile. Just that the lip-loan amplitude is very limited in control. Good. It's a deal. Chen Ruchang really didn't have the courage to take on Lu Chengfeng and could only leave riding the wind and waves with his people. The smile on Lu Chengfeng's face gradually dissipated and became sinister. All those who can move to the conference room for a meeting. If you don't have enough blood, hang on to the plasma. We sure have enough blood. Everyone was excited like chicken blood because of Lu Chengfeng's kingly return. In the conference room, Old Black reported on the week. To summarize, it is simple. Old Black had sent out more than half of his minions to search for Lu Chengfeng, leading to a void in the rear, which was taken advantage of by City West. Wang Ba wants to get to the top but Old Black doesn't agree. The others couldn't come up with an idea again. So it's a mess. Lu Chengfeng looked at the scar on Old Black's head, then gazed at everyone and said in a deep voice, what's the most important thing about being a junior in our riding the wind and waves? Loyalty. Ability is secondary. Because none of you are more capable than me. Everyone was silent. Lu Chengfeng said, at that time, Morning Biao led your 12 leaders to chase me all over the city. Sang Deshang in the north of the city saw death and saved me. Everyone in Nanjian thought I was dead. At that moment of greatest crisis, the only one in the entire South River who dared to answer my call was Old Black. It was Old Black who took 20 men at the critical moment, kidnapped your families, and helped me turn the Jedi around. 12 pairs of eyes immediately looked at Old Black in unison. Snapped. Old Black covered his face and smoked hard. Don't you guys stare at him, that's what I arranged for him to do. Besides, he kidnapped people, but did he take care of them? Ask yourselves that. Even swaddled babies he takes care of without crying. Isn't such a brother worth cherishing? I'll put my words here. In the future, whoever steps on Old Black will be touching me. Lu Changfeng. Hear that? Heard that? Lu Changfeng looked at Wang Ba, the rebel, and smiled. Lu Changfeng knew that Wang Ba was one of the few characters in Nanjiang who could fight. Young, arrogant, ruthless in his outbursts, and eager to get to the top. Used well, it's definitely a sharp, fast knife. Wang Ba, you really want to be the boss, don't you? I'm telling you guys, you become the boss by merit, not by the previous boss getting cut down. Wang Ba immediately explained, boss, I really do not expect you to die. I'm not for the company's long-term consideration. I was wrong. I apologize. Lu Changfeng waved his hand. No, you're right. You did the right thing. This Ride the Wind and Waves company is everyone's company, not mine alone. If something happens to me, it's only right that everyone holds this company together and not get wiped out. That's why today I've decided, the equity of Ride the Wind and Wave company will be divided equally among the 12 people here. Everyone owns this company. Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. That's a lot of intensity, isn't it? Long Ning sighed outright. You're a bunch of kooks playing with equity incentives? There's just no eyes left. At that moment, Lu Changfeng looked at the condensation on the side again. Of course, the company's financial system should still be exercised centrally. Starting today, 50% of the company's income is given to condensation to take care of. If there are any objections, objections are overruled. Lu Changfeng thought to himself, leave 50% for the company's operation, the other 50% to the state. That's pretty loyal to my country, isn't it? What? Condensing a mechanic is a ing what dash? Wang Ba blurted out. Then another slap to the mouth. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I'm a straight shooter. Lu Changfeng said indifferently. She's the sister-in-law, and she's the one who saved my life in my accident this time. Starting today, if I'm not in the company, she's in charge of the company. Any objections can be made to me. Yes? No. Not to mention that there isn't any. Even if there is, who dares to mention it? Everyone immediately looked at condensation respectfully. Lang Ning was dumbfounded. I'm a high-ranking intelligence officer. I'll be your gangster's wife? Are you nuts? But on second thought, the ride has grabbed a staggering amount of wealth. These are stolen funds. It's a shame to lose them. The country's finances are tight, so it's good to get more and turn it into the state. Thinking of this, condensation suddenly changed his expression to one of tenderness. Hubby, if you really love me, give me 100% of the company's financial power. Lang Ning took Lu Changfeng's arm and said in a delicate voice, I tramadol. Lu Changfeng looked at condensation in confusion. Lang Ning, you're tough enough. You've got a bigger appetite than I do. Is it okay? Lang Ning stuck to Lu Changfeng. Good, good. Lu Changfeng's scalp was a little numb and he could only agree. It's not that he's afraid of condensation. He's afraid of the whole intelligence system behind the condensation. At the scene, all the heads and minions looked away in embarrassment. The unstoppable Nanjiang tough guy actually has a weakness? So it's a dog-licking bronchitis. Okay, I'll leave all the money matters to my sister-in-law. Let's get down to business. At this point, Lu Changfeng began to get to the point. Lu Changfeng said, since I'm back, do we have any thoughts on what we're going to do next? Dragon, ******* sang Day Sung. Song Buck. Lu Changfeng, reason? Lun, Sang Deshang has tried to kill our boss several times, and the north of the city is the most prosperous, so it's not right for us not to do the north of the city. Lu Changfeng looked at the others. Any dissenting opinions? The others were all righteously indignant as well, and they all seemed to agree with Lung. At this time, Wang Ba said, I guess the boss is going to the west side of the city, and if I'm not mistaken, the boss is going to fully attack the west side of the city tomorrow night. Take the west side of the city for good. Lu Changfeng's eyes lit up. Reason? Wang Ba said, because boss just promised to give sister-in-law to Chen Ruchang tomorrow night, but it's definitely not our boss's style to give away his woman. Then the only explanation is that the boss is going to set foot on the boundaries of the west side of the city tomorrow night and beat them all into submission. Robbing money, food, and women. Lu Changfeng slapped his leg. Talent. Chapter 27, The Great War is Coming. Lu Changfeng looked at the rest of the room and asked, does everyone have any opinions about attacking the west side of the city with full force tomorrow night? The company is everyone's. Let's adopt democratic centralization. Unity of thought leads to great things. so if you have a different opinion present it now. Long said, boss, we'll listen to whatever decision you make, but so far this week, we've had serious damage to our people. And those peasants in the western part of the city from the urban and rural areas are very tough. They can fight us with their hoes on their shoulders. I'm worried I won't be able to fight it off. Lu Chungfeng said lightly. This objective reason will be discussed later. Are there any other reasons for opposition? Old Black said, boss, the north and east of the city are traditional business districts, with bars, KTVs, billiard rooms, video parlors, and countless others. Shouldn't we be in control of these places collecting protection money? That place on the west side of town is deserted and bird-dogged. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Old Black, you finally stated the focus of this meeting. Lu Chengfeng said this and looked at Wang Ba. Wang Ba, tell us why we must fight west of the city. Lu Chengfeng wanted to test Wang Ba. Wang Ba said, the west side of the city is a combination of urban and rural areas, and a university town is being developed. Think about it, people. How much work is that to build a university? If we can get the earthworks, or even the contracting works, it'll be more profitable than drug trafficking. And after the university town is built, the students will always need to eat and drink, right? Where there are people, there's money to be made. Just running an internet cafe and a hotel is enough to feed us for the rest of our lives. We need to go and get on our feet as soon as possible before the strong group meddles in the west side of the city. The others were enlightened. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Wang Ba said it very well. In another 10 or 20 years, not to mention chopping people in the street, taking out wallets in the street will be out of sight. Let's make a positive transition, adapt to the times and be the boss. This matter of attacking the west side of the city is given to Wang Ba to operate single-handedly. Wang Ba, write me a proposal overnight. As long as the program is okay, we'll fight tomorrow night. At that moment, Wang Ba raised his hand. What's wrong, Wang Ba? Boss, I can't read. I can't even write my own name. Lu Chengfeng looked at the others. Are any of the others literate? All the heads shook their heads like rattlesnakes. The word knows me. I don't know it. I'm going to tear up the book when I see it. What teacher didn't beat me up when I was in school? Lu Chengfeng only felt pain in his chest. How can you be a boss if you're uneducated? Lu Chengfeng looked toward condensation. Wife, can you invite a teacher over to start a literacy class? As soon as the chiefs heard that there was going to be a class, they got up and were going to run away. All stop. Lu Chengfeng directly took out his machete and slammed it on the table. You guys are next door. I'll cut anyone who doesn't take the literacy class. You have 1 month. Everyone must recognize 500 words and know 50 ancient poems by heart. There will be monthly exams every month from now on. I'll be the invigilator myself then. Recognize 1 less word, or memorize 1 less poem, and I'll slash whoever gets first place on the exam. I'll be damned if I'm going to give him more when we divide up the territory. Dismissed. The battle in the north of the city cost the strong group a lot of money. Although all the bodies have been destroyed, the gossip still reaches the ears of the upper echelons. Coupled with the last time Lu Chengfeng and Morning Biao that, the top was very angry. The monstrous pressure was all given to Qin Weiman, the boss of the Nanjiang Police Department. If something happens again, he's afraid he won't be able to do his job. In desperation, Qin Weiman personally gathered the bosses of North City and East City, Sang Deshang, the boss of City South, Lu Chengfeng, and the boss of City West, Chen Tao. This was the first time Qin Weiman had gathered these powerful people together for coffee. At this moment, Sang Deshang and Chen Tao, the 2 bigwigs, were both eyeing Lu Chengfeng intently. There was no need to mention the feud between Sang Deshang and Lu Chengfeng. It would have to be a matter of death for you and death for me. Chen Tao also by no means believed that Lu Chengfeng would be able to cast aside his former enmity and live in harmony with him. I'm afraid this beam can't be undone, Qin Weiman said. A lot of things have happened lately, and the top is watching very closely, so if something happens again, no one will be able to escape. You guys give an attitude. Qin Weiman is inextricably linked to Sang Deshang and Chen Tao, but he is not trapped. When it's time to lift the table, he won't be polite at all. Unless there's a hard bail from above, then there's nothing he can do. Sang Deshang immediately said, Old Qin, don't worry, our Qiangxing group is a legitimate enterprise. I guarantee that the north and east of the city will definitely not give you any trouble. Lu Chengfeng said, I have always been a peacemaker, a model of morality. Sang Deshang glanced at Lu Chengfeng. Your moral model, right Mr. Sang? We're usually on good terms. Getting along will always be pleasant, right? Lu Chengfeng glanced at Sang Deshang. Aha! Sang Deshang smiled coldly. Why don't we shake hands? Lu Chengfeng took the initiative to extend his hand. Shake one, Qin Weiman said. If your 2 families keep fighting like this, I really can't do anything at all. Qin Weiman has said this. Sang Deshang had no choice but to shake hands. After Lu Chungfeng finished shaking hands, he said, Boss Qin. City South will never take the initiative to attack City North and City East, but what do I do if they me? Qin Weiman said lightly. I believe that Mr. Sang won't, right, Mr. Sang? Qin Weiman's eyes looked sharply at Sang Deshang. Sang Deshang, no matter how bossy this face were to give Qin Weiman, at least in the short term, cannot give birth to a big trouble. Don't worry, old Qin. You've always had a lot of weight in Nanjiang. Sang Deshang left after saying that. Lu Chungfeng laughed. With the north and east of the city stabilized, he could work on the west without any distractions. In a three-way tie, you must be the one to beat the man, instead of being the one to get beat up. After leaving the police station, Chen Tao looked menacingly at Lu Chungfeng. Little bastard. You can fool my son. You can't fool me. Goddamn peace. Lu Chungfeng hemmed and hawed. Or shall we shake hands too? Shake your ass. The next afternoon, Wang Ba made a plan to attack the west side of the city. Of course, being illiterate, he could only dictate. Wang Ba sat at the conference table and introduced the situation in the western part of the city to Lu Chengfeng and the bosses. The west side of town is dominated by college towns and local demolition crews. The Chen family is the biggest demolitionist in the area, controls 121 internet cafes, 30 hotels, 67 restaurants, and 15 KTVs. These establishments are primarily focused on local college students and are full every day, especially the internet cafe. Those students play CS and Red Police inside all day long. Which ing still go to school is to give us money Nanjiang Normal University is also moving to University City, and it's rumored that the earthworks have been monopolized by the Chen family in advance. Lu Chungfeng asked, what exactly are you going to do? Chapter 28, Attacking the West Side of the City. In the conference room, the other leaders looked at Wang Ba. It was investigated in such detail overnight. There's a fine line between coarse and fine. Wang Ba replied. I want to prepare 15 medium buses and act simultaneously in the middle of the night to scrap all their venues. Surround the spot. When the backbone of the Chen family comes out of the scene, the people who ambushed him will directly send his family to the west, and then burn their Chen family's ancestral hall. That's the lifeblood of the Chen family. They must be furious when the remaining members of the Chen family come to fight for our lives. Ha 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 ha. How's the program? All over the room. Everyone listened in awe. What a poisonous son of a. You've got the boss's true colors? Lang Ning frowned straight away as he listened. It's a bunch of ing badasses all rolled into one, isn't it? Even Lu Chungfeng thought, Wang Ba is already this powerful. Shouldn't I? Lu Chungfeng, retire? Lu Chungfeng said, what do the other bosses have to say? Points of view, right? The other leaders praised Wang Ba for his poisonous enough moves, and that this time they could definitely subdue the Chen family in the west of the city. No specific substantive comments could be made. Lu Chengfeng knocked on the table and said, the overall program is good, but there are two small bugs. Boss, what do you mean two little octopuses? Parrots, ha? Lu Chungfeng said, it means insufficient. Let's start with the first point. Your tactic of a surprise attack in the middle of the night does achieve the effect of surprise, but you overlooked the Chen family's determination to resist. They, the Chen family, have lived in the west side of the city for generations, treating it as their inviolable home territory. The harder we hit them, the more potential they have to resist. Are you sure of completely bending their will this night? It's true when the crowd thinks about it. The town and country gang is one of the hardest types of people to deal with. Wang Ba asked. Then how can we solve it? Lu Chungfeng said. How did I take you in at that time? Have you forgotten? The 11 leaders looked at Lu Chungfeng, then stroked their chins again. You have the nerve to talk about this kind of? The 11 chiefs looked involuntarily at Old Black again. Old Black covered his face and snapped another cigarette. In the future, you guys remember this for me. Whenever you encounter fierce resistance, attack the heart. Lu Chungfeng added. What an attack on the heart? Wang Ba hurriedly said. I'll arrange it right away. Boss, what's the second buster? Lu Chungfeng said. This last step of yours, burning their ancestral hall to provoke them, is a good one. But it's not enough to burn the shrine. Are you thinking about the Chen family's ancestral graves? Does that make them angrier? More dogged? Ahem. Condensation, who had been sitting on the sidelines, coughed violently. Listening to these bad is really damaging. Can't listen anymore. What's wrong with sister-in-law? She looks a bit pale. Is she expecting? We have a successor in Riding the Wind and Waves. Wang Ba shushed and flattered. Roll. You guys talk. I'm going out for some air. It's a bit stuffy in there. Lang Ning walked outside with a stern face and looked up at the sky for a moment. Why hasn't the thunder struck this bunch of lackluster things to death? In the conference room, everyone discussed it with gusto. Lu Chungfeng said, well, the program is already very well thought out. The following depends on grasping the implementation. Everyone get your own assignments and go do them. Wang Ba is the general lead. Just talk to Wang Ba if you encounter any difficulties. Wang Ba was worried. Boss, there's a small problem here. When I went to my sister-in-law to apply for funding, she asked for special details. You're saying it's her ing job as a pussy to ask dash. Lu Chengfeng looked up at Wang Ba. Wang Ba reluctantly closed his mouth. Did she fund you yet? It was given. But she wouldn't allow killing. She said if I had to kill, she'd let me die. Where the did this old black guy get a mechanic from? This is about to write us in dash. Shut up. You can damn well cross me, Lu Chengfeng, but if you dare to bare your teeth at sister-in-law, I'll tear you apart. Lu Chengfeng growled directly. Wang Ba immediately retracted his head. Alright, I'll listen to the boss. Just wait. After I take down the west side of the city, I'll pick a few more female college students for you. It definitely smells better than sister-in-law. Roll on, roll on. That night, the operation against the west side of the city began. It must be said that Ride the Wind and Wave Company, under the strong leadership of Lu Chengfeng, the execution is simply pulling full stop. 15 buses full of company members took advantage of the darkness of the moon and the wind, following the established route, and one by one, they precisely terminated the Chen family's venues. In less than 2 hours of work, all of the Chen family in the west of the city that could fight and fight well were taken care of. In the early hours of the morning, they even set fire to the Chen family's century-old ancestral hall and dug up all the ancestral graves of the Chen family. After the operation, all the tools of the trade in 15 buses were pushed directly into the river. All those involved in the operation went home and went to bed. It's really hard to solve a case in this day and age when there's not much video surveillance. Chen Tao was completely mad. Qin Weiman had just warned against making trouble, and he felt that Lu Chengfeng wouldn't act so quickly even if he didn't listen. But I didn't realize that this mad dog was completely unmartialized. You haven't even spared the ancestral tombs and shrines. Have you inquired about where Lu Chengfeng is? Inquired about the boss. In their company in the south of the city. Asterisk. The Chen family is ruined in my hands. I'm sorry for the ancestors. Any man of the Chen family who can survive, follow me and kill Lu Chengfeng. Avenge our ancestors. Yes. Chen Tao led everyone and came to the south of the city in great numbers. After finding the illustrious Ride the Wave Company building, he directly smashed the glass at the entrance and rushed in with everyone. However, the sight of the scene scared everyone. Dozens of SWAT officers with submachine guns locked Chen Tao and the others firmly in place. Qin Weiman personally commanded. Old Chen, what are you doing with so many people? Take a walk. Chen Tao huffed. A walk spreads such a great deal of fire? Chen Tao, you've turned a deaf ear to my words, haven't you? Qin Weiman, Lu Chengfeng burned down my ancestral hall. This deep hatred you say I can't go unrewarded? Qin Weiman said. Which eye did you see Lu Chengfeng burning your family's ancestral hall? All this night, he was drinking tea with me. All I see is you storming people's companies with claymores and machetes. At that moment, Lu Chengfeng walked down from upstairs. Yo, isn't this my brother Chen? It's the middle of the night. You want to buy a midnight snack? Ha 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 ha. Chen Tao's eyes practically spewed blood once he saw Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng, your ancestor. After Chen Tao finished speaking, he directly raised his clay gun and aimed it at Lu Chengfeng. Chapter 29, Making a Killing. Ouch. I'm so scared. You even dared to raise your gun to kill someone when Bureau Qin was there. Have you ever put Bureau Qin in your sights? Is there any law in your eyes? It's like stepping on a lawless horse. Lu Chengfeng's mouth was relaxed, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Tao's index finger that was holding the trigger. Qin Weiman said, Old Chen, let's talk things over. I will investigate as soon as possible as to who dug up your ancestral graves and burned your shrine, but now you're holding a gun in my face and you're passive. Take my advice. Chen Tao roared. I won't listen. He can beat me and scold me. He can't burn our Chen family's 100-year ancestral hall. How can I face my ancestors in heaven? Lu Chengfeng was afraid that Chen Tao would not shoot. Stimulating, Chen brother you have this effort is not as good as hurrying back. Your ancestors those rotten bones rotten meat collection. Find a place to bury in again. Ha ha ha, who did the good thing What a talent. Lu Chengfeng's words completely made Chen Tao lose his mind. Asterisk your mom's Lu Chengfeng. Chen Tao shouted hysterically and immediately opened fire. What level is Lu Chengfeng? He started making evasive maneuvers when he finished that paragraph. With a tactical roll, he ducked directly behind Qin Weiman. Boom! Chen Tao almost hit Qin Weiman with a shot. Qin Weiman's scalp went numb. The SWAT officers on the scene took one look and fired without hesitation. Bang! 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 Chen Tao fell into a pool of blood. Everyone else drop your weapons or be shot on sight. Qin Weiman chided at the remaining members of the Chen family. The remaining members of the Chen family, seeing that the SWAT team was getting serious, were so scared that they immediately put down their weapons. Everyone was pressed to the ground. Such criminals should get what they deserve. Lu Chungfeng violently kicked Chen Tao's corpse. Qin Weiman looked at Lu Chungfeng. You were very skillful at hiding behind me just now. Lu Chungfeng, then we, the people, must rely on the Qin Bureau to protect us when we encounter bad people. Qin Weiman grunted coldly. Alright, I'll investigate the matter in the west of the city. Don't get complacent too early. Lu Chungfeng smiled. The fact that Qin Weiman could agree to come to tea tonight shows that he also wants to take advantage of the situation to eradicate the tumor of the Chen family. It's an unspoken understanding that can't be spoken. He's sophisticated. In the morning, Ride the Wave held a wrap-up meeting. Everyone was joyful. This operation can simply be described as perfect. Wang Ba said, Boss, the backbone of the Chen family died and fled. There is no backbone anymore. Our guys are completely in. No one in the remaining old and weak of the Chen family dares to resist. From today onwards, the west side of the city is ours to ride the wind and waves. At the scene, there was loud applause. How much money has been copied out this time? Lu Chungfeng asked. 8 million. Wang Ba replied respectfully. How? Much more? Lu Chengfeng jerked his head up. $8 million. Lu Chungfeng touched his head and smiled. Malagasy, are there any good people left in this day and age? When I, Lu Chungfeng, copied out more than $200 million when I copied Funeral Biao's house, only half of it was intercepted. This Wang Ba is even greedier than I am. He's cutting off the entire portion to the left of the decimal point, isn't he? Wang Ba, you stick your head out. I promise I won't beat you. Lu Chungfeng directly pulled out his machete. Wang Ba then realized that his boss was suspecting that he had intercepted it, and immediately raised his hands and swore. Boss, I swear on the lives of my entire family, I didn't take a single penny. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The cold light in Lu Chengfeng's eyes intensified. Wang Ba was so scared that his legs went limp. Boss, if I covet a dime, you kill me immediately. I can swear on my ancestors. Then why the hell is it only $8 million? You copied the house of the boss of the west side of the city, not the slums. Lu Chengfeng only felt that his entire body was bad. Wang Ba said with a bitter face, Boss, when I copied the house, my thoughts were the same as yours, thinking that I could make a big profit. But then when I inquired, I realized that all of the Chen family's children are losers who spend money like water. When the first batch of university towns acquired land, the Chen family was compensated with a sizable amount of demolition money. These young and old are instantly rich and are ing floating, picking up college girls, gambling, even ice skating. How much money would you say is enough for these oohs and ahs? Luckily, he also copied out $8 million. If he copied out a bunch of IOUs, he would still ing pay off his family's debt. Wang Ba also looked bereft and pulled out a cigarette and snapped it. Boss, why don't we either follow Sang Deshang's example and open a casino? It's making money day in and day out. Wang Ba suddenly said. Roll. Gambling can't be touched. What about the $8 million you copied out? It's all been turned over to my sister-in-law. Not a penny left. Are you too damn honest? It's easy for you to hand it in, but harder to claim it. Lu Chungfeng sighed. He quite regretted the momentary hot-headedness of volunteering to show his loyalty to his country. That's a damn good way to lure the audit team to the club. Boss, the money is a little less, but I copied out another good thing. Wang Ba finished and clapped his hands. A stunning beauty was brought in. Skin as white as snow. The body is front and center. Remarkable to the core. The stunning beauty is simply 360 degrees. Especially that clear and stunningly cold temperament, which could simply make all earthly mundane things lower their heads in self-abasement. Chen Tao's lover. Yu Xiana, the model. Wang Ba heatedly laughed. Don't be quick to meet our boss. Yu Xiana's eyes were red from crying and she stood there timidly not speaking. Everyone looked at Lu Chungfeng. Lu Chungfeng coughed. I suspect that this woman knows a lot about Chen Tao's crimes. Send her to my room. I want to interrogate her all night. Oh yeah, just don't let your sister-in-law know about this. Yes, I don't want it. You bandits, let me go home. Get out of here you. Yu Xiana was taken out crying. Lu Chungfeng looked at Wang Ba. Now I announce that Wang Ba has been promoted to the vice president of the company as the boss of City West. What? Everyone on the scene was stunned. Wang Ba was originally just a middle-level head. You've become a regional leader? In terms of area, the west side of the city is bigger than the south side of the city. The other 10 leaders immediately looked at Lu Chungfeng. It seems to mean, why don't you promote me? Lu Chungfeng glanced at them with slanted eyes. It means that you guys have that power instead. The other 10 leaders were so scared that they immediately lowered their heads. Wang Ba cried. Wang Ba felt hot tears in his eyes. He thought he'd top it off by getting promoted to vice president of the company. But I didn't expect Lu Chengfeng to appreciate himself so much and directly let himself be the sole manager of the western part of the city. Boss, tears can't even express my feelings at this time. Wang Ba huffed. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Wang Ba, we have our eyes on the business opportunities in the western part of the city. Do you think Sang Deshang's eyes are blind? Even if Sang Deshang is blind, is his brother blind? This piece of fat meat, countless people will fight for it. We are just taking advantage of strong companies' unpreparedness and grabbing a handful of opportunities. The west side of the city will be the main battlefield in the future. You've encountered a great deal of danger. Save your tears for crying later. Wang Ba wiped his tears. As long as I have the support of my boss, I have confidence. While this was going on, one of the men pushed his way in. Mr. Lu, bosses, the Chen family's son, Chen Ruchang, has been captured, squatting in the wilderness and hiding for the night. Wang Ba immediately stuck his head out and asked Lu Chengfeng, Boss, what do you think about how to handle this? Boss, he cut me yesterday. Wang Ba added another sentence. He was afraid that Lu Chengfeng's motherly heart would overflow and spare Chen Ruchang. He cut me too. Dragon also prompted Lu Chengfeng. Actually, they're overthinking it. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Wang Ba, you are the boss of City West. You have the final say. Wang Ba released a slight smile. The corners of the mouth of the killing opportunity exposed. Chapter 30, The Pushy. In the office of the general manager of the Strong Group, the Chen family's ancestral hall was built in the Qing dynasty. The tablets of the ancestors and the genealogies that have been passed down for centuries are all placed inside. A fire to a man? Who in their right mind would do such a thing? And you're not afraid to cut off your children and grandchildren? Sang Deshang snapped on a cigarette, feeling that he had been made whole wouldn't. Sitting across from him was a lean man in a black Chinese mountain suit. This person was none other than Sang Deshang's own brother, Sang Shua, the real big brother of the Strong Group. Back then, Sang Shua and Sang Deshang came out of the orphanage and fought their way up the ranks with their fists. After everything was stabilized, Sang Shua handed over all the business on the surface to Sang Deshang to handle, and concentrated on charity himself. This bout because of Lu Qingfeng's appearance. Messed up Sang Deshang has already messed up. Sang Suk had no choice but to go out again. Sang Shua said lightly, Does Shang, you've been played by him you know? Sang Deshang asked. How so? Sang Shua said. He fought with you for so long. Did he rob you of a field or take up a piece of your territory? Sang Deshang thought about it and said. None of it. It seems like it's just fighting. Sang Shua said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, he was eyeing that piece of fat meat in the west of the city. Mines, earth moving, docks, slag, construction work, universities, which is a splash of riches. Conflicting with you is nothing more than a distraction from you and the Chun family. This dog thief, eyes not mesmerized by the lights and greenery in the north and east of the city. A visionary curmudgeon indeed. Originally, I had already talked to the upper echelons about some projects in the west of the city, but now the nest has been taken over by that dog. A horizontal twist. Sang Deshang looked up to the sky and sighed. Ah. Playing with eagles all my life, but I didn't expect to be pecked in the eyes by an eagle. Sang Shua said. Recently there will be a big event to happen in Nanjing. Lay low. By the way, those little brothers of his now nothing out of the ordinary movement, right? I haven't heard of any movement. I've heard that they often appear at the new China bookstore. Put. Sang Suk choked on his cigarette and coughed violently. The new bookstore sells machetes now? I don't know. Do they still want to go to college? Make an appointment with him. I'll meet with him. It's up to him to take the chance I give him. Yes, I'm going to meet with Sang Suk soon. It's up to him if he can capitalize on the opportunity. Lu Chengfeng was on the phone with Han Liming. Han Liming really couldn't figure out what robbing money and women from the Chen family in the west of the city had to do with the undercover operation. So just now, he copied the phone and scolded Lu Chengfeng again, even suspecting that he had gone rogue. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, taking the west side of the city is like taking the future of Nanjing, taking the huge amount of benefits. Otherwise, how could a person of Sang Suk's stature take the initiative to interview me? Sound off, but never stray from the main line. Don't worry old Han, my heart is red. Han Liming listened and savored it for a moment, and two words came straight out of his mouth, demon. Nanjing Orphanage, located at the foot of the North Mountain in Nanjing. The scenery is quiet and the air is fresh. In this era, real estate has not yet emerged on a large scale, so the orphanage can still barely occupy such a piece of feng shui land. According to Lu Qingfeng's memory, in about 10 more years, this place would be developed into a cemetery for the rich, and it was said to be more profitable than real estate. When we walked into the orphanage, we immediately felt the laughter of the children. Some of the kids in the yard were playing pickleball, some were painting, and some were playing games. At this moment, Sang Shua, dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, is leading a group of children to play eagle catching chickens. Uncle Sam, the eagle is here. Uncle Sam, I'm going to get caught. The children seemed to know and trust Sang Suk and played with him. What a joyful sight. Lu Chungfeng stood there waiting for 3 minutes and realized that Sang Shua was still playing with the children. Very focused. As if there were only some children in his world. Lu Chengfeng didn't believe that Sang Shua's afterglow couldn't see his arrival. He's deliberately hanging me out to dry. Lu Chengfeng thought about it and came to the center of the courtyard. A kick over a pile of sand built by children. Ripping out children's workbooks by hand. And slapped a kid in the face. The children froze. Then cried instantly. Its joyful harmony is gone. Sang Shua looked toward Lu Chengfeng and smiled faintly. Sang Shua waved his hand. And the orphanage's caretakers immediately rushed to the scene to coax the children. Sang Shua walked up to Lu Chengfeng with a reverent smile on his face. It's true that heroes come out of youths. My brother Deshang is impatient and does not do things well, so I let Little Wind laugh at him. Mr. Sang is polite. When we Jianghu people hang out, what day don't we let people laugh at us? Just like when I just tore up my kid's homework book. We want the inside, but we can't be bothered with all the false faces. Lu Chengfeng insinuated. Sang Shua laughed loudly. Older brother sees through. Come, the scenery here is nice. I'll take old brother for a stroll. After Sang Shua finished speaking, he took Lu Chengfeng by the shoulders. The two strolled around the orphanage as if they were best friends who had nothing to talk about. This orphanage was founded in 1960, and back then the two of us, Deshang and I, were the first orphans taken in here. 40 years originally thought in the Jianghu called the wind and rain, pillow all lying jade, but did not realize that the most heart misses are here. I can't even wait to move here and live with these kids every day. Sang Suk said while touching the small head of an orphan child who passed by. Uncle Sam, come play pickup soccer with us later, will you? Yeah, you guys go ahead. Uncle will be over later. Aha. Go go go. So good. Sang Shua was like a loving father, looking at these children with a face full of tenderness. Boss Sang, why don't I either move my luggage over and work with you at the orphanage with the kids? Lu Chengfeng disliked Sang Shua's pretentiousness. We're all foxes of 1,000 years. Is it necessary to mold a persona like that? Sang Shua looked toward Lu Chengfeng, his mouth smiling as he said, there's a reason why I'm being nicer to them. Their parents, even their grandparents, died at my hands, so I had to do something for them, didn't I? Lu Chengfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. It was the first time since going undercover that I felt a chill down my back. Good, let's cut the crap and get to the point. Sang Shua said, in the next 10 or 20 years, whoever occupies the west side of the city will be the richest man in Nanjing. Little Wind, you're great. A surprise attack to dominate the western part of the city. I, Sang Shua, admire you, but you can't have the west side of town all to yourself. I have to stick my foot in it. I can forget about everything else. It's all negotiable. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Could be. You stick it in. Lu Chengfeng said on the spot. What? Sang Shua looked toward Lu Chengfeng. He hadn't expected to be so forthcoming with Lu Chengfeng. Let's talk about your conditions then. I reckon the return you're asking for won't be low. Sang Shua laughed. I'll let Boss Sang have a foot in my business in the west of the city. Then Boss Sang's business in the north and east of the city will have to let me have a foot in it as well. Sang Shua froze, then laughed out loud. That's fair. You can come in with the KTVS, casinos, bars, and even the business on Deshang Street in the north of the city. Lu Chengfeng laughed. You should know clearly that what I want is not that. The smile on Sang Suk's face froze. I can't understand what you're saying. You heard me. Lu Chengfeng's eyes looked straight at Sang Shua. Chapter 31, Tit for Tat. It was like time had stood still. Sang Suk's smile was gone. He never expected that Lu Chengfeng would have such a big appetite and actually dare to covet his most core and sensitive business. Older brother is talking about something big. I'll have to look into it and get back to you some other time. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Since going undercover, this was the first time Lu Chengfeng had tentatively thrown out his request. He knew the other guy wouldn't be able to give in that easily. It's like international politics. What you don't get on the battlefield, you don't get at the negotiating table. Sang Suk was obviously really perfunctory. There's still a fight to be had. At this moment, Sang Shua looked towards the orphanage's office and shouted, Where's Little Blue? Uncle Sang is here as a guest. Why isn't there a single tea maker? Coming, Uncle Sam. Not long after, an innocent young girl in her teens came over with a tea tray. Uncle Sang, this brother, please have some tea. It's a fairy tea that we pick ourselves on the tea hills. A very high grade, ethereal aroma. Sang Shua said, extremely high quality tea, unusually sweet. I don't think my oldest brother has had one yet. Taste it. The beautiful maiden respectfully brought the teacup to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng smelled it, and it did have a refreshing fragrance. Lu Chengfeng brought the teacup to his mouth and was about to drink it when he suddenly paused again. Fairy tea, do I have to have this little fairy feed me with her mouth to make it smell better? Lu Chengfeng looked at the beautiful young girl. Sang Shua laughed. Older brother really does have a sense of elegance. Little Blue, you feed him with your mouth. Blue looked at Sang Suk before nodding. Xiao Lan's vermilion lips lightly opened and drank the turquoise tea into her mouth, then ambled into Lu Chengfeng's arms, ready to mouth deliver the tea into Lu Chengfeng's mouth. However, Lu Chengfeng violently pinched Blue's neck, then slammed it, and the tea poured into Blue's stomach. Ah! Blue let out a shriek of horror, then bent over to try to gouge the tea out, but within a few strokes, Blue fell to the ground and didn't move. Blood from the 7 orifices. The death was extremely tragic. The way she poisoned her was subtle, but ultimately it was still juvenile. Lu Chengfeng lifted Xiao Lan's hand up and removed the ring that hid the poison. Sang Shua laughed. No wonder Deshang lost in your hands. It's indeed not a bad loss. Lu Chengfeng said. Boss Sang, you're the one who asked me to talk about things today. Is this your style of talking about things? Sang Shua said calmly. Do you think that I won't be able to do business in the west side of the city if a few of your cooks occupy it? Lu Chengfeng said hegemonically. I think that without my Lu Chengfeng's nod, no one can enter. Negotiations were again terminated. Sang Suk clapped his hands. 10 top experts appeared in front of Lu Chengfeng. In Nanjiang, those who stand in my way will die. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Mr. Sang, if you move me, aren't you afraid that Lisa won't be alive? What? A cold light emerged from Sang Suk's eyes. She's your destiny, isn't she? As long as I get out of here safely today, no one will touch her. On the contrary, she must die. You watch. Sang Suk sighed up to the sky. The close relationship between the strong group and Lisa is hardly known. This kid just arrived in Nanjiang for 10 days and was able to poke holes in the relationship and use it for self-preservation. It's like a demon. I can spare you for today, but I warn you, Lisa is an existence you can't reach. If you hurt a hair on her head, I'll have you destroyed. And I will eat in the west of the city. After leaving the orphanage, Lu Chengfeng let out a long breath. One exchange with Sang Suk got at least 3 problems. First, Lisa is Sang Shua's umbrella and has an extremely high status, so by following her down, she should be able to get a clear picture of Nanjiang's criminal network with the outside. Secondly, there is something very wrong with this orphanage. It reveals oddities inside and out. Thirdly, he was right to bet on Song Sain himself. Sang Shua's gaze was much more far-reaching than Sang Deshang's, and he was dead set on Chengshi. This was the only bargaining chip one could trade with him. Lu Chengfeng dialed Han Liming's phone and said, Division Han, without spooking the snakes, send someone to secretly check out the Nanjiang orphanage. Why? I don't feel right. Good. I talked to Sang Suk once. How did it go? I was right about him. He wanted to do legitimate business on the west side of town, but didn't believe I could just get my hands on the west side of town. So he was at an impasse. How do you break it? Then I'll just show him my hand. Beat him until he's convinced. Just after hanging up the phone, a police car pulled up beside Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng subconsciously took a look and suddenly realized that Qin Weiman and Sang Deshang were actually sitting in the car. The door of the police car opened, and Qin Weiman's assistant personally got out and said, Boss Lu, come with us. Bureau Qin invites you to have a coffee. Why are you drinking coffee again? Aren't you afraid of insomnia? Lu Chengfeng jumped into the car and sat beside Sang Deshang. Sang Deshang narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Lu Chengfeng also narrowed his eyes and thought. For the second time in a short week, Qin Weiman invited for coffee. This suggests that the situation is even more serious than the last time. Half an hour later, the car entered the South River police station. In the conference room on the second floor, there were already 6 or 7 not-so-small bosses of the Nanjiang Dao sitting. These bosses belonged to the category of village bullies and local snakes, and were completely incomparable to the regular army like Lu Chengfeng and Sang Deshang. These contraptions were originally holding cigarettes in their mouths and blowing awesome there, only to see that Lu Chengfeng and Sang Deshang had also come in, and immediately shut up in fear. Get the outta here. Are you qualified to sit in the first row? Lu Chengfeng directly squeezed out a village bully and sat in his place. Nice guy. What a bully. How could the village bully dare to argue more with a plague god like Lu Chengfeng? He could only sit in the back row. Qin Weiman sat down in the middle of the conference room. Everyone looked at Qin Weiman. Qin Weiman directly pulled out his sidearm and slapped it heavily on the table. Everyone froze in fear. What the hell? Qin Bureau has something to say properly. It's strange and scary to move a sword or a gun. Lu Chengfeng laughed. For a month from today, I hope that our Nanjiang road will be peaceful, and there will be no fights or brawls. A few of the bigwigs on the scene coughed right out. That's all we've been doing all these years is fighting for money. What do you want us to do if we don't fight? We're going to be cadres? Bureau Qin, I'm afraid this is a little difficult. A boss smiled sarcastically. Is it difficult? Sheen Wayman raised his voice. If you find it difficult, then stay here for a while first. Whenever I don't find it difficult, I'll release them. I'm not kidding. Sheen Wayman looked at his gun. A few of the bosses realized that this time it was for real. It's not hard. Not hard at all. That boss immediately winks.
Sheen Wayman looked again at the nemesis pair of Sang Deshang and Lu Chengfeng.
Boss Sang. Boss Lu. Do you find it difficult? It's not difficult.
Our strong victory group has never been fond of fighting and causing trouble.
So don't worry about it. Bureau Qin. Sang Deshang said faintly.
Sheen Wayman looked at Lu Chengfeng again.
Bureau Qin's orders are what our company operates on.
Lu Chengfeng smiled and made a statement.
Lu Chengfeng could sort of see it. Can make Sheen Wayman solemn and pull out a gun and threaten? That thing is big. Maybe it has to involve the internal defense work.
Security and stability must be maintained from top to bottom.
I'm afraid many venues will have to close down. If nothing else. Sure enough,
Sheen Wayman said right after.
Mr. Lu, can you close those bathhouses for a while? Why? Our place is a serious business. If we don't open, what will happen to my brothers and ladies? Technicians? That industry of yours is a real eyesore. There's a major state event.
Sheen Wayman said despondently.
A major state event? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 32, who's your boss? A major state event? That's a ing big deal.
Anyone who touches bad luck at this juncture is guaranteed to be able to dig your ancestors' graves clean.
Please don't worry, Bureau Qin. We definitely have the greater good in mind.
The venues that should be closed will definitely be closed without causing any trouble to the government.
The scene is full of people who know what the trade-offs are.
Sheen Wayman said in a cold voice. I hope you're true to your word.
During this period of time, whoever dares to ruin me, Sheen Wayman, for a while, then I will ruin him for the rest of his life. You may go. Okay, Bureau Qin. Everyone can see that Sheen Wayman is really moving this time. After the meeting from Sheen Wayman, the security work in Nanjiang was immediately tightened. On the streets, there are significantly more staff patrolling and checking on the community. In some important neighborhoods, some black-clad secret agents can be seen scrutinizing every garbage can and sewer manhole cover. Once it is confirmed that there are no explosives, a seal will be affixed to the relevant location. A few snipers could still be seen testing their bearings on the few tall buildings. Lu Chengfeng was too familiar with these processes, and it was easy to see by their process that this execution was a level 1 guard mission. In the Summerland, there are 3 levels of Secret Service guard duty. The third class is the lowest, and the guards are the number 1 governor of the province. Second class guard duty, on the other hand, is for international dignitaries, usually the number 1 person in a small country or the number 2 or 3 person in a large country. First class guard duty, on the other hand, is the highest level of guards who know what they're doing. Generally speaking, the imperial capital or the magic capital were the preferred places for big shots, taking on heavier first-class guard duties. Nanjiang's economy is very developed, but its political status isn't that high. What's with the level 1 security mission? At this moment, Condensation also received a call from her superiors that she was to perform a first-class guard mission in Nanjiang, allowing her to take command. Lang Ning finally somewhat understood why her superiors had sent her undercover in Nanjiang. At night, Lu Chengfeng took the map and came to the west of the city alone. Seemingly deserted. It's nowhere near as lively as the lights and greenery north of the city. But Lu Chengfeng knew that what was coming was hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. Anyone who can get a piece of the pie will not have to fight for a few lifetimes. How could Sang Suk not be moved? That's the main battlefield. To the north of Nanjiang University is a bustling commercial street. This was an era when bars hadn't sprung up on a large scale in the country, but places with universities accept new things faster. After all, in this commercial street called Back Street, apart from the bustling internet cafes, a dozen or so bars have already appeared. Lu Chengfeng had nothing to do, so he walked into a bar, ordered a beer, and pondered over the map of the western part of the city as he drank. Handsome guy, drink a few cups with me. A girl who looked to be around 20 years old, with earrings and dyed white hair sat next to Lu Chengfeng. Behind them were 4 or 5 girls who were all dressed up and wearing edgy clothes, probably because she looked at Lu Chengfeng too handsome. The white-haired beauty took the initiative to tease him. Lu Chengfeng glanced at the other party and said contemptuously, "Your boobs are too flat. You're not qualified to drink with me. Get lost." "So old?" a teenage girl on the side said. "Tramp, do you know who you're talking to?" "Who is it?" Lu Chengfeng asked indifferently. "Backstreet Key. You ask around. In the whole Backstreet, who dares not give face to Key when they see her? Little pussy. I'm giving you a favor by letting you drink with me. Do you understand?" Lu Chengfeng laughed outright. "Never heard of any Backstreet Key-san, but you just called me names. You might get a beating." Lu Chengfeng took a light sip of beer and continued to look at the map. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What ING college are you from? Believe it or not, I'll straighten you out. Backstreet Key shoved Lu Chengfeng. On the side. A group of punks immediately surrounded Sister Chi as soon as they saw that someone had offended the famous Sister Chi. Apologize. Pay up. Dare to mess with our Sister Chi. Want to die. The yellow-haired punks were incredibly arrogant. Sister Chi sneered. Kid, you ING offended me tonight, you know? Either let me sleep all night tonight or my anger may not die down. Lu Chengfeng almost laughed and sprayed. Said. Goo. Chi sister so big fire ah. Who is your boss? Ki sneered. My boss is the famous Wang Ba. Brother Ba. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Brother Ba is so famous in the west side of the city? Nonsense. The entire west side of the city is covered by my brother Ba. One man can cut down a city. He's as famous as Sang Desheng in the north and Lu Xiangfeng in the south. Brother Ba can't be on par with Lu Chengfeng yet. He's Lu Chengfeng's little brother. A little missy reminded. Pretty much. Ba's territory is even bigger than Lu Xiangfeng's. He's got more minions than Lu Xiangfeng. His reputation in the west side of the city is bigger than Lu Xiangfeng's as well. Sooner or later, Brother Ba will surpass Lu Chengfeng. Sister Chi was incredibly adoring of Wang Ba. Lu Chengfeng was amused. You're going to get Ba killed with that statement, you know? Call your bully brother. I was supposed to come to him tonight. Sister Chi laughed her ass off. What the are you? What kind of status does Brother Ba have? Can you meet him just because you want to? Lu Chengfeng laughed. Okay. You stop. I'll call him now. I want to see how powerful Ba is now. Lu Chengfeng finished taking out his big brother and dialed Wang Ba's phone. Where are you? Boss, I'm studying in the library of Nanjiang University. What the hell are you doing in the library? You can't even read with that grade school level? Boss, wasn't it you who told me to study hard? I'm afraid you'll cut me if I don't pass the monthly exam. Okay, cut the crap. You cover the Parrot Bar, right? I cover the whole west side of the city. I'm surrounded by your minions in your field. I'll give you 10 minutes to come over. More than 1 minute I'll smash your field. Wang Ba was startled and hurriedly hung up the phone. At this moment, Backstreet Key laughed. Yo, still got a big brother to fool people? Lu Chengfeng said, I am the boss of your Ba. Backstreet Sister Chi laughed her ass off. Boss? What kind of boss doesn't have a little brother when he goes out nowadays? You don't look like a boss with this demeanor. Brothers and sisters, teach this outspoken brat a lesson. Send me to my room after the fight so I can sleep. Lu Chengfeng pointed to the clock hanging on the wall of the bar and said, 10 minutes. Your city west boss will come over. It's not too late to wait and fight. Backstreet Key laughed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Make it look like it's real. Then I'll give you 10 minutes. If our brother Ba doesn't come, I'll ing kill you tonight. Boss, bring me a beer. Drink it while you wait. Okay. The owner sent over a ton of beer. Backstreet Key brought her little Taiyuis and little brothers around Lu Chengfeng and stared at him dead in the face. Chapter 33, That Superb Young Woman. Lu Chengfeng didn't pay any attention to these little two young girls and punks, drinking his beer lightly and looking at the map of the western part of the city. Within 5 years, 5 universities will open on the west side of the city. The first to start is the South River Normal University. The address has been chosen, and demolition has been completed. The first phase of construction will begin soon. The total investment amounted to tens of billions of dollars. Whether or not he could get Sang Shua on his knees to cooperate depended on whether or not he could take the project at Nanjiang Normal University. In any era, being powerful doesn't necessarily bring people to their knees, but being rich does. While Lu Chengfeng was thinking, there was a sudden commotion in the bar. Everyone stood up and looked respectfully at the door. Wang Ba rushed over angrily with 4 of his personal men. Ba! Everyone shouted out almost in unison. Backstreet Key ran to Wang Ba and said respectfully, Boss, there's a impersonator inside who says he knows you. That's my ing boss. Wang Ba slapped Backstreet Key to the ground. What? Everyone was completely stunned. That low-profile and clean young man is really the boss of Wang Ba? Isn't that Lu Xiangfeng, the one everyone in the Jianghu was talking about? Everyone's scalp went numb with fear. I'm afraid I'm in big trouble tonight. Wang Ba came to Lu Chengfeng, wiped his sweaty head and said respectfully, Boss, why don't you say hello when you're here? Have you eaten yet? Lu Chengfeng laughed. If I didn't sneak in for a spin, how would I have known that you, Wang Ba, had such a big rack in the west of the city? Nah, that little Tae Yukai just said it. She said that your brother Ba's territory is bigger than Lu Chengfeng's. Little brother is much more than Lu Chengfeng's. I've only heard of brother Ba but not brother Feng in the west of the city as well. Wang Ba's lips trembled in fear. Is the boss pointing at himself? Wang Ba was truly afraid of this boss in front of him. Strong in battle, delicate in mind, and insidious. If he suspects him, He's afraid he won't live to see tomorrow morning. Wang Ba looked at the backstreet key and yanked her over with one hand. It was a couple of slaps in the face. Do you believe I'll sell you in a brothel? You want me to die? Stuff. Backstreet Key was beaten up and didn't dare to let out a single fart. Alright, a little girl. Don't hurt anyone. Lu Chengfeng stopped it. Only then did Wang Ba rejoin Lu Chengfeng. Boss, you can't scare me. Me and Josie are yours. I can't wait to hang your quotes over my bed and think about them 3 times a day. Good guy. I didn't go to the library for nothing, and I even learned idioms. Laughing. I'm sorry, boss. These little brats in the west side of the city don't know what they're doing, so I'm to blame for their poor leadership. After Wang Ba finished speaking, he looked at the men who were kneeling on the ground. What the are you waiting for? Call the boss. Boss. Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands and got up, saying, I'm looking for you for something serious tonight. Go out for a walk with me. Yes. Lu Chengfeng led Wang Ba towards the outside of the bar. As he passed by Sister Key on the back street, Lu Chengfeng bent down to look at her. Lu, boss, I was wrong. Backstreet Key felt afraid that she was not going to live. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly and pointed to the 20 bottles of beer on the bar. Drink them. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he led Wang Ba away. The two arrived at the site reserved for the Nanjiang Normal University. Lu Chengfeng said, the winds have been tight in the last few days, so don't clash head-on with the people in the north and east of the city. Yes. Lu Chengfeng pointed at the huge open space and said, starting today, not a single engineering vehicle is allowed to come in without the permission of Ride the Wind and Waves Company. Can you do that? Wang Ba said. Don't worry, boss. Even if I sleep under the wheels of a construction truck, I won't let them in. Lu Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction. He was very fond of Wang Ba. Ambitious, brainy, and crucially, not desperate and able to fight. Sleeping wheels aren't necessary. Just hang in there for me for a while. I'm going to make the roads west of the city travel with our Ride the Wave construction trucks. Wang Ba's eyes directly lit up. There's just so much information behind that statement. I knew boss was ambitious. Wang Ba's voice trembled with excitement. You're also ambitious. Otherwise you wouldn't understand what I'm talking about. Come with me tomorrow to find President Zhang Sikyuan of Nanjiang Normal University. He's in charge of all the projects for the new campus. Yes. The next morning, Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba arrived at the old campus of Nanjiang Normal University located in the east of the city. After some inquiries, the two came to the door of Zhang Sikyuan's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a familiar voice from inside. Bai Jie. Lu Chengfeng's heart was hot. Lu Chengfeng remembers that in her senior year of high school Bai Jie owed a debt because her husband gambled, and she sold her house in Dongzhou to pay off the debt for her husband. Because of her graduate degree, she and her husband left Dongzhou and were recruited to become teachers at Nanjiang Teachers University. But I didn't expect to run into it again. Who is that woman in there? Wang Ba asked softly. My high school English teacher. Paige. Lu Chengfeng's heartbeat quickened and he leaned over the doorway and listened carefully. Wang Ba glanced at Lu Chengfeng, realizing for the first time that the boss also had moments of lewdness. In the office, Bai Jie's voice was like a mosquito. Principal Zhang, don't be like this. I'm a person with a husband. Zhang Sikyuan said with a sly smile. Ah, Ms. Bai. Your husband owes a whole $2 million in the Strong Company's casino. How are you going to pay this debt if you don't get along with me? We're about to build a new campus on the west side of town, so you do realize how much power I have, right? Outside the door, Lu Chengfeng sighed softly. Bai Jie's husband is really a dog who can't change his ways. Bai Jie has paid so much for him, even moved to Nanjiang, and he's still addicted to gambling. I'm not that kind of person. Please don't make me, Paige said softly. Zhang Siquan said, if you're good with me, I can get the debt collectors to waive your interest. That way you can save up and slowly pay back the principal. Otherwise, I'm afraid the debt collectors won't leave you alone. As Zhang Siquan spoke, he forcefully hugged Bai Jie, a foul mouth attempting to arch up. Don't you push too hard. Bai Jie struggled. What's the point of pretending to be innocent? Slap. Bai Jie slapped Zhang Siquan in the face. Asterisk. Don't you dare hit me. After Zhang Siquan finished speaking, he directly pressed Bai Jie onto the desk. Then he was ready to tear her clothes. Boom. Lu Chengfeng kicked the door open without hesitation. Wang Ba also hurriedly followed. Who are you people? Dare to break into my office? Zhang Siquan never expected a living person to barge in at this time and could only let go of Bai Jie. Bai Jie's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Lu Chengfeng, what's this bad student doing in Nanjiang? Shouldn't he be studying public security higher education in Tongchao? Chapter 34, Bai Jie was stunned. Little Wind. You, why are you here? You skipped class again? Bai Jie asked in surprise. Lu Chengfeng sighed. What a sexy stunning young woman. The face is clean. stunning, and so well educated. Could have had a happy life? Just ashamed to be married to a piece of trash and be forced into this. Lu Chengfeng took his jacket off to cover by Jie's body and said gently, "You go home first, I'll talk to you slowly later." Good. Bai Jie glanced at Lu Chengfeng and left Zhang Siquan's office with a puzzled face. Lu Chengfeng took a seat on the sofa and Wang Ba respectfully lit a cigarette for him, then stood behind him. "Who the hell are you people? Get out of my office." Zhang Siquan raised his hand and was about to pick up the phone to call security. "This is our boss, Lu Chengfeng," Wang Ba said sternly. Zhang Siquan's hand hung in mid-air, giving up on making the call. "You're the famous boss Lu from the south of the city? Aha! What do you want for breaking into my office?" "I'd like to talk to Principal Zhang about the Nanjiang Teachers University project." Zhang Siquan laughed. A very contemptuous laugh. Zhang Siquan said, "Lu Chengfeng, who gave you the courage to make this request to me? Your education is high school, right? You ride the waves or a bunch of uneducated landlubbers, right? What qualifications do you have to meddle in the affairs of Nanjiang Teachers University?" Wang Ba angrily rebuked. Zhang Siquan, "Speak with ing politeness." Zhang Siquan said contemptuously, "Short mule, you want to cut me? This is an ivory tower here. Ah, put away your social set. Asterisk 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 your moms I'll get you killed dash." Wang Ba immediately wanted to get mad, but Lu Chengfeng stopped him. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, "Is the ivory tower very holy? Tearing a female teacher's clothes? Principal Zhang, I don't think my brothers and I are ashamed. At least live an honest life. On the contrary, the more you are in the upper echelons of the hierarchy, the nastier the things you do. Don't act like we can still talk properly." Zhang Siquan was choked and said with a red face, "Lu Chengfeng, that's a project of tens of billions of dollars. Do you know how many you were the first to log on?" "I don't care how many I'm the first. Nanjiang Normal University's project in the west of the city can only be general contracted by me." Ha 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 ha. Zhang Siquan let out a loud laugh. "Young people really don't know the sky and the earth. In case you don't know, I've been friends with Sang Suk and Sang Daesung for years. If you haven't been kicked in the head by a donkey, you should understand what I mean, right?" Lu Chengfeng looked at Zhang Siquan. "Even if you are not their close friend for many years, they will still come to your door. In Nanjiang Road, the only one who has the strength to forcefully take over this project is the strong groups. Am I right?" Zhang Siquan said in a cold voice. "It's good that you know. Let me tell it clearly. Sang Shua has already talked to me about the details of cooperation. The general lead of the project is definitely the strong group. You, Lu Chengfeng, won't even get a bite of soup." After Zhang Siquan finished speaking, he turned his head to Wang Ba again and sneered. "Short mule, did you think you could force my project by using force? Dream on you. If you dare to touch a finger of mine, I'll definitely call the police to deal with you. If Nanjiang can't deal with you, the Eastern Province will come down to deal with you." Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "You're being overly concerned, Principal Zhang. Each line of work has its own way of dealing with each line of work. You're not a punk, and we sure as hell aren't going to use the same thing against you that we use against punks. That's not how you take a project." Zhang Siquan coldly grunted, "I count on you to be sensible. You can all get out of my office. Bunch of cockroaches." But Lu Chengfeng interrupted Zhang Siquan. "One size does not fit all. The way you dealt with Bai Jie was even nastier than a gangster. Then I'll just have to settle for punk," Lu Chengfeng said elegantly as he crossed his thighs and crossed his legs. Zhang Siquan was surprised. "What? You dare to move me? I am a senior intellectual." Lu Chengfeng laughed. "Wang Ba, Durochin forbids us to make trouble. But does seeing justice count as making trouble? Not really. Then get him. Don't hurt your hand. He'll have to sign a contract with us then." "Okay." Wang Ba picked up the ashtray on the table and started to smash it. Boom. Boom. Not long after, Zhang Siquan lay on the ground with a face full of blood, shivering straight. Lu Chengfeng squatted down and patted his face. "Don't call the police, or you'll be the one to make a fool of yourself. Or maybe you'll even get sunk in the river." After leaving Zhang Siquan's office, Wang Ba spat viciously. "Just this is still an intellectual. Boss, reading is useless. Reading people is bad." Lu Chengfeng said, "Okay, you go back to the company to prepare some money. I have to help Bai Jie." "Yes. In an old residential neighborhood outside Nanjiang Normal University." Disoriented, Page returned to the rented house. Just as he entered the house, the door was kicked in. A group of punks ran over. "Mr. Bai, it's the end of the month. Do we have to pay back the interest we owe?" The gangster at the head looked to be in his 40s, with eye boogers in his eyes, which made him look particularly disgusting. The jungle nickname is Triangle Eyes. It's the head of the gangsters specializing in debt collection at the Royal Yoyogi Casino underneath the Strong Company. Triangle Eyes.
My paycheck for this month hasn't been paid yet, Bai Jia timidly said.
Triangle Eyes surveyed Bai Jia's dimpled figure and said, "Ah, Mr. Bai, that's no way to put it off again and again. Either that or meat?"
Bai Jia was stunned and said,
"You guys don't go too far." Triangle Eyes laughed.
"What good is your useless husband?
No money, no virtue. Mr. White, you can either divorce him and live with my Triangle Eyes. I've dreamed of marrying an educated woman like you. How beautiful is it to have a bunch of little cubs and not worry about food or drink?" Bai Jia backed up. "You guys get the hell out of here. Otherwise I'm going to call the police." Triangle Eyes laughed fiercely.
"Report it. You're afraid that no one can save you even if you scream your throat out."
It was at that moment that the door to the room opened. Lu Chengfeng walked in.
As soon as Bai Jia saw Lu Chengfeng, it was as if she had seen a savior, and she immediately hid behind Lu Chengfeng. Triangle Eyes and 4 of his men immediately pulled out their sharp knives.
Bai Jia screamed out with a frightened "Ah! Who the are you?" "Lu Chengfeng."
"What?" Triangle Eyes and his men were outright shocked when they heard this illustrious name. Lu Chengfeng's eyes looked at the other party like knives and said,
"I suggest you put your knives away. It's for your own good. Who hasn't heard of Lu Xingfeng's jungle stories? Moving a knife in front of him is tantamount to suicide."
Triangle Eyes and his minions hurriedly put away their sharp knives.
Paige was stunned. Why is it that one word from Wendy can make these unscrupulous gangsters put down their butcher knives? "Lu Chengfeng, when did it become your turn to meddle in the affairs of City East? Now intervene."
Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, "You're here to collect a debt today, right? I'll pay the debt of Mr. White's family.
Inform Chen Lei to come back and clear the debt together later. Now, I'd like to speak to Mr. White alone, so go stand by the door." Triangle Eyes didn't dare to make a move and obediently led his men out.
Lu Chengfeng closed the door and looked at the young woman with a special crush on him.
Paige was stunned. "Triangle Young, these guys are outlaws. Why did they obediently go and stand outside when Lu Chengfeng gave the order?" "Little Wind, aren't you studying at the East Continent Police Academy? Why have you come to Nanjiang?"
Bai Jia is not in contact with society, and does not know that the student in front of him is already a lordly figure in Nanjiang.
Chapter 35, You're Gonna Die.
I was expelled for molesting my homeroom teacher on my 10th day of reporting to the public security high school.
You should know me, Mr. Bai. I'm a person with a rather special orientation. Lu Chengfeng quietly looked at Bai Jia.
Bai Jia's pretty face reddened, thinking of all the fleshy love letters Lu Chengfeng had written to her in the past when she was a teacher.
"Shame on you, Ms. Bai. Your husband started gambling again after moving to Nanjiang?" Lu Chengfeng asked.
"Yes, the dog can't change his ways,
and owes another debt. The creditors can't do anything about him, so they can only look for me every day. How much gambling debt do you owe now?" 2 million.
Hiss. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air.
$2 million is an astronomical amount. I'm afraid Bai Jia's salary is only $20,000 to $30,000 a year.
That's a lot of interest per month,
isn't it?
Yes,
and the interest is rolling in. Bai Jia sighed,
only feeling that life was hopeless and was about to be driven to death by these debt collectors.
Lu Chengfeng said, "I'll return it for you."
Bai Jia snorted.
"What ability do you,
a poor kid who just graduated from high school,
have to help me pay off my debt? Speaking of which, you would have been qualified to take Qingbei. It's all because I went to junior college." Lu Chengfeng said, "Every time I go to class I don't look at the blackboard. I only look at you."
"Shut up," Bai Jia reprimanded.
"You're only 19 now. Great youth. You can still repeat and start over. The only way to get ahead is to read." Lu Chengfeng laughed. "Mr. Bai, why don't you divorce Mr. Chen?" Paige sighed. "Where to get away from it? He's wandering around now, eating his fill. The minute I mention divorce, he's going to jump off a building." Lu Chengfeng, on the other hand, sighed.
For a scum like Chen Lei to be able to find such a good wife is simply a blessing that was cultivated in a previous life. It's just a shame he doesn't know how to appreciate it. It was at this time that Chen Lei, who had been notified, returned.
"Who the are you? What are you doing in my house?"
Chen Lei looked wan and sleepy. At first glance, he was the kind who stayed up late every day gambling and not returning home.
"He's Lu Chengfeng, a student from when I taught high school," Bai Jia said.
Chen Lei thought for a moment and said, "I remember. I peeked at the letter you wrote to her. You were thinking about her in high school."
"Thinking about it even now,"
Lu Chengfeng said with a smile.
"Lu Chengfeng, what are you talking about?"
Bai Jia glared with a red face.
"Chen Lei from, what the hell do you mean?"
Lu Chengfeng said indifferently.
"Mr. Chen, let's make it short. I'll pay off all the foreign debts you owe.
You're cool with divorcing Ms. White and stop wearing her out, okay?"
Chen Lei froze and looked at Bai Jia.
Paige was also confused.
"What's going on with Lu Xingfeng? Why so confident?" "Little thing, do you know what you're saying?" "Of course I do. The money will be here soon. Just ask if you'll agree to a divorce. Chen Lei thought to himself, is it really a pie in the sky? Okay, I promise. It was at that moment that a knock sounded outside. Bai Jia opened the door and found Wang Ba and Triangle Eyes walking in together. Teacher Bai. Wang Ba greeted respectfully. Lu Chengfeng, on the other hand, said, Triangle Eyes, do the math and find out how much Mr. Chen Lei owes your casino. Triangle Eyes said, the principal is $2 million. Wang Ba snapped and placed 2 black leather boxes on the humble dining table. $4 million in interest. Triangle Eyes added. Wang Ba froze. Asterisk. Brought less. Lu Chengfeng blankly stared. What can you do? How much did you bring? Wang Ba scratched his head. Brought 3 million. I damn well thought that $2 million of principal with at most $1 million of interest would top it, but I didn't realize that the casinos in the eastern part of the city were even darker than me. Lu Chengfeng looked at Triangle Eyes. Only brought 3 million. Take it. The rest is exempt. I don't know if I, Lu Chengfeng, have this face? Triangle Eyes sneered. Are you trying to bully people? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. It's not a power struggle. The principal of $2,000,000 is itself an illegal gambling debt, and I paid $1,000,000 in interest. Haven't I done enough to make it fair? Why don't you ask your boss Sang? Triangle Eyes sneered. There's no need to bother boss Sang personally with matters in the eastern part of the city. We, Master Chengdong Do, have full authority. Boss Lu, I'm afraid you don't know what our Master Do's nickname is. Do you? Abacus Do. After Triangle Eyes finished speaking, he took out his big brother's cell phone from his purse and dialed Master Do's number. Master Do, Lu Chengfeng has appeared in the east of our city. Master Do asked, what is he doing in the east of the city? Help Chenlei's family pay off their gambling debts and ask if the interest can be waived. Master Do sneered. Asterisk. Free. He's lucky he didn't cut him when he came to our territory. Give him back his waiver? You tell him that he, Lu Chengfeng, has no face in front of my Master Chengdong Do. Roger that. Triangle Eyes hung up the phone and said contemptuously. Master Do said, he has the final say in East City. You have no face in East City. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Lu Chengfeng said, very well. For the rest of the money, I'll personally visit Master Do tonight and deliver it to his old man. As long as he dares to take it. You take this $3 million first. Get out of here before I get angry and cut someone. Triangle Eyes arrogantly sneered and led his men downstairs with the money. Mr. Chen. The divorced Lu Chengfeng looked at Chen Lei. Wait a minute. Chen Lei interrupted Lu Chengfeng. Chen Lei was stunned. He could sort of see that this student of Bai Jia's was sort of earning his keep. And he's not dead to Bai Jia and is willing to pay his debts for him. If he likes my wife, then why not get more out of him? I'll go down and say thank you to Triangle Eyes, and we'll talk about the divorce later. After Chen Lei finished speaking, he couldn't wait to go out and catch up with Triangle Eyes. Lu Chengfeng felt that Chen Lei's eyes were out of place and then came to the window. Triangle Eye. Wait. Chen Lei stopped Triangle Eye, who was preparing to leave. What's wrong? Can we fake more debt? What do you mean? You see that little cutie. So wanna pay off my wife's debt? Let's fabricate a $10 million debt. Then you half and I half. With or without power. Triangle Eyes froze and said, asterisk. Good idea. Only, he's not a person to be messed with. Are you sure you want to do this? What's so bad to mess with? Just my wife a student. 1. Triangle Eyes said. Okay, then I'll help you forge $10 million of debt. But I'll say it in front of you. If something happens you'll have to carry it all by yourself. Upstairs, Lu Chengfeng listened to all of their conversations in his ears, and a grim sneer spread across the corners of his mouth. Chen Lei, who had finished discussing the sordid matter, returned upstairs with a smile on his face. Lu Chengfeng said, Ms. Chen, I've already paid off $3 million of debt for your family. Can you sign the divorce agreement? Chen Lei said, isn't that still $3 million short of repayment? And I have another debt. Lu Chengfeng smiled and asked, how much? Chen Lei said a bit unconfidently, $10 million. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, no problem. Chapter 36, I am the only one who doesn't keep a low profile. Chen Lei was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Chengfeng to agree so readily. I should have known to report more. Knock less Page was in a hurry. Bai Jia knew Chen Lei, this treacherous villain, too well. Chen Lei, are you still a man? People have kindly helped you pay off $3 million already. Where did you get a debt of $10 million? Bai Jia just felt so humiliated. Chen Lei shamelessly said, that, does still have a debt of $10 million. Bai Jia, I'm telling you, unless you pay me back this $10 million as well, or don't even think about getting a divorce, I'll consume you for the rest of my life. Bai Jia's tears fell without argument. What can you do with a scoundrel like that? I only blame myself for being blind in the first place. Chen Lei looked at Lu Chengfeng again. Right, fellow Lu Chengfeng. Look at my wife. She's beautiful, she's got a great body, she's got a great personality, and she's highly educated. Who do you think marries a wife like that and wants to leave? I even think $10 million is a bit less than that. Oh, Lu Chengfeng stroked his chin and actually laughed out of anger. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. Wang Ba was so angry that his lips were shivering. Just like this, he's still a ING teacher. It's not as open as those of us who are socialized. Chen Lei said shamelessly, alright, you guys can go now. Come back to my house when you've helped me pay off my debt. I haven't touched my wife in a long time, so I'm going to make out today. You guys go. Wang Ba's little tantrum just couldn't be contained. Clenching his fists, he tried to charge, but Lu Chengfeng stopped him. Lu Chengfeng took out a wad of cash, about $50,000 or so. Chen Lei, take this money and go play at the casino. I want to spend some time alone with Ms. Bai. Lu Chengfeng directly threw $50,000 on the ground. Chen Lei looked at the $50,000 in cash, his face revealing a glow. The job is gone. The wife's salary is just enough to support the family, and there's not much pocket money left for a long time. You'd want to gamble with a $10 bill in your hand, let alone 50,000. You're damn well insulting me. Chen Lei's eyes were fixed on the money on the ground, and his mouth was quite tough. Don't want it, do you? Wang Ba, get a lighter and burn this money. Yes. Wang Ba immediately pulled out a lighter. No, 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 I want it. Chen Lei couldn't wait to bend down, ready to pick up the money on the ground. However, Lu Chengfeng's leather shoes slammed on his hands. Chen Lei frowned in pain. What the hell are you doing? There's one more condition: if you want this money, you don't go home tonight. What do you mean? Literally, say yes and take the money and get out. Okay, I promise. Chen Lei had no backbone at all. Get lost. Chen Lei took the money and left. Wang Ba said with a sense of humor, Brother Feng, I still have things to do in my company, so I'll leave first. Come back. Go and feel out the background of Master Do's venue, and prepare 3 million in cash. I'm going to smash the venue tonight. Roger that. After Wang Ba left, only Bai Jia and Lu Chengfeng were left in the room. Bai Jia wiped her tears and looked at Lu Chengfeng as if she didn't recognize him. Little Wind, what happened to you? How did you become so rich? You didn't break the law and commit a crime, did you? Bai Jia used to treat Lu Chengfeng as a child, but after today's episode, he realized that he was only childlike in appearance and spoke and acted with a mature demeanor. It's exactly what the saying goes, a man with power is naturally attractive. You don't have to worry about what I do. I promise to pay off your family's debts and get you out of this marital misery. But, I have a small condition. On what terms? Come to my office and give us a lesson sometime. I run a literacy class. Well, I've got to get back to the office and come back to you when I've sorted things out. Aha. Bai Jia looked at Lu Chengfeng's back. Actually some confusion. In the afternoon, in the headquarters of Ride the Wave, Inc., Old Black and 11 heads, with their own minions, sat upright. Mr. Lu Chengfeng chaired the meeting. Lu Chengfeng first conveyed the spirit of Qin Weiman's coffee. South River is about to have a national event. This is a great big event. Must not let the gang of assholes under his command to fool around and mess around. What? We're not allowed to fight and cut people? Then what's the point of us living? Lung jumped up at once, as if he had momentarily lost the direction of his life. Quiet. What the? Can you be a little more stable? Lu Chengfeng slapped the table. Lung could only scratch his head and sit down. What is the purpose of our fighting and chopping? Lu Chengfeng prompted. The following group of bosses rubbed their heads and surprisingly didn't know how to answer. Lu Chengfeng said angrily, it's to make money. Everyone lives in this world to make money. Fighting and chopping is just a means to an end. Wouldn't it be better if we could make our money without fighting or chopping? One of the bosses touched his bald head, then realized, **********. Boss, I see what you mean. You are trying to turn black to white and take us on the right path from there. Doing legitimate business. Lu Chengfeng said, if you're not black enough, you're not even qualified to do legitimate business. That's an afterthought. Let me just ask you guys, can you control yourselves from getting messed up in the last little while? All the bosses on the scene said in unison. Yes. Lu Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Wang Ba said, Boss, I've mapped out the casino situation of the Strong Group. This casino is called the Royal Yaoqi, and it's famous in the eastern part of the city and even the entire South River Dash. Lung interjected. You want to gamble, boss? Didn't you forbid us to touch gambling and drugs? Wang Ba said. Boss was pouted by them today in the east of the city. We have to fight back tonight. What? Dare to pout about our boss? I'll go chop them up right now. Long jumped straight up. The others pulled out their guys as well. Asterisk 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 this. That's it. It's a total reversal. Except for Wangba. Everyone's got their fists in the air. Sit down for me. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his head. I just conveyed the spirit of the horse, you did not hear. What did you guys just promise me? That's forgotten? Once Lu Chengfeng went berserk. Everyone was then too scared to speak. But when you think about it, it's not right. You talk about laying low, but you don't lay low yourself. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his head and said, later on, Wang Bao will bring cash and go with me to smash the venue. The rest of you sit honestly at home. Even if I get cut up, you guys are not allowed to move. Do you hear me? Heard that. Lu Chengfeng added. Old Black went to help me with something in the next 2 days. Rent a big room and dress up like a classroom. Desks, chalkboards, ceiling fans, everything has to look exactly like a high school classroom anyway. All the bosses were scared to death at the sound of it. Boss, is going to take the monthly exam? I haven't even started studying for it. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. No, 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 this place is for my own use. Just do as you're told. On the side, Wang Ba hemmed and hawed. Boss really knows how to have fun. Chapter 37, Sexy Lotteries. Half an hour later, Lu Chengfeng brought Wang Ba to the entrance of the splendid Royal Yaoqi. Boss, are we here to give away money or to win? I haven't heard that you know how to gamble either. Wang Ba couldn't help but wonder a little. Shut up. Lu Chengfeng directly gave Wang Ba a blow to the head. Lu Chengfeng is here. At the main entrance. As soon as the City East's minions saw that Lu Chengfeng had brought his number one fierce man, Wang Ba, they immediately stood at attention. Everyone stood nervously in the doorway, even their hands shaking a little. Yo, the Royal Yaoqi doesn't dare to accept gamblers anymore, right? Why don't you just close it down? Lu Chengfeng wandered back and forth in the doorway with his hands behind his back, but the minions of Strong Company dared not let him in even if they were dead. This plague is not to be messed with. It was at this moment that Master Do, the nominal boss of the Royal Yaoqi, walked out. Master Do had followed Sang Deshang for many years, and was the core backbone of Qianxin Company, specializing in managing the Royal Yaoqi as a venue. As soon as Master Do saw Lu Chengfeng carrying money to the door, his fat face instantly smiled like the Maitreya Buddha. In terms of being able to fight, our strong company is indeed inferior to you. Lu Xinfeng, on playing with money, I can kill you. May I ask if Boss Lu is here to pay back Chenlei for him? Master Do laughed. Gamble first, and pay back for him when you win. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Ha 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 ha. Master Do almost died of laughter inside. The casino is a bottomless pit. Anyone who comes here has to die. Here's your chance to take credit for the strong company. Boss Lu looks like a winning face. Inside please. Master Do bent his fat belly with a naive smile on his face. Lu Chengfeng looked at the big fat man and asked indifferently. Abacus Do, I have something to confirm with you. I, Lu Chengfeng, have no face in City East, right? Master Duo smiled without smiling and said, Boss Lu face cannot be eaten as a meal This place on the east side of town is all money and no face. And if we're all being facetious, wouldn't our market economy be in disarray? Lu Chengfeng laughed. Market economy? The interest you charge people is several times higher than the principal. Which country's market economy did you learn? Master Do said lightly. Willing to bet. This can't be done. If my old Do owes a debt to Boss Lu, I'll pay it back as well, isn't it? Lu Chengfeng nodded. Waiting for your words, Master Do. Then I'm going in to play. Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly and swaggered into the casino with his hands behind his hips. Master Do immediately found a corner and called Sang Deshang. Boss, Lu Chengfeng came to the east side of the city to gamble. Did you find someone to do him in? Sang Deshang sneered. The situation is a bit tight right now. You're not strong enough to do away with him, but someone will do him. Just you wait. We'll give him a strong dose later. Sang Deshang's sinister eyes suddenly radiated. Good. If I let him retreat in one piece, I don't need to mix with this old Do anymore. A cold light also spread across Master Do's face. Mr. Lu, here are your chips, a total of 5 million. The receptionist beauty respectfully looked at this newly risen big red man in Nanjiang. Although it's the enemy of the strong company, but it looks really good to have a good feeling. Aha! Wang Ba immediately took the chips from the beautiful woman. The gambling hall on the first floor is bustling with activity. Fighting the landlord. Baccarat. Dice cup. Take what you want. Gee, that's a good-looking dealer for rolling dice. Lu Chengfeng realized that a female bounty hunter was shaking the dice cup, and with every shake, the mountain peaks would shake violently with it, causing at least dozens of gamblers to gather around in front of him. Wang Ba saw that the boss was interested and immediately pulled the two gamblers away. Pull what? Who the hell are you? Dare to touch me in the east of the city? Want to die, right? The two gamblers cursed and rushed at Wang Ba. Wang Ba pointed at Lu Changfeng in the south of the city. The two gamblers immediately shut their mouths. As soon as the other gamblers heard that Lu Changfeng had arrived, they were so scared that they hurriedly bounced out of their chairs to avoid it. The big-breasted female hooper looked at the legendary boss in surprise. So young, so handsome, so crisp. It's like a celestial being compared to those short mules in the casino. Hello Boss Lu. The female Lotus officer smiled gently. Beauty, you shake the dice cup. I'll bet with you, Lu Changfeng said with a smile. How does Boss Lu want to play? The sexy latter was incomparably soft and charming, and she actually felt some admiration for Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng put all his chips up. $5 million. Bet big. There was a gasp of surprise from the surrounding area. In this day and age, losing $50,000 is enough to make a man jump out of a building in despair. Okay? He came up with $5 million in a ING poker game? Does Ride the Wave Incorporated run a money printing press? The female Lotus officer looked at Lu Changfeng in amazement. What a handsome shot. Simply iconic. Lu Changfeng smiled and said, Beauty, if I lose, the $5 million is yours. Strong company. If I win, I don't want the money. I want you to work for my company. Well, shake it. I'm betting big. Lu Changfeng sized up the sexy Lotus girl's pretty face and illustrious figure. The sexy latter blushed and said, Boss Lu, you have to wait for me to finish shaking before you can place your bet. I'll take the big one. Beauty, my sixth sense tells me that what you shook out of this one is definitely big. The sexy lady Lotioneer covered her mouth with a giggle. That's not necessarily true. Brush. With a flick of her jade hand, the 6 dice flew into the dice cup. Pop pop pop. The lady latter's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Changfeng while lightly shaking the dice cup. Slap. The dice cup was snapped to the table. Beauty, give me your hand. Lu Changfeng took hold of the female latter's small white hand. Ace. Lu Changfeng gave a gentle kiss on his jade hand and said, Good luck. Open it. The lady latter smiled slightly and opened the dice cup. The 6 dice are 6, 6, 5, 4, 4, 6. Great. Wang Ba said excitedly from the sidelines. It's our company now. Lu Changfeng said with a bold cross. Yes. The henchman directly pulled out the female ladder and sent it to Lu Changfeng. Boss, how do you know she's going to be able to rock the big one? Is he going to win $5 million from City South Boss? On one hand, he's going to be chopped to death by City South Boss. On the other hand, he's going to get a high paycheck from us at Ride the Wind and Waves. How would you shake it if it's you? After Lu Changfeng finished speaking, he grabbed a large handful from the chips and rewarded it to the lady ladder. Boss Lu, please behave yourself. The sexy lady ladder pampered herself to her heart's content. Ha 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 ha. There's no need for self-respect when you're rich. On the sidelines, the gamblers were drooling with envy. That's the sexy ladderess we've been thinking about a million times. Put in for a ride in minutes. I'm envious. Chapter 38, The Best Mother and Daughter. At that moment, the famous 6th master of the Royal Yaoi came over. Boss Lu has personally come to the north of our city to spend his time. Why don't Xiao Lu Zi accompany Boss Lu to play a few games? Master 6 smiled harmlessly. Lu Changfeng smiled. The reason why Master 6 is called Master 6 is because he is known as the #1 casino man in South River. His gambling skills are so high that some people in the Jianghu say that he has a 6th finger. So he is nicknamed the 6th master. The 6th master is specialized in sitting in the Royal Yao Qi, preventing the experts from coming to pull out the scene. At this moment, assigned by Abacus Do, the 6th master has come specifically to eat Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng laughed. The 6th master has even stepped in. It seems like the Royal Yao Qi is going to eat me tonight. Abacus Do brought an abacus over and said with a smile on his face, Boss Lu, don't worry about betting. You may not have a face in our city east, but you have credit. No matter how much Boss Lu borrows from us tonight, we will lend it to you unconditionally. I thank you. Ao. Lu Changfeng blankly glanced at Master Do, then said to Master 6, 6 dice. How about comparing who shook out the largest number of points? No problem. How much does Boss Lu bet? Lu Changfeng smiled and said, Gambling is illegal. How about we don't gamble and just split the difference? If I win, you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Call strong company A. If I lose, same thing. Master 6's eyes lit up. If I can force this little bastard Lu Changfeng to kowtow and admit defeat today, how much face do I have to earn for my company? Okay, that's it. After Master 6 finished, he picked up the dice cup and was ready to shake it. Slow down. Lu Xiangfeng pressed his hand against the 6th master's dice cup. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? Lu Changfeng lightly said to the entire audience. There are 3 characteristics of my person. First, I'm a person who recognizes a bet and accepts defeat. As long as I lose later, I will never renege on my debt. With so many gamblers watching, there's no way I'm going to trash my reputation for being fair and just. That's something everyone agrees on, right? Master 6 laughed. Boss Lu wouldn't be Boss Lu if he didn't have this much credibility. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Okay, then I'll continue. Secondly, I am a person with poisonous eyes. As long as anyone dares to tamper with the dice or the dice cup a little bit, I guarantee that I'll be able to see clearly, and I'll catch you in the act. Third, I'm a narrow-minded person. As long as anyone dares to cheat in front of me, I guarantee that he will end up worse than Lohan. The whole family will be like Lohan. I'll put this ugly word on the table to make it clearer. It'll save someone from crying foul at the time. I'll be blamed for being a blackmailer. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, his eyes were dead set on Master 6. Master 6 only felt that Lu Chengfeng's eyes were as sharp knives. How badly did Rohan die? It's no better than the historical human swine. At least one of the worst deaths in South River in years. Who wants to be next? The casino is owned by the Strong Company, but your life is your own. The sixth master wiped the sweat from his head and silently threw 4 mercury-filled dice in his pants. Boss Lu, can we start? Begin. Lu Chengfeng stared at the sixth master dead in the eyes. Master 6 raised one hand and 6 dice flew into the dice cup. Click click click. Master 6 picked up the dice cup and shook it vigorously for a moment. Slap. Open up. Everyone was stunned. 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. It's almost a panther. You're not going to win? Ha 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 ha. Master 6 is really an expert. Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands and laughed. Boss Lu, it's your turn. Okay. Lu Chengfeng raised his big hand and the 6 dice flew into the dice cup as well. The sixth master was startled. What a skillful maneuver. Shake and set away from the hand. Open. Lu Chengfeng slapped the dice cup on the table. 6 sixes. That's a ing6. The whole room was in an uproar. Master 6 instantly turned pale. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Kneel down and kowtow. What's the matter? Want to cheat? Lu Chengfeng stared at the sixth master dead in the face. The sixth master could only plop down on his knees and kowtow 3 times to Lu Chengfeng. Strong company is. Strong company is. Strong company is. Master 6 cursed his own company 3 times with tears in his eyes, then stood up in tears. The casino steward, Master Do, wasn't angry at all. Instead he said with a smile on his face, Boss Lu, either let's go to the VIP hall on the 2nd floor to play? This place is all low-end games. It's a disgrace to your status. Yeah, Lu Chengfeng sneered. The main event of the night was about to begin. Wang Ba, go! Aha! On the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, Wang Ba said excitedly, Boss, where did you learn the gambling skills? Can you teach me? It's simply the god of gambling in my heart. Lu Chengfeng shook his head. I cheated. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he threw a few mercury dice out. Wang Ba, in the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor, the number of people was only a few dozen, but all of them are the most respected figures in the Nanjiang market. Several are even regional big brothers. As soon as everyone saw Lu Chengfeng come in, they stood up and respectfully shouted Brother Feng. Although Lu Chengfeng didn't recognize them, it didn't stop them from saluting Lu Chengfeng with respectful eyes. If you are courteous to others, you may be less likely to be cut in the future. Boss Lu, how about you take a look at these 2 lotuses? They are mother and daughter. Master Do smiled and said. Lu Chengfeng followed the direction that Master Do was pointing, and his eyes went straight. Extremely beautiful women whose ages seem to make little difference. Lu Chengfeng said, I've always heard that the royal Yaoqi has 2 treasures of the town. Could it be this mother and daughter? Master Do smiled and said, not bad. Boss Lu's rare visit to our royal Yaoqi. This is our congratulatory gift to Ride the Wind and Waves Company. After finishing his speech, Master Do said to the mother and daughter, starting today, you'll work at Ride the Wind and Waves. The salary offered by Boss Lu is definitely higher. Mother and daughter coyly came to Lu Chengfeng. I'm Mom Jinfin. I am the daughter. Autumn Rain. Very good. Take it in. It's simply the face of the company. All over the room. All the bigwigs had envious harumphs running down their faces. It's nice to have strength. It was at this point that a male next door stood up angrily. Big Head Do, I've been begging you for this mother and daughter for so long and you won't even give it to me. What the hell do you mean? A few official-looking brothers behind him followed suit and stood up. Wang Ba said in Lu Chengfeng's ear, Qin Weiman's son Qin Hao. Eating, drinking, whoring and gambling are all involved. Qin Weiman is worried to death about him. Lu Chengfeng laughed. No wonder Strong Company wanted to give Qin Fin and Qiu to Ride the Wind and Waves. So it's here waiting for itself. It was at this time that Sang Deshang also arrived at the scene. Yo 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 yo. It's Fluffy today. Boss Lu is also here. And Mr. Qin is also here. What's wrong with Mr. Qin? Who messed with you? Chapter 39, let's see if you're going to die this time. The whole room. Everyone was quiet. Qin Hao. The dude. That's notorious. I'm afraid we're in for a treat tonight. Qin Hao pointed at the pair of Yukai mothers and daughters. These two, Qin Hao, have begged with you a dozen times, right? Sang Deshang nodded. Did you give it? Didn't give. What did you say then? I'd say this mother and daughter are a town treasure. Not for sale. Then why let them work at Ride the Wave? Are you shaming me? Slap. Qin Hao directly smashed a soda bottle on the side onto the ground. The atmosphere of the scene dropped to freezing point. Sang Deshang said, Young Qin, I'm really sorry. It's my subordinates who are not doing things steadily. After Sang Deshang finished speaking, he looked at Master Do and deliberately said, Old Do, what do you call what you've done? What are you telling me to do now? Master Do sang a double entendre. I'm sorry boss. Boss Lu is famous and strong. So I was concerned about kissing Boss Lu's ass. This is something I did wrong. Lu Chungfeng smiled coldly. What a damn fine show to sing. Lu Chungfeng suddenly said, Since things are done wrong, don't we have to fight? Boss sang. Your little brother is so unreliable in his work. Isn't this creating a gap between me and Mr. Qin? Should a mistake of this magnitude be fought? Sang Deshang's face shook, paralyzing Lu Chungfeng. What a tough guy to see. Sang Deshang was lifted up and couldn't get down directly, and could only say, It's time to fight. Then fight. If it wasn't for the fact that Bureau Chief Qin said that no trouble would be allowed during this period of time, I would have personally taught your little brother a lesson for you, Lu Chungfeng said with a cold smile. Master Do looked at Sang Deshang with a resigned face. Old Sang that's all you arranged for me to do. You can't make an example out of me, can you? Sang Deshang looked at Do Daodu. What's the point of the show if I don't kill you? Hit me. With Sang Deshang's order, his men immediately pressed Do Daodu to the ground. After a burst of punches and kicks, Do Daodu was lying there with a face full of blood, grunting straight away. Ha ha ha. Lu Chungfeng laughed out loud. Master Do, this is the first beating you've gotten tonight. There'll be another one later. Go wash the blood off your face and wait. Master Do indignantly glanced at Lu Chungfeng, thinking, you step on the horse and wait for death later. At this time, Qin Hao said, What's the use of killing this kind of dog? The key is what to do with this pair of beauties. Sang Deshang deliberately comforted Qin Hao. Young Qin, this mother and daughter have already given it to riding the wind in waves. When I meet a better one next time, I'll bring it right to your DoorDash. I just want her to. Qin Hao looked straight into Sang Deshang's eyes and said word for word. At the scene, everyone was too scared to let out a single fart. How awesome is Qin Hao? Have old man Qin Weiman cover. In Nanjiang can walk sideways. Even if the strong group see him also have to bow and scrape. Sang Deshang pretended to be helpless and looked at Lu Chungfeng. Boss Lu, look at how this can be done. Lu Chungfeng laughed. Lu Chungfeng almost bent over in laughter. Sang Dae-sung, this is the first time I know you graduated from the North Film Academy. And what do you think? You wouldn't think that I, Lu Chungfeng, am someone who gives in easily, would you? The smile on Lu Chungfeng's face disappeared and a killing chance appeared. In this gambling hall, all of them were the world's leading figures in Nanjiang. If he were to give in to weakness in front of Qin Hao, how could he still be a man in the future? Lu Chungfeng had to admit that Sang Deshang's move to take Qin Hao was truly wonderful. Qin Hao didn't expect Lu Chungfeng to dare to be so tough. Pointing at Lu Chungfeng's nose and cursing, Screw your paralyzing Lu Chungfeng. Just a dirt dog from the countryside. What qualifications do you have to dangle in front of me? Do you still not know that my father is? Qin Weiman nah. If you don't want to die, hurry up and kneel down. The few broads on Qin Hao's side scoffed. Some of these are the sons of the vice president of the court. Some are the sons of the director of the city government, and usually have long been spoiled by the gangsters on the road. In their eyes, they are the ruling class of the city. And these assholes in front of them can only be considered dogs in their eyes. How dare a dirt dog steal a woman from Hao? That's it. Destroy him in minutes. He's got the face of a sewing machine. Giving him a life sentence would be lenient. Several villains embraced Qin Hao and scolded Lu Chungfeng together. Lu Chungfeng faintly arrived in front of Qin Hao. Lu Chungfeng said politely, Young Qin, I'm still on good terms with your father. Take my advice. You take it today. Don't mess with me. How about giving each other a break? Qin Hao was annoyed. Lu Chungfeng, what the hell are you stepping on? You dare to talk to me like that? Qin Hao, put my words here. Whoever takes this mother and daughter away in front of me today, I'll make sure he doesn't mix in Nanjiang in the future. Face? You don't deserve to talk about face in front of me. Lu Chungfeng sneered. So there's nothing to talk about? Crap. Am I talking to you? I'm ordering you. Qin Hao snorted contemptuously. Lu Chungfeng smiled and turned around. Everyone thought that Lu Chungfeng must have been afraid of Qin Hao and retreated. But immediately afterward, Lu Chungfeng violently turned back around. A fist smashed into Qin Hao's chest. Boom! Instantly, Qin Hao flew out like a kite. Slap. Qin Hao, who landed on the ground, directly smashed a mahjong table to smithereens. Put. Qin Hao violently sprayed out several mouthfuls of blood. On the scene, everyone was stunned. Even Qin Weiman's son dared to hit. Isn't Lu Xingfeng afraid of eating yellow peanuts? Dare to ing grunt at me. Lu Chengfeng, don't even look at whether you're qualified or not. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he rushed up and kicked Qin Hao in the chest. Ka chow. Ka chow. Apparently, the ribs are pretty much broken. Qin Hao violently spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted. Sang Deshang almost jumped for joy. That was a really good move. Qin Weiman said that whoever dares to fight within a week will be the first to arrest him. Now Lu Xiangfeng not only hands in a fight, but also hit his Qin Weiman's son. This is going to be a death sentence. Lu Xingfeng, that's as far as you go. You don't have any brains at all, except for being able to fight. However, Lu Qingfeng's next sentence almost made everyone's souls fly at the scene. Wang Ba, du Qin Hao. Chapter 40, A Great Victory. What? Did Qin Hao? Sang Deshang swallowed hard. Crazy, ha? Wang Ba was also confused. Boss, Qin Weiman's son. Ah, if you kill him, Nanjiang is afraid that half the sky will be stained with blood. Lu Chengfeng sneered. I'm going to make Nanjiang bloodstain half the sky tonight. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he looked at Qin Hao's several male friends. Those second-generation friends were so scared that their legs went weak. You guys were cursing me pretty hard just now, weren't you? Kneel down. Lu Chengfeng's voice was as cold as ice. What? Making people of our stature kneel in public? A second generation was about to freak out on the spot. However, Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, let me tell you, the better you are from a good background, the less you should mess with people like us, because we have nothing to lose. A life for a life. We're blood money. You only live once. Kneel. Or not. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he used the back of his blade to slap the face of a second generation. This second generation was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a plop. A few of the other second generation legs went limp and fell to their knees as well. Slap. Slap. Lu Chengfeng slapped one by one towards the second generation kneeling in front of him. In no time at all, he slapped a handful of blood. Go back and tell your parents that today's slap was to teach their son a lesson for them. Don't come to the casino if you don't have anything to do. Next time I run into you, I'll kill you. The whole room. Silent. Lu Chengfeng wiped the blood from his hands, looked at Wang Ba, and said, Wang Ba, what are you still waiting for? Do Qin Hao. Yes. Wang Ba drew his sharp knife, came to Qin Hao, and was about to slice at Qin Hao's neck. Can't kill it. Sang Deshang rushed over at once and blocked Wang Ba. Lu Chengfeng, don't drag us along if you damn well wanna die. He's Qin Weiman's son. Sang Deshang panicked. Sang Deshang was completely flustered. He had wanted to stir up the feud between Qin Hao and Lu Chengfeng and use Qin Weiman's hand to destroy Lu Chengfeng. But I didn't expect that this directly had to kill Qin Hao. How can Qin Hao afford to die in his own place? If Qin Weiman found out that he was using Qin Hao as a tool, what would happen? Qin Weiman was able to transfer the province's SWAT team to exterminate himself. Lu Xingfeng, the madman. Sang Deshang shouted to his men. What the hell are you waiting for? Quickly send young Qin to the hospital. Sang Deshang's men immediately went up to carry Qin Hao, but Lu Chengfeng blocked in front of Qin Hao. What's the hurry? I'm the one who hit the man, and I'm responsible for his death. Sang Deshang scolded with red eyes. Are you responsible? He's Qin Weiman's son. If he dies here, we're all screwed. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. If it's finished, it's finished. Boss Sang. Are you scared? Sang Deshang was really a bit afraid of this mad dog. Let's save people first. Okay, so there are a few things we need to talk about. Lu Chengfeng looked at Master Do. Lu Chengfeng said, your Chengdong Sinus master is very old pussy. Today during the daytime swaggeringly charged me 3 million. It's only natural to repay debts, that's all, but the point is that he said I have no face in the east of the city. I'd like to ask if I have a face on the east side of town or not. Lu Chengfeng slapped his face and looked at Master Do with a sardonic smile. Master Do was completely flustered. Today, I've seen Lu Chengfeng's methods. A proper mad dog. Master Do wiped his sweat and said, the 3 million in Chan Lei's IOUs. Immediately send someone to your company. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Am I, Lu Chengfeng, that easy to get rid of? I just said you have a beating ahead of you. Believe it now? Sang Deshang and Master Do were really convinced. They could hear it out. People Lu Chengfeng had already made all the plans from the moment he stepped into the Royal Yaochia. We are counting 5 steps, and people are already counting 20. Sang Deshang sighed and said, Old Do, kneel down. You're planted today. Master Do had no choice but to plop down and kneel in front of Lu Chengfeng. Kowtow, Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Ha, Master Du was a little embarrassed. What if I don't kowtow? I, Lu Chengfeng, asked you for a face during the day and you didn't give it to me. Do I have to give you face now? I don't want face? Knock yeah. I want to hear a ringing sound with each stroke. Otherwise it doesn't count. Lu Chengfeng pulled a stool and sat down, crossing his legs. Master Do gritted his teeth and knocked down hard. Thud. The head was instantly cracked and blood was pouring out. Continue. Don't stop until I tell you to stop. Thud. Thud. Master Do kowtowed like a big fat pig. When he knocked on the 36th one, he finally fainted. The whole room. Silent. The beautiful lotteries were hiding in the corners, their beautiful eyes quietly sizing up Lu Chengfeng. Full of admiration for the king, Sang Deshang said, Lu Chengfeng, are you satisfied now? I'm not satisfied. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. You kneel down too. Kowtow. What? The whole room was in an uproar. He was going to make Sang Deshang, who had dominated the South River for more than 20 years, kneel and kowtow? Sang Deshang and all of his men were immediately furious with their veins. Lu Chengfeng, don't overdo it. Lu Chengfeng, you let Mr. Sang kowtow to you. Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Do you think that all of us from the Royal Yaoji are dry? All of Royal Yaoji's minions all stormed out and copped a feel. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly, crossed his legs and looked at Sang Deshang elegantly. Boss Sang, this time it was you who made the first move and I took it. Don't dare to bet, do you? Either. You don't kowtow? See if I dare to kill Qin Hao. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he aimed his dagger at Qin Hao's neck. Your mom. Lu Chengfeng, you're a mad dog. Sang Deshang gritted his teeth and finally knelt in front of Lu Chengfeng. Boss, you can't kneel. Boss, we've lost all our face. Boss, if you kneel down, our strong company will lose face. All of Sang Deshang's men knelt behind Sang Deshang, each with tears in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed happily. The muscles on Sang Deshang's face were already shaking into a sieve. With this kneeling, I, Sang Deshang, have lost all my face for 20 years. Kowtow. Lu Chengfeng scolded sternly. I kowtow. With tears in his eyes, Sang Deshang kowtowed to Lu Chengfeng. Great. Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands and stood up. Send Qin Hao to the hospital. Sang Deshang hurriedly waved his hand and had his men carry Qin Hao out. Goodbye Boss Sang. Thank you for your hospitality today. Lu Chengfeng took Wang Ba arrogantly long away. Put. As Sang Deshang watched this scene, he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 41, The Mountains Tremble. Boss Sang, are you alright? Sang Deshang had blood in his mouth and cried, Go, to report Qin Weiman, and say that his son was seriously injured by Lu Chengfeng. Yes, Lu Chengfeng, I must want you to die. Sang Deshang cried out in grief and fainted. In the Nanjiang Central Hospital, Qin Weiman looked at his unconscious son in the hospital room, his eyes red and almost dripping blood. Lu Chengfeng, he had at least helped him himself. Even in the matter of screwing over the Chun family in the west of the city, he himself had reached a tacit understanding with him that his heart was in the right place. I can't believe he would do such a deadly thing to my son. Do you really think I'm a freeloader? Outside, at least 24 police officers stood. They all came to relieve Qin Weiman. Bureau Qin, do it. Bureau Qin, if we don't move Lu Chengfeng, he's going to be arrogant to the sky. Bureau Qin, it wasn't Qin Hao he hit. It was your face that was hit. All the police officers were filled with righteous indignation and fists were clenched. It was at that moment that a commotion came from outside. Lu Chengfeng is here. A police officer shouted. Everyone turned their heads to see that Lu Chengfeng had strutted to the hospital with the 11 leaders. Lu Chengfeng, you still dare to come to the hospital? Do you really think we wouldn't dare arrest you? 24 police officers were immediately about to rush up. Wang Ba led the others to immediately block in front of Lu Chengfeng. Wang Ba, who was dressed in a suit, was extraordinarily arrogant and called out. More than people Can you believe that I'm transferring people right now in my pedalo? Come on sir, try shooting me in the head. My Wang Ba's head is made of stainless steel. Wang Ba, keep a low profile, a stainless steel head can't carry a bullet. Lu Chengfeng pushed aside the crowd and came in front of these police officers. Sir, I've got a cold and a stuffy nose. Is it a crime to come and see a doctor? You guys need to stop being so uptight. At that moment, Qin Weiman's voice came from inside the ward. Let him come in. Only then did the many police officers make way, glaring angrily at Lu Chengfeng as they watched him walk into the ward. At this moment, Qin Weiman was sitting on the side of the hospital bed, looking at the unconscious Qin Hao, with his back to Lu Chengfeng. Bureau Qin. Lu Chengfeng, I know someone up there is covering you. Do you really think I can't handle you? How dare you come to the hospital? Qin Weiman turned around. clenched his fists, and roared. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, Bureau Qin, if you let Qin Hao continue to play like this, you'll be played to death by him. Qin Weiman's expression froze. Lu Chengfeng's words were very informative. Qin Weiman's clenched fists also slowly loosened. For this indisputable son, Qin Weiman knows better than anyone. Definitely a dude on the verge of going down the path of crime. But this is his own son. After all, I'm in charge of my son. Do I need you to interfere? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Bureau Qin, I'm not interested in managing your son for you, but I am interested in managing you. You probably don't know that Qin Hao already owes the Royal Yaoqi $10 million, with 3 points of interest. You only make $30,000 a year, right? You'd have to go without food and drink for 300 years to pay it back. That's not even counting the interest. Bureau Qin, you've been ensnared by the strong company. What? Qin Weiman was struck by lightning and his eyes widened. You're telling the truth? Then why hasn't strongman asked me for my debt? Are you angry and confused? Bureau Qin, it's not money they want, it's umbrellas. If you don't move them, this $10 million debt won't storm. You move them, and they immediately make off with the $10 million. You won't even know how you'll die. Qin Weiman turned pale and breathed violently, then sat down disheveledly. This rebellious son. After a long time, Qin Weiman cursed with a long sigh in the sky. Lu Chengfeng said, I'm sure you're well aware of this matter of me hitting Qin Hao. It's the Strong Sheng company that's making trouble, trying to get me through you. Those people are heartless, using Qin Hao and you as tools. Qin Bureau, you've helped. I've kept it all in my heart, so I'm going to do you a favor this time and throw in the towel. Qin Weiman said in a cold voice. Are you going to help me pay back $10 million? Do you think I would want it? What's the difference between the money I owe you and the money I owe Sang to Shang? Lu Chengfeng said. Of course I understand this, and I'm not prepared to take $10 million out to pay off your debt for you. Qin Hao can't stay in the country. He can only go abroad and go to school under a different name. That way, the $10 million gambling debt becomes a bad debt, and there's nothing they can do to you. I have passageways that can help you send Qin Hao out. Qin Weiman sneered. Do me such a big favor? I'm going to help you do a lot, right? Stronger companies want to use me as a tool, don't you? Lu Chengfeng said. I'm not like them. They hold the Qin family hostage with money, so that the Qin family can only kneel and talk, and there is not a dime between you and me. And your back is straight in front of me. That's my respect for you. You can arrest me any time in the future. There's no baggage. Through and through? Qin Weiman looked at Lu Chengfeng in surprise. Translucent. This young man is really through. How can you be so mature and wise in your thinking when you're only 19? Qin Weiman's eyes widened as he scrutinized Lu Chengfeng. After a long time, Qin Weiman opened his mouth and said, What in the world are you? After coming out of the hospital, Lu Chengfeng dialed Bai Jie's office. Ms. Bai, your family's debts have all been cleared by me. Why don't you come and take the IOU back? Paige said in surprise. Really? Lu Chengfeng, shouldn't the kindness of a drop of water be repaid by a spring? Bai Jie said. Either I buy you dinner, talk, okay. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone, looked at the 11 leaders around him, and said, Wang Ba, Smokey, you two accompany me to the east side of the city for dinner. The others go back. Old Black said, Boss, it's not safe for just 2 people to accompany you to the east of the city, right? How about sending more men? Lu Chengfeng shook his head. It's an extraordinary time now. Strong company won't mess around on a large scale. Yes. Wang Ba, on the other hand, was puzzled. Why did the boss bring Smokey with him this time? Among the 11 leaders, Smokey ranked the 5th. The fighting was fine. Then the body was wasted after the drugs. Although he was ordered to quit by Lu Chengfeng, his fighting strength is still not as good as a normal person. But Wang Ba didn't dare to question it and could only accompany Lu Chengfeng with Smokey to the east of the city. In the evening, Lu Chengfeng and Bai Jie came to a big stall in the east of the city, ordered some dishes and called for a case of beer. Wang Ba and Smokey stood not far away, guarding Lu Chengfeng's safety. Wang Ba was dressed in a suit, handsome and upright, with sharp eyes. Smokey had dyed yellow hair, wore a flowered lab coat, held a cigarette and yawned. This is the IOU. See if it's right? Lu Chengfeng gave Bai Jie the IOU. Paige looked at it and said, Yes. Lu Xinfeng, tear it up. Tear it up as if you were tearing up the suffering of the past. Bai Jie was as if she was a world away. Yesterday, there was a huge amount of debt and interest that made me want to jump off a building. Today, it's debt-free? Bai Jie was crying as she tore up the IOUs. Windy, I want to drink with you. Bai Jie, who had been reborn, was emotional. Good. Let's not get drunk tonight. Dim lights, sexy stunning ladies, mellow beer, romance. It's really weighty. It was at this moment that a dozen or so punks not far away approached dragging machetes.
although Qin Weiman ordered that no trouble would be allowed in the near future.
A dozen or so of Sang Deshang's closest henchmen still risked universal condemnation, because Sang Dae-sung was hospitalized after kneeling at the casino. The whole thing is completely wasted. The doctor diagnosed it as depression. Damn you Lu Xinfeng, my second uncle has been completely ruined by you. Lu Changfeng, there's no reason for you not to die. A dozen or so punks yelled and rushed over. The guests in the surrounding area were so frightened that they hurriedly scattered in all directions. Bai Jia was terrified. Xiao Feng, they're going to cut you. Lu Changfeng smiled and said, there's Wang Ba and Smokey, there's no need to mind them. Come on, let's drink. At this moment, Wang Ba and Smokey pulled out their machetes from their waists. Chao Nima, looking for death. The two rushed together. Chapter 42, following a sexy girl home. Not far away, Wang Ba and Smokey chopped with fervor. Over here, Lu Changfeng and Bai Jia were romantically drinking a little wine. The image deeply touched Bai Jia's wounded heart. What a powerful little man. So secure. Bai Jia viewed Lu Changfeng's eyes, more and more complex. In a short while, Wang Ba and Smokey chopped all 10 of the other party to the ground, and then returned to continue guarding not far from Lu Changfeng. By this time, Bai Jia had fallen to the east. The drinking was really average and his face was as red as a big red rag. Windy, I can't anymore. Will you take me home? Good. Lu Changfeng helped Bai Jia up. Smokey and Wang Ba respectfully opened the car door and helped the two people into the car before driving Lu Changfeng to Bai Jia's house. You guys wait for me downstairs and I'll walk her up. The car stopped under Bai Jia's house. Lu Changfeng picked Bai Jia up and walked towards her house. Smokey and Wang Ba looked at each other and smiled lewdly. As soon as she got home, Bai Jia lay on the bed unable to move. I need some water. I'm thirsty. Okay, wait a minute. Lu Changfeng found a cup and caught some water, then handed it to Bai Jia. Xiao Feng, you go back. Wait for me to deal with the divorce. I will. Go back to thank you again. Although Bai Jia has a sexy and hot body, her bones are particularly traditional and conservative. Aha. Wow. Wow. Nice guy. Puking all over the place. Chest. Bed. Covered in vomit. Lu Changfeng frowned, looking at the filth, and said, Sister, it's either that or I help you to take a bath. Paige, sobered up from throwing up all the wine, said, I'm fine on my own. Little wind, you go back quickly. Lu Changfeng laughed. Can you wobble around like that? Don't fall. I can do it. Yes. Paige barely stood up and staggered toward the bathroom. Sis, don't fall. Lu Changfeng got up and left after saying that. But just a few steps away, I heard a clunk from the bathroom. This was followed by Bai Jia's pouting cry of pain. What's wrong with you, sis? I fell and couldn't stand up. Lu Changfeng could only push open the bathroom door and help her out. It was at that moment that the door opened. Chen Lei walked in. Lu Changfeng, what are you doing in my house at night? Lu Chang said. Chen Lei, don't forget your promise. I helped you pay off your gambling debt already. You can divorce Bai Jie. Chen Lei pretended to be embarrassed. But I still have a debt of $10 million. Lu Changfeng sneered. Are you sure? Triangle Eyes can attest to that. Then you get Triangle Eyes. Good. A short while later, Triangle Eyes rushed over. Chen Lei said, Triangle Eyes, take out my IOUs. Someone has to pay for me. Lu Changfeng looked at Triangle Eyes and said, Junior, are you sure he still owes you money? The Triangular Eyes looked at Lu Changfeng. It was discovered that Lu Changfeng already had a killing intent in his eyes. Triangle Eyes shivered violently in fear. Master Du is still delirious from the beating. Even Sundaram was hospitalized for depression. How many lives do I have to play with? Triangle Eyes said. Boss Lu, Chen Lei no longer does not owe me a debt. Too clear. Chen Lei froze. Triangle Eyes, didn't we have a deal dash? Say yes to your paralyzed Triangle Eyes directly cursed out. You want to die, I don't want to die. Don't come looking for me in the future. Triangle Eyes finished and ran away. Chen Lei was dumbfounded. Lu Changfeng said, Ms. Chen, now that it's been made clear, you no longer owe any external debt, so you can get a divorce now, right? Chen Lei said, what the hell do you say about divorce? What will I eat when I'm divorced? What will I drink? Bai Jia is a teacher at the school. At least she still has $2,000 a month. At least she can still support me. Expect me to get a divorce? Die that way. Bai Jia was so angry that her eyes turned red when she heard that this scoundrel did not agree to divorce again. Chen Lei looked at Lu Changfeng again. Lu Changfeng, I can see that you're mixing well now. You especially want to protect her, right? Either you give me $10 million, as soon as you give it, I'll divorce her. If you don't give it, I'm her legal husband. I can sleep with her and beat her every day. Are you angry? Jealous? Chen Lei laughed shamelessly. Bai Jia immediately rebuked angrily. Chen Lei, are you still a man? Lu Changfeng smiled and said, Teacher Chen. It's not that I can't spare the money, but if I give you any more money you will lose it all overnight. Gambling is a bad habit, and I've got to help you quit so you can get on with your life. You wait a little, ha. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he came downstairs and sat in his car. Wang Ba said, Boss, I just saw Chen Lei go up there. This son of a probably refuses to divorce Ms. Baijie, right? Smokey said, Boss, if you want to like that Baijie, wouldn't you just do Chen Lei? Lu Chengfeng looked at Smokey. Don, are we a triad? Aren't we? Of course we're not. Lu Chengfeng said in a serious tone. The above-ground world and the underground world each have their own rules. We cut those assholes because assholes are in the same world as us. It's either you die or I live. We can only talk with our swords. And people Chen Lei are intellectuals. People on the ground. If we casually kill people on the ground, then we are really not far from death. It's like saying we're a bunch of maggots and people are churning back and forth in the. It's no problem. Other people just cover their noses and avoid it at best. But what's the consequence if you try to climb up to the table? Wang Ba opened his mouth wide. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a graphic analogy. What about Chen Lei? Let him wreak havoc on Ms. Baijie. Ha? Lu Chengfeng said. This gambling thing is really too harmful. I have to help him quit gambling. Otherwise this family will really be ruined. Wang Ba and Smokey showed their adoration. The boss's human light could literally shine all over the universe. He clearly cares about Baijie, yet he has to help him make the family whole. It's simply great love. Boss, I'm about to cry from you. You made me realize the saying that loving one doesn't mean owning one. Just watching her be happy. Wang Ba's handsome starry eyes were a little red. Lu Chengfeng glanced at Wang Ba in surprise, then turned his head to look at Smokey. Smokey, why don't you take Chen Lei out recently and play your best? Chapter 43, The Great War is about to begin. Roger that. Smokey's eyes lit up straight away. Wang Ba looked at Lu Chengfeng with a confused expression. So that's how you help Chen Lei quit gambling? I'm sure it's ing quitting. Immediately afterward, Wang Ba's back went cold. No wonder the boss brought Smokey out at night. It turned out that the boss had anticipated that Chen Lei would not give in. I've been preparing for how to cure him for a long time. How can we compete with others with our brains? A short while later, Chen Lei came down with gusto. Mr. Lu, I heard that you sent your men to eat and drink with me specifically? Lu Chengfeng threw a bag of money out of the car. Yeah, Smokey's good at that. He's guaranteed to make you feel good. And feel free to ask me for more if you don't have enough money. Chen Lei hurriedly picked up the money. Boss Lu is indeed atmospheric. Don't worry, Boss Lu. As long as you give your heart to me, sooner or later I'll divorce Baijie and let you have her. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Well, have fun. Let's go. Thanks, Boss Lu Atmosphere. Chen Lei raised the money in his hand and proudly walked away with Smokey. Wang Ba started the car and prepared to send Lu Chengfeng back. Boss, where are we going to rest tonight? Where should I go to rest? Lu Chengfeng was surprisingly a bit headstrong. A barmaid? A mother and daughter dealer? Boss, do you want to go to the Oriental Garden to sleep in that house? Chen Tao, the little lover Yushana, is still locked up there. That is also a stunning beauty. Ah, Chen Tao, this dirtbag is really ing lucky. Wang Ba, a straight man, had no feelings for women, but at the mention of Yushana, he couldn't help but be impressed by her stunningly cold face. Lu Chengfeng said, has she cried? Cried and hanged herself in the past 2 days? Wang Ba said, crying is something, but she doesn't have the courage to let her die. Lu Chengfeng said, keep an eye on her. This woman has a great use. Good. Boom. It was at this moment that a Gold Cup van came speeding up from behind, followed by a harsh, sharp braking sound. Lu Chengfeng subconsciously looked over and was surprised to find 4 guns sticking out of the car. Wang Ba, jump out of the car. This is a situation where the only thing you can do is stay in the car and wait to die. Almost as if by reflex, Lu Chengfeng pushed open the passenger door. Then with his right hand he directly dragged Wang Ba from the driver's seat. Bang! Bang! Several bullets instantly pierced the driver's side glass and door. If Lu Chengfeng's reaction had been even 0.1 seconds slower, Wang Ba would have been shot in the head by now. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba hid behind the car, dodging each other's shots. Through the reflector, he could see 4 masked men slowly approaching the car with guns raised. Lu Chengfeng subconsciously raised his gun and tried to return fire. This feels so familiar. I don't know how many times I went through this in my previous life. According to his marksmanship, 4 bullets were enough to take care of the 4 people on the other side. But on second thought, he reluctantly put away his pistol. It's a sin to shoot too well. Can't stand up to ballistic testing after the fact. How can a cadet who only attended the police academy for 10 days have such a precise and counterintuitive marksmanship? Details that make or break an undercover agent. Slap. Slap. The opponent continued to shoot as he closed in. The car shook violently and sparked metal from the bullets. Wang Ba mouths the words, 5. 4, 3, Lu Chengfeng asked. What do you recite? Wang Ba, boss. I'm counting how many bullets are left in their guns. When they run out of bullets and have an opening to change magazines, I'll rush out and finish them off. Lu Chengfeng, what if they brought 2 guns each? Wang Ba, what should I do then? Run, Lu Chengfeng said. Later, when I count to 3, I'll run out to the south to attract firepower, and you'll scurry west to the inside of that alley. Then we'll split up and go back. Don't shoot later. Your crap shooting skills are only good for pretending to be a pimp at close range against someone's head. Shooting will expose your position instead. Yes, boss. 1, 2, 3. As the words fell, Lu Chengfeng's body suddenly rose and charged forward. The moment his hands touched the ground, his entire body instantly shrunk into a ball, minimizing the area under fire before he charged forward in an upward roll. With this series of movements, the whole person had already left the car by more than 10 meters. The point is, while doing the maneuvers, he also shouted, I'm Lu Chengfeng. You guys come and kill me. Slap. All the firepower was attracted away by Lu Xinfeng. The bullets chased after Lu Chengfeng's ass. They hit the ground with a plopping sound. But soon, Lu Chengfeng disappeared into the dark alley. Just because Lu Chengfeng drew fire, Wang Ba also easily scurried into the alley. I'm in the alley. Yo, come on. Lu Chengfeng continued to lock in the dark alley to provoke. The alley was small and poorly lit, and as soon as the assassin walked into the alley, he was sure to kill him with his bare hands. But the killers also seemed to be afraid of Lu Xianfeng's combat prowess, and after shooting hard in Lu Xianfeng's direction for a while, they got into their cars and sped away. The news that Lu Chengfeng had been assassinated by a gunman instantly caused an uproar in the black and white circles of Nanjiang. After returning to the company, Wang Ba directly transferred all the hundreds of backbones under him. Malagasy, trample the north of the city, level the east side of the city, shred that old dog Sang Deshang to pieces. The other leaders also carried machetes and brought their minions to converge on the headquarters in a furious manner. The north and east of the city were tense. Sang Deshang mobilized all of his men to die guarding these important venues of the Royal Yaoqi. A firefight between the two bosses of Nanjiang is imminent, but it's the South River Police who are the most nervous. Nanjiang will soon be hosting incredibly important VIPs. The whole city is now in a level 1 security phase. If Strong Company and Ride the Wind and Waves were to have a firefight at this time, the impact would be nothing short of catastrophic. In order to appease Lu Chengfeng, at 2 o'clock late at night, the second-in-command, Wang Guangming, personally led a working group to ride the wind and waves. What are you doing gathering so many people in the middle of the night? Wang Guangming stood at the entrance of Ride the Wind and Waves Company with his men in an official manner. Wang Ba carried a baseball bat and arrogantly said, Can't sleep at night. I want to go out for a walk to lose weight. It's not illegal, is it, Mr. Wang? Chapter 44, One Less Death is One More. Walking? Is this a walk for you? Wang Guangming coldly grunted. Call your boss out. Wang Ba, our boss is badly injured. It's being treated. Wang Guangming was a bit dumbfounded. A character like Lu Chengfeng who couldn't take advantage felt that he had suffered a great loss. Now that you've been beaten and seriously injured, you're still going to let it go? This thing is really in trouble. Wang Guangming could only stand in the doorway and shout, Lu Chengfeng, hurry up and remove all your men. This is a critical time. If you make trouble, we'll all die. Come out and say something. However, Lu Chengfeng did not appear. Instead, more and more people gathered downstairs at the company. Hundreds of them. And that's not counting the ones coming in from other places. As long as Lu Chengfeng gave the order, everyone would rush to the north and east of the city. Nanjiang is in complete disarray. Wang Guangming stood at the door in a hurry. It was only after about half an hour that Lu Chengfeng finally walked out accompanied by his men. The red blood was unmistakable and the bandages wrapped around his body. Boss! All the minions shouted in unison. Wang Guangming walked forward and said, Lu Chengfeng, quickly have your men disperse. Lu Chengfeng came to Wang Guangming and stretched out 2 fingers. 2 shots. I've been shot 2 whole ing times. If I don't kill Sang Deshang, how can I put this fire down? Wang Guangming said, Sang Deshang is being hospitalized, so it doesn't necessarily mean that he staged the assassination. Lu Chengfeng sneered. Damn, he's as strong as an ox. How could he be hospitalized? The layout is quite thorough. You've left it all out, haven't you? Wang Guangming said. Don't throw dirty water around. Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened. What do you mean? Say that again for me? You're here to pull the plug, aren't you? In Nanjiang. Except for you police. Except for the strong group. Who dares to shoot at me? Now you're saying it's not Sang Deshang. Then it's you. Wang Guangming. Wang Guangming anxiously gritted his teeth. Don't lead on me. You just say how to withdraw people. Lu Chengfeng growled. Tell Sang Deshang to meet me in the south of the city. Wang Guangming said. Absolutely not. If Sang Deshang comes, he won't be able to go back. Lu Chengfeng said. Then I'll go to the north of the city to meet him. Is that okay? If he doesn't have a weak heart, he wouldn't dare not see me. Wang Guangming said. It's fine for you to go to him, but you can't bring anyone with you. Wang Ba, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can we guarantee our boss's safety if we don't bring anyone? Wang sir, you're in league with Sang Deshang, aren't you? It's too obvious that you're pulling this favoritism. Do you really think that we, Chen Nanti, don't move our swords? Wang Guangming wiped his sweat. It's fine to bring people, but you have to strictly limit the number of people. Hospital. Qin Weiman stood in front of Sang Deshang's hospital bed. Qin Weiman's face was incomparably ugly. Mr. Sang, you're also a handful of years old. Aren't you too unstable? What do you tell us to do when you engage in assassination at this juncture? Is it forcing me to lift the table and put you in jail? Are you trying to bring about the complete destruction of strong company? Sang Deshang, I really didn't stab him. I've been depressed for the past 2 days, and I'm getting better. Qin Weiman said. Who believes you when you say you didn't assassinate him? Let's go. He's asked you to talk at the Royal Yaoji. Sang Deshang shook his head. I'm not going. Qin Weiman said. It has to go. Your minions on both sides are already saber-rattling. What if you two bosses don't interview each other? Do we really need 1,000 people to slash each other? The streets in front of the Royal Yaoji were directly blocked off. Everyone knew that Lu Xinfeng had been assassinated, and his first target for revenge was the Royal Yaoi. The best forces of the strong group stood by. The police had also sent a large number of police cars to park at the entrance of the Royal Yaoqi in order to prevent a major incident. Not long after, 2 sedans quickly drove to the entrance of the Royal Yaoji. Ride the Wind Company's junior quickly got out of the car and opened the door for Lu Chengfeng. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air when they took a look at how badly Lu Chengfeng was injured. If you want to beat him to death, beat him to death. Is it good to have him come back alive? Play big. Accompanied by Wang Ba and the others, Lu Chengfeng put on his jacket and walked towards the gate of the Royal Yaoqi with great strides. Outsiders have to be searched when they enter the Royal Yaoji, said the several junior brothers guarding the door without eyesight. Asterisk 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 him. Finish clearing the troop line and then regroup. Lu Chengfeng said in a cold voice without even looking at his opponent. Wang Ba and Long directly went up with 2 sticks and knocked the lead junior to the ground. The mountainous and powerful aura directly scared the others into not moving. Not long after, Lu Chengfeng came to the conference room of the Royal Yaoji in an aggressive manner. The 2 brothers, Sang Shua and Sang Deshang, were already waiting inside. The close-knit henchmen stood by. Chao Nima's Sang Deshang, you're playing dirty with me, aren't you? Lu Chengfeng directly pulled out a pistol from his pocket and held it against him. Lu Chengfeng, don't you move. Lu Chengfeng, don't be so damn arrogant. Sang Suk and Sang Deshang's personal men also pulled out their weapons. Wang Ba directly carried out a rifle. Chao Nima, I'm going to kill your company today. Come on. You want to be a hornet's nest. The situation is a close call. Sang Dechang was on the verge of tears. Why am I hospitalized and have to be dragged back here to have him put a gun to my head? There's no end to this. I didn't do it. Sang Deshang, there's nothing I wouldn't dare admit if I did. I'll say I didn't do it even if I finish you off now. Lu Chengfeng growled. Sang Shua, however, was as steady as a mountain, sitting there and saying faintly, everyone in the strong group go out. The little brothers froze and looked at Sang Suk. All out. Yes, the minions of the strong company could only retreat. Lu Chengfeng aimed his gun tightly at the other party and smiled coldly. You 2 brothers want to fight me one-on-one, don't you? Good. I, Lu Xingfeng, will pick a fight with you today. Live or die. It's up to me. Ride the waves out. Boss, get out. Wang Ba could only wave his hand and lead everyone to leave the room as well, and brought the door with him. Outside, Qin Weiman had mobilized almost all the police forces. There were even police snipers on the roof. It doesn't matter if a few people die tonight. It didn't matter even if Lu Chengfeng, Sang Shua, and Sang Deshang fought to their deaths in the house. But large-scale armed fighting between the 2 sides must not be allowed. Here's the bottom line. At this moment, a sedan hurriedly drove up to the entrance of the Royal Yaoji. The door opened quickly and condensation hurried out of the car. In the past few days, a working group from the imperial capital had been stationed in Nanjiang, mainly as a precursor to that major event. Long Ning, as the head of the security team, had taken on a particularly heavy workload, so he had lied to Lu Chengfeng over the past 2 days that he had gone back to his hometown. But in fact, he had been busy in the command center that had been set up on an ad hoc basis. As soon as she heard that Lu Chengfeng had been assassinated, she knew that something bad had happened. According to his violent temper, it's a wonder he doesn't lift the table. The point is, many departments up there are now keeping a close eye on Nanjiang. If he were to raise the table and make trouble now, the Secretary General of the United Nations would not be able to save him. I'm Lu Chengfeng's woman. I want to go in and persuade him. Long Ning said. Qin Weiman stopped the condensation. Don't go in. One less death is one. Chapter 45. What an exquisite character. Although Lu Chengfeng's sword was drawn, Sang Shua was as steady as a mountain. Sang Shua said unhurriedly while sipping his tea. Boss Lu, there are no outsiders here now, so we can open up the windows of heaven and talk. What's all the commotion about? Lu Chengfeng said angrily. I want Sang Deshang's life. Sang Shua smiled coldly. It's not over. Is it? You know as well as I do. That assassin wasn't sent by us at all. Acting is almost as good as acting. Gauze wrapped around your body doesn't make you prickly heat? Doesn't tomato juice make you itch? Sang Suk looked at this scoundrel with incomparable disgust. Sang Deshang, on the other hand, looked puzzled. What the hell? Is he acting? Why didn't I see it? Lu Chengfeng smiled sarcastically. Ahem. You don't say. It tickles a little. Lu Chengfeng scratched at his body, then put away his gun and sat down. Sang Suk looked at him with contempt, waiting for him to play his cards. Lu Chengfeng said in a serious tone, the two bosses you see Nanjiang has now entered the first level of security The situation is very tense How dare you send 4 gunmen to shoot and assassinate me in the street at such a sensitive time? What kind of behavior is this? This is challenging the government's bottom line. Challenging the authority of the law. My brother. Too impulsive Too irrational TSK. Sang Deshang, I emphasize again. I didn't do it. Lu Chengfeng raised his eyes. Does it matter? The problem is that the whole world thinks you did it. Sang Deshang scratched his head in anger. I've jumped into the Yellow River and still can't get away with it? Lu Chengfeng sighed. The Nanjiang police have been completely enraged by you this time. Hey, if both of us were to engage in a firefight at this time, I don't know how many people will have to die. Qin Weiman might transfer people from the province to eliminate us completely. It's just as well that I, Lu Chengfeng, am a bachelor with a lousy life. So it's just as well that I've been annihilated. But you two Sang bosses are different. Your family is so big. It would be a shame if you were to liquidate overnight. Sad man. Sang Shua said indifferently. Don't lay out the groundwork, okay? If you have a fart to say, just say it. I'm tired of looking at your face. I want $10 million. Lu Chengfeng sat up straight. You're crazy about being poor. So you're trying to extort. Sang Deshang was so angry that he almost jumped out of his skin. Boss Sang, the sniper rifles are all set up outside. As soon as I lift the table first, hundreds of my boys outside will have to firefight. The police will step in. And we'll die. Why don't we try? Die together? Sang Deshang was stunned. What the? This actually took a life to blackmail. Then we'll die together. Sang Deshang couldn't stand the anger. Sang Shua gently tasted the tea in the cup and said lightly, forget it Deshang. If a dog bites you, can you still bite the dog back? Get the money out. He's got the upper hand this time. He's barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. Brother. Sang Deshang looked at Sang Suk unwillingly. Sang Suk said stoically, listen to me during sensitive times. Sang Deshang didn't have the heart to say, there's not that much cash now. Lu Chengfeng said, no. What I want is not cash. What I want is for Qin Hao to sign that $10 million of IOUs. Qin Hao's IOU? Sang Deshang first froze, then realized in a flash. Then became so angry that he kicked Lu Chengfeng's leg. Son of a Lu Chengfeng. You made such a big fuss just to kiss Qin Weiman's ass. Can you have some face as a human being? Can you still have some personality? You want to kiss ass you wouldn't get paid to deliver it yourself. You. Sang Shua was also stunned for a moment, then unexpectedly laughed out loud. Lu Xingfeng. Lu Xingfeng. And what an exquisite character. What's the matter? Qin Bureau's big thick leg you are considered to hold it, right? Lu Chengfeng hemmed and hawed. All of us are bad people. It's fine to hurt each other, but we can't hurt good people. Qin Weiman is Bao Qingtian in my heart. It's a god. I'm going to do this thing. Sang Deshang was so angry that he shivered, paralyzed, licking dog-like. Sang Shua, on the other hand, sneered. Little brat. You're tender. To tell you the truth, I've long since asked Deshang to return the IOUs to Bureau Qin. You think you're going to be a good guy in front of the Qin Council and I won't do it? Kid, I've eaten more rice than you for 30 years. Lu Chengfeng laughed, then ask your good brother. Has he returned it? What do you mean? Sang Shua looked towards Sang Deshang. Didn't return it? Sang Suk's eyes widened. Didn't he want to leave a handle to be able to pinpoint him? Sang Deshang now also felt regret. Sang Suk was so angry that he just closed his eyes. Then, fiercely kicked in Sang Deshang legs. Long ago told you to be a little bit of the big picture awareness. Don't always use underhanded means to deal with leaders. You just don't listen. No wonder you're playing into his depression. I'll be pissed off at you sooner or later. Outside the Royal Yaoqi, everyone was still in a high state of tension with swords drawn. Suddenly, the door opened. The police immediately aimed their guns at the gate. The minions of the Strong Company and Ride the Wind and Waves Company also immediately copped a feel. However, everyone's pupils suddenly dilated. Sang Shua, Sang Deshang and Lu Chengfeng walked out with smiles on their faces, and shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. What the hell is going on here? Am I blind? Oh old brother, this move of yours is really possible. Ahem. Still very young. Still have to learn more from Boss Sang. Where? You're too modest. I'll make you pay back tenfold and 100-fold. Let's talk about the later. Ha ha ha. Qin Weiman had been incredibly tense, and when he saw this scene, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm warning you for the last time. If you start fighting again during the special period, or I'll kill you, Qin Weiman warned. Bureau Qin, don't worry. I get along very well with little old Lu Chengfeng. At least during this period of time, we're as close as brothers, and we'll never cause you any trouble. That's right, Bureau Qin. We're all legal citizens with a big picture. Bureau Qin, it's embarrassing to have you out in the middle of the night. Let's shake hands. Lu Chengfeng took the initiative to extend his hand. Qin Weiman stretched out his hand in wonder, but with both hands, the note was delivered to Qin Weiman. Qin Weiman took it out and immediately revealed a stunned look. In an instant, Qin Weiman understood everything. Exquisite. What an exquisite character. Little Wind it's really hard for you. Qin Weiman collected the note. His words filled with gratitude. I, Lu Chengfeng, still say the same thing, good people shouldn't be hurt. Otherwise, I, Lu Chengfeng, will be the first to say no. Lu Chengfeng fawned. Sang Suk and Sang Deshang's facial muscles trembled. Lick the dog. I can't wait to chop this son of a up. It was at this moment that the two suddenly felt a lingering coldness. The two of them looked towards Qin Weiman, and suddenly realized that Qin Weiman was also looking at himself. The eyes were incredibly cold. There was even a sense of solemnity. I, your mom's Lu Chengfeng. Chapter 46, I, Lu Xingfeng, don't want to die. On the way back, Wang Ba said, Boss, you've known for a long time that it wasn't the Changxing group that did it. Ha? Lu Chengfeng nodded. Wang Ba asked, then, what kind of person did that? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, if I'm not wrong, it should be that outlaw who did it. Wang Ba, try dialing Smokey's big brother. I guess you can't reach him now. Wang Ba was half convinced and took out his cell phone to dial Smokey's number. Sure enough, Smokey's cell phone was off. Something happened to Smokey? Boss, this situation tonight, why can't I understand it a bit? Wang Ba scratched his head straight. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, something big is about to happen in Nanjiang. Sang Shua, Sang Deshang, these old sticks know their stuff, and would never be able to do this assassination thing. There's only one person who could do this at this juncture, Toxic J. Hiss. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air, and it's deeply felt. Toxic J is another underground force independent of the Strong Group and Ride the Waves Inc. This force feeds on drug trafficking and is very mysterious and self-contained. There is no fixed territory of their own, up and down a single line of contact, in the South River in the major field of bulk goods. Ever since Lu Chengfeng had taken control of the south and west of the city, he had strictly ordered that no loose goods were allowed in his yards. Poison Jia entrusted someone several times to bring word to Wang Ba and the other bosses, hoping that they would let them off the hook and let his men go in to disperse some goods, but they were all rejected. No bulk cargo was allowed in the south and west of the city, which cuts off half of Poison Jet's fortune, so how can he not be anxious? It was at this time that Lu Chengfeng's big brother rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lu Chengfeng answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone. If I'm not mistaken, you're Poison J, right? Ha 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 ha. Not only is Boss Lu fast at dodging bullets, his brain is also fast. Don't give a. Is Smokey still alive? Smokey is alive, just not very well. If Boss Lu is interested, you can come and see him and talk some business together? Yes, cool. I'll send a car to pick up Boss Lu, but I hope Boss Lu will come by himself, and don't play any tricks, or Smokey will die a horrible death. Don't worry about it. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone after saying that. Wang Ba said, Boss, I'll accompany you. Lu Chengfeng shook his head. No, I'll go by myself. The other minions immediately panicked. Boss, Poison Jet is clearly setting up a Dragon Gate formation to kill you. That's right, boss. Poison Jet's gang are vicious outlaws, and with heavy firepower. Boss, your life is precious. There's no need to risk it for Smokey. Lu Chengfeng thought to himself, I'm in the light. Poisonous Jet is in the dark. Without taking care of these drug dealers, the assassinations will never end, and there is no peace in the field. Lu Chengfeng looked at the crowd and said, If I, Lu Chungfeng, don't fight for Smokey today, I won't fight for you in the future. Remember, all for one and one for all. It's settled. Late at night, downstairs of Ride the Wind Company, a Bluebird sedan with no license plate was parked silently, with 4 menacing-looking drug dealers standing on the side. Each one has tattoos, long hair, and wears army green camouflage pants with a bulging waist. Outlaws at first glance. Lu Changfeng arrived at the Bluebird accompanied by many of his men. Only Lu Changfeng is allowed to get on the bus alone, and he has to be searched, the other party said boldly. Wang Ba was about to lose his temper when he heard that. Lu Changfeng stopped Wang Ba and said, "Do as they say." The other party immediately searched Lu Changfeng. After confirming that Lu Changfeng had no explosives or offensive weapons on him, he blindfolded him with a black cloth and took him to the car. Wang Ba shouted, "If you step on a horse and dare to touch my boss, I'll exterminate your 9 clans." The other party rolled down the window and arrogantly gave Wang Ba the middle finger, then started the car and sped away. In the back seat, Lu Chungfeng gently analyzed the car's driving route. Although the car circled around the city many times before leaving the city, Lu Chengfeng's brain was incredibly clear and knew exactly where the car was traveling. After traveling for about an hour and a half, the car entered the mountainous area on the northern outskirts of Nanjiang. After another half hour of circling the deserted mountain road, he finally stopped in front of an abandoned bomb shelter. "Get out of the car." Toxic J's men pushed Lu Xinfeng out of the car and brought him into the abandoned air defense shelter. Taking off the blindfold, he slowly opened his eyes and was greeted by a large, immense space. Almost all of the famous drug-spreading minions of the Southern River Road were there. More than 40 people, some armed with guns, some with knives, all stared ferociously at Lu Chungfeng. Smokey was hoisted high in the air and had been beaten half to death. Chen Lei was also tied up and breathless. "Boss Lu, you're a big man. It's not easy to see you." The famous Toxic J, wearing a white bathrobe, bare calves and slippers, walked out accompanied by 2 sexy beauties. The face is not as ferocious as imagined, but somewhat handsome, with a dirty braid. It looks a bit gangly. Lu Chungfeng smiled and said, "I'm already here. Release my people. Let go when you say so." Poison Jia suddenly carried out an AK-47 and aimed it at Lu Chingfeng's chest. "How much is Smokey worth? It's my life you want. Why don't you just shoot me?" Lu Chungfeng pushed his chest forward and stared into Poisonous Jia's eyes. Toxic J froze outright. Those who have never played with a gun have no idea what it's like to be on top of it. There aren't many who can be so calm in this situation. Worthy of being Lu Chungfeng. No wonder you rose to prominence in a short period of time at such a young age. You have guts. I'll give you this ing face. Toxic J's big hand was waved and Smokey was let go. "Send Smokey and this teacher back to town and remember to blindfold them." "Yes," Smokey cried and came to Lu Chungfeng, saying, "Boss, what can I, Smokey, do? I don't have time to accept your gratitude. Go back." "Yes." Smokey wiped a tear from his eye. The car drove up and Smokey and Chen Lei were pushed into the car blindfolded. After Smokey and Chen Lei were sent away, Toxic J's face showed a fierce look. "Lu Chungfeng, if you don't let me into your yard to disperse goods, you should know the consequences of today, right? Although you're quite a character, I'll have to finish you off in order to make money. Come on man, do him." Chapter 47, My Good Brother. With Poison Jia's order, dozens of his men immediately aimed at Lu Chungfeng with all kinds of long guns and short cannons. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, "Jia has been in the Jianghu for so many years. How come he doesn't know any of the rules of the Jianghu? A bumpkin? Who the hell are you calling a bumpkin?" Poison Jet's men tilted their chins and slammed their guns against Lu Chungfeng. Toxic Jia sneered, "You were still wearing a red scarf when I came out to mix. Tell me instead, where did I not know the rules of the jungle?" Lu Chungfeng said, "I've been the boss of City South and City West for almost half a month, right? Has Jia ever paid me a visit? Ever put me as the boss in your eyes? Trying to bulk up in my yard without coming to visit me. You think my field is a place for square dancing?" Toxic J froze. He seemed to understand what Lu Chungfeng meant. Toxic J said, "But your minions said you would never allow anyone in the yard to lose goods." Lu Chungfeng sneered, "Who the hell would have trouble with money? Those who come out, either get rich and famous, or wait to be shot, walking on the tip of the knife. What money is not earned? I even dared to exterminate Morning Biao's entire family. I'm still afraid of a few packets of white powder? Brother Jie, I know you guys are ruthless enough in this business, but you've underestimated me." Lu Chungfeng. On the scene, Poisonous Jets Juniors were subdued by Lu Chengfeng's aura and were incredibly quiet. "Honestly, we've killed people before, but we've never done anything like exterminating a family." Poisonous Jia looked at Lu Chungfeng with wide eyes. "Don't know him well enough." "Ha?" Toxic Jia said. "Did you really come to talk about cooperation?" Lu Chungfeng said. "What else? Am I going to run and get killed for a little cigarette boy? Is my Lu Qingfeng's life that worthless? I didn't dump you before because I thought you didn't really respect me as a boss. Didn't take me seriously. Poison Jet laughed. You're on your way with that attitude. Brothers, put down your guns first. The men immediately put away their guns. Toxic Jia asked. Boss Lu, then tell us how you want to cooperate? Lu Chengfeng said. You can bulk up in my yard, and I guarantee safety, but the profit has to be split 50-50. Toxic J immediately jumped up. You fart. You've come to rob us. I'll finish you off right now. As usual, you can bulk up. You don't have to share a dime. Lu Chengfeng grunted coldly. Come on. Me. Lu Chengfeng, put my words here. Even if Lu Chengfeng, die, you won't be able to spread a bag of goods in my yard. Can you imagine how loyal those bosses under me are to me? I'm telling you, you kill me and you'll be hunted down by my men all over the world. Bulk your mom. Toxic J's eyes widened. After so many years on the road, it was the first time that Toxic J had met such a brave boss, and he was probably right that even if he had him, odds were he wouldn't be able to get to the south and west side of the city to bulk up. Instead, there will be untold trouble. Poisonous Jia said, but you said 50-50. Certainly not. I have been licking blood from the tip of the knife. You still want to come and drink my blood? Lu Chengfeng sneered. Bull *******. Who the hell drinks whose blood? Other people think that the bathhouse can make a lot of money, but in fact, whoever does it knows the pain in it, or maybe even a loss. A bathhouse with a rent of over $100,000 a year, utilities of over $100,000, and hundreds of thousands of dollars in wages for the minions plus the female technicians. Business, tax, and fire all have to be dealt with. And those people who look like dogs often come to whore around. You don't have any sense when you're doing a no-brainer business. You come and open a venue and try it? I spend all that cost to maintain a yard and let you come in and bulk up for nothing? Can you think differently? Toxic J thought about it. Isn't it true that you've gone a little overboard? Either that or I'll cover the rent on your field? Don't. I just want 50-50 profit. Toxic J gritted his teeth. 50-50 is absolutely not okay. Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and said, then what do you say several openings? Toxic J said, 28%. This is already my bottom line. If we can't come to terms then I can only lift the table. Clap clap clap. Everyone raised their guns to aim at Lu Chengfeng again. Lu Chengfeng thought about it and said, people are under the roof. If Tama, don't bow my head today, you, as the boss, will lose face in front of your little brother. I can go 280 with you for the venues in the south and west of the city, but when I've taken the north and east of the city, the field there will have to be renegotiated, and it certainly won't be at that price. Poison Jet's eyes lit up. You can outfox Sang Deshang and Sang Shua? Lu Chengfeng laughed and said, at that time, who could believe that I would take out Morning Biao to dominate the south of the city? Jai, it was easy for you to take me out, but want to bet your future on me? Ha 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 ha. Poison Jia laughed cheerfully. Talent. Tama Poison Jia, have been mixing for half my life, and there aren't many that I can look up to. Brother, I've made you a friend. Bulk is indeed much more profitable than your hard fighting. The north and east of the city are the typical business districts with the most entertainment venues. I look forward to the day you beat that. Then we'll make a fortune together 50-50. Lu Chengfeng said. Cool. Brother Jia is 40 years old this year, right? I'll call you Big Brother from now on. Poison Jet immediately felt peculiarly honored. Yes brother, Lu Chengfeng said. I didn't expect to meet Big Brother for the first time and have such a good time. Big Brother, I personally came to the door to talk business. Won't you buy me a drink? Must please. Serve the wine. We'll drink with Boss Lu today. Yes. A short while later, a case of XO was served. Big Brother, blow one? Lu Chengfeng's bravado was overwhelming. Asterisk. Sparring with me? Blow. The two men took a bottle of XO each and tilted their heads back and blew it down. Yes. Big Brother. Heroes recognize heroes. If you don't mind, let's worship one. Lu Chengfeng burped. A brotherhood? Poison Jia thought. I only know you how long I want to worship, but it doesn't cost or hurt to pay your respects, and it adds a layer of insurance to the partnership. Why not? Thinking of this, Poison Jia almost squeezed out some tears. Older brother why do you always snatch what I want to say From today onwards, we are blood brothers. I don't want to be born on the same day in the same year, but I want to die on the same day in the same year, same month, same day. Good brother, blow another bottle, blow on it. The two men blew another bottle of XO and smashed the bottle on the floor with bravado. Cool, brother, I'll go back and arrange for a bulk yard, and we'll make a fortune together hand in hand. Brother, I really can't let you go. I don't know what it means to be like you at first sight until I see you. Brother, stop it. I'm going to cry if I say it again. Next time you come to my place, I'll treat you. Okay. Big brother will see you off. Big brother is polite. Poison Jia held Lu Qingfeng's hand and sent him outside the cave. Brother, you won't back out when you go back, right? Poison Jia said with a leathery smile. What are you talking about, big brother? You don't distrust me, do you? Lu Qingfeng's expression looked shocked. Feelings to feelings, business to business. Well, big brother can put the ugly words in front. If you back out, my brothers are afraid of those who do not agree. I won't allow you to make trouble in your field. Fires, car bombs, they play it safe. Ha, why do you still have gauze wrapped around you? I thought you weren't shot. Poisonous Jet's eyes were drawn to the gauze on Lu Qingfeng's body. Well, not shot. Then why are you still wrapped in gauze? I can't do it without a wrap. There's a locator tracker device wrapped around this place. What if your men find it? Lu Qingfeng smiled charmingly. Toxic J's expression stiffens. Chapter 48, Ms. by Jia gives a lesson. Tracker. Yes, you don't get a tiger without going into a tiger's den, do you? Toxic J's pupils dilated. You-ing me dash. Big brother, I'm sorry. Give my regards to your ancestors. Ka chow. Lu Qingfeng twisted Poisonous Jia's neck. Ahem. Poison Jia's eyes widened as he looked at his opponent's harmless smile and instantly gasped. Behind them, Toxic J's men immediately wanted to pull out their guns when they saw their boss killed. Nobody move. At this moment, Wang Ba brought at least hundreds of people to surround all of Toxic Jia's men. Asterisk. Lu Qingfeng pounced on the grass with a flying leap. The gunfire was loud. Lu Qingfeng picked up an AK-47 and swept it inside. AKs have a lot of recoil and the gun line jumps like a thief. But in Lu Qingfeng's hands, the AK's point-blank shot was more accurate than an ordinary person with a sniper rifle. Almost shot for shot. Anyway, there were too many people to know who blew up the head, and the ballistics couldn't be traced back to me. In less than 5 minutes, all of Toxic J's men were taken out. Reunion. Quickly, don't stand still. Hurry in and copy the family. Lu Qingfeng was obsessed with black eating black. Inside the cave, a dozen huge safes were stacked. Because it's hard to launder drug money, Toxic J's money is kept in cash in the caves. The henchman pried open the safe and counted it, finding a full $200 million in cash. The dog's eyes are all lit up. Make a lot of money. Damn, drug dealers are really rich. Boss, what to do with the hundreds of pounds of white powder left? Smokey asked excitedly. Everyone looked at Lu Qingfeng. Of course it's a favor to Qin Weiman. Lu Qingfeng laughed. Move all the money away and leave the corpse and white powder to the police. With this case done, Qin Weiman is not far from promotion. Well, then, Smokey's eyes fell. The others looked at the pile of white powder with slight dismay. There's no one out there who isn't looking for money. Who doesn't know the value of that pile of white powder? People aren't supposed to be nice, and it's impossible for you to say that you don't crave it. Lu Qingfeng saw that the situation was not right and immediately said, listen to me, all of you. Everyone immediately looked at him with respect. White powder, like gambling, is the worst of woes. We're banning this in all our yards. I'll chop whichever boss's field allows bulk. It's conscience. It's a duty to oneself. It's also a duty to your family. It's a responsibility to society. Understand? Yes. All the bosses could only respectfully agree. Although he hadn't been with the boss for long, everyone knew that the boss had a death grip on his conscience and bottom line. Except the yellow letters are closed. The next morning, Qin Weiman stood in the abandoned air raid shelter with his corps of men. Qin Weiman looked at the hundreds of kilograms of white powder and the corpses of 40 or so drug dealers and was overwhelmed with emotion. An unarmed man goes deep into the tiger's den and directly ends a drug dealer's lair that has plagued Nanjiang for years. The key also gave me the credit. Exquisite. This Lu Qingfeng person is so damn exquisite. Qin Weiman couldn't help but soar with profanity due to his emotions. Criminal Police Detachment Chief Li Guoqing said, Bureau Qin, we verified that the white powder at the scene totaled 460 kilograms. Poison J and the core cadre of his men were all killed. This is the biggest drug trafficking case we've ever solved in Nanjiang and even in the eastern province. The detective branch chief looked over at the dozen or so safes that had been pried open. Where the hell is the money? Qin Weiman, of course, noticed that something was wrong. Qin Weiman looked at Li Guoqing and said, you're the person specifically responsible for this case. Understand? Li's eyes widened when he heard that. Qin Bureau is like taking all the credit on me. Li Guoqing said, Qin Bureau, what can I do? I am too grateful. What thanks? This is a case you solved. You deserve it, and in the future, you will take care of Lu Qingfeng. More. The next evening, the river. Lu Qingfeng drove a van to make another secret meeting with Han Liming by the river. Ride wind. I've basically figured out the situation of the orphanage you asked me to check last time. That orphanage is probably a pig farm. What? Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened. The so-called pig farms are actually transit points for the trafficking of orphans. Orphans are adopted or tricked into temporary storage in orphanages. And when they meet a buyer who is in need of organs, they sell the organs or the whole person. A piggy bank can sell for millions. Such an unconscionable business to dare to do. Where is it mainly sold? Southeast Asia. The secrecy of their chain of interests is extremely tight, and it's impossible to touch it without fighting your way in from the inside. I know. I'll speed up the undercover progress. Oh yeah, the van you guys drive away. Whose house was copied again? Poison J. Hiss. Han Liming sucked in a breath of cool air. He had heard of the reputation of Poisonous Jie in the Criminal Investigation Department of the Provincial Office. Definitely a deranged character. How much did you pay this time? $30 million. And a few 100 kilograms of white powder. The Nanjiang Municipal Bureau will report to you. Han Liming was incomparably moved. You've worked hard. Multiply the wind. In the future this kind of extraneous tasks as little as possible. Safety first. Lu Chengfeng inhaled a cigarette. Who isn't afraid of danger? But what can I do? The heavy responsibility in my heart leaves me no choice. Mr. Han. Without further ado, I have to get back to the office for my literacy class. Han Liming wondered. Literacy classes? Lu Chengfeng said. Yes, those juniors in my company are not very educated. I think about teaching them to learn more, to develop good morals, and to stay away from low morals. Fighting crime is only the symptom. Prevention is the cure, isn't it? Han Liming was moved beyond words. You're wonderful. 9th floor of Ride the Wave Inc. A large pass-through room was converted directly into a classroom by old blackboards, chalk, ceiling fans, desks and chairs are all available. A first-grade textbook and a field book workbook were placed on each desk. The dignified bosses of Ride the Wind and Wave Company were all sitting in the classroom at this time. Treadmills. What a way to set up a literacy program. It's prime time at this point. It's either drinking, bouncing in a dance club, or sleeping with a girl in your arms. And now it's turned into a lesson? The bosses are going crazy. Brother Feng, my field has been rushed. I need to rush over to deal with it now. Brother Feng, there might be a fire in my house. I have to go put it out. Brother Feng, I'm afraid I'm being green. I'm going to chop that little white boy to death at once. Windy, I feel like I have a terminal illness. Lung led a group of bosses and surrounded Lu Chengfeng's desk, looking for all sorts of reasons. Lu Chengfeng silently drew a machete from his desk. Who the hell tries to leave this classroom? Everyone's head shot up and they immediately returned to their seats. It was at this moment that a clear sound of high heels came. The teacher is coming. Chapter 49. This woman is too traditional. Everyone took a look and fell silent. Ms. Baijie was dressed extraordinarily foreign today. Tight black blazer skirt, white silk blouse. The temperament is beyond elegant. The body is unbelievably harmonized. It's almost like a perfect combination of virtuous gentleness and sultry sexiness. Lu Chengfeng rested his left hand on his cheek and turned his pencil with his right hand, reminiscing to his heart's content about his student days. Boss, I promise to study hard from now on. Aha, that wouldn't be a waste of time. Boss, for the first time in my life I love learning. Aha, I hope you do what you say you're going to do. Old Black, can you stop smoking in class? My eyes are so smoky I can't open them. How am I supposed to study? Fine, it's extinguished. Doggy, will you put the machete away? It's hitting my feet. Got it. Wang Ba, you'll be the disciplinarian. If anyone is late and absent from class, you'll cut him for me. Roger that, boss. Old Blackie, you're the study committee. Boss, you let me die. At this moment, Lang Ning also came outside the classroom and quietly looked at Lu Chengfeng's clear face. She was really kind of eluding him. You say he is bloodthirsty. It is not wrong at all. He is sinister and poisonous, full of bad water. You're not being accurate when you say he's 10 times worse. Never seen him bully a good person. Never seen him make money against his conscience. Apart from his fondness for opening bathhouses, he is determined not to touch or allow his men to touch such serious crimes as gambling, drugs and human trafficking. It's simply becoming more and more difficult to read. While contemplating this, a special communications cell phone in the condensation bag vibrated. It's a communication tool dedicated to the intelligence system that pushes sensitive intelligence information of the day over every day. Lang Ning took it out and looked at it as per usual. Special agents from outside the country in the eastern province will be rushing to Nanjiang in the near future, suspected of assassinating the head of Ride the Waves. Intelligence accuracy level A. Intelligence urgency level B. Intelligence processing requirements level C. Lang Ning frowned. Why did the offshore secret service rush to Nanjiang at this sensitive time? Are you really here to assassinate Lu Xinfeng? And the reason? He's nothing but a kook. Is it worth the assassination of a professional organization? Lang Ning put away his work machine and hurried away. Class dismissed. 45 minutes later, Paige finally finished the night's lesson, her backside wet with tension. You've been given your after-school homework, so remember to turn it in at the next class. The oldest one sitting in the first row, no. Cadet, please be in charge of putting out this week's chalkboard. Okay, Mr. White. By the way, may I ask what is meant by a blackboard report? IING. Bai Jia looked at Lu Chengfeng for help. What a bunch of ING students. It's just sinful. Lu Chengfeng smiled and came to Bai Jia and said, Ms. Bai, your job in the university is too low paid. Either that or simply come to my company full-time as a teacher. I'll pay you in a day what you'll get in a year of college. Look at these lovely students. How they love your class. Ravenously. Bai Jia looked at the so-called students in the classroom. Is there a good guy in this? Where are the eyes staring? If it weren't for Lu Chengfeng, who would dare to come in for a lesson? And for the past few years, Bai Jia has been chased by loan sharks every day. Fed up with the upheaval, the stable job at the university is the only security she has, and she dares not give it up. Little Wind, thank you for your kind words. I really like my job at the university, even though the money is a little less. It's secure and safe, and those students are better to teach. Fine, as you wish. Then continue to come to my place next week for part-time classes. Ha. Lu Chengfeng didn't force Bai Jia either. Lu Chengfeng looked back at all of his classmates. Teachers' assignments must be completed on time. I'll cut anyone who can't finish it. Get lost. Whoosh. The students couldn't wait to flee the classroom with their machetes. Ms. Bai, thank you for coming to class today. You can go to the finance department yourself to open as much as you want for the class fee. Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. Bai Jia immediately blushed, her hands not knowing where to put them. Where has Chen Lei been these past 2 days? I heard that you sent your men to accompany him out for a special walk? Aha, yeah. I'm helping him quit gambling. When Bai Jia heard this, she glanced at Lu Chengfeng grudgingly. Chen Lei is not just a gambling problem. The key is that his character is so bad. Even if you quit gambling, you don't want to spend a day with him yourself. Lu Xingfeng, is this kid stupid? I am afraid that this marriage is really not divorced. Thinking of Chen Lei's stalking rogue phase, Bai Jia's beautiful eyes were full of melancholy. Don't worry, Mr. White. I'll take care of everything for you. Little Wind, you don't understand. Although it's said that money can make a ghost work, Chen Lei, he's not even as good as a ghost. You can't handle him. There's no one I can't handle. Lu Chengfeng swore. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but I know his character too well. So goodbye, Windy. Paige finished and left. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly. Chapter 50, I promise to bring you to your knees. At that moment, Wang Ba walked over to Lu Chengfeng's side. Boss, an underhand tip-off that Sang Suk and Zhang Siquan are having tea in secret, presumably plotting about engineering matters. Lu Chengfeng raised his head. All the other things are trivial. The $10 billion project in Zhang Siquan's hands was the key to whether or not he could break into the Sang Shua crime syndicate. Go! Check it out. Yes. The manager was standing in the lobby of the elegant one-piece tea house. Sang Suk's 4 personal henchmen were stomping back and forth in the lobby to prevent anyone from rushing up and disturbing the boss. Lu Chengfeng majestically walked into the lobby of the tea house with Wang Basho in tow. As soon as the 4 personal men took a look at the arrival of the 2 arrogant and domineering characters, Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba, they immediately became highly nervous. The tea house lobby manager walked forward and said with a cold face, "Get out. The tea house won't be receiving guests tonight." Then why didn't you lock the door? Our tea house has an honored guest tonight. It's been chartered by them. So idle people hurry up and leave. Wrapped up. Ha? Where's the contract? What the hell kind of contract is this? The lobby manager contemptuously surveyed the 2 young people in front of him and arrogantly said, "You still need to sign a contract to drink tea in your house? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you know who's drinking tea in there? Can you afford to disturb the guests? Get lost." The lobby manager thought that a big shot like Sang Shua could come to the family tea house for tea. So he had a strong bottom line. Fight. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Wang Ba grabbed the manager's collar and slapped him in the face. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Slap. Another slap. Can I come in now? Can. The manager covered his face in pain. Lu Chengfeng smiled coldly and led Wang Ba directly upstairs. Sang Suk's 4 bodyguards hurriedly followed. In the tea house box, Sang Shua and Zhang Sichuan drank tea while discussing issues related to the construction of the university city in the west of the city. It was at this moment that Lu Chengfeng pushed the door and walked in. Boss, we would have stopped him from the bodyguard explained nervously. It's okay, you guys go ahead and get out. Yes. Sang Shua looked toward Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng's sudden appearance did not come as a surprise. After all, The whole of Nanjiang is now staring at the construction project of Nanjiang Normal University's City West campus. Zhang Si-Quan rubbed the scar on his head from the beating he received the day before and sneered. Yo, Boss Lu is trying to come and serve me tea? Either you get down on your knees and apologize, and I'll reward you with some work to do? Because he had Sang Shua, a huge tree, as his backing, Zhang Si-Quan's attitude was incomparably arrogant. Sang Shua sneered. Boss Lu was very powerful now. Even I, Strong Shang Group, dare to extort Sikyuan, watch out for people blackmailing and kidnapping you. Zhang Sikyuan laughed softly and coldly. Short mules who can't get on the stage. A legalized society can still tolerate these cockroaches crawling around. Sang Shua and Zhang Sikyuan, as middle-aged outstandingly successful people, had a suit worth several $1,000s on them, revealing a mature and steady dominance all over their bodies. On the contrary, Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba, the two didn't wear formal clothes today, just simple jeans body shirt, and because he was young, he stood in front of Sang Suk and Zhang Sikyuan looking especially tender. Lu Chengfeng looked at Zhang Si-Quan. Zhang Si-Quan, what I've come to see you today is to give you a chance to stand and talk to me. If you can't grab this opportunity today, then you're afraid you'll only be able to kneel and talk to me in the future. Zhang Sikyuan laughed loudly. Lu Chengfeng, in terms of fighting and chopping, you might be a good hand, but to those of us who are successful, you look like a dog. You know? Oh, you're probably poorly read, and there's a saying I'll teach you dog meat doesn't make it to the table. Sang Shua laughed out loud. Si-Quan, he's a wild dog from the countryside, but he'll bite when he enters our city. Zhang Si-Quan revealed a scared expression. Gu, Boss Sang, you're reminding me? I'm so scared. Will he woof woof bite me? What is Cha Nima talking about? Wang Ba was so angry that he kicked over the tea table. Wang Ba, we're dealing with high-level intellectuals. We can't just get rough. We have to convince people with reason. Lu Chengfeng stopped Wang Ba, then said to Zhang Si-Quan, don't worry, Principal Zhang. Now that Nanjiang is in an extraordinary period, I won't cut anyone, but I'll tell you what, within 24 hours, I'll be civilized and polite enough that you'll be on your knees in front of me learning to bark. The willing kind. At noon the next day, Bai Jie suddenly called Lu Chengfeng. Windy, what are you doing? Mr. White should have something for me, right? Just say so. That Zhang Si-Quan is so disgusting. He approached me early in the morning and said he would fire me immediately. He said I'm close to you. He's just trying to get me. Get it for you. This whole thing is because of me. So don't worry. He can't drive you. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone after saying that. Smokey, come here. Boss, what orders? Smokey immediately ran to Lu Chengfeng. How's Chen Lei doing these days? Dying. Well, it's really good. Zhang Sikyuan is arrogant as hell. You go over to the division now and give him some eye candy. Roger that. As soon as Smokey heard that there was going to be trouble, he immediately raised his eyebrows in happiness. Don't make a big deal out of it. Extraordinary times. Don't worry, boss. I used to have a nickname. In case you didn't know. What nickname? Shrew. Why are they called shrews? During the water festival, I threw water on women and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. And then I got the nickname Shrew. That's a 3-year sentence? I splashed boiling water. I Chow Nimas should sentence you to life imprisonment. At noon, Smokey took a dozen or so of his men, each carrying a school bag, and stretched his head inside Nanjiang Normal University. The doorman took one look and was immediately annoyed. What kind of student is this? One dyed yellow hair and tattoos, with a cigarette in his mouth. The machete is cutting through the book bag about to show. Stop right there. All of you. The security chief hurriedly ran out from the security room and stopped Smokey and the others. Howl Tama, what a howl. You attacked my eardrums. Do you know that? Believe it or not, I'll ask you to pay for it. Smokey held a cigarette in his mouth and pointed at the security chief's nose. The head of security asked, what are you doing in there? Study. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you guys look like you're learning? Our company has a monthly exam coming up, and we're on a tight study schedule. So what's wrong with us coming in for a study session? No students who aren't from this school can go in. Get out of my way. Boom. Smokey slammed his fist directly into the security chief's face. At once, the security chief's face was covered in blood. Chapter 51, This Beauty is So White. In the security room, the guards all rushed over as soon as they saw their boss being beaten. A dozen or so security guards against a dozen or so people from Smokey drew a crowd of spectators. Smokey screamed like a shrew. You're just a security guard at the gate. You probably don't know as much as I do. Get thee out of my way. I'm going in to study. You're not a student at our school. You just can't go in there. Smokey immediately said, if you're not a student, you can't go in, right? Then check your student ID now. Those with student IDs can get in. No one is allowed in without one. A dozen of Smokey's men blocked the doorway directly. Universities at this time of year are open and accessible to the general public, and who usually carries their student ID on them. It coincided with the noon hour after lunch, and hundreds of people were instantly gathered around the entrance. The chief of the Chengdong police station was the first to arrive at the scene with 4 officers. The director immediately frowned when he saw it was Smokey, notorious and very difficult to deal with, typical of the character of a dodgy shrew. And the point is, he's Lu Chengfeng's man. In this sensitive period, Smokey came to the east side of the city to cause trouble for no reason, and had to be handled carefully. Smokey, I'm from the city east office. Give me face and stop it. The director stepped forward. Who am I to give you face in Tama? Smokey stepped forward and pushed against the other's chest. Face to face, incomparably arrogant. What are you doing? Several officers immediately came up and surrounded Smokey. Smokey held up his hands. Everyone can see it clearly, huh? I didn't do it. I, Smokey, am nothing but a good learner and want to cultivate my feelings in the hall of knowledge. But these scumbags dog-eared me, despise me for being a literal mountain. Literally, the henchman reminded. Yes, literate upwardly mobile youth. The director angrily rebuked. You're still civilized with that dead look of yours. Why did you come here to cause trouble? Just want to take classes? Want to learn culture? Want to become a person who is out of the lower class? Make it look real. The chief waved his hand and prepared to make an arrest. It was at this point that there was a commotion in the distance. Smokey's personal henchman arrived at the scene with hundreds of his minions. Sound and fury. Each one has a fierce look on his face. The baseball bat in his hand buzzed the curb railings. A mount. Now the director kind of saw it completely. It's not Smokey's personal behavior that's causing this ruckus. This is Lu Chengfeng's organized targeting of Nanjiang Normal University. It's not something you can swing with a little director. The director immediately dialed the phone number of Zhang Siquan and told him about the scene. The director also made it clear that this is a critical period. Which unit should be held accountable for any accidents, or even be removed from office if it is not done properly. Zhang Siquan did not expect Lu Chengfeng to be so shameless and immediately dialed Lu Chengfeng's phone. Lu Chengfeng, hurry up and tell your men to withdraw. You think I'll give in with such underhanded tactics? I'm telling you, the door is not even there. You can't even think about the project for the City West campus. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Gu, barking beast Zhang is ordering me to withdraw? What if I don't withdraw? Zhang Siquan, what do you really want? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. They are all students of Ms. Bai Jie. As long as Ms. Bai gives a word, they might be able to withdraw. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone directly after saying that. Zhang Siquan hurriedly ran to Bai Jie's office and found Bai Jie. At this moment, Bai Jie was standing in front of the window looking at those people in front of the school. He knew that this was Lu Chengfeng coming to give himself solidarity. Although they were all assholes, Bai Jie actually developed a strong sense of security in her heart. It was a feeling of security being protected by a powerful force. Mr. Bai quickly informed the people at the entrance to disperse. Zhang Siquan still had a commanding tone. Bai Jie looked at her superior and said faintly, I don't know them either. Zhang Siquan could only lower his stance and said, a bright man doesn't speak in the dark. Lu Chengfeng is giving me eye candy. Before, is what I did wrong. You teach here properly. I won't target you in the future. Okay? I'll try. Then, Bai Jie and Zhang Siquan came to the front gate of the school together. As soon as Smokey saw Bai Jie, he immediately shouted to his hundreds of men, the benefactor is here. Bow. Hundreds of people bent down together at Bai Jie. Hello teacher, this out of the hole. Directly make Bai Jie guffaw. You, hurry up and disperse. Don't affect the order of the school. Bai Jie tried to persuade. Yes, Master Un. Smokey waved his hand, and hundreds of his men dispersed instantly. The hundreds of people gathered at the scene were directly stunned. I'll go. Mr. White has so much energy. To be able to give orders to such difficult and evil people? Everyone cast admiring glances at Bai Jie. Feeling these gazes, Bai Jie surprisingly felt a burst of honor from deep inside. Zhang Siquan, on the other hand, looked at Bai Jie with cold eyes. Where am I? Zhang Siquan, worse than Lu Chengfeng? I'm a doctor, the core person of Nanjiang Teachers University, with a high position of authority, and I'm still no better than Lu Chengfeng. That short mule. In your heart? You're 100,000 miles away from him, Bai Jie said with courage. Just remember, Lu Chengfeng will soon be screwed over. Let's see how I'll get you then. Zhang Siquan dropped this sentence and angrily left the scene. At 11 o'clock at night, Lu Chengfeng and Wang Bai hid in the green belt of a villa area. Zhang Siquan parked the Bluebird at the entrance of the villa, and after looking around to see that no one was there, he opened the door of the villa. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Bai rushed up with lightning speed. What are you doing? Zhang Siquan never expected Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba to appear in front of him. Don't worry, intellectual. We're not here to kidnap. We're just coming to sit in your little golden nest. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba squeezed straight into the house. Zhang Siquan's face was tense and he could only follow into the house. At this moment, a soft and sexy voice rang out from the second floor of the villa. Siquan, you're back. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba followed their gazes upwards, and were immediately dazzled into opening their eyes. Sexy. Goya. Absolutely beautiful. Chapter 52, Sexy Sister-in-Law. How can an outsider dash? The stunning beauty was startled and immediately hid in the bedroom on the second floor. Lu Chengfeng hemmed and hawed toward Zhang Siquan. Old Zhang can the mistress is so beautifully raised. Lin Fangfeng, the school flower of Nanjian Teachers University. Childlike and huge as she is, the moment she enrolled in school, she caused the whole school to shake because of her beauty and sexiness. Because of her poor family, she was adopted as a lover by our great barking beast Zhang's favor. Just had a son. Am I right? Zhang Siquan's face was unusually ugly. How did you find this place? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. It doesn't matter. This villa is worth millions, right? Someone else gave it to you, right? If I memorize the law correctly, a bribe of $100, 000 is 10 years or more, right? Old Zhang, this villa alone is enough to give you a life sentence. Zhang Siquan sophistically said. This is someone else's villa? I temporarily borrowed it. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Really? After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he lifted the coffee table and found the hidden compartment underneath it. Reaching out, the hidden compartment opened. It's full of cash, at least to the tune of 10 million. Lu Chengfeng laughed. You didn't borrow this money as well, did you? Zhang Siquan's face was instantly covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. If these things are exposed, you're going to get shot. Zhang Siquan was on the verge of going crazy. Hands were sweating cold. Not many people know about this place. How on earth did you know? Zhang Siquan's voice was trembling. Lu Chengfeng hemmed and hawed. In his previous life, in 2004, Zhang Siquan was sentenced to death for accepting bribes, and the entire case was made into a legal education movie to be publicized by the whole society. It was at that time that Lu Chengfeng learned the full details of Zhang Siquan. Although this world of rebirth was a parallel world, and some of the information was a bit deviated and omitted from the real world, the good thing was that Zhang Siquan was still the same Zhang Siquan. You don't have to ask about that. The problem now is that you are already a dead man. Lu Chengfeng's eyes stared viciously at Zhang Siquan. Zhang Siquan was sweating profusely. The secret in the villa, if exposed, properly swallowed a peanut rice by itself. On that level, one really is a dead man. I told you last night at the tea house that you'd have to kneel in front of me within 24 hours. I didn't go back on my word, did I? Lu Chengfeng sat on the sofa, stretched his legs and said elegantly. Zhang Siquan was trembling like a sieve. Done. It's all over. His own lifeblood was pinched to death by Lu Xiangfeng. Upstairs, Lin Fanfan felt that the atmosphere downstairs was not right and walked down. Sexy and elegant. Old Zhang. What are they? Is it all right? Lin Fanfan came to Zhang Siquan's side and snuggled up to him. It was obvious that although there was an age difference of almost 30 years between the two, Lin Fanfan loved Zhang Siquan. It's not hard to understand. What girl wouldn't love Zhang Siquan with such an illustrious status? I'm a relative of your family. Lu Chengfeng suddenly changed into a smiling face. Wang Ba was dumbfounded. You think you're related to her because she's hot and beautiful? Lin Fangfang wondered. Relatives? Aha! I won't hide it. I'm actually Zhang Siquan's distant cousin. So according to the rules, I have to call you sister-in-law. Really? Ask my cousin if you don't believe me. Lu Chengfeng looked at Zhang Siquan. Zhang Siquan didn't have the good sense to say, aha, a poor relative from the countryside. Lin Fanfang's beautiful eyes couldn't help but glare at Lu Chengfeng. Zhang Siquan has a high position of authority. Usually heard him say, there are always relatives in the countryside to find him to seek some errands to do. This one actually found the place today. Lin Fangfang's pretty face leaned on Zhang Siquan's shoulder and softly said, hubby, it's so late. Let the outsiders leave earlier. Zhang Siquan gently caressed Lin Fangfang's hair and said, you go up first. I'll talk to my cousin about something. Soon. Well, then you hurry up. Lin Fangfang could only get up. See you later, cousin-in-law. Lu Chengfeng had an innocent smile on his face. Lin Fangfang coldly glanced at her, twisted the demure body, back to the second floor, bang heavily closed the door. Lu Chengfeng looked at Zhang Siquan again and said, cousin, that thing I've been begging you for. Look at it. Don't be a ing cousin. I'm not that close to you. Zhang Siquan was in 6s and 7s. Lu Chengfeng said, either you kneel down now and let my cousin's wife come down to see how you kneel in front of me? A cold light appeared in Lu Chengfeng's eyes. Zhang Siquan looked at Lu Chengfeng. Zhang Siquan only felt his scalp go numb. He never expected things to turn out the way they did. Not kneeling is a death. But, do I, Zhang Siquan, have to kneel to him for the rest of my life from now on? No. No way. I, Zhang Siquan, am a man of honor. What the is he? Suddenly, Zhang Siquan had a plan in his heart. Zhang Siquan said, older brother, my life is now in your hands. I have no choice. The matter of the project, I promise. Zhang Siquan said soft words on his lips, but a cold light slipped through his eyes. Unfortunately, this cold light failed to escape Lu Chengfeng's precise capture. Lu Chengfeng said, kneel down, kowtow. Zhang Siquan's face paled. I've promised you. I said that last night at the tea house. Do you think I'm farting? I'll cooperate only if you kneel. If you don't kneel, I'll turn around and leave. Zhang Siquan gritted his teeth and with a plop, he knelt in front of Lu Chengfeng. Ha 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 ha. Very well. Screaming beast Zhang, the way you're kneeling in front of me is particularly pleasing to my eyes. Zhang Siquan said indignantly, don't tell anyone about my villa. I'll promise you anything you say. Lu Chengfeng slapped Zhang Siquan's fat face. You're not going to play tricks on me, are you? Zhang Siquan shook his head flatly. No. Lu Chengfeng sneered. If you dare to play tricks on me, I guarantee that Lin Fangfang will soon become undead. Lu Chengfeng patted Zhang Siquan's face and left the villa with Wang Ba. After getting into the car, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but look back at the second floor of the villa once again. Villa. Zhang Siquan sat on the sofa and smoked half a pack of cigarettes vigorously before stabilizing his mind. The only way to get rid of Lu Chengfeng's threat was to silence him. Let this secret of the villa remain buried forever. Thinking about it, Zhang Siquan dialed Sang Suk's number. Boss Sang, something's happened to me. What's wrong? Lu Chengfeng knows something sensitive about me. He's blackmailing me. What hold did he have on you? Anyway, it's a big thing in the sky. If I don't let him shut his mouth, I absolutely can't help you with the project. Boss Sang, you see to it. Sang Suk was silent. After a while, Sang Suk spoke. Let's put it this way. I recently got a poison imported from abroad. Colorless and tasteless. Blended in alcohol to produce the effect. And it doesn't poison until the next day. And the coroner can't even find out the cause of death. I'm going to ask him out to dinner right now. And you're going to join me and poison him on the spot. Good. Silence him. What's a punk? A fierce light of hatred erupted in Zhang Siquan's eyes. Chapter 53 Killing. The next afternoon, Sang Shua dialed Lu Chengfeng's number. Old brother Rightwind. Are you free tonight? Oh boss Sang, are you going to buy me dinner? Sang Shua said. Older brother is really smart. Why don't the two of us treat Zhang Siquan to a meal together? Lu Chengfeng laughed. What kind of setup is this? Sang Shua said. Older brother, we see a little more clearly. The money in this world is endless. You say the two of us are fighting so much and making so much noise? It's a bad idea to make a snipe out of a snipe. If the two of us join forces strongly, who else in this southern river would dare to bare their teeth at us? Lu Chengfeng laughed. Good. If you fight, you will lose both. If you cooperate, you will be rich together. I agree to this meal. However, you let Zhang Siquan bring Lin Fangfang with him. Well. Two bosses in Nanjiang who don't share a common ground actually want to meet for dinner. And this matter has attracted the police's great attention. Once it's a hongmen banquet, if the two bosses set off the table, I'm afraid it's going to be bloody and unmanageable. In the evening, the police sent a large number of officers to Sang Suk's private lodge early in the evening. Nominally, it was to protect the safety of the two bosses, but in reality, it was a warning to both sides not to make trouble. Zhang Siquan brought Lin Fangfang and also rushed to Sang Shua's private mountain villa. This was Lin Fangfang's first time attending Zhang Siquan's meal, and she heard that the guest of honor was Sang Shua, a famous big shot in Nanjiang, so she was dressed with extra attention. V-neck evening gown with a split blue hemline, the dazzling white thighs were hidden, and the gully under the V-neck was simply deep. The long white gooseneck looks like a noble white swan. The white-to-white skin coupled with the bursting body is a blood-curdling sight to behold. As soon as Lin Fangfang got off the bus, she stunned everyone in the entire lodge. And the moment she saw this mysterious mountain village, Lin Fangfang was also stunned. What a magnificent lodge. There's security everywhere. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang, the two big men known in the South River, were actually standing at the door to greet them. It's amazing that the police take it so seriously as well. Women are strong in nature, and such a formation had to make Lin Fangfang feel comfortable. While Lin Fangfang was enjoying this reverence, 8 big black Mercedes drove into the lodge. I'll go. Where the average person can afford to drive a big Ben these days. That appearance was 8 cars. It's too hoity-toity. Lin Fangfang's beautiful eyes couldn't help but be attracted by the domineering convoy. The 8 big Bens slowly parked in front of the main building of the lodge. Four men in black suits came down from each car and stood respectfully on either side of the convoy. What a big row. Boss. As Wang Ba personally opened the car door, Lu Chengfeng in a suit faintly got out of the car. I'll go. Lin Fangfang was stunned. Isn't that a cousin? Lin Fangfang's beautiful eyes looked at her cousin with incomparable shock. With Lu Chengfeng's arrival, the scene was in an uproar. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang, with a group of men, personally came to the Mercedes. The stunningly beautiful women they had invited were also looking at Lu Chengfeng with a respectful expression. It's really a great honor for Boss Lu to come to our mountain villa. Sang Shua even personally greeted him and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake his hand. Lin Fangfang looked directly dumbfounded. Even such a heavenly figure as Sang Shua respected him so much. He's so young, and he's so distinguished. The point is, this kid is facing these bigwigs as if he's very used to it. Is the second boss better from his depression? Lu Chengfeng asked Sang Deshang while shaking hands. Sang Deshang's facial muscles screwed up and 3 words jumped out of his heart. Nima coin. Thanks for the care, old man. Much better. Inside please, please. After a few pleasantries, all of them came to the box. Sang Shua sat in the seat of invitation, while Lu Chengfeng was rightfully invited to the seat of the guest of honor. His 10 personal men were standing not far away. It wasn't until Lu Chengfeng sat down that the others dared to sit down. What a big poker face. Lin Fangfang became more and more shocked. After everyone had exchanged pleasantries, it was time to serve the food. Sang Suk glanced at the waiter in the box. The waiter understood and picked up a bottle of Mao Tai from the liquor cabinet and came to Lu Chengfeng to pour him a drink. According to Sang Suk's arrangement, the poison had been injected from the cork of the Mao Tai with a fine needle. Even if Lu Chengfeng took that small sip, he would surely die tomorrow morning. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang quietly looked at Lu Chengfeng. They realized that Lu Chengfeng didn't have the slightest suspicion. The 2 men then dropped their hearts. Zhang Siquan also looked at Lu Chengfeng nervously. Now no one was more eager for Lu Xinfeng to die than he was. After everyone had poured their drinks, Sang Suk stood up with his glass. Sang Shua said very politely, a win-win situation. Boss Lu, I hope we can work hand in hand in the future and make a fortune together. I salute you. I'll take the lead. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, thank you, Boss Sang. Cheers. Chirp. Lu Chengfeng happily drank from his glass. Sang Shua and Zhang Siquan glanced at each other. The 2 men's hanging hearts finally dropped. Being scourged by this little for so long, now finally send him to the west. Worried that Lu Chengfeng would die imperceptibly, Zhang Siquan hurriedly poured a full glass of wine and politely said, Boss Lu, I toast you too. Big brother, don't be so polite. It should be me honoring you first. Lu Chengfeng hurriedly picked up his glass and walked over to Zhang Siquan and Lin Fangfang and said, Big brother, sister-in-law, I toast you both. Zhang Siquan snorted coldly in his heart. Big brother, you're paralyzed. You'll be dead in the morning. Little bastard. But on the surface, Zhang Siquan still had a polite face. Brother Xiaofeng is young and promising. Cheers. Be sure to drink more tonight. Thank you, cousin Little Feng. Lin Fangfang looked at Lu Chengfeng with much gentler eyes. With the moment of clinking glasses, Lin Fangfang gently bends down. Lu Chengfeng almost sprayed out a nosebleed. Chapter 54, Cousin-in-law. I'm here. This Hongmen banquet is drinking beyond belief. Lin Fangfang went back early in the middle of the day because she had to breastfeed. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that the banquet finally dispersed, and everyone sent Lu Chengfeng to the entrance of the mountain villa. Lu Chengfeng hiccuped and said with a smile, Boss Sang, Screaming Beast Jiang, this is goodbye. I hope that the project of the west campus of the city will make us rich together. Ah, ha ha ha. Sang Shua, Sang Deshang, and Zhang Siquan smiled as they looked at Lu Chengfeng. None of them speaking. Getting rich together? Get rich next door to your mom, waiting for you to die. The next morning, Sang Shua sat in his office quietly waiting for news of Lu Chengfeng's death, but waiting left and right. There has been a delay. This isn't right. He's obviously had a whole bottle of poisoned wine. Is it a secret funeral? Suddenly, his henchman, Kong, ran in. Boss, Lu Chengfeng has brought people to our royal Yaoji to cause trouble. What? Sang Suk couldn't believe his ears at all. Really? One of Royal Yaoi's men just called in to report it. Go check it out. At the entrance of the Royal Yaoji, Master Do stood at the entrance with 20 minions. Lu Qingfeng's Big Ben snorted and stopped at the entrance of the Royal Yaoji. Lu Chengfeng arrogantly got out of the car accompanied by his men. Master Do's concussion hadn't fully healed yet, and he shivered in fear at the sight of Lu Chengfeng. Neither dared to cross at him, but neither dared to let him in without authorization. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you blocking the doorway? Get out of my way. If the Royal Yaoji can't go on, tell me, Shang Nan. I'll take it over and run it. What the? Wang Ba and Old Black arrogantly pushed away the minions blocking the doorway. Go! Let's go to the second floor to take a shower. Then go to the third floor to win. Lu Chengfeng led a group of people and swaggered to the second floor. On the way, he met a beautiful and sexy female technician, and directly stopped and took her to the men's bath. The entire Royal Yaoji's minions could only watch, but did not dare to rush up and slash. Not long after, Sang Shua hurriedly arrived at the Royal Yaoji. Boss! The minions bowed respectfully. Sang Shua ignored anyone and rushed to the second floor with a grimace on his face. In the bathhouse, Lu Chengfeng was naked and soaking in the misty bath, arrogantly smoking a cigar. Ride the wind and waves dozen or so minions, each covered in tattoos, scattered around Lu Chengfeng, guarding his safety. A sexy female technician is rubbing Lu Chengfeng's shoulders. He's alive. He's actually alive. How is this possible? Amidst the mist, Sang Shua quietly looked at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng also looked at him with a sheepish smile. At this point, Sang Shua no longer needed to say much. He recognized your poison plan last night and managed to neutralize it. Coming to your yard today to take a shower is a demonstration. You lost. Sang Suk's eyes were as calm as ever though, but the heart has turned over. Nanjiang Normal University of Engineering foot tens of billions of dollars. Not only their own fancy, but also their own boss above the incomparable fancy. Zhang Siquan's core secrets are already in the hands of Lu Chengfeng, and if Lu Chengfeng doesn't die, then the project is bound to be his. What will you do with yourself then? How can you have any face in front of the boss? Will the boss find someone to replace him? The great sense of crisis made Sang Shua no longer able to maintain his usual calmness and wisdom. Boss Sang, do you have 100,000 reasons in your mind? Lu Chengfeng smoked his cigar, his mouth smiling lightly. Last night when he went to Zhang Siquan's house, Lu Chengfeng installed a wiretap next to the landline phone in the living room by hand. So Zhang Siquan and Sang Suk's plan to conspire on the phone to poison himself fell on his ears word for word. For a veteran Secret Service agent who knows all the common cardiac arrest agents in the world, cracking such an agent is a piece of cake. Sang Suk no longer cared about the specific details of the beginning and end. This demon, Lu Xiangfeng, must die, otherwise I can't sleep at night in my strong group. Without a word, Sang Suk left the Royal Yaoji and got into his own tiger-headed Big Ben, slamming the door in anger. Drop! At this time, Sang Suk suddenly felt an electronic sound strange noise under the car seat. Sang Suk felt something was wrong and hurriedly reached under the car seat. This touch, Sang Suk directly felt out a tape-wrap time bomb. It's already started. The red numbers jumped alarmingly. Only 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. In this instant, Sang Shua's heart felt as if it had sunk into an abyss of 10,000 meters. It's too late. It's too late for anything. Sang Suk didn't even have time to think about a single last word. Put. The time bomb, however, did not go off. There was just a muffled sound and then a puff of white smoke. What the hell? Sang Shua was sweating profusely and hurriedly opened the window of the car, ready to throw the white smoking time bomb out of the window. In this instant, Sang Shua realized that Lu Chengfeng was standing on the balcony of the second floor of the Royal Yaoji, his lower body wrapped in a bath towel, looking at himself with a smile on his face. Sang Suk's hand holding up the time bomb froze in midair. He understands. Lu Chengfeng was warning himself with the fake bomb. He's forcing himself to bow down. The muscles in Sang Suk's face twitched violently. Sang Shua took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the real big boss behind him. Boss, the person I applied to you, when can he come? Is it worth it for you to ask me to send such a professional to do something for a punk? The other party's voice was majestic and deep. Boss, it's worth it. Otherwise Lu Chengfeng will be a huge threat to our business. We'll leave tonight and we'll take care of him for you, so you can work in peace. Yes. In the evening, Lu Chengfeng stood in front of the mirror and meticulously tied his tie. This morning Zhang Siquan was completely scared out of his wits when he realized that the poisoning had been defeated. Who is Luck Chengfeng? Those who offend him are never left alive. And even if you report it through legal channels, you'll never survive on your own. The only option for himself if he wanted to survive was to work with him. There is no place to retreat. Zhang Siquan completely softened, took the initiative to call Lu Chengfeng, willing to hand over the project of the West Campus to Lu Chengfeng, and agreed to sign the contract in the evening. While Lu Chengfeng was packing up everything and preparing to leave, he suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. Hey, are you Cousin Wendy? Lu Chengfeng wondered. Cousin sister. In-law, how do you know my phone number? Lin Fangfang suddenly lost her voice and cried out. Your cousin he died in a car accident. What? What? Lu Chengfeng's head suddenly buzzed. Zhang Siquan was hit by a car and killed? Lu Chengfeng only felt his throat tighten. Cousin-in-law. This is no joke. What kind of words are you saying? Can you talk nonsense about such things? I am alone in Nanjiang with no relatives, and thinking about it, I only have you as a relative. So I called to discuss with you. What do I do? He's dead. He's really dead. Ooh. Lin Fangfang cried her heart out. Chapter 55, My condolences. Sister-in-law. Lu Chengfeng sat on his butt on the sofa. Why the hell did he have to die at this time? If not sooner or later? Nope. There's a conspiracy here. In 2000, cars were not yet common, and there were so few cars on the road, so it was not so easy to get into a car accident. Cousin-in-law. Don't worry. I'll come over to you later. Lu Chengfeng hurriedly hung up Lin Fangfang's phone and immediately dialed Sang Shua's phone. Sang Shua. Did you cause Zhang Siquan's car accident? Sang Shua breezed. Oops. Old Zhang had a car accident? TSK. Good pity that. Lu boss's project is afraid to fizzle out Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng calmly put down the phone. Smart people don't have to spread the word amongst themselves. Lu Chengfeng, was returned by Sang Shua. Half an hour later, Lu Chengfeng arrived at Zhang Siquan's villa. At this moment, Zhang Siquan's effigy has been set up, smiling, with chrysanthemums and a fruit plate in front of him. Dressed in a black muslin, Lin Fangfang sat in front of the effigy in tears. My condolences, cousin-in-law. Lu Chengfeng sat on the side of Lin Fangfang. What am I going to do if you just leave? Lin Fangfang looked at Zhang Siquan's effigy, and her clear face was filled with tears. Pear blossoms and rain. Lu Chengfeng could see that she truly regarded Zhang Siquan as the big mountain in her life that she could rely on, and loved him deeply. My good big brother. Lu Chengfeng covered his face at Zhang Siquan's effigy and pretended to rub his eyes to show how sad he was, but as he rubbed it, Lu Chengfeng's eyes really reddened. Tower? Sang Shua. I've spent so much effort to set up Zhang Siquan. Tens of billions of dollars of projects are coming soon and you're giving me a hard time about it. Okay. For nothing. Everyone's on the same page again. Big brother, you left at such a bad time. Lu Chengfeng sat there, sincerely saddened. At this moment, Lin Fangfang turned her pretty face full of tears and looked at Lu Chengfeng's red eyes. She didn't expect Lu Chengfeng to be so sad as well. It seems that this cousin has deep feelings for his cousin. Cousin, what am I going to do? Woo woo woo. I have no name and a 3-month-old baby. What are we going to do as widows and orphans when he's gone? Whoa whoa. Lin Fangfang cried inconsolably, her face full of tears. Sister-in-law, don't be difficult much. This villa and the money in it will be enough for you to spend for several lifetimes. Lu Chengfeng comforted. What's the use of all the money I need? I don't have a man anymore. My children don't have a father. Woo hoo hoo. Sister-in-law, don't think about it so much. You're going to have a big crisis down there. What's the crisis below me? Lin Fangfang looked at Lu Chengfeng with teary eyes. I'll tell you the truth. Zhang Siquan was killed by Sang Shua. I'm afraid Sang Suk will kill you widows and orphans next. Lu Chengfeng said. What? Lin Fangfang's delicate body trembled, almost falling over in fear. And my cousin's main family is very fierce. If they know he left you such a big villa and so much wealth, they will definitely come to rob you. Cousin-in-law, your future is bleak. I feel so worried for you. Lin Fangfang was so scared that she lost her color. Zhang Siquan's main house was a famous tigress, but Lin Fangfang had heard about it a long time ago. Lin Fangfang's entire body trembled. Cousin Xiaofeng, I'm an orphan and widow. What can I do? Whoa whoa. Lin Fangfang was close to despair and was on the verge of fainting from crying. Lu Chengfeng comforted. Cousin-in-law, no one else knows about this place. I'll immediately send my little brother to protect you 24 hours a day. Don't worry, as long as I, Little Wind, am alive, I won't allow anyone to harm you. Really? Don't worry. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed Old Black's number. Old Black, send 6 of your most trusted men over to stay at my cousin's wife's house and protect her 24 hours a day from today. If my cousin's wife loses a hair, I'll have your head. Old Black said. Arrange it right away. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone and looked at Lin Fangfang. Cousin-in-law, from today onwards, just leave your safety in Nanjiang to me. I have a lot of things to take care of, so I'll head back. I'll see my big brother when he has his first 7 days. Are you leaving now? Lin Fangfang was suddenly struck by a huge crisis, and was so disoriented that she naturally relied on Lu Chengfeng. My men will be here soon. Don't worry, cousin sister-in-law. I'll come to accompany you to the wake when I'm done with things. Well then. Lu Chengfeng nodded his head in greeting and then left the villa. On the street, there is still a tense atmosphere. Police and special agents still conduct security sweeps of the streets and alleys of South River. Big names are coming, and they want to ensure the absolute safety and stability of the social situation in Nanjiang. Lu Chengfeng smoked a cigarette while taking a walk and analyzing the situation of this undercover operation. Originally, he wanted to take the $10 billion project to attract Sang Shua and the boss behind him to come to him for cooperation. But I didn't expect them to kill Zhang Siquan directly from the bottom of the cauldron. Now, one has no cards left in one's hand. The undercover operation was a complete stalemate. The only way left is to take out Sang Suk. Take his place. As long as he can cover the sky in Nanjing, he is not afraid that the boss behind him does not come to find himself. It'll just have to be hard, quick and dirty. It was at this moment that Lu Qingfeng's cell phone rang. Boss Lu. License plate number DA40223. There are not so friendly friends in the car. There's about an hour left to arrive in Nanjing. Be careful. The other party had deliberately processed his voice so that Lu Qingfeng could not hear who the other party was. But on the contrary, Lu Qingfeng instantly guessed that it was condensation. Only the Secret Service would have this kind of sound processing technology. Lu Qingfeng did not say anything, directly hung up the phone and looked at the distant night sky. Sang Suk's mind was in a hurry. He's transferring high-level killers from the provincial capital to kill himself. Chapter 56 Brother Feng is going to get married. A huge gleam appeared in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang have been running across the South River for more than 20 years. And there are no less than dozens of red sticks that can be transferred to do the dirty work. And there's no shortage of top-notch experts. Why did he transfer someone from the province? This could only mean that this killer who came was of a higher rank and had a greater certainty of killing himself. If we take care of this killer, won't we be able to get through to the big man behind the provincial city directly? Lu Qingfeng dialed Qin Weiman's phone. Bureau Qin, there's a matter to trouble you. Boss Lu, please. Someone from the provincial city came to Nanjing to deal with me. The license plate number is DA40223. Can you confirm the identity of the other party? Qin Weiman said. How dare you make trouble at this time? I'll handle it. Qin Weiman hung up the phone and called the head of the criminal police detachment, Li Guoqing. In front of him, someone is trying to deal with Lu Xinfeng. You lead the team out to control the person. The license plate number is DA40223. Promise to finish the job. Li immediately and happily accepted the order. After all, both Qin Weiman and Lu Qingfeng had done themselves a great favor in dealing with the case of toxic jet. It's the perfect time to throw in the towel. After returning to ride the wind and waves, Lu Qingfeng asked Old Black, how is Chen Tao's lover, Yu Xiana, doing now? Old Black said, this beautiful woman is tenacious, scolding us every day, saying we are illegally detained. Lu Qingfeng smiled faintly. This woman can come in handy now, take me to her. Not long after, Old Black led Lu Qingfeng to a suite where Yuxiana was being held. At this moment, Yuxiana had just finished her bath and was wearing a muslin pajama, sitting on the sofa and watching TV in boredom. The curves are exquisite, and the buttocks are like small hills, forming an exaggerated arc with the slender waist. In the living room, 4 of the watchman's boys were playing cards and drinking. Boss is here. The 4 juniors hurriedly got up. Ms. Yu, how have you been enjoying your time with me lately? Lu Qingfeng sized up Yuxiana's devilish figure. As soon as Yuxiana saw Lu Qingfeng, she immediately said angrily, Lu Qingfeng, you shameless man, let me go. Lu Qingfeng colorfully said, that's impossible to drop. Yuxiana, you follow me. What Chen Tao can give you, I, Lu Qingfeng, can give. Yuxiana angrily rebuked. I don't want to give anything. I want you to return Chen Tao to me. You executioner. Lu Qingfeng laughed out loud. Poor acting. Chen Tao is just a peasant thug from the urban and rural areas. And Yuxiana is the 3rd runner-up in the South River modeling contest. How could such a 9-headed beauty with beautiful features and elegant temperament run to the west side of the city to follow Chen Tao? A bad old man? There was only one reason, he was the eyes that Sang Shua had planted beside Chen Tao. Because Sang Suk has been thinking about the west side of the city for too long. With his old Inbi character, there was no way he wouldn't lay out the west side of the city. When Wang Ba first sent Yuxiana to Lu Qingfeng a week ago, Lu Qingfeng swept a glance at Yuxiana and came to this conclusion. Now, Yuxiana's poor acting skills further validated Lu Qingfeng's judgment. Slap. Lu Qingfeng knocked Yuxiana to the ground with a slap. Bitch, you've got to be kidding me. Yuxiana was beaten and fell on the sofa. The nightgown lifted up. Snow white as jade long legs appeared at first. Lu Qingfeng looked at Old Black and the 4 guarding minions and said, tonight, reward her to you. Thank you boss. Old Black and the 4 minions' eyes immediately glistened. You guys enjoy yourselves. Lu Qingfeng pushed open the door and left the room. Inside the house, Yuxiana was really panicked. Asterisk. No touching me. Brother Feng, come back. I beg you to come back. Yuxiana cried out. Lu Qingfeng stood outside the door with a faint smile and re-entered the room. Come around? Aha. That's right. Play innocent and stubborn with me. Everyone else out. Yes. Old Black left the room with the others. On the highway leading from the provincial capital to Nanjing, the black Mercedes with license plate number DA40223 is rapidly heading towards Nanjing. There was only one person in the car. Technically a stunning beauty with an oriental face. Slim build. Slim black suit. Long dark hair pulled back cleanly and neatly behind his head. His complexion was white and flawless, and his features were very delicate, especially those deep eyes that looked like a net, making it unforgettable to look at them. There is a quiet, restful air about her. The car had just pulled out of the toll booth when it was stopped by police. It is purely normal that the South River is now in a period of security level 1, and that all vehicles entering the South River are scrutinized. The beautiful woman flicked the steering wheel and pulled into the inspection area to wait for the inspection. Lee came to the driver's side and saluted. The beautiful woman slowly pressed down the car window and her deep beautiful eyes looked at Li Guoqing. Hello beautiful, please show your ID card, driver's license, and license to drive, Li Guoqing said. My name is Amy and this is my passport, the beautiful woman said quietly as she handed out her passport through the car window. Li looked at the other party's face of classical oriental beauty and said, Rice nationality? Aha. I'm sorry, Nanjiang is in a level 1 security phase right now. We're going to have to do a strict check on you and your vehicle. So please get out of the car. Okay. Amy got out of the car gracefully. Lee waved his hand and a female officer stepped forward to frisk Amy. After a careful search, the female officer looked at Lee and shook her head, indicating that no weapons were found on her. Lee thought to himself, this won't work. Boss Qin made it very clear that the other party is here to deal with Lu Chengfeng and must be detained for questioning. What if I can't hold it back? He owes Lu Chengfeng a big favor. Officer, can I go now? Anmi looked at Lee lightly, calm and elegant. Wait a bit we still have to check the vehicle. After Lee finished speaking, he personally opened the trunk of Ami's car and carefully searched inside. Neither dangerous items nor weapons were found, except for some clothes and documents. Undeterred, Lee got back into the car and began searching the driver's and passenger's seats. The car was clean too. All I ended up finding was a tiny eyebrow trimmer in the driver's side storage box. I suspect you are armed with an assault weapon. Come with us, Lee said, holding up his eyebrow trimmer. Amy was surprised. What the hell? That's just an eyebrow trimmer for makeup. No makeup allowed in Nanjiang. With a wave of Lee's hand, 4 pistols were placed against Amy's head. Are you guys ever going to get it right? Cut the crap. Go! Chapter 57, A Killer Woman of Great Beauty. On the bed, Yushana looked at Lu Chengfeng with a puff of air. Lu Chengfeng smoked a comfortable cigarette, put on his clothes, and said indifferently, I'll go out to eat some snacks to fill my stomach first, so you stay here and don't try to escape. Lu Chengfeng came outside the cell after he finished speaking. At that moment, Qin Weiman's phone call came in. Boss Lu, the person you're talking about is called in me. She's of me nationality. Just entered the country as an assistant to the military attaché of an embassy or consulate with diplomatic immunity. We have no reason to keep holding people back. Surprisingly, it's her. Lu Chengfeng took a sharp drag on his cigarette. Memories of past lives come flooding back. Amy, who joined the U.S. Navy SEALs in 1997, served as the sniper team leader of SEAL Squadron 4 in 1998. In 1999, he was recruited to the CIA's Directorate of General Intelligence in East Asia as the head of Operations Group 2 because of his outstanding sniping ability. In his previous life, in 2006, Lu Chengfeng and Amy had worked together in an international conference to undertake security work. In collaboration with each other, the 2 distinguished special agents worked together to develop various security measures and jointly solved 2 assassination plots. At that time, Lu Chengfeng marveled at her sniping ability. Why did such a character suddenly enter the country as a diplomat? Is it just to kill a cook like yourself? Lu Chengfeng vaguely felt that things were big. A wonderful move. Also in Lu Chengfeng's mind slowly molding. I may have made a mistake. Sheen bureaus, you can release them first. Okay. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Amy was released. Since the car was still undergoing further inspection, Amy could only walk the streets of Nanjiang on foot, ready to find a hotel to stay in first. Not long after she had just walked away, a police car on patrol pulled up in front of her. What are you doing wandering the streets in the middle of the night? I suspect you're not a good person. Come with us. The police officer in the lead didn't seem to have a good command of Mandarin. Amy was straight up a little confused. Aren't the police off duty in Nanjiang? Who are you to suspect that I am not a good person? Amy was ready to pull out his passport. Don't move. Don't move your feet. One of the police officers in the lead suddenly shouted like a nervous wreck. Startled, Amy stood still and looked at the other man in bewilderment. The policeman came to him, bent down, and felt around on the ground. Did you step on this ant? I tramadol. Amy's mouth was open, surprisingly speechless. It's against the law to kill small animals in Nanjiang. Come with us to deal with it. You may have to pay a fine, or maybe administrative detention. 4 police officers took out handcuffs and cuffed her, then took her to the police car. I'll go. Amy was just about to get mad. It was the first time she had set foot on Xia's soil on a mission. This guy. I've been arrested twice before I've even had a full meal. Could this place be any more socially disorganized? The legend outside says that this magical land is a forbidden place for mercenaries. Could it be true? Amy had no choice but to get in the police car again. Doggy, where the did you just get ants from dash? In the car. A policeman grinned. Nope. Amy immediately smelled danger. You're not cops. Amy got up and tried to strike. Don't move. In the car. 6 pistols were held against Amy from different directions. There was so little room in the car that Amy couldn't fight back. Then she was handcuffed, shackled and hooded. You're kidnapping. Shut up. Gag your mouth. Amy is missing. To the average person, the disappearance of a MIB doesn't seem like a big deal. But in intelligence circles and the underground, it's a big deal. The provincial bigwigs are very angry. I've applied for a high-level assassin from HQ, and he disappeared when he arrived in Nanjing? Is this society any better? The provincial bigwig immediately calls Lisa, who is stationed in Nanjing, and asks her to make every effort to inquire about Amy's whereabouts. At this moment, the Eastern Province Provincial Office was also in a hurry. Amy is an embassy or consulate officer, a full-fledged diplomat on the bright side. Now the Rice Embassy and Consulate are very angry, and have written to the Eastern Province, demanding that it hand over the man in a hurry. The boss of the Eastern Province directly scolded the boss of the provincial office severely. The provincial hall boss was so angry that he called Han Liming directly to his office. To what extent is the law and order in Nanjing in chaos? Even Rice diplomats have to disappear when they get there. Is that the Bermuda Triangle over there? Do those short mules have any laws? What the hell are you Han Liming doing all day long? If you don't find the guy in 24 hours, you're out of a job. Han Liming sweated coldly. I have undercover agents over there. I'll immediately send someone to look for them. Lang Ning was also in a hurry. The information Lang Ning received at the time wasn't fine, only thinking that the other party was just an ordinary special agent. But I didn't realize the identity was so sensitive. There is an unwritten law in the intelligence community that as long as the other party's spies don't go too far, they are generally monitored on the outside and not easily moved. If you move someone on your side, they will reciprocate by moving yours. This you are there, I am their intelligence landscape is not at all the you are their playbook that you see on TV. Now it's good that Amy is missing. The intelligence system of Rice must have thought that it was our side that captured him. If there is a delay in handing over the person, they will also take reciprocal measures. Lu Chongfeng. It must be Lu Chongfeng. This person. Who did it? Lang Ning is really a bit regretful now. In order to save that life, violate the rules to leak the information to him. And yet he's good. Missing for people. How is this going to be explained to the higher-ups? South River City Council. Shin Weiman was also anxious. The provincial office and the empire have called him and scolded him. They say that Nanjing is so messed up that even a trained MiG special agent would have to get lost if he went there. If you can't do it, quit your job. Shin Weiman was simply so angry that his balls hurt. Lu Xingfeng, this evil man, he really dares to kidnap anyone. The house in Oriental Gardens. Lu Chengfeng was lying on the bed with a cigarette in his mouth, and Yu Xiana was coldly accompanying him at the side. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Whoops, boss, it's me, Blackie, come in. Old Black pushed the door open and walked into the bedroom. Boss, people from the north and east of the city want to enter our territory, saying they're looking for someone. Lu Chengfeng immediately jumped up. Asterisk. It's already that time of the day and they still dare to provoke. Boss, something seems different this time. What's wrong? They seem to be in a hurry, saying that an important person has been kidnapped on the boundaries of the South River. It's none of my business. One missing soldier and you want to start a war? He studied history. Sang-suk, call in the men. Him. Yes. Chapter 58, Another Firefight. The main entrance to Ride the Wave. Inc. Wang Ba, dressed in a suit, with dozens of minions domineeringly stopped at the company's entrance, each carrying a baseball bat in his hand. Recently there was a big cleanup in Nanjing and everyone's machetes were confiscated, so the weapons were downgraded. Sang Shua personally led his men and confronted Wang Ba with immense urgency. Sang-suk was really in a hurry. Early in the morning, the big boss of the province gave him a hard stinking scolding. The head office had hired a high-level assassin in order to support him in dealing with Lu Changfeng. It turned out that the people were gone when they reached his territory in Nanjing. The big boss ordered him to find the man within 24 hours or he would be killed. The north and east of the city were his own territory, and it was impossible for his own men to have kidnapped Amy. So of course his first suspect was Lu Changfeng. Wang Ba, call your boss out. Sang Shua's personal henchman shouted. Our boss is picking up girls. Just talk to me if you have anything to say. Asterisk off. Can't you see that our boss Sang has personally stepped in? Why are you interrupting when the bosses are talking to each other? Chao Nima, even if the king of heaven comes, he can't delay my boss from picking up girls. Sang Shul walked forward and said anxiously, Brother Wang Ba, where the hell is your boss? Wang Ba sneered, it's none of your business. Our boss is away. I'm the company boss. So talk to me if there's anything. Sang Shua said, an important friend of ours has disappeared, and we need to search for him in your territory. Can you make the call? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Ba arrogantly banged his baseball bat. I'm telling you, there's no one you're looking for on our turf. Even if there is, your strong companies are not qualified to come over and search. Get lost. Sang Shua's face became incomparably gloomy as he said, forcefully search. Yes. One of the henchmen was about to rush in with his head out. Boom. Wang Ba directly slammed a stick on his opponent's head. The blood is flowing. Chao Nima's Wang Ba, don't be too arrogant. I, Wang Ba, have been arrogant for more than a day or two. You just realized it. Boss Sang, if you want to bash us in the south and west of the city just say so. What excuses are you looking for? I, Tama Wang Ba, put my words here. As long as I, Wang Ba, have a breath of air, you people from the south of the city will never come in. Either that or step over my dead body. Sang Suk had gotten impatient and said, then step over it. Everyone in strong company listen to me. Sweep away all of Lu Chengfeng's venues. Yes. Sang Suk's men were immediately about to charge in. Wang Ba took his men and swung their baseball bats and prepared to do it. While this was going on, several police cars pulled up to the scene. Li himself came into the crowd. Li Guoqing looked at Wang Ba and said in a deep voice, Wang Ba, get out of the way and let strong company go in to find someone. Wang Ba froze. What does Li Ji mean? Is he pulling the strings? Or did the city council merge with Xiansheng? Put your mother's ass on the line. How can you talk? Li scolded. Your boss has been invited into the station by our Qin Bureau. The police are also looking for that man. Everyone has to cooperate unconditionally. Do you understand human language? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was kidnapped? That's a lot of commotion. It was at this time that Qin Weiman's car arrived. Bureau Qin, everyone said respectfully, take Sang Shui away. Qin Weiman said in a deep voice. Bureau Qin is wise. Hurry up and sentence him to immediate execution. 3 days and 3 nights by firing squad. Wang Ba watched to see what was going on. If you're the ones who kidnapped them, I advise you not to seek death and hand them over. Qin Weiman gave a warning to the minions at the scene before leaving the scene with Sang Shua. In the city council meeting room, Lu Chengfeng reclined in his chair, his long legs crossed on the conference table desktop, arrogantly holding a cigarette. At this time, Sang Shua was also brought in by Qin Weiman. Gu, isn't this boss Sang? You look like you're in a bad mood? Ha ha ha. Nonsense. You're in a good mood when you get called into the station? Sang Shua sat on his butt and stared coldly at Lu Chengfeng. Qin Weiman also stared coldly at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng, did you kidnap Omi? If you release her now, I can still give you a hand. Qin Weiman thought to himself that at that time, it was Lu Chengfeng who was the first to provide Ami's itinerary, so it was most likely that he kidnapped Ami. Sang Shua thought, the killer came to Nanjiang is to deal with Lu Multiplier Wind to come. The killer disappeared. Lu Multiplier Wind cannot get out of it. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Bureau Qin, you are aware of my Ride the Wind and Waves company. Love your job. Dedicate yourself to your work. Fulfill your social responsibilities, and pay your taxes on time. When have we ever done anything like kidnapping and ripping off people? Sang Shua immediately said, who can still write the word kidnapping and ripping off the ticket on his face and stick it on the door? Lu Chengfeng, you damn fast hand over the people. Otherwise, wait for the 9 clans to be executed. Lu Chengfeng was annoyed. Asterisk 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 off. I haven't even gotten back to you yet for bringing people to my place early in the morning, and you still have the audacity to talk to me like that? Is that diplomat named Ami a relative of your family? What's her relationship to you? You're looking for her with such a great deal of vigor. Do you have something on your mind? Sang Shua was choked for a moment and could only say, a friend of mine in the province asked me to find someone. Lu Chengfeng stood up and arrogantly tightened his belt around his waist. This ING never knew any Ami. Don't you ING put on my head one by one. For the sake of Qin Feng, I, Lu Chengfeng, now swear to the heavens, if I do the kidnapping thing, my whole family will not be allowed to die, and I'll give birth to a son without an asshole. Satisfied? I'm busy with business, so I'll pass on the coffee. This, Qin Weiman and Sang Shua wondered, did he really not do it? Who dares to swear on something like having a son without an asshole? Qin Weiman knocked on the table. Now on the Nanjing territory, you two bosses have the biggest world, the widest territory, and the most minions. I know you two bosses don't get along with each other, but this matter of Ami is not a small matter. and I want you to cooperate for once. Help me find the person in a hurry. Think of it as giving me Qin Weiman face, okay? Lu Chengfeng said arrogantly. I, Lu Chengfeng, certainly have to give face to Bureau Qin, but I have to say the ugly words in advance. If Boss Sang continues to smash my venue under the guise of looking for someone else, then I'll step in and immediately turn my back. Sang Suk despised. Those chicken nests. Who cares? After being threatened by Qin Weiman with some education, Sang Shua and Lu Chengfeng left the city council building and walked towards their cars respectively. Sang Suk's phone rang. Yu Xiaona said quietly on the phone. Boss Sang, Ami shouldn't have been kidnapped by Lu Chengfeng. I've been watching him for the past 2 days, and he's wondering about this whole Ami thing, and his minions are even less aware of it. I know. Keep watching him. Yes. Sang Shua looked at Lu Chengfeng, who was not far away, then hung up the phone. That's when a rare Rolls-Royce pulled up to the scene. An exceptionally gorgeous middle-aged voluptuous woman slowly got off the bus accompanied by 4 mighty bodyguards. Exquisite and competent short hair, absolutely beautiful features, tall and slender body. The place where it should be big is not at all subtle. The place where it should be thin to the extreme. The hands and feet are full of noble elegance that is different from ordinary people. The ultimate noblewoman. What brings you to the parish? Sister-in-law. As soon as Sang Shua saw this beautiful woman, his voice trembled in fear and he hurried to her, hands hanging straight down against the seams of your pants, bending at 90 degrees, looking down at your feet. Sang Suk, the big man of Nanjiang, who is as powerful as the sun, respectfully acts like a child who has done something wrong. Chapter 59, You are the goddess in my heart. Sister-in-law? Lu Chengfeng's heart trembled violently. The man at the center of this massive crime syndicate has finally shown his face. This is a horse. I, Lu Xingfeng, am simply a genius. Keep your head up, sister-in-law said faintly. Yes. Obtaining his sister-in-law's permission, Sang Suk then dared to straighten his back. Sang Suk, are you getting old? Sister-in-law looked at Sang Suk in a high and cold manner. Sister-in-law, I'm responsible for this matter of me. I'll do my best to find her. Sang Shua was already sweating nervously. Engineering, you can't swing it. Killing, you can't kill. Looking for people, you can't find them. And out of the 12 halls plus the company headquarters, is there a boss who's a bigger loser than you? I am at fault. Fight, sister-in-law said coolly. The 4 mighty bodyguards under his command immediately stepped forward. 2 of them pressed down on Sang Shua, while the other one punched towards Sang Shua's face. After a dozen slaps, Sang Shua's face was covered in blood, but he still stood there respectfully, not daring to rub it. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, can you imagine that Sang Suk, who's been famous in Nanjiang for 20 years, was slapped on the street like a grandson? Lu Chengfeng quietly looked at the beautiful woman. The aura is as hot as the body. Charming. At that moment, the beautiful woman also looked at Lu Chengfeng. She found that Lu Chengfeng's eyes were looking straight at herself, not even blinking. The kid looks like he's only about 22. I'm 38 years old. Could be his mom. This is the famous Nanjiang Lu Chengfeng boss, right? Sister-in-law came to Lu Chengfeng playfully. The only sister-in-law in the eastern province is close at hand, drenched in the distinctive scent of a mature woman. Whether or not we can successfully break into the inner circle of this group depends on what we do now. Sis, you're so sexy. Lu Chengfeng shamelessly went straight to the point. Lu Chengfeng, show some respect. That's my sister-in-law. Sang Shua scolded. What the hell? Your sister-in-law is not my sister-in-law. Why are you being so rude? Look at the blood on your face. Lu Chengfeng cursed Sang Shua, then continued to look at the beautiful woman in fascination. Beauty. It's beautiful. Sister-in-law never expected that the figure in front of her, who had caused a bloody storm in Nanjiang, would be like a child. There is no concern for his illustrious and incomparable status. The eyes were surprisingly full of sincere appreciation. Interesting, sister-in-law elegantly said. Boss Lu, no one in the entire Nanjiang, or even the entire Eastern Province Road, has dared to look at me so directly. You have a lot of guts. Lu Chengfeng lamented. This sister, it's not that I'm bold, but you're so charming that you're making my heart go wild, and you look like an old acquaintance of mine. Sister-in-law wondered. Who is it? Junjima Mio. Who is Miss Ao Junjima? She's not out yet. You'll see her in the future. An absolute sex goddess. So you're complimenting me? Right. Pretty and sexy. Unbelievably charming. Lu Chengfeng looked at the other party. Sang Suk listened in confusion. That's the sister-in-law of a gangster who controls the entire eastern province's human trade, smuggling, and drug trafficking. How many lives do you have? How dare you molest your sister-in-law? But this is good. When sister-in-law gets angry, she can destroy him with one finger, saving herself from fighting with him in Nanjiang. However, Where did Sang Shua understand Lu Qingfeng's ruse? With such a prominent sister-in-law, the big boss must have stopped touching her a long time ago because there are young women out there, the minions under the various halls, on the other hand, were incomparably afraid of her, and everyone was coy and obedient when they saw her. In everyone's heart, sister-in-law is as high and mighty as Wu Zetian. Who dares to tease her? But she's a woman. After all, even on the surface, no matter how alpine ice-cold, mentally and physically need a man's nourishment. She doesn't always like to be so nakedly titillated, but she's certainly not angry. It may even be that the straightforward people are the most refreshing. Sure enough, the sister-in-law smiled brightly. Boss Lu, you really don't ask me who I am? Just dare to molest me like that? Lu Chengfeng said. I knew you were the girl of my dreams. Sang Suk was directly confused by what he heard. What a lick! Sister-in-law let out a delicate laugh. Boss Lu is really wonderful. My name is Qin Yi. I've heard of Boss Lu's great name from the provincial company. A week to exterminate Morning Biao's entire family. Add up our Nanjiang Hall of Fame. Sang Deshang even got to press dash. My honorable goddess highness. I didn't know that the strong company was a property under my sister-in-law. I solemnly wish to invite my sister-in-law for a meal and sincerely apologize to her. Qin Yi laughed. Alright, then I'll give you this face. Okay. Lu Chengfeng, like a licking dog, ran to the side of Qin Yi's Rolls Royce, gently opened the door for her, his right hand thoughtfully holding the upper edge of the door. Sister-in-law, be careful not to bump your head. Qin Yi smiled sweetly. If Boss Lu doesn't mind, take my car? Gray doesn't mind. My most honored goddess. Don't call me some goddess, call me Qin Yi, or sister-in-law. No, people just want to call you goddess. You are the goddess of my heart. Chapter 60, High-Level Chicks. A goddess like no other. Whatever. On the side, Sang Suk was almost sickened and threw up. I really didn't see how this licking dog could lick so well. As they spoke, Qin Yi and Lu Chengfeng sat in the back of the Rolls Royce. Qin Yi looked coldly at Sang Shua, who was standing there in a mortar and pestle, and said indifferently, wipe the blood off your face, and get on the bus as well. Yes. Sang Suk, as if amnestied, hurriedly wiped his face and sat in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the car came to an inconspicuous local food restaurant, Nanjiang Old Lu Mixed Fish Restaurant. The car slowly came to a stop. Lu Chengfeng was the first to jump out of the car, then came to the other side and respectfully opened the door for Qin Yi. Qin Yi stepped out of the car with her slender legs. Old Black waited there early with 11 liters and said respectfully to Lu Chengfeng, Boss, shout out to the goddess. Goddess. The 12 people shouted together at Qin Yi. But at this moment, the auras of all these outlaws were crushed by Qin Yi. The sister-in-law in front of me was too noble in temperament. Like a noble white swan. What's more, she's the #1 sister-in-law on the Eastern Province Road. Behind the scenes are thousands of minions in 12 halls, tens of billions of dollars in wealth, as well as the connections of the officialdom through the sky. Even as one of her dogs, one could walk horizontally in the entire Eastern Province. Qin Yi put her hands in her pockets, and with no one in sight, she raised her snow-white gooseneck condescendingly and sized up this flypipe. Yo, Boss Lu's family is so big that he invited me to eat at a place like this? Lu Chengfeng bent down to compensate for the smile. Sister-in-law, this mixed fish restaurant can be famous in the local area, and I'm afraid that there are specialties that sister-in-law has never eaten in the provincial city. Qin Yi asked. What kind of dish? Lu Chengfeng said. Roasted oysters with yellow clay. The oysters are covered with yellow mud and roasted in the mud over a wood fire, and they smell great. This dish also has a very romantic name, oysters like puree. Lu Chengfeng's peach blossom eyes flew one directly at Qin Yi. Nice guy. This earthy sentiment. Wang Ba and the others looked dumbfounded. So this is the side of our mighty boss? What a eye-opener today. Sang Suk only found it unbelievable. How could he dare to face the powerful and snake-hearted sister-in-law? The nerve to take Viagra? Well, then try oysters like mud. Qin Yi walked into the restaurant in style. Lu Chengfeng and Sang Shua accompanied and followed them in, while the others stood respectfully in 2 rows to guard the outside. The moment she closed the door of the box, Qin Yi's clear and pretty face turned cold. Boss Lu, did you kidnap Amy or not? It doesn't matter if it is, as long as you hand her over. I can pretend nothing happened, but if you don't tell the truth, I promise you won't live through the night, including those 12 of your men in front of the hotel. This is Qin Yi's powerful self-confidence and strength. As long as she wanted to kill someone in the Eastern Province, there would be countless people who would come forward for him. If I kidnap Amy, I'll be punished for never seeing the goddess again in my life. Let me suffer the pain of lovesickness. I dare to make such a vicious oath. So sister-in-law should believe me, right? But, Qin Yi almost coughed from the licking. Boss Lu, let's change the way we communicate. I'm not pursuing who kidnapped Amy. I just want to ask, Can Boss Lu help me find her? Can. From today on, I will do whatever the goddess tells me to do. Lu Chengfeng's peach blossom eyes smiled as he looked at Qin Yi. The licking was shameless, but it wasn't offensive at all. Qin Yi said faintly, I want to live. That's a must. Lu Chengfeng said, Goddess, can I have a few words with you alone? Yes. Sang Shuai, you go wait outside the door. Qin Yi said indifferently. Sister-in-law, I have to keep you safe. Get out. Yes. In the box, only Qin Yi and Lu Chengfeng remained. Boss Lu, what do you have to say to me? Say it. I'm in love with you. Lu Chengfeng stared straight at the other party, rating the uppermost beautiful women in the most direct way. Lu Chengfeng had never missed a beat. Qin Yi finally had a feeling of being offended. Qin Yi's lips bristled. Boss Lu, you're even madder than I thought. No, it's not madness, it's love. Sister-in-law, you may not believe me when I tell you, you've really grown on my aesthetic, especially with your short hair and your bright eyes. I couldn't help myself from the first time I met you. You stop it, Qin Yi interrupted. You're molesting me like this. Are you really not afraid of death? Lu Chengfeng smiled. Sister-in-law, those like us who come out from the bottom are not prepared to have a good ending. Earn the blackest money, sleep with the prettiest girls, and close your eyes in style when you're ready to eat a gun, and you'll be a good man again in 20 years. It's that simple and pure. Lu Chengfeng's eyes stared straight at Qin Yi, slamming discharges, and the current is unusually strong. In the place of an ordinary person, under Lu Chengfeng's fierce output, he might have long ago shown traces of panic, but Qin Yi didn't. Still as calm as ever. The biggest sister-in-law on the Eastern Province Road. What storms haven't she seen before? What are you capable of loving me? Qin Yi faintly lit a lady's menthol-flavored cigarette. Lu Chengfeng smiled dashingly, pulled out the sharp knife from his waist, and slammed it into the table. From today on, if my sister-in-law wants me to kill, I'll kill. If sister-in-law wants me to get money, I'll get money for sister-in-law. If sister-in-law likes me to use. Shut up, nasty. Qin Yi exhaled a smoke ring and interrupted Lu Chengfeng. The aura is unmistakably elegant. Big bright eyes looked at him calmly. The eyes were unperturbed, instead looking straight into Lu Chengfeng's soul like a microscope. Time seemed to stand still. The offense also seems to be at a standstill. The two didn't speak again, just stared at each other. Lu Chengfeng knew that the calmer a woman seemed, the more shocking the waves would be once the flames were unleashed. Getting inside this huge crime syndicate depends on this one. After about half a minute of silence, Qin Yi finally spoke. I'm old enough to be your mom. Let's go. No dinner. I have to go back to the province. Qin Yi withdrew her gaze and calmly stood up. I'll walk you. The two men walked out of the box with calm faces. All the men guarding the outside couldn't tell if the conversation was happy or angry. Boss. Sister-in-law. The minions bowed to their respective bosses. Sister-in-law. Slow down. Lu Chengfeng attentively held the car door. Qin Yi elegantly and calmly sat in the back row, her eyes indifferent, not looking at anyone. Rolls-Royce start. The car window slowly fell down, and Qin Yi's beautiful eyes calmly looked towards Lu Chengfeng, who stood outside the window. Boss Lu, find Amy and show me what you can do. Qin Yi finished. The window reclosed. The car slowly drove away. Lu Chengfeng stood on his tiptoes and waved his hand. Goddess, you must remember to come back often to see little Feng. It wasn't until Qin Yi's Rolls-Royce completely disappeared from view that Lu Chengfeng turned back to look at Sang Shua. Lu Chengfeng, I'm warning you. My sister-in-law's identity is not something you can imagine. If you dare, she's already been picked up by me. Lu Chengfeng looked straight at Sang Shua and said indifferently. Chapter 61, It's all a ruse. Sang Suk froze. This is how he got his hands on him? How is that possible? What kind of person is your sister-in-law? What kind of woman has she never met? What kind of person gets picked up over a meal? Sang Shua laughed incomparably. A toad picking up a white swan? You're really awesome. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly and looked into the distance where the Rolls-Royce was driving away. Qin Yi's three small details just now convinced Lu Chengfeng that she was stirring inside. First of all, the nails of her right middle and index fingers are noticeably shorter and smoother than the nails of her other fingers. Secondly, when it came to the crux of the matter herself, she smoked. People only smoke when they have mood swings. Lastly, and most importantly, she said she was old enough to be her own mother. It shows that she's feeling a little self-conscious about her age. You can't develop this inferiority complex if you don't riot inside. The line between winning and losing in a high-level matchup is just so subtle. Understand her and she's yours. Don't understand her. She scolds you. Lu Chengfeng, what are you still flabbergasted about? Hurry up and transfer people to find Amy. Sang Shua said. On what grounds? Lu Chengfeng said. Sang Shua was directly stunned. You've promised both Qin Weiman and my sister-in-law. Now you're telling me on what basis? Lu Chengfeng said. Do you think I'm stupid and can't see it? You're the one who's most anxious when you can't find Amy. Your sister-in-law can skin you. None of my business? I put in the work and pay for it. Working for you? Lu Chengfeng, you step on the horse. Sang Suk was just about to lash out, but in a split second, he understood what this sinner meant. If you want money, just say so. What's the point of beating around the bush? $50 million. I promise to help you find Amy. Not a penny less. I can. Sang Suk agreed with tears in his eyes. After returning to Yu Xiaona's place, Lu Chengfeng suddenly realized that the home had become cozy and tidy. Surprisingly, there was a tranquil orchid on the living room coffee table. Yu Xiaona is quietly pruning an orchid. This stunning beauty was wearing bright makeup today, and her already clear and stunning face was even more beautiful. Definitely a visual treat. Who the hell said women are all the same with the lights off? Fart. The high color definitely increases a man's beast. Yu Xiaona, I want to cut your long hair into a short one. Lu Chengfeng suddenly came up with a sentence. As you like. Yu Xiaona's tone was gentle, and her attitude wasn't as rigid as it had been in the beginning. Yu Xiaona could actually see that Sang Shua was getting more and more overwhelmed after fighting Lu Chengfeng for so many days. Sang Shua was like the sunset at dusk, while Lu Chengfeng was the steaming sun at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. More handsome, more dominant. Brother Feng, I've stewed donkey whip turtle soup for you today. I'll give you a tonic later. Yu Xiaona unexpectedly gave Lu Chengfeng a smile in an unprecedented manner. Lu Chengfeng was directly dumbfounded. It was the first time this stunningly beautiful goddess had ever smiled. Simply stunningly beautiful. Such a goddess with a superb face and body must be subdued. Let her be faithful to be her woman forever. It's just that isn't the right time. You have to pass false information to Sang-suk through her. What's the point if she goes back on her word? Slap. Lu Chengfeng slapped Yu Xiaona across the face. The smile on Yu Xiaona's face instantly stiffened, and then it was beaten and cried. When I get tired of it, you can go work at the Happy Baths. Set your pricing higher, and try to be a headliner. Yu Xiaona cried even more. Crying my ass off. Here, get a haircut. Without saying a word, Lu Chengfeng picked up the scissors on the coffee table and began to operate tartly. You don't say. Doggone it. He's got a little bit of Mr. Tony's talent. In a moment, a Junishima Mio homage haircut was created. Yu Xiaona was sitting there, her makeup ruined, her face full of broken hair, rubbing her eyes and crying like a pear. Lu Chengfeng also ignored her and took out his own brush and paper to start painting. The drawing is of a short-haired cool beauty. Very sexy. Yu Xiaona was filled with curiosity when she rubbed her tears and looked at him. Doesn't this ruffian just chop people up? The paintings are so lifelike. It's almost like an artist with a machete. In fact, Lu Chengfeng is good at all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, playing and singing. These were taught to him in his condensing past life. A good raven must not only be good-looking and able to fight, but also talented. The main focus is an all-around development. The two just stayed quiet. After about half an hour, the little brother outside reported that Brother Lun was here. Lu Chengfeng patted Yu Xiaona. Men talk about things, women go back inside and stay there. Aha! Yu Xiaona retreated to the bedroom and closed the door, but pressed her ear against the crack and listened carefully. In the living room, Lun said happily, Boss, that what's his name Amy you were talking about? I found a clue. Lu Chengfeng jumped up in excitement. What's the situation? Dragon said. Didn't you smash Poison Jet's lair at that time? He has a younger brother named Cyclops, who was making deliveries out of town that night and managed to escape. When Cyclops returned to Nanjiang, he found that his lair had been raided and his goods seized, and all of a sudden his livelihood was cut off. A couple of guys just ganged up in the middle of the night and posed as cops to kidnap rich people. Crookedly kidnapped the woman named Amy. The result of the horse tied back to realize that people's identity is not ordinary. Knocking money do not dare to knock. Did not have the courage to do. Smashed in the hand do not know how to be good. I am about to die of laughter. Lu Chengfeng asked. How do you know all this? Dragon said. Poisonous Jia has a little brother to play in my field. Drunk and said leak. Right boss. Cyclops' phone number I'm all set out. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his hands together happily. Damn. If sister-in-law knew I did such a great favor, she might actually let me sleep. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Sang Shua. Boss Sang. A clue has been found. When Sang Shua heard that there were clues, he rubbed his hands together with excitement. What's the situation? Lu Chengfeng said. Contact sister-in-law for me, or give me her phone number. I want to report to her personally. Sang Shua said. Little Feng, old brother, it's already that time of the year and you're still thinking about kissing ass. I'll report this to my sister-in-law. No one will take your credit. Lu Chengfeng, that's fine. Right. What about the $50 million? Give me the lead and I'll arrange a transfer immediately. No way. see the money and deliver. You give me the lead first. I'll synchronize and arrange a transfer. 5 minutes guaranteed. I'm really in a hurry, big brother. You're not going to lie to me about how little I read, are you? I can't lie to you if I read less than you. Well then, she was kidnapped by Cyclops. Lu Chungfeng reported Cyclops' phone number to Sang Shua. Sang Suk hung up the phone and smiled coldly. $50 million? I'll give you 50 million plutonium almost. Stuff. Sang Shua hurriedly dialed his sister-in-law's phone. Sister-in-law, I've found a lead on in me, Chini said. Where are the people? Sang Shua said. It was kidnapped by a few drug dealers. I'll send you the kidnappers' cell phone numbers, and you'll be able to locate Amy with the technology. Sister-in-law, we still have to rely on our own people in Nanjiang. How can an outsider like Lu Chungfeng be capable of helping us find someone? He can't do anything with no hair on his lips. Good. You dodged death. 20 minutes later, Sang Shua was furious and dialed Lu Chingfeng's phone again. Lu Chongfeng, you stepped on a horse and gave the phone number of Li Guoqing from the city council. Chapter 62, The Dark World. Where's the money you promised me, Boss Sang? The family is waiting for the rice to come off the pot. Lu Chungfeng lazily said. Sang Suk's face turned green with anger. This littler is 1,000-year-old. There was a problem with the transfer procedure just now. The $50 million will be in the account soon. You quickly send me Cyclops' phone number. 200 million. Lu Chungfeng exhaled a smoke ring. Asterisk. Why don't you go robbing? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Boss Sang inflation. Half an hour ago it was one price. Now of course it's another. 2 conditions. First, $200 million. Second, report to your sister-in-law that I'm going to rescue Amy myself. I'm going to turn it off. I'll turn it back on when the money arrives. Hey, hello, asterisk. 10 minutes later, Lu Chengfeng received 200 million and rebooted. Sang Shua's phone couldn't wait to call in. The money has been transferred to you, but my sister-in-law said that me doesn't need you to save her, much less touch her. Company headquarters will send someone to the rescue. You are not allowed to intervene, or she'll kill you. Cut. I'm still too lazy to save it. I'll send you Cyclops' number right now. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chengfeng's face became grave. Thinking about it, he called Han Liming and asked him to meet him in the evening, breezy riverside. According to the intelligence from the provincial office and the imperial capital, the head office where Sang Suk is located is Mia Global Trading. This is a joint venture. There are branches in 12 prefecture-level cities in the eastern province, known as the 12 halls in their black language. Sang Shua is the boss of the Nanjiang Hall. That sister-in-law Chini is the woman who actually controls the company. Lu Chengfeng asked, what are the main areas involved in Mia Global's business? Han Liming said, smuggling, human trafficking, working with local gangs in Southeast Asia. There are also CIA intelligence officers secretly in the stock. The ingredients are very complex. Little wind. If you can get on your sister-in-law's good side, you'll be able to break each other's hearts. Lu Chengfeng looked at Han Liming. Division Han. Are you sure you want to continue investigating? Why don't you check? Han Liming wondered. If you investigate further it will be at the provincial level or even higher, and the danger factor will increase geometrically. You're not sure you can carry it off as a small division chief. Han Liming was silent for a moment, then looked straight at Lu Chengfeng. The police are the group that sacrifices the most in peacetime. Hundreds and thousands every year. I haven't worked on the front lines at the grassroots level, but that doesn't mean I don't have the courage to go to my death openly. The river wind. Caressing Han Liming's hair, there was determination and faith in his eyes. Lu Chengfeng sighed. This middle-aged director is a breath of fresh air. Division Han. What is that dignitary who is about to visit Nanjiang? It's top secret intelligence. How would I know? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a dignitary from Southeast Asia. Just call and ask. I think this VIP visit will be treacherous. Good. Han Liming took out his phone and dialed the phone of his benefactor in Imperial City. Teacher. That dignitary who visited Nanjiang in the past 2 days, is he from Southeast Asia? Anishi was shocked. The news is still under lockdown. How do you know? Han Liming glanced at Lu Chengfeng in surprise, then said, that undercover agent of mine in Nanjiang deduced it. He also said that this time will be 10,000 times more dangerous. The enchantress was stunned. 20 days undercover in an ordinary crime syndicate in Nanjiang and you can deduce so much information with precision? Exquisite. Anishi said. The first time you mentioned that undercover agent to me, I thought he was unusual. That undercover agent of yours has to be in on this VIP personal escort job. I'll be in Nanjiang soon. I want to meet him. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Han Liming relayed his benefactor's meaning to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng smoked a cigarette and silently looked at the gushing river. Everything was exactly as he had deduced. Truthfully, The reborn Lu Chengfeng really didn't want to step into the dark intelligence world again.
Assassinations, betrayals, dirty political fights. Every mission is a 9-to-1.
Where's the comfort of lying in this current low end of the innings?
But without blowing awesome.
This time this major crisis can only be broken by him.
Lu Chengfeng, we can't just stand by and watch the country get screwed, can we?
We can't just continue to watch those children in the orphanage being turned into organs and sent to Southeast Asia.
Can we?
Anyone who loves this country will not be indifferent. I'll take this assignment.
Standing by to accept the draft into the security team.
Lu Chengfeng extinguished his cigarette.
Good. You've given us police a long face. But in that case,
approaching your sister-in-law will have to be put on hold for a few days.
It doesn't matter. Universal Mia is part of the same event as this distant visit. And you'll know it in time. And you can't be in a hurry to approach your sister-in-law.
Adjust her appetite for a few days and she'll get even more fired up.
Had ha. Han Liming gave him a blank look. Where did they all learn the routine? By the way, have you not paid me recently? Han Liming suddenly asked.
Lu Chengfeng was surprised.
Big brother, I am an undercover agent. Not a triad. Can I still get money for you every day?
Han Liming, but I heard that Sang Suk was knocked out by you for $200 million.
Lu Chengfeng jumped straight up. Then the outside world is still saying that I kidnapped Anmi. Do you believe that? We are close comrades with each other. Can't we trust each other? Also, Han Division, you interface with intelligence. From now on, search the city for any sign of Anmi. For what? Do you think the top sniper from the CIA's East Asia headquarters really came to Nanjiang just to kill a short mule like me? Are you saying, had something to do with the dignitary's visit? Aha! Han Liming froze and instantly paled.
It was at this moment that Lu Chengfeng's cell phone rang.
Boss, Mr. White was injured by Chen Lei, Smokey said on the phone. How do you do things? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Chen Lei?
My man had a few drinks and just for a moment he slipped out.
My bad. Take him to the river.
Bring some more dry food and a motorboat over here.
Yes. After putting away his cell phone, Lu Chengfeng said, Division Han. That's it for today. You go first. What about you? Oh, I used to have a henchman here for a long time.
I'll introduce him to a new friend later.
Good. Chapter 63, Care from Sister-in-Law. Half an hour later, Chen Lei was brought to the riverside by Old Black and the others. In the past few days, Chen Lei did not eat or drink, lost a lot of weight, his face was very shriveled, and his eyes were bulging out. But once he saw Lu Chengfeng, Chen Lei's bulging eyes looked particularly hideous again. Lu Chengfeng, you son of a.
Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly.
The one who ruined you was yourself. ******** you. I know what you're thinking. You're just trying to blackmail me into a divorce. Dream a nasty thousand dreams. I'm telling you. I'm going to kill Bai Jie. I beat her 3 times a day. I broke her face this afternoon. You bit me. Don't you have many men? If you have the guts, you can kill me. Short mule.
Lu Chengfeng shook his head.
Mr. Chen, you're a man of culture. We can't be rude to a man of culture. I forgive you for not daring to. Still, don't even think about divorce without $100 million. At that moment,
a motorboat drove up to the center of the river and stopped.
Smokey stood at the bow of the boat, took a check, and waved it around. Lu Chengfeng pointed at the motorboat. Teacher Chen,
the check for $100 million is in Smokey's hand.
Chen Lei looked at the motorboat and his eyes instantly let out a light. Let him dock. Give it to me. Chen Lei's breathing became rapid.
Lu Chengfeng shook his head.
Swim over and get it yourself. Chen Lei laughed. You're testing me with this, aren't you? You probably don't know that my teacher is a physical education student, specializing in swimming. It's just a few dozen meters of river. I swam across without using my hands. Then you swim. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Chen Lei snorted coldly and jumped into the river with a plop. The entry position was super standard and easily swam to the motorboat.
Not bad for a gym student.
You don't eat or drink exuberantly for days and still have great fitness. But he overlooked a serious problem. The river is dead. The motorboat moves. Just as the damn thing was about to approach the motorboat, it drove forward a dozen meters. Chen Lei's eyes widened in the water. This is not a martial virtue. Chen Lei could only continue to fight to catch up. The motorboat ran on. Smokey stands on the motorboat and waves. Come on. Chase me. Come on. Just 5 meters to go. Drive fast. He's about to catch up.
It'd be a shame if I didn't go out there and cut people down with this fitness.
On the river, the motorboat ran in circles in front of it,
and Chen Lei chased after it with the waves.
On the way back, Wang Ba asked, Boss, that thing with Amy, why can't I see it? Did you kidnap her or not?
Lu Chengfeng and Long looked at each other and both smiled.
Cyclops is indeed Poison Jay's brother. As soon as he returned to Nanjiang,
he asked someone to bring a message to Brother Lung, saying that he must kill Lu Chengfeng to avenge his big brother. Coincidentally, Amy arrived in Nanjiang at this time, and Lu Xiangfeng asked Lung to inadvertently pass on the news that Amy was a very rich woman to Cyclops. The desperate Cyclops does take the bait and kidnaps Amy. The whole process was only known to Lu Chengfeng and Long, and the two had played a double act in front of Yuxiana to hide it from the world. Wonderful! Wang Ba listened and praised. In the provincial city of Dongzhou, in a morose and grandiose mountain villa, black-clothed bodyguards were scattered in the corners of the lodge, guarding the security of the lodge. In the garden octagonal pavilion of the mountain villa, the stunning sister-in-law Chini sat on a stone bench, drinking tea lightly. Behind them, two personal black-clothed female bodyguards stood outside the pavilion, their eyes dead set on Sang Suk. Amy has been rescued by the CIA and the kidnappers have all been killed. Sang Shua, I want to ask you, did Lu Chengfeng participate in kidnapping in me or not? Is this a setup he's setting up? Xin Yi's big, bright eyes stared intently at Sang Shua, as if she could penetrate Sang Shua's heart. Under the pressure of this powerful aura, Sang Shua simply didn't dare to lie anymore. I dare not hide it from my sister-in-law. Indeed, he did not arrange it. The person who kidnapped Amy has a grudge against Lu Chengfeng. It's impossible to cooperate with him, and I have eyes on Lu Chengfeng's side, so I can also prove that Lu Chengfeng has nothing to do with this matter. Xin Yi nodded. A boss in the north of the city and a boss in the south of the city, looking for the same person. He found it, but you couldn't, and you got hammered for $200 million. Of the company's 12 parishes, you're the only one in a state of flux this year. What's wrong with you, old Sang? Sang Suk wiped the cold sweat from his head. It was all my fault. Sister-in-law, I've heard that person will be arriving in Nanjun the day after tomorrow, so if she really falls to the side of Xia, it'll be bad for our business. Either I'll come up with an assassination plan to get her killed in Nanjun. Sang Suk is eager to equalize and prove that he's still got what it takes. However, Xin Yi's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of contempt. The top escort agencies of two countries are escorting her. Can you, Sang Suk, transfer top experts to take on their top secret service? This matter has already been arranged. You don't have to worry about it. Yes. Xin Yi rose gracefully and took a walk in the garden. No emotion could be seen on the calm and stunning face. Sang Shua had no choice but to follow behind respectfully. Old Sang, what year did you join us at Nia Global? Xin Yi suddenly asked. It was incorporated by the company in 1990. Sang Suk replied respectfully. Oh, it's 10 years in a flash. Time flies really fast. This year is almost 60, right? 57 weeks old. Well, not too young. Hard work for so many years. It is time to enjoy. Xin Yi fiddled with an autumn chrysanthemum in the garden and said in a calm tone. Sang Suk's body jolted. What does sister-in-law mean by that? Lu Chengfeng has not moved much in the past 2 days, right? Xin Yi asked again. Sang Shua said softly. According to the tip-off, he nestles in his room every day and draws a picture of you. Sister-in-law. Xin Yi smiled lightly. Yo, he can still draw? Send someone to get it and send it to me. Sang Shua hurriedly waved his hand. Never. Xin Yi wondered. What's wrong? Sang Suk bristled. That dog thief drew a nude portrait of you. Xin Yi froze, then said. Young people are really good. Old Sang, you go back. Yes. After leaving the lodge, Sang Suk's back was soaked. Just now, Xin Yi's talk was breezy on the surface, but in reality, she was hiding a murderous intent, and had even announced that she was finished. First, he says he's getting older and it's time to enjoy himself. It's so nice to say that Lu Chengfeng is a young man again. Isn't it obvious that I, the old man, should step aside and let Lu Xingfeng, the newcomer, take over the South River Hall? Sang Suk certainly doesn't want to tie his hands, but he also felt for the first time a deep sense of powerlessness. There are almost no cards left in the hand to kill him. Corporate headquarters would be even less likely to send someone to support them in killing him. Thinking about it, Sang Shua picked up his cell phone and dialed Yushana's number. Yushana, do everything you can to kill Lu Chengfeng for me. Chapter 64. Lu Chengfeng is so crazy. After settling Chenlei, Lu Chengfeng returned to the city with a group of people. At this point, the atmosphere downtown is even more tense. The day after tomorrow morning, that dignitary from Southeast Asia is about to arrive in Nanjing, and security in Nanjing will face a huge test. On some of the higher floors, sniper teams have been arranged. There were significantly more black-clad special agents, patrol officers, plainclothes officers, and auxiliary police on the road. Many of the scrub stores have been ordered to close down temporarily. Key areas have been subjected to a person-to-person check. Lu Chengfeng sat in the car and said to Wang Ba, immediately send someone to prepare 5 million in cash for me and put it in my house. There's not much business in the next 2 days anyway, so I'm going to go on a trip with my sister-in-law for a break. I'll leave the company to you. Yes. After the explanation was completed, Lu Chengfeng felt that it was inappropriate again. Although Qin Weiman explained that the overall situation during the security period is the most important thing, not to make trouble. But the birds under my command don't have that realization. If you drink 3 taels of wine, you'll be able to chop people with a knife. Lu Chengfeng thought about it and made a call to Bai Jia. I heard you were injured by Chen Lei? I'll go check on you? No. Bai Jia flatly refused. What's wrong? My face was injured by that hit. I can't let you see it. Bai Jia didn't want Lu Chengfeng to see her ugly face. Any injuries anywhere else on your body? Do you need me to check it out? Nasty. Mr. White, you do me a favor. Set up more homework to bring over. These days my little brothers don't go to work. Shut in the classroom to focus on learning. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chengfeng realized that Wang Ba and the others were bristling with white faces. Long is even more exaggerated, directly rubbing his eyes and crying. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When it comes to studying, you guys are just like that. Wang Ba, you're the disciplinary committee member. Take the lead these days. Tomorrow morning, starting at 8 a.m., you'll be unified and focused. No tardiness, no excuses. Cut anyone who dares to skip class, until you wait for me to come back. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chengfeng returned to Yuxiana's place. The home was made more cozy. The beautiful, melodic Waking Dreams was playing on the stereo. Listening to the familiar melody, Lu Chengfeng had to sigh. The only thing in this world that didn't treat the post-80s poorly was music. After taking a shower, Lu Chengfeng pressed Yuxiana underneath his body again. A vicious battle was inevitable. After smoking the aftermath cigarette, Lu Chengfeng went to sleep, letting out a slight shout. Yuxiana looked at him, then stretched out her snow-white jade arm and took out a pair of scissors from under her pillow, gently aiming them at Lu Chengfeng's throat. With a light cut, blood immediately spurts and instantly breaks. But the scissors were held in mid-air, hesitant to come down. Eventually, Yuxiana sighed again and put the scissors back under her pillow. Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened slightly, glanced at her, then rolled over and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, an old office compound in Nanjiang, where cars with imperial license plates frequently enter and exit. This is a temporary command center to secure visits from Southeast Asian dignitaries. The liaison and coordination team, the media and reporters team, the medical support team, the psychological counseling team, the stability maintenance team and the intelligence action team were all stationed early. All the teams are busy in an intense and organized manner according to their responsibilities. There was a constant stream of black-clad Secret Service agents with sniper rifle suitcases coming in and out frequently. Long Ning, Han Liming, and Han Liming's benefactor were stony-faced. On the projection screen, a beautiful woman with a clear face and outstanding figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This person is the princess of the Southeast Asian cotton country bordering Xia Shuji, ancestral home of Nanjiang. His political views tend to favor friendship with Xia, and he is expected to succeed to the throne soon. If we can get Shuji to bring the Cotton Kingdom to completely fall to the side of Xia, we can hopefully solve the problems of drug trafficking in the Golden Triangle, human trafficking in the Cotton Kingdom, and the Southeast Asian seaport issue. It could also bring back one of the science and technology experts held in cotton states. That is why the Xia Kingdom pays special attention to Princess Shuji's return to Nanjiang to pay homage to her ancestors. Exceptionally, her security level was upgraded from level 2 to level 1. Instead, the intelligence service handpicked 2 high-profile Secret Service agents for close protection to try to get to her. On the wall of the command center, there are various charts and diagrams, including the most detailed topographic map of the South River. The relationship between the characters, Mia Global of Eastern Province is listed. On one of the charts, a ranking of the danger level of the characters on the various roads of the South River is also recorded. Lu Chengfeng was at the top of the list, and the famous Sang Suk could only come in second place. At this moment, a dark green sniper rifle sat on the side of the condensation. The Imperial envoy said, whether or not Princess Shuji can fall to our side is related to a series of important national issues. The top is taking it very seriously, and the security work is only allowed to succeed. Instructor Lang, it's been so long in preparation. How sure are you? After working continuously for many days, Lang Ning showed slight fatigue. The latest intelligence shows that multiple forces are moving to assassinate Princess Shuji in Nanjiang. Rice CIA East Asia Intelligence, Golden Triangle drug traffickers, human trafficking organizations in the cotton states, and hidden hostile forces on the mainland. This is the most complicated escort operation I've ever encountered. Speaking here, Condensation patted the sniper rifle by his side and said, I don't dare to guarantee 100% success, but I dare to guarantee that I will defend the honor of the country with my life. It was at this moment that Han Liming said, Instructor Lang, wait a moment. There's another person who will be joining the personal escort group tomorrow. Long Ning wondered. Who is it? It was at this moment that Lu Chengfeng, carrying 4 black suitcases, pushed the door and walked in. Lu Chengfeng, why are you here? Lang Ning stood up straight away in shock. Hello leaders. Lu Chengfeng put down his black suitcase and saluted. Cadet Lu Chengfeng has been ordered to report for duty. What? Cadets? Lang Ning looked toward Han Liming and his benefactor. The two men smiled and nodded. I'll go. Lang Ning suddenly realized. He turned out to be an undercover agent sent by Han Liming in Nanjing. No wonder he tried his best to rescue himself that time he was kidnapped. So it's one of our own. Coldly condensing her beautiful eyes, she looked at Lu Chengfeng as if she was looking at a ghost. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng looked at Han Liming's benefactor. I'll go. Surprisingly, the police number 2, the real deal, the establishment, to get in good with him. I'll be relying on him to cover me from now on. Enchanter also looked at Lu Xinfeng and smiled. Lu Xinfeng, I read the report about your undercover work in Nanjing. It was very effective. I'm very satisfied. Reporting to the leadership. That's all because of Director Han Liming's good leadership. Han Liming touched his nose. You're really good at this. The enchanter nodded appreciatively. The lad is very humble. Han Liming thought to himself. Modest? You're afraid you've misunderstood him. At this time, Condensation stood up. I don't agree with Lu Chengfeng joining the Intelligence Action Group. Reason? Enchantress looked to Condensation. Long Ning said. First, Lu Chengfeng has not undergone strict political scrutiny. Secondly, Lu Chengfeng has no systematic secret service training, does not know how to use a gun, does not understand the code of VIP protection, and is prone to causing diplomatic incidents. The third and most important point, Lu Chengfeng has an unspoken relationship with the South River criminals, and his entry into the personal escort group could pose a huge risk to the VIPs. The enchanter looked at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng, what do you say? Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. To make a long story short, Princess Shuji's visit to Nanjing this time was a 9 deaths in 1 life. 10 deaths if I don't join the guard. No one can swing this escort job but me. I've come here not only to save Princess Shuji's life, but also to save the hoods on the heads of everyone here. Nice guy. You can still be this crazy when you enter the Elite Intelligence Operations Group. Chapter 65, Sinful Fate. Very wild. Very arrogant. You can try. The Empyrean Master laughed for a moment before his face turned grim. The security situation this time is unprecedentedly complicated, and if we really let a country's candidate heir die on our soil, our country's face will be lost. Relations with the cotton states will also drop to freezing point, and a lot of strategies won't be implemented. I think Lu Chengfeng is right. If the security fails this time, we'll definitely lose our hoods. The Imperial Capital Security Bureau, your Secret Service Bureau, and our police can send out many outstanding guards, but the only one familiar with the criminal environment of Nanjing is Lu Chengfeng. Instructor Lang, letting Lu Chengfeng join the personal guard group is something I've long been mulling over with your sub-inspector. Sending you to Nanjing to go undercover to his side is both for you to familiarize yourself with Nanjing's working environment in advance and for you to examine Lu Chengfeng. Whether you're full of him or not, we decided to try with him. Just execute it unconditionally. Yes. Thank you, Master Gong, for your trust. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Master Teacher? The Titus Enchanter froze. I'm Director Han's student. Director Han is your student. Aren't you my senior grandfather? Nice guy. This ass kisser. At once, he climbed up the 2 layers of relations in the province and the imperial capital. Long Ning said, time is running out. Lu Chengfeng, let me take you to meet with the other 2 personal secret agents. Lu Chengfeng once again carried 4 suitcases. What are you carrying in your suitcase? Money. Come to give a gift? No. You can use money to get out of the way when you're in trouble. Nice guy. What the hell kind of bull logic is that? It's really drunk. Not long after, Condensation led Lu Chengfeng to another office. When he saw the other 2 personal escort group special agents, 2 words directly jumped out of Lu Chengfeng's heart: sinful fate. These 2 turned out to be members of the action team in their own past lives. Song Songrong, bronze-colored skin, stout and handsome, sunny and cheerful, super red 3 generation, with the right roots, joined the special forces at the age of 18, and at the age of 19 entered the Imperial Capital Security Bureau as a guard for the Imperial Prefect, with superb combat strength. Zhou Hanlin, handsome and beautiful, good at literature and martial arts, specializes in electronic warfare, led the forefront of hacking technology in Daxia for the next 2 decades. The 2 young talents were talented and had top-notch face values, and were indeed candidates to stick to Princess Shuji. But Lu Chengfeng knew that these 2 douchebags would never be able to complete the posting task. because they have less emotional intelligence than a dog. This is Lu Chungfeng, performing personal guard duty with you. Long Ning introduced. Zhou Hanlin didn't say anything, but crackled a few knocks on his computer, immediately gathering information about Lu Chungfeng. Triads? Ha! Zhou Hanlin's mouth opened wide in surprise. Police undercover ah! Lu Chungfeng didn't have the heart to say. Instructor Lang, don't call me Lu Chungfeng, call me Lu Haikong. I still have to continue undercover after my escort mission tomorrow. I'll have to put on my makeup later. I can't let those little brothers of mine in Nanjing and my enemies recognize me. Otherwise I can be chopped into 180 pieces. Good. Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin, on the other hand, thought to themselves, what is the use of an undercover police officer for such a difficult VIP escort mission? However, both of them were well educated and highly qualified, and despite their doubts, they still treated Lu Chungfeng politely and warmly. Hey, bro, have you ever hugged your sister-in-law as an undercover agent? Song Tsongrong stretched his head and blinked his big eyes curiously. Song Tsongrong was not part of the intelligence system, but was drawn from the Imperial Capital Security Bureau. The Imperial Guard Bureau mainly performs security and safety work in the Imperial Capital, and generally does not perform field work. The Secret Service, on the other hand, guards the intelligence security of the entire country, carrying out missions all over the world. And undercover work is more commonplace, and the daily routine is much more dangerous than that of the Guard Bureau. And, of course, much more exciting. That's why Song Tsongrong was curious about everything about the Secret Service when he left the capital this time. Where's all that nonsense? It's a meeting. Lang Ning blankly glanced at Song Tsongrong before calling up the security program. The close escort formation scenario goes from 2 to 3, so we're going to have to rearrange our alignment. I'm in charge of the low-level sniper team as well as full field support. Number 1 Song Tsongrong, you're in charge of Princess Shuji's rear 180-degree escort. Number 2 Zhou Hanlin, you are in charge of Princess Shuji's left and front 90-degree guards. Number 3, Lu Xinfeng, you're in charge of the right, front 90-degree guard. Replace and support each other at all times. And in any unexpected situation make sure that the VIP is in his front view, even at the cost of sacrifice. Do you hear me? Yes. It took a full 2 hours for Condensation to once again explain the tedious essentials of the personal guard. Lang Neng had applied her makeup skills exclusively for another 3 hours to give the 3 people elaborate makeup. This makeup technique is not as amazing as the disguise in the movie, but with the sunglasses, it is so different from the original appearance that the general public can't really see it without looking closely. With 2 hours to go before Princess Suki's plane lands, security is at its most critical and intense stage. All of the teams in the temporary command center are on their toes. Calls are coming in and out and people are shuttling in and out. The members of the personal escort team brought a variety of equipment with them from the armory: bulletproof vests, wireless headsets, sniper rifles, pistols, protective briefcases. Lang Ning rushed to the airport with 3 people aboard a black bulletproof commercial vehicle. The car was stopped as it passed a mandatory intersection leading to the airport. At least 24 people were kneeling on the ground, holding up white cloths on which the word injustice was written in red ink. Not good condition. Lang Ning immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and asked the person in charge of maintaining order along the route what the situation was. Lu Chengfeng raped my wife and children. Punish the culprit severely. Lu Chengfeng abducted and sold my daughter. Punish her severely. Lu Chengfeng didn't even spare the old sow in our village. He must be executed on the spot. 24 peasant-looking men, kneeling on the ground, cried out hoarsely. Around them, hundreds of onlookers had gathered. South River police officers responsible for order have been persuaded, but the people surrounded more and more water. Neither can they be dispersed by force, nor can they be persuaded to retreat. The head of Li Guoqing, who is leading the team, is getting big. In the car, Condensation looked angrily at Lu Chengfeng. Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin immediately looked at Lu Chengfeng adoringly. Being an undercover agent can cause so much public outrage. This brother is very powerful. Lu Chengfeng, on the other hand, smiled faintly. He knew that the unruly people didn't know he was in the car, and they must have been compelled by outside forces to come out and make trouble while the dignitaries were visiting. Give me 5 minutes. I'll handle it. Lu Chengfeng smiled as he got out of the car and walked over to the 24 people kneeling on the ground. Quiet everyone. I am Lu Haikong, an officer of the Imperial Capital Working Group, holding the Imperial Sword. You can appeal to me for any grievances you have, but send a representative to come out and speak to me. The 24 or so villagers looked at each other and realized that Lu Chengfeng did have a red work permit hanging on his chest, so they pushed an old man out. Lu Chengfeng asked with a kind face, Old man, what is Lu Chengfeng? Is he famous in Nanjing? The old man's eyes flickered. Leader, you don't know. Lu Chengfeng is the biggest hooligan in our area. oppressing the people and doing nothing wrong. You must do us justice. Lu Chengfeng smiled and asked, "Ah, that's serious? Has Lu Xiangfeng committed a crime against you?" The old man said, "Yes, he did. My wife, my daughter, and my old mom were all raped and killed by him. He is a..." Lu Chengfeng's face was full of sympathy as he said, it's simply not human. Where are the others? Any grievances?" The others immediately yelled as soon as they saw that the leader of the Imperial Working Group was so patient and kind. "My wife was raped by him too. My daughter was abducted by him. He took all my family's money. He's hijacked my house too." Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "I know the situation you guys are talking about. When we investigate clearly, we will definitely return justice to you." The old man leading the group immediately shouted, "No way. We want a result now. If Lu Chengfeng is not captured today, we will never break up." "Exactly. We want justice. Lu Chengfeng must be severely punished. If we don't see Lu Chengfeng captured, we won't be able to die in peace. We'll die here on our knees." Lu Chengfeng said, "Everyone be quiet. Don't get excited. The Imperial Task Force is busy right now, and arrests aren't happening that fast. Let's see if this works. How about the working group compensates each victim $100,000 first, and everyone disperses first?" A look of surprise appeared on the faces of everyone at the scene. "When Johnson & Johnson hired us to come here, we were only paid $500 each. Ah, that's good. $100,000 all at once? Really? Look at my work permit. How could the leader of the empire cheat?" Lu Chengfeng was all smiles. "Don't you give us a blank check. We won't leave until we get the money." The old man in the lead shouted. The others immediately chimed in. "That's right. No blank checks. Compensate us now, or we'll sue the imperial capital." Lu Chengfeng laughed. "Everyone be quiet. Certainly no white knuckles. The tutor working group has the cash with them. It'll be handed out to everyone right away. Just wait a moment, everyone, and sign for your compensation later." After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he came to the car, carried out a few suitcases, and opened them in public. Sure enough, it's cash. Everyone is overjoyed. This leader is so level-headed, full of grace and harmony. Problem solving is quick and direct. Everyone immediately rushed up to claim their money. "Line up, ha! Don't crowd. Oops, old man, you don't rush. What if you fall? Slow down. Slow down. Sister-in-law, slow down. You're still pregnant." Lu Chengfeng was full of care, and while caring affectionately, he handed out money to the people on the spot. In the car, Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin looked at Lu Chengfeng in wonder. He's so kind. How can so many people vilify him? In a short while, each of the 20 or so people led $100,000 of compensation, each full of happiness. "Thank you, leader. Leaders delivering justice are simply the pack." Everyone praised Lu Chengfeng's efficient handling of the situation. We should. We are the people's sons. Aha, leader, you're a rare and wonderful officer. That's right, leader, you're so young and so good at handling your work. You have a bright future ahead of you. Imperial leaders are just different. Full of smiles, not a bit of shelf. So nice. Ha 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 ha. You're all welcome. This is all what we should do. Slow down on the way back, ha. Aha, good luck with your job, leader, and get promoted soon. All of them took the money and left the scene happily while thanking Lu Chengfeng profusely for praising his amiability. Several of them, because they were too touched, were still frequently turning back to look at Lu Chengfeng while walking, giving him a thumbs up from afar. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly and pulled out his cell phone to dial Han Liming's number. Division Han. There are 24 people suspected of false accusations and extortion. I'll send you the list later. Arrest them immediately. I guess it's no problem to get more than 10 years. Copy that. Chapter 66, The Princess Marries. Nanjing International Airport. The red carpet has been rolled out. Assorted security vehicles with flashing blue and green lights. Lu Chengfeng, Song Songrong, and Zhou Hanlin. 3 men in slim-fit suits with sunglasses on their faces, wireless headphones hanging from their ears, and guns on their waists, stood majestically on both sides of the spiral staircase. It is definitely the top stream in the country, both in terms of body and face. Not long after, Princess Suki appeared at the cabin door accompanied by her personal bodyguard, Okada. There has been a slight change in the intelligence that Okada, the head of the Cotton Kingdom's Royal Guard Bureau, was not originally accompanied, so please bring this to the attention of the team members. Condensation used a wireless headset to notify all special agents in charge of the inner and outer perimeter guards. Task Force 1 copy. Secret Service Unit 2 copy. Plainclothes Team copy. Sticky Guard Unit copy. The sexy and beautiful Princess Suki slowly walked down the gangway with a handsome and ruthless Okada in tow. Xia Fang welcomed the representative to the front with the security team leader Condensation. After exchanging pleasantries, Long Ning said, Princess Shuji. According to the arrangement of the liaison group between the two sides, after entering the realm of the Xia Kingdom, your personal escort will be taken care of by the special agents of our Secret Service Bureau. Long Ning pointed at the three Lu Chengfengs. Princess Shuji nodded. Lu Chengfeng's three men immediately stepped forward and stood around Princess Shuji according to the arranged guard stations. The Xiafang representative said, Princess Shuji, we have prepared a welcome luncheon for you, please get on the bus. Princess Shuji shook her head. I want to wander the streets of Nanjiang, eat authentic Nanjiang hot pot, and feel the life of my ancestors. When Lang Ning and the others heard this, they immediately frowned. The itinerary for Princess Suki's visit was finalized in advance, and every aspect of the security plan was developed seamlessly. Now that the itinerary has been changed at short notice, the original security plan will have to be overturned, which will pose a huge security challenge. Lang Ning politely reminded Princess Shuji, if temporary adjustments to the VIP security program will increase the security risk, I suggest you. Didn't you guys hear what Princess Suki said? Are you so unsure of your security? Okada, the head of Princess Suki's personal guard, stepped forward and directly and rudely accused condensation. Lu Chengfeng's eyes immediately looked silently at Okada. Little pussy whipped, I think it's Japanese by that name. In the 2000s, Xia's economy had not yet begun to take off, and the neighboring four little dragons, needless to say, and even some ordinary Southeast Asian countries could not look at Xia. Plus, this time, he had a request from Princess Shuji, so Xia Fang's stance was slightly lower. Princess Suki took Okada's arm and said, let me introduce you. Mr. Okada is my head of the guard and my fiancé. I really don't want any kind of welcome dinner. It's hard to come here and just take it easy. At this time, Zhou Hanlin stretched his head and said, I know that the Laochuan hot pot restaurant in Xinglong Hadong is particularly authentic. I'm Nima. On the scene, everyone in Xiafang nearly collapsed. What kind of secret service is this? When is it a guard's turn to talk nonsense? What is Xinglong Hadong? The mix of fish and traffic makes it impossible to control the crowd effectively and is the least conducive place to start a security operation. Dying. However, Princess Suki's interest rose straight away. It's settled. Let's go to Xinglong Hadong for hot pot. Xia Fang greeted the representative with a helpless look at condensation. Long Ning could only say, I'll adjust the security program immediately. After Lang Ning finished, he hurriedly got into the car and sped away. Food safety team, immediately rush to Laochuan hot pot restaurant and conduct laboratory checks on ingredients and tableware. Copy that. Low-altitude sniper team, occupy all sniper positions upstairs within visual range around Xinglong Hadong. Triangular sniper positions to ensure that no dead ends are left to compensate for each other. Sniper team copy. Plainclothes team, immediately conduct a risk screening around Laochuan hot pot restaurant. Plainclothes team copy. Special duty unit 1, special duty unit 2. Construct 2 lines of defense around the Laochuan hot pot restaurant. Task Force 1 copy. Task Force 2 copy. Intelligence and Information Group. Immediately listen to telecommunications and telephone information containing the word Xinglong Hadong and Laochuan hot pot restaurant. Report any suspicious information immediately. Intelligence Information Group received. Lang Ning urgently adjusted the security program while bringing his sniper observer to a small 3-story white building across from Laochuan hot pot restaurant. An hour later, Princess Shuji's convoy slowly arrived at the intersection of Xinglong Hadong. Princess Suki stepped out of the car. Lu Chengfeng, Song Songrong, and Zhou Hanlin strictly followed the security alignment of the inverted triangle, their eyes watching everything within their precautionary area like eagles to prevent anyone from suddenly rushing out to assassinate them. On the 6 or 7 high buildings around Xinglong Hadong, the sniper positions had already been occupied by the Secret Service's sniper teams, incorporating everything in the surrounding area into the sniper rifle scope. Well, everything went smoothly, and the 3 men escorted Princess Suki into the hot pot restaurant. Because the liaison group had arrived earlier to give an explanation, there was now not a single customer in the hot pot restaurant. The security personnel did a rigorous inspection of the ingredients of the hot pot restaurant and then withdrew from the restaurant. Just when Princess Shuji was eating with incomparable flavor, suddenly a long and sexy silhouette flashed into the hot pot restaurant like a ghost. Masked, shapely and unusually fast, holding a snowy 9-inch sharp knife horizontally, he charged directly at Princess Shuji. 2, 3, guard. In the face of the unexpected situation, Lu Chengfeng responded calmly and did not go forward, but immediately blocked in front of Princess Shuji. Just in case this killer is just bait and the real killer is hiding somewhere else to carry out the assassination. Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin immediately rushed up and prepared to restrain their opponent. However, this killer was too fast. The space in the fondue restaurant is just too small. Zhou Hanlin and Song Songrong didn't even have time to draw their guns before they made short work of each other. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. The opponent's melee ability was so strong that it was dazzling. Although Jo Hanlon and Song Songrong's combat skills were also among the best of the best, they had no weapons in their hands. Under the opponent's sharp knives, the two men only lasted 3 seconds before they were each hit 4 or 5 times. Song Songrong's neck was also scratched and his throat was almost cut. If it weren't for the body armor, the two men would be dead. Lu Chungfeng looked at this masked beauty with incomparable shock. It's amazing that a woman could stab 2 of the top special agents drawn up like that. Each slash was able to accurately stab Song Songrong and Jo Hanlon in their vitals. Heart, lungs, throat, facial triangle. It's almost as precise as a butchered cow. The movements were without delay and swift to the extreme. Definitely a professional killing machine. Top-notch masters. At this moment, the Xia Secret Service and Cotton Kingdom guards who had assumed peripheral escort outside immediately rushed in with their guns. But because the space was too small and they were afraid of hurting Princess Shuji, all of them could only aim and wait to fire, not daring to actually fire. You guys guard Princess Shuji. I'll do it. Lu Chengfeng roared. Darted up and in the blink of an eye kicked out 5 or 6 kicks at his opponent. The momentum is strong and the legs are like light and shadow. The opponent could only dodge continuously sideways. The moment Lu Chengfeng's feet landed on the ground, the other party made a horseback shot and stabbed his dagger back at Lu Chengfeng's throat. Fast as lightning. However, Lu Chengfeng was faster. The iron elbow hit his opponent's elbow so hard that the spiked knife fell to the ground with a bang. Immediately after that, with a swift kick from his feet and a twist of his left hand, the other party knelt down with his back to Lu Chengfeng. Fast as lightning. It's like the wind. Take it down. Song Songrong and Jo Hanlon were stunned. He said he was undercover? The Imperial Security Bureau's first-class guards don't have this kind of skill. The female assassin's beautiful eyes also revealed a shocked look. It was surprising that Xia had such an expert. Beauty. You're the first person who can make me personally exert so much force. I'm actually getting a hint of a heroic feeling. Lu Chengfeng smiled and removed the other party's veil. However, the moment the veil was removed, Lu Chengfeng's pupils doubled in size. The other party turned out to be Yu Xiaona. Why Yu Xiaona? What makes it Yu Xiaona? Chapter 67, A Killer of Great Color. The news that Princess Shuji had been assassinated in Nanjiang was the first to reach back to the temporary command center set up in Nanjiang. Everyone in the command center immediately acted as if they were on the verge of an attack, then hurriedly reported the information to the Imperial Capital Secret Service headquarters. Chief 2 of the Secret Service headquarters was on pins and needles and immediately decided to depart for Nanjiang. In the fondue restaurant, time and space are nearly frozen. After Yu Xiaona was restrained by Lu Chengfeng and knelt on the ground, she stopped making futile resistance. Just turning her head, her beautiful eyes glanced sourly at Lu Chengfeng, hating him for sabotaging her assassination. This poignant and clear look back was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into Lu Chengfeng's heart. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng only felt that his 3 views had been shattered. All this time, I thought the stunningly beautiful pillow talker was just a regular business spy, but I didn't realize it was a top-notch killing machine. Last night when making out, Lu Chengfeng obviously felt the abnormalities of Yu Xiaona's mood, and he expected that Sang Shua was in a hurry to jump over the wall, and might lay hands on himself through Yu Xiaona. So he purposely closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep until he saw that she had completely given up on the assassination. However, it now seemed that with Yu Xiaona's fighting prowess, she could have killed herself 100 times last night while she was asleep. It's just that she doesn't want to do it. To put it another way, one owes her one's life. Which organization do you belong to? Lu Chengfeng asked in a deep voice as he lightly bit his lips and gazed at Yu Xiaona. CIA. Yu Xiaona's poignant and stunningly beautiful eyes no longer looked at Lu Chengfeng, but instead looked at Princess Shuji, her eyes filled with flames. Humph. She belongs to our Cotton Kingdom royal family. Princess Shuji put down her chopsticks and stood up with a cold smile. The Cotton Kingdom royal family? Lu Chengfeng looked at Princess Shuji. Sister, in order to kill me, you've really gone to great lengths to sneak into Nanjiang. It's a pity that you're shooting yourself in the foot. Princess Shuji came to Yu Xiaona with a smile. Lu Chengfeng suppressed his shock and politely asked, Your Highness, is she your sister? Princess Shuji sneered. This is located in Miss Xiaona, formerly known as Shushin, my half-sister. I killed her mother 5 years ago to completely eradicate their old second family line, but she escaped and went into exile in Rice and joined the CIA. Now it's here for revenge. That fool. Yu Xiaona bit her lip and said, Shuji, if you have the ability, kill me now. Otherwise, I will definitely avenge my mother's death. Princess Shuji laughed. Kill you? Thinking about it is beautiful. I'm going to make your life worse than death. After finishing her speech, Shuji said to the escorts accompanying her from Cotton Country, Come on people, take Suk-hee, the traitor, back to her country. This is extremely dangerous. You guys get wires over here and thread her collarbone before you bring her back. Yes. Cotton Country's escorts immediately went in search of the wire. Lu Chengfeng understood. Lu Chengfeng had heard of the palace fights in the Cotton Kingdom's royal family. The boss of the Cotton States has a lot of women. The Princess Shuji in front of her was born to the main house. 5 years ago, the second young lady and her mother threatened Suki's position as heir. So the Suki family carried out the eradication of the second young lady's family. Miss Tu's mother was killed, and Miss Tu herself went into exile in Rice and joined the CIA before going missing. I didn't realize that Yuxiana was that second young lady. No wonder the two looked so much alike in their demeanor. And in that case, it seemed likely that Sang Suk, like himself, didn't know about her CIA background, and just thought of her as an ordinary commercial spy. The only question now is whether the assassination was her personal act or was it authorized by the CIA. Outside the door, Okada walked in with a wire and slapped Yuxiana in the face with a sinister slap. At once, Yuxiana's white and absolutely beautiful face was red and swollen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go back and prepare to spend the rest of your life in a water prison. Okada takes the wire and prepares to penetrate Yuxiana's sexy clavicle and capture her back in the Cotton Country. Wait! Lu Chengfeng suddenly stood out. The Cotton State's penalties were inhumane. Water prison full of poisonous snakes and leeches. Electrocution. Kalwa. Can turn good living people into livestock. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Lu Chengfeng couldn't let Yuxiana go back to suffer that crime. On the scene, everyone looked at Lu Chengfeng. What does this guard want? This person. You can't take away. Lu Chengfeng said in a cold voice. A vicious color appeared on Okada's face. Asshole. Who are you? An ordinary guard. To say such things to us? Okada was going to continue to penetrate Yuxiana's sexy white collarbone with the wire. I'd advise you to stop. You're deaf, aren't you? Lu Chengfeng instantly raised his voice and his eyes became more and more stern. Yuxiana raised her head and looked at Lu Chengfeng in shock. Guard, do you know who you're talking to? Okada's eyes were also beginning to square up to Lu Xianfeng, and his hand was already slowly reaching for his back waist in preparation for drawing his gun. Lu Chengfeng looked straight into Okada's eyes and said in a deep voice, according to Xia's 1997 criminal law, Yuxiana committed the crime on Xia's territory. Jurisdiction belongs to Xia. It's called territorial jurisdiction, so it should be taken away for examination by our secret service. Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin looked at each other and thought, Lu Chengfeng is right, but she's from the Cotton Kingdom. She intended to assassinate Princess Suki. We also have jurisdiction. Okada looked Lu Chengfeng straight in the eyes. Is she still from the Cotton States? You yourselves have said that she is a traitor. How can a Cottonian traitor have Cottonian citizenship? Legally speaking, you have no right at all to arrest people on our territory. Lu Chengfeng didn't allow an inch of reasoning, disliking Okada so much that he couldn't even answer. The scene was nearly bursting at the seams with fireworks. Good. You're talking to me about the law, aren't you? Okada said in a cold voice. Right. Xia is a country of law. Judicial power is not interfered with. Then I'll talk to you about the law. After Okada finished speaking, he quickly pulled out his sidearm from his back waist and pressed it against Yuxiana's temple. Since you won't let me take her away, I'll shoot her now. If you dare to touch her, I guarantee you won't be allowed to leave Nanjiang alive. Lu Chengfeng was domineering and took a step forward, his eyes like knives staring at Okada, ready to strike at any time. Okada sneered. Aren't you talking to me about the law? According to international law, I have diplomatic immunity. I shoot down this traitor now, and your secret service has no jurisdiction over me. What's wrong with that? After Okada finished, he was ready to shoot Yuxiana. There's nothing wrong with the problem. But Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly and directly pulled out his pistol, arrogantly aiming it at Princess Shuji's head. If you dare to kill Yuxiana, I'll blow your princess's head off. Try it and see who shoots faster. All the Xia special agents in the room were directly stunned. They're visiting dignitaries. You're a escort. Instead of protecting the VIP, you put a gun to the VIP's head? And you want to blow people's heads off? Where did such an arrogant race of people come from? Brush up. The guards of the Cotton Kingdom at the entrance took a look at their princess being pointed at with a gun and immediately pulled out their guns to aim at Lu Chengfeng. Okada couldn't believe his eyes and roared. Asshole. I thought you were talking to me about the law. I don't want to talk about it again right now. Chapter 68 Top Sniper. Asshole. Crazy you. Okada never thought that a small guard in Xia would be so bold. Okada cursed angrily and shifted his gun, aiming it head-on at the front of Lu Chengfeng's head. Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin were already emotionally unavailable, and as soon as they saw that their brothers were being held up at gunpoint, they immediately pulled out their guns and aimed them at Okada. Of course it's necessary to help your own people at this time. I'd advise you not to put a gun on me. It's irresponsible for your life. Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly. Cut the crap. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't withdraw your gun, I'll shoot you. Okada grimly turned on the safety of his pistol. At the door, the Xia Secret Service took one look at Okada and actually turned on the safety, and immediately raised their guns all aimed at Okada. Withdraw the gun. Okada's eyes were like eagles as he looked directly into Lu Chengfeng's eyes and roared. I'll count to 3 2. Let's shoot at the same time. Let's see if Suki dies first, or if I die first. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he also opened the pistol's safety. On the roof of the small 3-story building directly across from Lao Chuan Hot Pot Restaurant, Long Ning, with his own sniper observer, was lying on his back in a sniper position, racking a QBU-88 sniper rifle, and was controlling everything that was going on in and around the Hot Pot Restaurant. When she saw Lu Chengfeng pointing his gun at Shuji through the scope, she almost went crazy. What a lousy guy. Makes a big mess wherever he goes. Originally, the goal of the escorts of the two countries was the same, to protect the absolute safety of Princess Shuji. As a result of the rhythm of this shameless curmudgeon, it turned into a picture of two gangs of people in a firefight. Different recipe, familiar flavor. This ability to carry a beat wants you to believe. Lang Ning hurriedly said through the wireless headset. Number 3. Do you know what you're doing? You're going to die. Hurry up and withdraw your gun. Lu Chengfeng didn't care about the voice coming from the headset, but instead shouted loudly to the National Secret Service at the scene. We may be poor now, but our jurisdiction in criminal cases is inviolable, and we can't let a small country infringe on it. What are the brothers waiting for? Take the assassin away for review. Do we just stand by and watch people ride over us and on us? The Daxia Secret Service doesn't care either. We've come to this point in the confrontation, so we can't just concede and let them take people. And you can't elbow your way out at this point. Several Daxia special agents rushed straight in to help Yuxiana up. Okada is beyond upset and is still trying to block. Don't move. Lu Chengfeng deadpanned Princess Shuji's head with his gun, causing him to throw his weight around and not dare to move. Let's go. The Xia special agent put handcuffs on Yuxiana and then helped her out. The moment she left the hot pot restaurant, Yuxiana turned her head back, and her clear and stunningly beautiful eyes kept looking at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng also watched her until she was taken to the bulletproof limousine of the Secret Service, and only then did he withdraw his gun. I'm going to take it up with your group leader right now. Okada indignantly retrieved his gun and left the fondue restaurant in a huff. Whatever. I'm following the law. There's reason to walk all over the world. Cut. Lu Chengfeng withdrew his gun. His mouth said the hardest words. His heart was already fuming. Looking back, the playful Princess Shuji's eyes were about to spit out fire. Lu Chengfeng's entire scalp went numb. In hell. It's a big mess this time. Your Highness. I cornered just now, there may be a misunderstanding. Lu Chengfeng touched his chin and replaced it with a fawning smile. Misunderstanding? Is that a toy gun in your hand? It's the first time in my life that I've been held up by a gun. Princess Shuji was almost furious. Princess, listen to me explain. Just now I was just pretending. I won't really shoot you in the head. Asterisk 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 off. I don't want to hear you explain. Your Highness, isn't your ancestry from Nanjiang? In fact, I'm also from Nanjiang, from Erlith village. Speaking of which, our two families may still have relatives. Relatives my ass. I'm going back to the hotel. I'm going to sue you. Princess Shuji finished speaking and headed out of the hot pot restaurant. Follow me. Lu Chengfeng's 3 men didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly followed the escort formation to keep close protection. Princess Suki's bulletproof limousine was parked across the street from the hot pot restaurant. Summer's Secret Service and Cotton's guards were on both sides of the bulletproof limo. Crossing the 10-meter wide street would put Princess Suki in a bulletproof limo. However, just after taking 2 steps, a familiar figure appeared. Ami. Previously, Ami's intelligence information had been distributed to every special agent and was classified as a level 1 dangerous person for the security. As Ami appeared in Lu Chengfeng's field of vision, the snipers on the roofs of the nearby buildings captured her almost simultaneously. The security situation was immediately put into a tight spot. Closely monitor Ami. If there is any movement, snipe immediately. Lang Ning sharply issued the order through the headset. Roger that. On the street, special agents, plainclothes, moved in immediately, keeping a close eye on Ami. Several sniper teams on the roof were also taking dead aim at Ami's head with their sniper rifles, watching her every move. However, Ami just glanced at Princess Suki in front of the hot pot restaurant and neither pulled out her gun nor attacked. Lu Chengfeng felt that something was very wrong. How could a master combatant like Ami, and a tough sniper at that, be so close and blatantly present at the VIP scene? Nope, he's just bait, a secondary offense. Lu Chengfeng's eyes, ears, and senses immediately shifted from Ami, like a radar catching another situation in the neighborhood. Sure enough, Lu Chengfeng saw a faint flash of light through the rearview mirror of the bulletproof sedan across the street. Sniper scope. Lu Chengfeng fought toward Song Tsongrong, who was closer to Princess Shuji, and shouted, "Number 1, guard!" Song Tsongrong reacted quickly, and regardless of the circumstances, immediately pounced Princess Shuji to the ground. Boom! Almost at the same time, a lilting sniper shot sounded in the distance. Bullets whistled across the scalps of Song Tsongrong and Princess Shuji, hitting the bulletproof sedan directly across the street. Barrett heavy anti-material sniper rifle. Half of the body of the bulletproof sedan was directly smashed, and the entire body of the car violently shifted 2 meters sideways and crashed into a utility pole. The pole thumped into the bulletproof sedan, sending out a shower of sparks. Toot toot. The bulletproof sedan's alarm screeched shrilly. All the special agents on the scene were completely stunned, only by 0.01 seconds. If Lu Chengfeng hadn't realized it in time, Princess Shuji would have been beaten to a pulp. On the ground, Song Tsongrong used his body to protect Princess Shuji to the death. But in the face of a sick sniper rifle like the Barrett, such protection is far from enough. In a flash of lightning, Lu Chengfeng made a fierce lunge and directly pounced on Song Tsongrong's body, using his own body to protect Song Tsongrong and Princess Shuji below in death. As expected, almost at the same time Lu Chengfeng reacted, the second wave of sniping arrived instantly. Boom! The second shot hit Lu Chengfeng's back directly. Instantly, a mist of blood rose. Flesh and blood tissue exploded in all directions as far as the eye could see. The heavy sniper rifle bullet tore through Lu Chengfeng's body while sending him flying more than a meter in place and tumbling out violently. It landed and kept rolling on the ground for a dozen meters before being stopped by a wall. Completely transformed into a collapsed bloody man. Chapter 69, A Duel Between Top Masters. On the street, the bustling crowd heard the gunshots and took a look toward the scene, immediately scattering and running in panic. The entire Xinglong Hudong was in complete pandemonium. The special agents on the street immediately unfolded their protective briefcases and pounced on the fallen Princess Shuji and Song Tsongrong through the running crowd. 1,000 meters away on the 5th floor of the China World Trade Center building, the female sniper wearing a duck-tongued cap looked at Lu Chengfeng, whose life and death were unknown. Through the sniper rifle scope, her beautiful eyes showed great surprise. His own 2 shots only took 0.9 seconds combined, and it's amazing that they were all defended by him. When did such a top-notch escort appear in Xia? Thoughts only in the flash of lightning. The female sniper speed as fast as flying pulled a bolt, ready to carry out the third shot sniper. At this time, the small upstairs opposite the old Sichuan hot pot restaurant, the cold sniper team used those 0.9 seconds to localize the female sniper's position. She had to snipe the other side, or at the very least, draw their fire to her side. That's how you can win space for rescuing people on the ground. 3 o'clock, elevation 15.7 degrees. Straight line distance 920 meters, wind speed 2, humidity 3.5, suitable for sniping. The handsome observer beside Lang Ning, with binoculars, sharply communicated the data. Boom! Lang Ning's hands were as fast as electricity, and almost the instant he turned his gun around, he accurately locked onto the enemy's sniper position and fired. Clunk! 920 meters away, the opponent's sniper bunker was smashed by a condensation shot. Lang Ning's shot showed the absolute strength of Xia's top sniper. Digest sniper data. Turn the sniper muzzle. Adapt to light. Distance. Wind speed. Locked onto what appeared to be a mosquito-sized target 920 meters away. Finish the hit. Precision hits. The whole process took only 0.5 seconds. However, even though condensation played at such a top level, he was still slightly inferior to his opponent. The other party sensed her presence almost the instant the condensation struck, and the beautiful sniper flicked up and calmly flung a shot over. Dump sniper. Instructor, watch out. The spotter realized that the other's gun was rushing this way and immediately pounced on the condensation. Boom. The opponent's Barrett sniper rifle hit the target with precision. A huge spray of blood splattered. The bullet passed through the observer's body, and then hit the condensation with a bang due to inertia. The huge impact knocked condensation over a dozen meters before he fell heavily from the 3rd floor roof to the street. Boom. Lang Ning smashed into a fruit stand, covered in blood, alive or dead. Within 1.3 seconds, the opposing sniper completed 3 precision snipes. Lu finished with 2 takedowns from guard. Condensation completed the destruction of the opposing sniper position. This all happened in 1.3 seconds. That's a top-tier offense versus defense matchup. And it wasn't until this was over that the other sniper teams scattered around reacted by locking onto the opponent's sniper position, with all muzzles aimed at this sniper position. Boom! Boom! The snipers on the opposite side were completely suppressed by the powerful firepower. This precision-planned assassination mission can no longer proceed. The beautiful eyes of the opposing sniper glanced at Lu Chengfeng, who was covered in blood and collapsed to the ground, then decisively gave up his sniper position and sniper rifle, lowered his duck-tongue cap,
and calmly and quickly evacuated the scene.
On the ground, meanwhile, the secret agents unfolded their protective briefcases to obscure their vision, and Song Songrong and Jo Hanlon quickly escorted Princess Shuji to the backup vehicle. Article 2 of the VIP Escort Code states that no matter what level of assassination occurs, the escort cannot leave the VIP as long as the escort is alive. Article 3 of the VIP Escort Code states that the first option after an assassination is to leave the scene rather than engage the enemy. Song Songrong and Jo Hanlon strictly adhered to the provisions of the code. The backup sedan let out a sharp growl, white smoke billowing from its tires rubbing against the ground, and drove quickly away from the scene. Only, when they passed by that trash can, Song Songrong and Jo Hanlon glanced at Lu Changfeng, who was covered in blood. He's dead. One moment a big, living, breathing man, the next he was dead at the point of an enemy's gun. That's the brutality of Secret Service. Princess Shuji's beautiful eyes, through the window of the rapidly traveling car, also glanced at Lu Changfeng, who was soaked in blood. Princess Shuji's heart set off waves of shock. A moment ago he was greasing the skids with himself, but seconds later he was holding back death with his flesh and blood. Thoroughly demonstrated the professionalism of the Summerland Secret Service. Without him, he would have been a cold corpse by now. Princess Shuji's chest, rising and falling violently. By the smashed fruit stand, the briefly fainting condensation struggled to his feet. The bulletproof undershirt was shattered. Multiple rib fractures. Blood spurted from the small of his back, but Condensing had no time to deal with his own injuries. His left hand covering his bleeding abdomen, his right hand holding the walkie-talkie with a stiff grip to continue directing security. The reserve group will immediately escort the VIP back to the Nanjian Hotel, and will not stop for anything along the way. The special duty group will work with the Nanjiang police to block off important entrances and exits, and conduct a strict inventory. The technical specialists immediately survey the opponent's sniper positions. Copy that. Copy that. Lang Ning put away her walkie-talkie, covered her wound, and looked at the smashed sniper position on the China World Trade Center building in the distance, shaking her head in fear. The single sniper position, the Barrett heavy sniper rifle, was surprisingly able to complete 3 precision snipes on targets at different ranges in just 1.3 seconds. Such a top-notch expert was beyond her traditional knowledge of sniper warfare. An assistant pulled up beside Condensation in a car. Instructor, hurry up and get in the car. Lang Ning stood by the side of the car and looked toward Lu Changfeng, who was covered in blood and motionless not far away. Before this, Condensation had always felt that he was a man who had no bearing on the distinction between good and evil. Even tried to kill him at one point, but I didn't realize that it was in the most crucial battles that his excellent political awareness and superb guarding skills were thoroughly displayed. If he hadn't joined this operation, Princess Shuji and Song Songrong would have already been killed. Myself, and all the officers in charge of this security operation, would have to be removed from their posts and their careers would be over. Lang Ning's nose was actually a little sour. Too bad he's dead. Lang Ning rubbed his forehead in pain and shook his head repeatedly, his heart aching. But when you're in this business, you have to get used to your comrades dying by your side. There was really no time left for her to grieve now. Tough escort duties awaited her as she continued to command. Instructor, don't look. Few carbon-based creatures survive a direct hit from a Barrett sniper rifle. He, sacrificed. Notify the medical team to handle the aftermath. Lang Ning took a long breath, trying to control his emotions. It's already on its way here, and can arrive in 5 minutes. Well, let's get on with the security mission. Chapter 70, The Princess Falls in Love. In the air, a helicopter sped from the imperial capital to Nanjiang. On the helicopter, the chief of Secret Service Tu and his mentor, who had just returned to the imperial capital, headed straight for Nanjiang. Chief Tu asked, "What's the latest now?" The secretary said, "A CIA assassin got in close for a stabbing, which was neutralized by that guard the police drew in." Officer Tu asked, "Sure it's someone from the CIA?" The secretary said, "The assassin is Shukin, the second youngest daughter of the Cotton Kingdom in exile. The current status is definitely a CIA status, but it's doubtful that it's receiving CIA dispatches. Is the man under control?" Under control. The Cotton side was on the scene to bring the killer back home, but that police escort was adamant and held the man. Number 2 complimented. "Good job. We have the man. We can dig up more intel on the CIA. Giving them the Cotton party is nothing more than an extra corpse. Notify down immediately and organize an interrogation breakthrough." The secretary said, "Yes, but at that time, there was a bit of an accident during the negotiation, and that special agent of the police pointed a gun at Princess Suki's head and threatened to explode her head. It almost caused a firefight between the guards from both sides." Number 2 coughed violently and looked to the Titus Enchantress. "Are all your people so wild in their ways?" Titus Enchantress looked away in embarrassment. "I'm used to being an undercover agent. so I probably didn't switch roles for a while and took it as a gangster firefight. Number 2 nodded and asked, when will the latest intel be updated? Secretary, updates expected in 3 minutes, sir. The latest Secret Service briefing is here. There's been another round of stabbings. What? Chief 2 and Titus Enchantress were so terrified they could hardly contain themselves, totally not expecting such a ferocious attack from the enemy. Read it. The secretary read the contents of the Internal Secret Service circular on the spot. My God. Chief 2 and Titus Enchantress were dumbfounded after hearing this. Both are absolute authorities in the field of security. A brief listen to the flow leads to 3 conclusions. First, it was a surefire death snipe. Without that special police escort, the decency of the nation is gone. Secondly, the fact that the enemy snipers were able to freely enter and exit the security core area and occupy the sniper positions that should have been occupied by their own special services indicates that there was an insider who was behind the scenes. Third, the assassinations will continue. Titus Enchantress looked to number 2. A month ago, number 2 said that there was a problem with the Secret Service system and that Secret Service information had been compromised, and asked the police for a fresh face to serve as an escort. Taito Enshu felt at that time that the hidden danger was great. Now, the pitfall has finally been completely exposed. Because it was under a different system, it was not good for the Imperial Envoy to comment much. Number 2, of course, understood, and looked at the head of Secret Service Internal Affairs, who accompanied him, and said, Supervisor Kim, a month ago we had an incident where Secret Service information was leaked. I told your Internal Affairs Department to rigorously investigate, and you haven't been able to come up with any more results. You saw it today, didn't you? Got backfired on, didn't you? I want you to catch the mole within 24 hours. Otherwise you'll hand in your resignation to me. Yes. Oh yeah. How's that police escort doing now? The secretary said, according to feedback from the scene, it may have been sacrificed. Number 2's heart sank. It's hard to meet a good ginger. How wonderful it would be to be alive. After finishing his speech, number 2 looked at the Imperial Envoy. Old Chu, I'm sorry for making you lose a favorite. The Imperial Envoy was also heartbroken, but could only comfort. Aren't each of us always ready to sacrifice our lives for the security of the nation? He died in his place, in the mysterious mountain villa in the eastern continent. Sister-in-law Qin Yi held the phone. The voice on the other side was grim. The assassination failed. 2 consecutive shots were defended by one of the guards. How is that possible? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Where's the coincidence? The most powerful intelligence support. The finest step-by-step calculations. The world's second-ranked super sniper. Even an expert like Ami can only be used as bait. It's only 0.01 seconds. Even if that guard reacts 0.01 seconds slower, our first shot will be successful. The second shot was still 0.01 seconds. But that guard still defended. In a matchup like this, do you think 0.01 seconds is a coincidence? Nah, that's the gap. The 0.01 seconds of an expert is an existence that ordinary people can't even catch up with in a lifetime of light. The other man's voice was both indignant and envious. Shini said, although the assassination failed, we at least got rid of this top guard. Otherwise his existence would have posed a huge threat to us. No, the other said. Based on the data the sniper brought back, she judged that the guard might not be dead. Qin wondered. No way. The Barrett is an anti-material heavy sniper rifle. The helicopter's protection can be pierced. The other side said. Our snipers are on the 5th floor. The other side's commander's sniper position is on the 3rd floor. So with this alignment, the firing deflection is only 15 degrees, and the bullet hits that other side spotter almost head-on, so we can break him lazily. But not that guard. He was on the ground, shooting down from the 5th floor, 920 meters away, at a firing declination of up to 60 degrees. Instead of hitting him head-on, the bullet likely penetrated the body armor and grazed him. The probability of death becomes much smaller. Shini said. That's too bad. The other said. Mia Globe is going to have to investigate the identity of that guard. Such top-notch characters can either become ours or not. Yes. Also, didn't you recently say you were looking for new people? How's it going? Oh, the situation in Nanjiang has been tight lately, so he's out traveling. Well, talent is the first productive force, so get a hold of yourself. Good. Nanjiang Hotel. Everyone is in a hurry. Intelligence officers from the Intelligence Operations Group analyze various telephone, telegraph, and network intelligence intercepts. In conference room number 2. Zhou Hanlin was crying inconsolably. This top teenage genius was so innocent that he blurted it out at the airport because he had previously traveled to Nanjiang and had eaten Laochuan hot pot at Xinglong Hudong. But I didn't realize that it had caused such a big incident. Even got 2 of his comrades killed outright. The guilt in my heart is beyond words. On the side, Song Songrong could only keep comforting him. In the hall, Princess Suki's guard, Okada, was red-eyed and very angry. Your security is really bad. Simply putting our princess's life at risk. I would like you to remove and investigate the commander who undertook this security. And that dead guard. How dare he provoke us by pointing a gun at our princess? His superiors should be held accountable for that. Okada stood in the lobby, ranting frantically at the staff coming and going. However, Princess Suki, who was being examined by the doctor, was quiet and didn't say anything. Beautiful eyes quietly looking out the window. The series of events just now had shocked Suki in a way that was simply unprecedented. Just 2 assassinations ago, that arrogant guard from Dacia showed world-class guarding ability. Bully for God. The arrogance of arrogance. Ghost-like close combat ability. Lightning-fast clinical judgment and reaction time. This is the world's premier escort. The point is, he's like a machine that doesn't hesitate to use his body to take a bullet for himself in the face of danger. There is no woman who would not be impressed by such a man. There was no woman who would not feel a strong sense of security in his shelter, even if he once had a gun to his head. On the contrary, her fiancée, although she was known as the #1 expert in Cotton Country and the Southeast Asian combat champion, she surprisingly looked so amateurish in front of her opponent's professionalism. Only hiss. Pity. So good the guards are dead. I don't know why. Princess Shuji actually some small sadness. It was at this point that an ambulance pulled up sharply in front of the hotel. There was a commotion immediately afterward. Princess Shuji subconsciously raised her eyes, and suddenly realized that a man covered in blood had appeared in the hotel. Jesus, it's him! Because of the intense friction with the ground during the tumble, the forehead and the side of the eye were badly bruised and coated with red drops, arms and thighs were bloody, and his clothes had fallen to pieces. The back of the bulletproof undershirt has been completely smashed and blood is still seeping out of the back. Clunk! Princess Shuji looked at this scene and didn't know whether she was shocked or happy. The water cup in her hand directly fell to the ground. Not far away, the Secret Service psychologist recorded all of Princess Suki's expressions. Chapter 71, Conversation with Yushiana. You are badly injured. Princess Shuji stood up, her beautiful eyes looking at Lu Chengfeng with concern. Lu Chengfeng looked at her and nodded politely before heading straight to conference room 2 to look for condensation. Yushiana was brought back an hour early and must have already begun her trial. No one knew the Secret Service's interrogation methods better than Lu Chengfeng. Where is Yushiana locked up? I want to see her. Lu Chengfeng violently pushed open the door. Condensation, who was setting up the task, was momentarily stunned. He's alive. Song Tsongron's big eyes opened wide. Asterisk. Immortal bird ah. Lang Ning incredulously said. You, Barrett sniper rifle under. Lu Chengfeng said. I wore 2 bulletproof undershirts. The gun line deviated and cut through my back, lifting off a piece of flesh. A minor injury. Joe Hanlon instantly cried out. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Whoa. Lu Chengfeng looked at Joe Hanlon with cold eyes. Big boy, dry your tears. I can't cry. A man can't cry. I know you're trying to encourage me. Encouragement my ass. I mean, you'll be crying later. Save your tears now you. Ha? Joe Hanlon was dumbfounded. Lang Ning looked at Joe Hanlon and sighed. Yushiana is being held in a temporary holding cell on the 2nd floor. The trial hasn't started yet. You have 20 minutes. After that we have a meeting to set up the security program for the afternoon. Yes, Yushiana is battle-hardened and is an extremely dangerous person, coupled with the fact that she was the 2nd young lady of the Cotton Kingdom in exile overseas. Her political identity was sensitive, so the Secret Service at the entrance were all loaded with bullets. After Lu Chengfeng arrived at the door, a special agent put Lu Chengfeng inside before locking the door again from the outside. At this moment, Yushiana had already changed into a prison uniform, sitting quietly with heavy shackles on his feet and handcuffs on his hands, still quiet and stylish. Hello Yushiana, I'm Special Agent Lu Haikong of the Secret Service. I'd like to talk to you about Dash. You're Lu Chengfeng. Thank you for saving me, Yushiana said faintly. Ha? You recognize it? Lu Chengfeng stroked his chin, daring to hold a gun to the visiting dignitary's head, with such an arrogant demeanor, such a domineering aura. Who else is there if not you, Lu Chengfeng? Can the Summer Kingdom still find out the second one? Keep your temper in check next time you're on special assignment. Yushiana's clear and stunningly beautiful eyes quietly looked at Lu Chengfeng. Four eyes met, and for a moment they sighed. Last night the two were cuddling together. Today it's going to be you and me against each other. This is the fate of wasted time. After a long time, Lu Chengfeng spoke. You yourself are in this line of work. You should know the rules of this line of work. You may not necessarily be able to carry the Secret Service's interrogation. Even if one carries it off, basically one is ruined. Just put the bottom down and save everyone the trouble. Yu Xiaona's gaze looked straight at Lu Chengfeng. You're afraid that you'll feel guilty if people scrutinize me beyond recognition? Or heartbroken? Lu Chengfeng coughed, avoiding Yu Xiaona's gaze. Yu Xiaona smiled faintly. I know what you're going to ask. Let me answer directly. I have only one mission in Nanjiang, to spy on Sang Shua and Sang Deshang. The assassination of Suki was purely personal, nothing to do with the CIA. You're going to be disappointed if you try to query the CIA's structure from me. Back in the day, I went into exile with the CIA and was trained only in killing and business intelligence. Political assassination missions I can't touch, and I don't know their organizational lineage. Lu Chengfeng let out a long sigh of relief. It's basically the same as your own judgment. As long as it's not a political assassination, there is salvation. Lu Chengfeng said angrily. Are you a stupid woman? Shuji is heavily defended. How could you kill her alone? How much would you have to suffer if you were really taken back by Okada? Doesn't anyone in the CIA ever do anything without thinking? Yu Xiaona didn't answer, but instead looked towards the sun outside the small window, letting the sunlight pour onto her clear and stunningly beautiful pretty face. After a long time, Yu Xiaona said softly, I was not prepared to assassinate her. After all, it has been 5 years, and the hatred in my heart has faded a lot. Then you're still so impulsive. Yu Xiaona raised her handcuffed hand, gently dragging her white chin, her beautiful eyes gazing at the turquoise blue sky outside the iron window, rambling softly like a fairy. All these days with you, I feel a very strong sense of security from you, a security that makes me want to settle down and be the woman behind you with all my heart. Lu Chengfeng's body trembled. Although he had felt Yu Xiaona's affection for a long time, when she said it herself, it still made him feel waves within him. I've dreamed several times about living that kind of settled life. Raise flowers, grow grass, listen to music, make porridge for you, and make the house cozy for you. Just like the song Birch Forest sings, even if you die in battle for your country at a young age and I have gray hairs, I'm still willing to wait for you and finally be buried together in that birch forest. Lu Chengfeng lit a cigarette and said faintly, you should have been honest with me earlier. Yu Xiaona shook her head ruefully. The day you cut my hair, I was actually confessing my love to you, but you slapped me. You're too icy, always treating me as a tool to pass on false information. From that slap, I knew I wasn't destined to fit into your life, destined to remain adrift. Lu Chengfeng shook his head painfully. So you know everything. It's just that you're purposely passing on information for me. Yu Xiaona, stop it. I'm going crazy with guilt. Just hear me out. Yu Xiaona looked up at the white pigeons flying past the iron window and wiped the teardrops from her face. I can't find where I belong and I don't want to keep drifting. So let's just stab. Killing Shuji would be a consolation to my mother's soul in heaven. And being killed would be the end of this wandering life. This is my story. Both my story and both of our stories. Speaking here, Yu Xiaona turned her clear and stunning eyes to look at Lu Chengfeng, tears streaming down my face. In that instant, Lu Chengfeng only felt like his heart had been slammed. Her mind really is as delicate as clear spring water. Lu Chengfeng trembled as he once again pulled out a cigarette and lit it again. Yu Xiaona guffawed ruefully. Actually, I shouldn't have made a fool of myself. We are after all in different camps and can't go together at all. And I'm quite content now. At least I had it once, especially that scene when you saved me in the morning. That was the romance of smoke and mirrors. The romance of life and death. The most beautiful romance in the world. Little wind, the only regret is not able to die in your arms. Otherwise that will be the most perfect curtain call of my life. Yu Xiaona emotions are getting more and more excited. Said here, feelings like a floodgate opening general simply cannot be suppressed. A poignant and moving cry. The deep emotion of life and death parting overflowed the entire detention room. This is the most romantic love under the beacon. Right? Lu Chengfeng only felt as if there was a blockage in his throat, and his heart was filled with guilt and pain. Whether you're working as a special agent or undercover, the last thing you want to do is get emotionally tied up and tied down. But in the face of such a watery and gentle beauty, as long as it is not a stone heart, cannot not move. Lu Chengfeng leaned against the wall, holding a cigarette, looking out the window in solitude. In fact, I decided to keep you by my side a long time ago. Between us, if we are frank and honest earlier, why do we have to get to such awe now? Masks, ridiculous masks. The world is accustomed to living with a mask on, not realizing that taking it off is the easiest way to live. Now, we've all taken it off, but it's too late. Lu Chengfeng shook his head in pain and could only use cigarettes to ease the pain in his heart. Yu Xiaona said, I haven't taken it off yet. Lu Chengfeng said heartily, fool, what crazy talk. I've taken it off. You still want to wear it? Yu Xiaona, so I'll take off my mask now and tell you another story. Do you want to hear it? Want. All your stories people want to hear. So I really say? Come on. I have a security meeting later on. Yuxiana wiped her tears and sat up straight, regaining her usual coldness, and said with a straight face, I'm pregnant with your child and I've decided to have him. Just to be clear here, I'm not consulting with you, just informing. Put. Lu Chengfeng, who was leaning against the wall and was smoking, coughed violently, almost coughed to death. The head was thunderstruck. Pupils are tripled in size. Hair almost stood up. It's over. Lu Chengfeng turned around and ruthlessly snuffed out his cigarette, instantly not knowing how to face it. After a long time, Lu Chengfeng suddenly turned around. Bend over, cock your head and stare. Stretching out her index finger, she pointed at Yuxiana's face and threatened. You're blackmailing me, aren't you? Believe it or not, my little brother will chop you to death. Chapter 72, I'm going to be a father? Just those minions of yours aren't enough for me to cut down alone. Yuxiana wasn't even afraid of death. How could she be afraid of Lu Chengfeng's intimidation? Yuxiana's beautiful eyes looked calmly at Lu Chengfeng. I didn't blackmail you. The Secret Service discovered it when they gave me a pre-interrogation medical checkup, out of humanitarianism, so no decision has been made to carry out an interrogation on me for the time being. And don't mind me, I'm not dirty. At that time, when the CIA sent me to Sang Shua, that old fox Sang Shua immediately sensed that I might be a commercial spy, and treated me with respect, and quickly gave me to that dirtbag Chen Tao. Where has that old peasant Chen Tao ever seen a woman of my stature, offering me up as if I were a bodhisattva? I don't even give him a chance to touch me. Who's all like you? With dates or without dates, get that pole out first. This child is definitely yours. If you don't believe me, we can do a DNA test in the future. Lu Chengfeng straightened up in despair and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. Am I really going to be a father? Do I, Lu Xingfeng, have to change the baby's diapers and feed it milk powder every day? What do my little brothers think? This will never work. Lu Chengfeng hurriedly organized his language to sort out his thoughts and began to persuade Yuxiana. Let's abort the baby first. After all, there's no name for it now. When we get a license we'll have a whole bunch of. Don't fool me. You're not going to get a license from me. I'm not going to ask you for a name either. No matter how many women you have I won't ask. I've lived through it. Ahem. I didn't mean it like that. I mostly meant that we're still young. I'm only 19. Exactly dash. I'm 25. It's the perfect age to have a baby and I don't want to miss out. Age is only one thing. We haven't even started our careers yet. We haven't even got the milk money yet. It's okay. My mother at least used to be the Cotton King's princess. She left me $1 billion inheritance overseas. I can support my child without you having to shell out a dime for formula. Oh yeah, besides hacking, your salary is only a few $100s a month, right? I'll pack a big red packet for you then. Thank you for letting me realize my wish of becoming a mother. Look. It's vulgar to talk about money, isn't it? Mainly because I'm doing knife-edge work every day, and the baby will be born at risk dash. Don't worry with me. The two top special agents of your Secret Service are no match for me when they join forces. Other than you, there's really nothing in this world that can hurt me and the child. I don't agree at all. I strongly disagree. This child must be aborted. I don't want to be a father. Lu Chengfeng directly ripped off his forced face and growled. Yuxiana's clear and beautiful eyes calmly looked at Lu Chengfeng, not angry, and said in a graceful manner, either you kill me or I must be born. Although Yuxiana was down and out in the jungle, she was at least born into a big family and had a bit of stubbornness. Damn, I'm not talking to you. Think it over. Lu Chengfeng huffed and puffed and returned to conference room 2, picking up a bottle of mineral water and slamming it. Song Songrong stretched his head and said, doesn't look like he's in a good mood. Ha! Lu Chengfeng didn't have the good sense to say. Being blackmailed? Song Songrong was curious. Someone dares to blackmail even a triad boss? Which gang? The San Wen gang? The Mafia? The Triads? Lu Chengfeng, get lost. Long Ning knocked on the table. There are less than 2 hours before the next security. Lu Chengfeng, is your body still able to continue the mission? Can. But is it still necessary to perform it? What do you mean? Instructor Lang, that sniper position at the State Trade Center building is incredibly important for the protection of Princess Shuji. You must have arranged for a sniper team to squat, right? Aha. Then why is it occupied by the enemy in a dignified manner? Why was the enemy able to retreat gracefully? I don't believe this is accidental negligence. That only means you have a mole in your Secret Service. That's the way it's always been with your Secret Service. If you want to keep Princess Shuji from dying this afternoon, then do as I suggest. Implement option AB. Option A is the one known within the system and option B is the remedial option known only to you. Otherwise, if Suki had 100 lives, they wouldn't be enough to die. The water in this part of Nanjiang is too deep. Even Yashiana has learned to blackmail people. Are there any good people left? Lu Chungfeng finished what was on his mind in one breath. Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin both felt that Lu Chungfeng had a good point. However, Condensation's beautiful eyes quietly looked at Lu Chungfeng and asked, how could a police cadet who only attended the police academy for 10 days know so many specialized issues? Lu Chungfeng stroked his chin. Because of the matter of Yu Xiaona's pregnancy, she got herself emotional. No way, no way. A good undercover agent must always maintain excellent emotional control. I learned it at the internet cafe. Instructor Lang, your wound is still bleeding. Can you still take on the next job? It hurts me to watch you. Lu Chungfeng hurriedly changed the topic. While this was going on, the Secret Service's psychological warfare expert knocked on the door and walked in. Instructor Lang, there's a situation I need to inform you about. We have found through observation that we suspect Princess Suki may have developed Stockholm Syndrome tendencies as a result of a series of fortuitous events. In the morning, I hope this information is helpful to you. What? Lang Ning's pretty face revealed great joy. This time, escorting Princess Shuji, Condensation has two tasks. The first is of course to guard Suki's absolute safety. The second is to try to send the best-looking male Secret Service agents to wait for the opportunity to stick it to Suki. Because of the series of assassinations in the morning, Condensation has been burnt out, thinking that to be able to guarantee Shuji's absolute safety during the summer period is already burning high incense. For the second mission, Condensation was ready to give up completely. Now that we've heard that Princess Suki has developed Stockholm Syndrome, the morale of Condensation is completely up. The so-called Stockholm Syndrome is a phenomenon in which a hostage is taken by a kidnapper and the hostage takes a ghostly liking to the kidnapper. Especially after hostages are treated badly, they develop a special positive emotion towards their captors, such as dependence, trust, and sympathy. This positive psychological manifestation of the hostage will be even more pronounced if the kidnapper extends some more small favors to the hostage. Rich women falling in love with their bodyguards and celebrities falling in love with their assistants fall into the psychological category of Stockholm Syndrome. This morning, Lu Chengfeng first pointed a gun at Shuji's head, which was equivalent to a kidnapper coercing a hostage, causing unprecedented psychological pressure on the hostage. But less than a minute apart, Lu Chengfeng used his own flesh and blood to save Shuji's life, exporting a great favor to the hostage. Totally fits the conditions for Stockholm Syndrome to occur, and the emotions were more intense. Lang Ning said in surprise, Lu Chengfeng, you are truly a blessing. You have the potential to gain Princess Shuji's favor. Chapter 73, Are you the famous Lu Xingfeng? Lang Ning happily grabbed Lu Chengfeng's hand and looked at him with anticipation. In fact, Lu Chengfeng came down from the ambulance and walked into the Nanjiang Hotel to meet with Princess Shuji the moment. He had already noticed that Shuji produced Stockholm Syndrome tendency, combined with the fact that he had 20 more years of past life experience than normal. He should have little problem taking her down by going along for the ride. The biggest problem Lu Chengfeng was worried about was, what if I'm ing sent to make peace? Dying. Is the Cotton States a place for people? Lu Chengfeng shrunk his head. Their family ancestry will blackmail people. I don't care about her favor. What an attitude you have. This is a political mission. While this was going on, two black-suited staff members knocked on the door and walked in. Zhou Hanlin, you don't have to take on the next personal guard duty. Come with us and undergo an internal review. Zhou Hanlin looked confused. Why? Lang Ning seemed to have anticipated this and said, go, clear your mind and come back early. Zhou Hanlin scratched his head, confused, and followed internal affairs outside. Wait, Lu Chengfeng shouted. Zhou Hanlin turned his head. Endure the pain and hold back your tears. Wait for me to save you. Lu Chengfeng looked at this one of his best brothers from his previous life. Oh, Zhou Hanlin blankly followed the men from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. At that moment, Officer 2's secretary pushed the door and walked in. Instructor Lang, Officer 2's helicopter has landed, and he wants to see all the members of the personal escort group immediately. Lang Ning said, Lu Chengfeng, Song Songrong, come with me to interview the officer. I'm not going. Lu Chengfeng scrunched his head. Why? Your Secret Service has been infiltrated into a sieve. What if you sell me out? Those gangsters in Nanjiang could hack me alive. I have to continue my undercover mission tomorrow after security is over. Asshole. How can you doubt our number 2 officer? Move. Lu Chengfeng had no choice but to follow Condensation to the officer's suite. In the suite, Chief Tu and Titus Enchantress sat side by side, while the secretary sat a short distance away taking notes. The ballistic survey expert is reporting on the results of the on-site survey. Single sniper position. No fingerprints were left at the scene, and no specimens were left that could be monitored for DNA. M82A2 sniper rifle, 12.7 by 99 mm NATO caliber ammunition. 3 shots at 1000. 1001.2 and 920 meters. Cold tube fire. Wind deflection 6.0. The recoil of the Barrett is very large and difficult to control. And under the prevailing wind speed and shooting conditions, it's a miracle that the other side fired 3 shots in a row within 1.3 seconds, hitting the gun accurately. Moreover, this Barrett is a 1.5 generation improved model, with a body of 12 kilograms, making it bulky to operate. Her last shot instantly adjusted the angle by 70 degrees, then dumped and sniped 920 meters, sniping away the sniping position of the condensation instructor from a long distance. The precision and speed taken was simply breathtaking. To be honest, Princess Shuji's ability to stay alive this time is simply an unrepeatable miracle. Fortunately, this strongest spear has met our strongest shield. Great fortune. Ballistic survey experts still have a soft spot in their hearts for that battle at Xinglong Hadong. Number 2 and Empyrean Master looked at each other, and their eyes also showed great shock. At that moment, Condensation knocked on the door with Song Tsongrong and Lu Changfeng and respectfully walked in. Number 2 said to the ballistics surveyor, "You go ahead and get out." Yes. The ballistics expert left the conference room and closed the door. "Hello, 2 officers." Lang Ning greeted these 2 giants of the domestic security world. Officer 2 looked to Condensation and the 2 personal guards. Officer 2 knew that the personal escort group was made up of 3 members, and now Condensation had only brought 2 in, so the other must have been sacrificed. Because Lu Changfeng was wearing makeup, the Imperial Envoy didn't recognize him, and also thought he had sacrificed himself, so it was quite difficult in his heart. "How's the wound on your body? Can you still hold on?" Number 2 affectionately looked at the bloodstains on Lang Ning and Lu Changfeng and asked with concern. "No problem." Although Lang Ning's face was pale due to blood loss, her will to fight was extremely tenacious. "For the fallen special agents, do a good job with the aftermath. Get more policies for the families if you can. They're all unsung heroes," the second officer said. The logistics department has been notified to arrange it." Lang Ning assumed that number 2 was talking about his own sniper watcher. Officer 2 asked Condensation, "Any information on that sniper?" Lang Ning shook her head. "No." For a moment against the sniper. "I only vaguely saw that she was a young woman. Duck-tailed hat, ponytail, her face value should be very high. From all the information we have so far, such a character has never appeared. Initial suspicion is that it's the enemy's hidden ace, performing only the most important assassination missions." Officer 2 sighed. "Will the other side stop there after their failed assassination in the morning? I am apprehensive about the afternoon and evening schedule." Condensation. "What do you envision?" Lang Ning said. "One is to strictly control the number of people attending the next event, and the second is to further strengthen the security clearance. The third, can only trust Lu Changfeng's personal guard unconditionally. I think he's the strongest in both the domestic escort field and internationally." Number 2 wondered. "Lu Changfeng? You're talking about the special agent the police transferred? Didn't he sacrifice himself?" Lang Ning, "Not dead. Bad guys live 1,000 years. Here, he's standing right in front of you." Lang Ning pointed at Lu Changfeng. "What?" Both number 2 and Empyrean Master were shocked as they looked at the bruised Lu Changfeng. "You're the famous Lu Changfeng?" "Report, sir." "I am not. I am Lu Haikong." Lu Haikong said sheepishly. Chief 2's deep eyes looked at him silently. "Despite the makeup, you can still see that the face is superb. Why did Lang Ning say he was bad? He looks so clean-cut, so pure, so kind. The bottom line is, people are only 19 years old." Surprisingly, he was able to defend himself against the world's ultra-top sniper Barrett's 2 consecutive sniping kills. What kind of guarding ability is this? If the Secret Service can recruit him, it will greatly enhance the Secret Service System's ability to escort VIPs, as well as the ability to assassinate people on foreign missions. Of course, surprise aside, number 2 knew that the police would not let go of such a talented person so easily. After a brief moment of thought, number 2 turned his head to the Titus Enchantress. "Old Chu, you see, the problem with Mia Global is both a major criminal offense under your police jurisdiction and an intelligence problem under our Secret Service jurisdiction. I have a proposal. I would like to recruit Lu Changfeng to the Secret Service, so that he can have a dual identity, an identity attached to your police, trainee constable Lu Changfeng. One identity is Secret Service Headquarters Special Agent, land, sea and air. In that case, both of our families can mobilize resources to support him in going undercover. What do you think?" Chapter 74, Does the Leader Smoke? Taito Enshu laughed. "You are a senior expert in this line of work, and I certainly support the decisions you make." Number 2 happily said. "Okay, that's settled then." It was at this moment that Lu Changfeng said politely, "Sir, I'm just a police cadet who has attended the police academy for 10 days. Limited ability. Not qualified enough to join the Secret Service. When tomorrow is over, I'd better go back to my ride along as an undercover honestly. I appreciate the leader's thoughts. I am not worthy of my virtue. Thank you. What? Everyone looked at Lu Chengfeng. The Secret Service is so holy and great that countless people are trying to get in. How dare you reject number 2 outright? Officer number 2's eyes became majestic. Lu Chengfeng, do you realize what you're saying? Sir, I certainly do. Sir, you see the wounds on me. Lu Chengfeng pointed to the injuries on his face, arms, and back. I would have been undercover in the low-end bureau. Oil and water fishing is not raised white. Look at it now. Just half a day of Secret Service duty, and you've made yourself look like a ghost. The Secret Service is too dangerous. There are only 2 lives. Once, I just want to live well in the lower end of the bureau. Officer number 2 said. You're only 19 years old. You should be doing more on a higher and broader stage. Was Zaiwei had already broken the Huns at your age. How can you be so negative? Lu Chengfeng smiled apologetically. People have their own aspirations. Thank you, sir, for your favor. However, number 2's originally svelte eyes instantly became majestic. I'm not asking for your opinion now that I've made up my mind. Understand? Number 2 stared into Lu Chengfeng's eyes and said in a deep voice. The modest smile on Lu Chengfeng's face stiffened. What kind of attitude is that? Are you going to force me to join the Secret Service? Don't get it. The smile on Lu Chengfeng's face completely disappeared as he looked straight at number 2. The atmosphere in the suite became unfriendly. Then I'll make you understand. What will you do in the future without our Secret Service to help you clear your name after all the things you did during your undercover period in Nanjiang? Swallow a yellow peanut? Lu Chengfeng, who number 2 was looking at with cold eyes. Temperatures are plummeting. Lu Chengfeng was a bit stunned. If I didn't understand, you're threatening me? Lu Chengfeng's eyes had begun to grow cold. If you must interpret it that way, that's fine with me. Number 2's eyes were also cold. Temperatures dropped to freezing. Ha 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 ha. He threatened me. He actually threatened me? Lu Xingfeng, it's a big deal to be an official, isn't it? Lu Chengfeng turned in place and touched his cerebral head, his gangly appearance completely revealed. Then he stuck out his finger and started flipping out. Good. Then I'll make you understand too. First of all, I'm damned if that's self-defense. And Article 20 of the Penal Code clearly states that. Secondly, if you want to feed me peanuts, you still have to see if I want to eat them. If I don't want to eat it, your peanuts will only rust. At the end of the day, all the special agents in this building combined may not be enough for me. Have I expressed myself clearly? Is it clear? Can I be understood? Lang Ning and Song Tsongrong were directly stunned. What's the character in number 2? He's the one who has the absolute power of life and death. How dare you? If you don't even hold up the wall, I'll serve you. Lu Xingfeng. Lang Ning was almost furious and kicked Lu Chengfeng in the leg. Lu Chengfeng, do you know what rank of officer you're facing? I think you're mad as hell. Lu Chengfeng growled. You've been my sister-in-law for so many days before you realize I'm crazy. I'll tell you. I, Lu Chengfeng, have a beginning and an end to my work. Since I promised to escort Princess Shuji, then I will definitely escort her until the end of tomorrow. I'll block no matter how many waves of assassinations come. Even if I die, I'll die in front of the princess. But what I, Lu Chengfeng, don't want to do, it's useless for anyone to force me. Lu Chengfeng, is that the best you can do? Number 2 roars. It was then that number 2 realized that underneath the boy's clean and pure exterior was the soul of a rebel. Anti-bone boy. Lu Chengfeng looked at number 2 with cold eyes and said in a cold voice. Realization? It's easy for you guys to say that when you're high up in the temple. Do you know the suffering of an undercover agent? Go easy on them and they get chopped up. Hit hard. And you guys talk about the law and feeding peanuts. You have to sleep at night with your eyes open for fear you won't see the sun in the morning. And always be on guard against the upline selling themselves. Don't you guys know there's a mole in the Secret Service? Did you guys look into it seriously? That observer of Instructor Lang's in the morning was ostensibly killed by an enemy sniper's rifle. Do you dare to say that it wasn't actually an indirect death at the hands of one of our own? Let me tell you, I, Lu Chengfeng, am not afraid of death. I am afraid of seeing my comrades die, especially an unexplained death. Because of the thought of all the bad experiences in his past life, Lu Chengfeng's emotions were particularly agitated and his eyes became red. Empyrean Master said, Little Wind, since you call me Master Gong, then listen to my advice. Lu Chengfeng said in a cold voice, Master Gong, this is a matter of principle. I, Lu Chengfeng, will never join the Secret Service that is full of holes. Number 2 sneered. Lu Chengfeng, don't be too crazy. You think we can't pin you down anymore, right? Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed up to the sky. Sir, you probably don't know me yet. Although I, Lu Chengfeng, am only a school police officer without a position. The last thing I lack is a clear and proud spirit. The mighty cannot yield. Never in my life will I bow down to the powerful. Bye. Lu Chengfeng let out a sardonic laugh and turned around arrogantly, ready to walk out of the small conference room. Officer number 2 said slowly, well, what's strong and twisted isn't sweet. Oh yeah, 5 minutes ago, the cotton countryside has officially submitted a request to us to repatriate Yuxiana. Lao Chu, your side is responsible for sending police officers to assist in the repatriation? Taido Enshu smiled and said, carrying a pregnancy nah. Hand it over there and you'll have to be locked up in a water prison to be abused every day. Can you see? If you can consider giving Yuxiana a Xia citizenship so that she can settle in Xia from now on, consider it for the sake of the baby in your belly. Officer 2 wondered. I'm afraid that's not quite right. Is it? We have an extradition agreement with the cotton side, and if you refuse to repatriate, you won't have a good relationship with Princess Suki. I'd suggest going through the process as prescribed. Enchanter, well then. IING. At the door, the sardonic smile on Lu Chengfeng's face instantly stiffened. The right foot that stepped out of the door hovered in midair. This. MMP. Scalp has a way of blowing up. Wasn't that a little too much of a pussy just now? After a long time, Lu Chengfeng retracted his leg and re-entered the conference room. Does the leader smoke? Lu Chengfeng pulled out a pack of Huazi. Chapter 75. Don't smoke. Quit. Officer number 2 shook his head lightly and looked at Lu Chengfeng. Ha! You see, the leader is the leader. Not only the business ability is strong, but also focus on maintenance. Really a good example for us to learn. Lu Chengfeng lit a cigarette for himself and smoked it. Ever since he had entered the vision of the Secret Service, Lu Chengfeng had actually known that he would eventually not be able to jump through the wheel of fate. The reason is simple, he is not a criminal, and his love for his country is engraved deep in his genes. Yuxiana is Suki's political enemy, threatening her heirship, and Suki must be eliminated. And since Xia is now begging Shuji, it's only natural to repatriate Yuxiana and send a favor to Shuji. Now, number 2 has surrendered his bottom card. It's definitely sincere to have a conversation about something so significant. Lu Chengfeng is no longer borrowing the slope to go down the donkey. It's just that. Just got the tone up a little too high. It's too embarrassing to drop straight down on your own this delicate and awkward moment. Need a bystander to make a round as a lubricant. Give yourself a step Do you guys smoke? Lu Chengfeng smiled sarcastically and looked at the others. However, others were quiet, although Song Songrong was firmly on Lu Chengfeng's side. Unfortunately, this bird's emotional intelligence is too low to realize this kind of subtlety, like pestle and mortar to see the fun. Lang Ning and Empyrean teacher both had high emotional intelligence, and they were willing to give Lu Chengfeng a leg up, but they needed to sharpen the edges of this berserker and didn't want to round him up just yet. The secretary is only responsible for rustling up the minutes and has no say in the matter. Number 2. Not to mention, the king bomb is played. Of course, to force Lu Chengfeng to fold and admit defeat. As a result, everyone on the scene was silently looking at Lu Chengfeng. So embarrassing. Lu Chengfeng picked up a mineral water bottle and drank some water to ease the embarrassment. Farmer's bounty is a little sweet. Ride the wind and force your face to hurt a little. After pestling Lu Chengfeng for a full half-minute, number 2 then spoke. Can we talk calmly now? Aha, can. But I'm afraid the deal's falling apart. You're such a bottom line dash. The situation is stronger than the people, and the level of the bottom line has always been adjustable at will. Oh, but you don't want to bow down to power. Ahem. That depends on how much power there is. Lu Chengfeng extinguished his cigarette. Leader, let's be direct. I joined the Secret Service and accept Secret Service dispatches and assignments. It's now 21 hours until Princess Suki leaves the realm, and I'm trying to finish sticking it to her. The escort mission ends tomorrow, and I'll continue to go undercover to infiltrate Mia Global and eradicate their criminal organization and intelligence network once and for all. Through and through? Number 2 smiled. Why would you have your face snapped if you were through early? In a short while, Lu Chengfeng possessed a new ID card and became an official member of the Secret Service, classified as Level 5 Secret Service, the lowest level. Number 2 said, from now on, Lu Haikong is your Secret Service identity. Within the Secret Service, that identity is public, but if you go out on an undercover operation, then it goes underground and requires you to take a code name. Now you think of a code name to identify it. Lu Chengfeng thought for a moment. Dog left. Everyone looked at Lu Chengfeng. Indecent. Number 2 said with dissatisfaction. At least you're a special agent of our Secret Service. How can you take this kind of code name? Lu Chengfeng said. Undercover agents are all about 9 deaths and taking a pariah for good sustenance. That's all I ask. I don't care. Number 2 thought about it and said, okay, I won't make it difficult for you. Just use this code name. From now on, the codename Doggy is classified as top secret. There are a total of 5 people in this room. Me, Elder Chu, Condensation, Lu Chengfeng, Song Tsongrong, and Secretary Chen. If Lu Chengfeng is exposed in the future, it will be traced backwards from a few of us. Okay leader, can you release Yu Xiana now? Lu Chengfeng finally got to the point. Number 2 looked at him and said, can't release it. Lu Chengfeng's eyes showed a cold light. Number 2 said lightly, all I can do is promise not to hand her over to the Cotton Fong for a while. But what if you get out of control one day? Or what if you want to flip me off the table again? Do I have to have cards in my hand? Oh, I forgot to tell you. I also came from undercover work when I was young. Oh, no wonder the means deja vu. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Sir, the next card. You see how I play it. On the way back to conference room 2. Asterisk. The old saying is true. There's a knife at the end of the colorful word. If Yu Xiana hadn't won the bid, how could my pussy face be beaten like this today? Lu Chengfeng cursed with a cigarette in his mouth. Song Tsongrong followed closely behind him. Brother Feng. Call brother heir. My identity in the Secret Service is Lu Haikong. Don't get on the horse and blindly scream and expose me to the whole thing. Aha, heir. I've been transferred to the Secret Service as well. From now on, we're officially co-workers. And I'm really happy. Song Tsongrong's big eyes looked at Lu Chengfeng sincerely. After experiencing those events in the morning, Song Tsongrong was completely conquered by Lu Chengfeng's fighting strength and charisma, and became his loyal little fan. Brothers, don't just be happy. Go burn more incense sometime and hope that we don't get killed by our own people. Lu Chengfeng put his arm around Song Tsongrong's shoulder with a gangly look. It can't be, can it? Song Tsongrong blinked his big eyes. Ha, be able to. I'll show you the dark side of this society this afternoon. Help yourself brother DEI. Boom. Lang Ning slapped Lu Chengfeng on the head. Can you be a little less negative? 1400 hours PM. There are 20 hours left until the end of the escort. Nanjiang Normal University Gymnasium. According to the itinerary, Cotton's Kumite Masters are going to have a friendly match with Xia's Kumite Masters. Lu Chengfeng and Song Tsongrong, as personal guards, accompanied Princess Shuji out of the car at the entrance of the stadium. And Okada, Princess Suki's chief of guards, stepped out of another car wearing a tracksuit. As soon as Lu Chengfeng and Okada saw each other, their eyes became sinister. Both sides had already left a very bad impression on each other with that morning confrontation with guns drawn. And Okada had noticed since noon that Princess Shuji's eyes would drift towards Lu Chengfeng intentionally or unintentionally. So his impression of Lu Chengfeng was worse on top of being 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 worse off. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a public place, the two men would have hated to want to draw their guns and shoot each other in a fight. He, 2A. Lu Xinfeng escorted Suki into the gym after secretly making a provocative gesture to Okada. Because of the stabbing incident in the morning, the number of participants in the afternoon, which was originally scheduled to be 1500, was directly reduced to 200. The 200 division students' dog eyes were lit up when they saw the dignitary's personal guards. Long and lanky, black suit, black tie, sunglasses, gun at his waist, wireless headset in his ear. It's exactly the same aura as in the movie. Even more handsome. Oh my god. How depressing. Dudes are turning into the state. I can't help it. I'd love to put that guard to sleep. I want to be a little for him. Lu Chengfeng and the others simply ignored the hundreds of adoring gazes on the scene. Their eyes as sharp as eagles as they stared at everyone in their area of jurisdiction. However, if anyone showed the slightest sign of dissent or misbehavior, they would immediately restrain them or use their bodies to block the fatal attacks launched against Princess Shuji. After Princess Shuji and the other officials took their seats, Lu Chengfeng stood 5 meters away behind them, his hand inserted in his left waist, staring closely at every move on the scene. The host said, in order to celebrate the return of Princess Shuji of the Cotton Kingdom to her hometown to pay homage to her ancestors, and to promote cultural exchanges between the two countries of Xia and Cotton, a combat tournament is specially held here tonight. First up is Mr. Okada of the Cotton State's Royal Guard. Xia Feng appeared with Miao Lei from the Physical Education College of Nanjing Teachers University, who had won the National Wushu Championship. A round of applause for the two of you on stage. At the scene, there was loud applause. Okada and Miao Lei then made their entrance. The referee calls the duo together. No blows to the back of the head, neck, or crotch. Points can be scored for hits to the head, torso, thighs, and calves. The fight will be 5 rounds of 2 minutes each. Are both sides ready? There. Begin. As the referee barks out a command, Miao Lei delivers a handsome airborne back swing kick to Okada. Lu Chengfeng looked at this scene and turned his face away in embarrassment. You hit the head of the Royal Guard Bureau with such a flashy trick? You're looking for death, aren't you? As expected, Okada coldly smiled. instantly a right side body, followed by lifting up the left iron elbow to slam on Miao Lei's thigh, synchronized with a big right hand swinging fist fast as lightning to Miao Lei's head. Boom! Miao Lei fell heavily to the ground, fainted on the spot. KO. The whole room was in an uproar. Miao Lei is our national martial arts champion. He was just seconded like that? Dizzy. However, the next scene shocked everyone. Okada went so far as to spit towards the unconscious Miao Lei, then said contemptuously, "What a martial arts champion. Flashy." Chapter 76, The Suit Thugs Are Coming. Lu Chengfeng's pupils instantly dilated. Little pussy whipped Okada. Who gave him the courage to be so wild? Lu Chengfeng asked Song Songrong at the side in a low voice. This is not scientific. A lot of people in Cotton Country have summer blood and still have a lot of respect for summer. Why is this Okada so hostile? Did we throw his kid in the well? Song Songrong whispered. You've joined the escort group for a short period of time. You didn't participate in the previous intelligence meeting. There are some situations you don't know about. Okada's grandparents were war criminals, and his father stayed behind in Cottonland after the defeat that year, and had him in Cottonland afterward. Although a citizen of the Cotton States, the Bones. You know. I see. No wonder I always felt that his name was like a ghost. Damn it. Lu Chengfeng nodded. At this moment, the face of Xiafan's representative was incomparably ugly. It's just a friendly game in itself, and it doesn't matter if you win or lose. But how can you stand being spit on in public? Okada's spit was not only on Miao Lei's body, but also on the faces of everyone at the scene. Officer Xiafan looked to the chief instructor of the Secret Service. Condensation. Lang Ning would understand and glanced towards his senior apprentice, first-class guard Choi Young-jae, signaling him to come down and teach Okada how to behave. Choi Young-jae nodded and came out onto the field. Secret Service Special Agent, Choi Young-jae, to Mr. Okada. Okada looked at his opponent's figure and knew that his opponent was definitely a superb Aoki expert. So naturally he didn't dare to be careless. Please. Both sides immediately attacked in the ring. Two professional killing machines that don't use any flashy moves, and with their strong speed, power and resistance to blows, they punch and thrill. Lu Chengfeng watched quietly. He realizes that Choi Young-jae's fighting ability is actually not inferior to Okada's, but Choi Young-jae fought in a more civilized manner, leaving room for maneuver. Even if they attacked each other's vitals, they were only point blank, not daring to hit them really hard for fear of killing or seriously injuring them. But Okada's fights are just stepping all over the place. Each blow attacked towards Choi Young-jae's vitals. With all my might. There was no consideration of what the consequences would be. This type of fight makes Choi Young-jae just passive. Sure enough, after 10 minutes of fighting, both sides lost a little bit of fitness and found a break in each other. Choi lands a leg kick straight into the small of Okada's back, and Okada connects with a straight punch to Choi Young-jae's throat. Ka-chow. Choi Young-jae instantly fell to the ground covering his throat, spitting blood violently. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been practicing hard qigong during his time in the Special Forces Brigade, he would have lost his life. Okada raised his hands grimly in the air and signaled to the crowd that he had won. Your Xia Kingdom is known as the home of martial arts. But I think it's nothing more than that. All of them are flashy but not real. Okada said this while surprisingly lifting his foot to step over the head of the fallen Choi Young-jae. This insulting gesture directly caused the whole room to riot. A girl from the physical education department directly stood up, red-eyed and defiantly shouted, "It's not that we can't beat you. We're all about etiquette. And what's there to brag about when you win when your beating hair isn't the least bit ceremonial?" Okada laughed harshly and pointed at the girl. I admit, I hit a little more aggressively, but that's just the kind of gene that runs in my blood. Efficient. Quick victory. No holds barred in order to achieve your goals. Fighting and war are the same. Defeating the opponent depends on strength. My grandfather used to be a soldier, and back then they attacked the Xia territory all the way through, relying on strong strength, not false etiquette. Is it useful to talk about manners when your men are wailing at the point of the bayonet and your women are crying out underneath their fellow grandfathers? What? How dare this shameless rip our scars from back in the day in public? Everyone at the scene couldn't believe their ears. That girl from the physical education department stood there, her body trembling violently, and immediately afterward, she cried out in aggravation. It's a shame. It was at this moment that a sinister voice rang out. I'll fight you. Win or lose, regardless of etiquette. Lu Chengfeng lightly bit his lips, and a malicious look shot out from his eyes. Across the room, everyone followed the voice to look at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Haikong, don't forget you're on escort duty, Lang Ning hurriedly reminded. Then, Princess Shuji's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Chengfeng and said, let him fight. In the morning, Lu Chengfeng showed the most powerful guarding ability in front of Shuji, which shook Shuji to the core. At this moment, Suki especially wanted to see how strong the offense of such a top guard could be. Lu Chengfeng nodded gratefully to Shuji. Then he slowly removes his headset, draws his sidearm, takes off his suit and bulletproof undershirt, and sets them up one by one as he makes his way to the ring. The officials of Xia and Cotton, the hundreds of students on the scene, looked at Lu Chengfeng in unison. Black suit pants, black shoes, white shirt, black tie, sleeves slightly rolled. Handsome is really handsome. But, hasn't he lost a little weight? Can you beat the muscle-bound Okada? Everyone's palms were clenched in sweat. In full view of everyone, Lu Chengfeng easily leapt to the ring. Okada, suffer. Lu Chengfeng didn't bring any courtesy at all and rushed up to attack. A sinister sneer spread across Okada's mouth. A straight punch was as fast as lightning and attacked Lu Chengfeng. Then, Lu Chengfeng made a fierce leap, and directly came up with an overhead 5 consecutive kicks in the air. There was a gasp of surprise. 5 consecutive kicks in the air. I can't believe someone can do 5 consecutive kicks in the air. Little dummy's 4 consecutive kicks in the air are already amazing. He's surprisingly better than the little newt. It's a proper suit thug image. Princess Shuji stood up directly from her seat due to her excessive shock and looked at Lu Chengfeng on the stage with unblinking eyes. Boom, boom. Hands are 2 doors. It's all about the feet that hit people. Dummy Junior's quadruple kicks were cool, but they didn't have a lot of force, and the last 2 kicks were noticeably downward and not very intimidating. Not so with Lu Chengfeng. Not only is it more of a kick than Little Dummy, but the force and speed are pugnacious to the point of flying. A kick will either seriously injure or kill you. Okada dared not be careless and fought to dodge and block. But still, Lu Xingfeng landed a couple of kicks to the body. Boom! Okada dropped straight to his feet. 4 ribs were broken on the spot. All the organs hurt. Okada, if you admit defeat now, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. Our nation will not apologize. For the sake of face, Okada still took advantage of the moment Lu Chengfeng's legs hit the ground to attack. However, this is the real climax. Only to see Lu Chengfeng's left leg as the center axis. His right leg directly a powerful and fast as lightning high lifting leg downward chop, ruthlessly smashed on Okada's head. Boo! Okada to the ground again, too dizzy to stand up. What killed him was that at that moment, Lu Chengfeng's foot was still resting on Okada's neck. Lu Chengfeng looked at Okada at his feet, and the corners of his mouth flared up with a hint of unprecedented viciousness. Ka-chow. Lu Chengfeng twisted hard. Okada was instantly gassed. He, 2A. Chapter 77, Saving the Beauty Lu Sweki. Quiet. The room was quiet to a fault. The special agents involved in escorting the scene looked at Lu Chengfeng as if they were looking at a ghost. They had thought that Lu Chengfeng was only good at guarding, but they hadn't expected his attacks to be fierce to this extent. Where did this new guy, Lu Haikong, get recruited from? Definitely the first of the suit thugs. The hundreds of hot-blooded teachers and students of Nanjiang Normal University, looking at the domineering, mighty and ruthless Lu Chengfeng in the ring, only felt that their throats were blocked. What a minute ago. We almost got our faces smashed in by that little day. What a bloody scar to be torn. But, a minute later, now that's a master of the inner circle who quietly guards the dignity of our nation. The girl from the sports department, standing crane-like in the audience, looked at Lu Chengfeng, covered her face and bawled with excitement. Lu Chengfeng stood quietly in the center of the ring, his chest heaving a little. The move to kill Okada was an important step in his sticking it to Suki. It's a great way to show off your superb fighting skills and destroy your love interest in the process. But this move comes with some risk. After all, Okada is Suki's fiancé, so if Suki flips the table, it's all over. It was at this moment that Lu Chengfeng felt a fiery gaze. Lu Chengfeng glanced upwards and realized that Princess Shuji was looking at herself in fascination, not even caring about the Okada at her feet. Phew, Lu Chengfeng sighed in relief. Stockholm Syndrome is such a good thing. This is basically going to be a done deal. Lu Chengfeng nodded his head very politely to Princess Shuji, then stood still and waved to the entire audience, chest heaving violently. Emotions still seemed to run high. Song Songrong, the little fanboy, was already on the verge of fainting from excitement. Not caring about the VIP code, he directly ran to the ring and hugged Lu Chengfeng. Brother, from today onwards, you are my only idol. Song Songrong, brother, this battle of yours directly slapped the faces of the Cotton Kingdom and the Japanese Kingdom. It's a great relief. Brother, why are you still so agitated? Is it because you have a hard time getting over it? Or do you feel that you haven't had enough? Song Songrong noticed that Lu Chengfeng's body was trembling slightly. Not. I trampled horseback wound tore open again. Pain. Lu multiplied wind painfully biting the trembling lips. You still in my back to make a hard picking and pulling. Ha? Sorry. Then hurry down and take care of it. Song Songrong hurriedly let go of Lu Chengfeng. Not. I can't go yet. Let me slow down. Can't go? What's wrong my brother? Hurt your leg too? No. Itama Morning Chrysanthemum had also suffered a little injury. Has been holding back. Just now seems to be too much force. Collapsed. Ah, this. Song Songrong hurriedly looked behind him, and sure enough, crimson blood was oozing from Lu Qingfeng's butt. It's really cracked. Actually, you don't need an overhead 5-company kick to beat Okada. You're pushing too hard, aren't you? Aha. It hurts. Then I'm not the one who has to pretend. Hey, handsome others a face. Bitter their own but blood. Like a great aunt. Come on. I'll help you. No. 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 Don't help me. I'll walk by myself. It's not good for people to see. Good. Lu Chengfeng endured the pain, his face light and breezy, and clamped his legs back behind Shuji. Long Ning, Xia Fang's representative, and everyone looked at Shuji, fearing that Shuji would explode into a thunderous rage. However, to everyone's surprise, Shuji's pretty face did not show great anger. Go back to the South River Hotel. Shuji gave Lu Chengfeng an expressionless look, then got up and left. Everyone could only hurry to follow. 1600 hours in the evening. There are 18 hours until the end of security. Princess Shuji stayed in her own suite after returning from Nanjiang Teachers University, so she didn't need Lu Chengfeng and Song Songrong to take on a personal escort. The various groups were meeting anxiously to study the various unfavorable consequences that might occur after Okada was killed and to study the corresponding crisis communication plans. After Lu Chengfeng took care of the chrysanthemum problem, he took Song Songrong out with his gun in his pocket. Taking advantage of this gap in time, he had to rescue this douchebag Zhou Hanlin. Zhou Hanlin is a teenage genius in science and technology. In his previous life, he had carried out countless 9-death missions with himself and had formed a life-and-death friendship. And Zhou Hanlin would also lead the way to the forefront of Xia's cyber intelligence technology and satellite communications technology. It's no exaggeration to say that in the future, he can be worth a division by himself. This is still a conservative estimate, but the guy's emotional intelligence is as low as the vast majority of tech guys. At the airport to meet the mouth of the words Xinglong Hudong Laochuan Hot Pot Thief Authentic, which laid the groundwork for his afternoon beatings. What's the Secret Service? All of them are human beings, wearing masks and being careful with their words, afraid of being caught with the wrong words, not to mention that the Ministry of Internal Affairs suspected him. If Lu Chengfeng wasn't familiar with him from his previous life, Lu Chengfeng would have to wonder if he had been turned by the enemy. It's a wonder you don't get half your life scrutinized. As the two were about to get in the car and head out, condensation stopped them. Lu Chengfeng, that girl from the Physical Education College of Nanjiang Normal University is clamoring to see you. Song Songrong was immediately on high alert. Could it be a killer? Lang Ning blankly glanced at Song Songrong. With a superior family background and excellent character, Lu Chengfeng's battle with Okada touched her. Standing across the Nanjiang Hotel yelling to meet the national hero. Goddamn national heroes. Let the police take it away. I have business to attend to. Lu Chengfeng put the checked sidearm on his waist and boarded the car ready to start it. Lang Ning stopped Lu Chengfeng. She was carrying 100 Clover Blight in her hand, saying that she would die if she couldn't see you, and even said that she would set herself on fire to express her heart. The police are also persuading, but it can't be towed away by force, can it? There are a lot of onlookers. The impact is very bad. You work hard for a while to deal with it. Okay, give me 5 minutes and I'll fix it. Great. Lang Ning looked at him appreciatively. Although this guy has a bit of a wild way of dealing with problems, he can always solve the troubles that others can't. Lu Chengfeng and Song Songrong drove their cars to the opposite side of the street from the Nanjiang Hotel and stopped in front of the female college student. A clean-cut face with a hint of shyness. Because of his long-time martial arts training, his body is straight and proud. The key is short hair. It's also weirdly good. When Lu Chengfeng and Song Songrong got out of the car and appeared in front of the girls, the college girls' beautiful eyes immediately lit up. The two suited and booted Danes are so handsome. What's your name? This student? Lu Chengfeng looked at the other party tenderly. My name is Lu Sweki, the college girl said coyly. Oh, that's a familiar name. It will be more famous in the future. What do you want from me? I want to join the Secret Service, follow you, protect my family, and fight for my country. There are strict criteria for recruitment to the Secret Service, so go back and study hard first. Good boy. No, I've already submitted my withdrawal application. Your great battle against Okada today has deeply inspired me. I want to be secretive and great like you, to serve my country like you. It is not easy for a person to find a belief that they can carry out unswervingly throughout their life. Today I've finally found it, and if I can't realize it, what's the point of living? The college girl shook the paraquat in her hand, her eyes really full of zeal for her country. Lu Chengfeng frowned. Are you from the martial arts department? Well, the main focus is on Tai Chi, martial arts routines, sword fighting, and stick fighting. Swordsmanship? Stick technique? Lu Chengfeng's peach blossom eyes lit up. Well, I've been learning since I was a kid, and I've won a lot of awards. And won a lot of awards? Awesome, awesome. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his hands. Look at it this way, is it okay? The West University town of the city is the territory of Ride the Wind and Waves Company. You go to the back streets of the college town and find someone named Backstreet Key and follow her. Just tell her you're a relative of Lu Chengfeng and she'll take you in. Put. On the side. Song Tsongrong coughed violently. Ha? Isn't Lu Chengfeng the 10 evil villains of the South River? Lu Sueki was a bit confused. Cough. It's like this. I have a bit of affinity with Lu Chengfeng. You go to his internship. If you chop people, no. If the internship performance is good, he will recommend you to me. Really? The Dane masters don't lie. Lu Sueki thought about it and said, but if I impersonate Lu Chengfeng's relative, won't Sister Backstreet Chi check it out? Lu Chengfeng laughed loudly. If Backstreet Sister Chi hears Lu Chengfeng's name, it can scare her out of her period. She doesn't dare to check the evidence. Don't worry about it. Aha! Lu Sueki clenched her small white fist. Then I'll go to the internship. I'll prove myself to everyone. Lu Sueki finished, threw away the Bacchus wither, turned around and walked away with her head held high, in the bag on his back. The hum of a martial arts training dagger and nunchaku clashing. Chapter 78, a social lesson for you. On the way, Song Tsongrong said disgustedly, people obviously want to serve the motherland, but you're lulling them into chopping up people. Is that appropriate? Lu Chengfeng said, didn't you hear her? She's all but submitted her withdrawal application. The young girl's family is rich and well-fed, and she doesn't know the hard cruelty of the lower strata of society. When she takes some social beatings, she'll naturally go back to school and continue her studies. So that's what the internship means. My brother is really tall. Song Tsongrong came to a realization. In the mountain lodge of Mia Globe on the eastern continent, sister-in-law Qin Yi held the phone and was talking. The other party said, according to the latest intelligence, that top guard is still alive. And he used the overhead 5 kicks to take out Suki's guards. What? Sister-in-law Qin Yi was stunned. Not even dying under a heavy sniper rifle like the Barrett. You can turn your head and make a 5-pack of kicks in the air to take out the famous grappling champion Okada? It's almost like the strongest shield and the strongest spear in one. Qin Yi asked. Have our insiders not found out his true identity yet? The other party said, only known as Lu Haikong, a newcomer, but he should have another layer of identity. Let's utilize our respective resources and make sure we get to the bottom of him. Qin Yi asked. What about after we find out? Mobilize experts to finish him off? The other shook his head. No, such a talent is too rare. I wish I could turn him around. Money, pretty girl, I can give him as much as he wants, as long as it can work for me, at any cost. Yes, 18:30 in the evening. 15 hours and 30 minutes until the end of the escort. In the interrogation room of the South River Secret Service, Joe Hanlon was handcuffed and sitting in the interrogation chair. The interrogation against him is ongoing. Zhang Yong, the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Department, sat across from Joe Hanlon with an assistant. Name, Hanlon Zhou. Age, 19. Resume, enrolled in the National Defense Genius Junior class in 1995, majoring in computer algorithms and communications. Formed the Cyber Intelligence Division of the Secret Service in 1999. Was seconded to the Cyber Intelligence Division to work on the Skynet project. Was recruited by the Secret Service on September 1, 2000. And is now a Level 5 special agent. Any special political or religious beliefs? No. Has any member of the immediate or extended family, within 3 generations, had any experience of traveling abroad? No. Do you personally have any overseas experience or relevant social connections? No. When you greeted Princess Sukhi at Nanjiang International Airport, why did you direct her to Xinglong Hudong? I ate the old Sichuan hot pot in Xinglong Hudong, and my mouth was bald at that time. I didn't realize that there was a killer ambush there, and I'm quite regretful now. No, you deliberately lured her there and then cooperated with the assassination. How? Joe Hanlon's eyes widened. I'm not a person with high emotional intelligence, but you can't doubt my loyalty. Are you loyal? My absolute loyalty. Good. I'll show you a material. After Zhang Yong finished speaking, he took out 2 freshly printed bank transfer records from his purse. We pulled your payroll card account number from the bank. An overseas account was found to have wired $1 million into your account. The money was laundered through several layers of companies, but we were able to trace the source to a cultural exchange organization sponsored by the CIA in the US. How do you explain this? What? Joe Hanlon hurriedly looked at the bank transfer records, and suddenly realized that his salary passbook account really deposited $1 million. I don't know that organization. I don't know why they gave me money. Joe Hanlon realized that the problem was big. Then let me explain it for you, Zhang Yong said in a cold voice. In conjunction with people deliberately luring Shu Ji to that fishy place in Xinglong Hudong, so that the assassin can wait for the opportunity to assassinate. Although the assassination fails, the other party will still call you with the payment. Is that so? No, absolutely not. They're planting evidence. It's a diversion. With my computer skills, if I want to get money, I can get tens of millions of dollars in minutes. Why would I take dirty money from outside the country? And I wouldn't be stupid enough to use my own paycheck card. Tough mouth. Ha! Zhang Yong took out a black leather case and took out a very thin injection needle from it, followed by a medicine bottle. It's a special drug for interrogation. And I'm going to give you one last chance to tell me when you were turned. Zhou Hanlin shook his head categorically. I wasn't turned. I won't admit it even if you kill me. Zhang Yong snorted coldly, lifted Zhou Hanlin's arm, and injected the drug in. Instantly, every cell in Zhou Hanlin's body felt a sharp pain. That sharp pain penetrated right into his soul, causing his vegetative nerves to be instantly disorganized, and his bowels immediately went out of control. Zhou Hanlin shivered like a sieve, his hands trying hard to break free of the handcuffs. Because of the excessive force, the flesh of both hands was deep and bloody. Ah! Zhou Hanlin's throat let out a beastly wail of pain. Zhang Yong said in a cold voice, I only injected you with 5 milligrams just now. If you don't open your mouth again, I'll raise you to 10 milligrams. That's as far as the human body can take it. There is one set of data I need to remind you of. We've interrogated 42 foreign Secret Service agents with this drug. 22 gave a truthful account, and 20 died alive from the pain. You'll be at great risk if you don't give an account. Zhou Hanlin's lips were bitten to the point of blood, and his face was full of tears. I am absolutely loyal to my country. I have nothing to say. Still got a stiff upper lip, don't you? The assistant supervisor grunted, picked up a second vial of potion, and sucked it inside the fine needle. It was at that moment that a knock sounded outside. Zhang Yong's assistant opened the door and found that it was Lu Chengfeng and Song Songrong. Lu Haikong, what are you doing here? Zhang Yong and his assistant looked at the two rookie special agents in surprise. Lu Chengfeng said respectfully, Deputy Supervisor Zhang, this Zhou Hanlin person has a super high IQ and a very low EQ. That comment he made at the airport was completely unintentional. He is a staunch patriot and would never be turned. And I hope you will have mercy on him. Zhang Yong said in a cold voice, we, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, only look at evidence, not favors. As of now, only Zhou Hanlin is the most suspicious. You guys get out and don't interfere with the IA case. After Zhang Yong finished, he was about to inject drugs into the syringe again. Lu Chengfeng looked at the bottle of potion. He knew its power all too well. Lu Chengfeng stepped forward and pressed his hand on the syringe, stopping Zhang Yong. Assistant Supervisor Zhang, Zhou Hanlin hasn't experienced anti-interrogation training. He'll die if you give him this dose. Please be generous. Zhang Yong looked at Lu Chengfeng. Do you know who you're talking to? Vice Supervisor Zhang Yong of the Internal Affairs Department. Lu Chengfeng said respectfully. Although Zhang Yong was only an assistant supervisor, his rank was one level higher than Han Liming. And the Internal Affairs Department, which specializes in taking on internal reviews, is even more elevated in the Secret Service. Zhang Yong could never have imagined at this moment that this newcomer in front of him would have the guts to stop himself. Zhang Yong raised his decibel, land, sea and air. I know you did a great job escorting today, but don't forget that you're a rookie in the Secret Service. A mere 5th level Secret Service. Who gave you the courage? Now get the hell out of here immediately. After Zhang Yong finished speaking, he picked up the fine needle and prepared to continue interrogating Zhou Hanlin. So there's nothing to talk about? Scram! You're not qualified to talk to me. So, it qualified to talk to you? Lu Chengfeng faintly pulled out his sidearm and pressed it against Zhang Yong's temple. Chapter 79, Drawing and Shooting. Zhang Yong's assistant immediately prepared to pull out his gun as soon as he saw that his superior was being held at gunpoint by Lu Chengfeng. But Song Songrong was quick on his feet, pulling out his gun with his right hand and pressing his opponent violently against the wall with his left hand, holding the gun to his head. Lu Haikong, are you aware of what you're doing? Zhang Yong looked at this rookie special agent in shock, completely surprised that he was so bold. Sir, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm saving a talent for the country. It would be a great loss if you were allowed to interrogate him again. The interrogation must stop. Lu Chengfeng didn't budge at all. I can't decide if the trial will stop or not. I'll have to ask Mr. Kim Jae-on. Then take me to see Supervisor Kim. Lu Haikong, I promise you'll die. If you don't take me to Supervisor Kim, you will die now. Don't doubt my determination. Lu Chengfeng pushed his gun hard against his opponent's head. Okay, I'll take you. Zhang Yong gritted his teeth and could only lead Lu Chengfeng out the door. The two special agents guarding the door took a look at the deputy supervisor being held hostage and immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them at Lu Chengfeng.
Lu Haikong, drop the gun. You know what you're doing. I'll shoot you down. At this point, Condensation also arrived on the scene. Just now, when she watched Lu Chengfeng and Song Songrong go out with their guns, she felt that something might have happened. Go to the scene to see. The familiar flavor of the fire fight again. It's just Lu Xinfeng. He's just like that anyway. How come Song Songrong also brought out the gangster's temperament by him? Dying. Lu Haikong. Song Songrong, drop your guns. Lung Ning rebuked loudly. Lu Chengfeng said, don't worry, Instructor Lang. I won't shoot easily, but I want to see Supervisor Jean. Good people should never be harmed. That's right. Little fanboy Song Songrong shouted after him. Move. Lu Chengfeng toppled over. Zhang Yong. All of them surrounded Lu Chengfeng with their guns raised, but they didn't dare to go up and make a hard attack, so they could only follow him to the temporary office of Supervisor Jean Jian on the third floor. At this moment, Supervisor Kim Jian also heard the commotion and stood up. Early 35 years old. Young, handsome, and elegant, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. This is the new special agent Lu Haikong, right? Hurry up and put the gun down. What if it goes off and hurts someone? No fooling around. Kim Jae-on is nothing like Jang Yong's stinky face. Full of smiles, as warm as the spring breeze. Not a bit of official authority, so that people look at it with a sense of cordiality. Lu Chengfeng said politely, Supervisor Jean, the Secret Service does have a mole, but it's definitely not Joe Hanlon. If Joe Hanlon is tried to death, it will only make the pros suffer and the enemy suffer. I hope Supervisor Kim is clear-eyed and high-minded. Lang Ning also said, yes Supervisor Jean, this child Joe Hanlon is too unintelligent, but he still has principles. Kim Jian smiled and said, and bothering Instructor Lang to come in person. It's really our internal affairs department that's not doing a good job. To be honest, I don't quite believe that this kid Joe Hanlon is the mole either. I'm still the one who put him through his pre-employment visit. Hearing Jean Jian say this, Lang Ning and Song Songrong immediately lowered their hearts. Song Songrong said, then hurry up and let them go sir. There's escort duty coming up. Then, Kim Jae-on smiled and said, I'm afraid that releasing people is not possible. Ha? Song Songrong couldn't understand. Lang Ning also wondered. Supervisor Jean, am I a bit confused as to what you mean? Kim Jae-on's face was full of worry. I'm under a lot of pressure too. Tu ordered me to catch the mole for a month. Today on the airplane even gave me a death order. Within 24 hours to uncover the mole. Or let me hit the resignation report. You say, our hallowed Secret Service is in the business of intelligence itself. And if we can't find out the mole ourselves, should we let the MIB come in and do it for us? So, I have to hand over a mole. It's a matter of the face of our internal affairs department, and even the face of the Secret Service. What? Song Songrong muttered, but you also said that you don't believe that he is a mole, but doesn't have proof? Kim Jae-on still had a warm smile on his face. Song Songrong only felt that it was hard to accept like 5 thunderbolts. Lu Chengfeng patted Song Songrong's shoulder. You can't help much in rescuing Joe Hanlon. Do you know why I brought you here? It's to show you how far the indifference of the human heart can go. Brother DEI. What I told you this afternoon was right, right? Lang Ning also shook her head incredulously. Supervisor Jean, you can't do this, Kim Jian said with incomparable concern. Instructor Lang, by doing this, I'm not only helping myself, but I'm also helping you. This escort operation is in a state of flux. You, the Commander-in-Chief, are afraid that you will have to bear the unshirkable responsibility. I don't think it's a lot less stressful for you to put all the blame on the mole's head. This is no time to be stupid. Lang Ning shook her head straight in exasperation. No, that's not how things are done. You can't iron out a suspect just to close a case. I don't even arrest the suspected personnel. Do I arrest the unsuspected ones? The smile on Kim Jian's face slowly disappeared. During the entire security process, only Zhou Hanlin accepted funds from overseas and took the initiative to direct Princess Shuji to the Laochuan hot pot restaurant in Xinglong Hudong. The subjective and objective evidence is there. Get him convicted and no one can say anything twice. Speaking of this, Kim Jian said to Zhang Yong, Deputy Supervisor Zhang, there's nothing more to do here, so go down and continue the work at hand. Yes. At that moment, Lu Chengfeng walked up to Jean Zion, gazed at him and said, no one can touch Zhou Hanlin. Jean Zion looked at Lu Chengfeng with slight surprise, her big beautiful eyes turning cold. Lu Haikong, you can't carry this matter. I advise you not to jump up and down. Lu Chengfeng said in a cold voice, although these shoulders of mine are a bit thin and weak, they are born to carry things, and it will carry it. Seek death. Kim Jian's large eyes were instantly covered in killing intent. Almost at the same time,
Lu Chengfeng and Jin Jian reached out and pulled their guns from their belts, aiming at each other. Kim Jian said in a cold voice, "Not bad. Just for your speed of drawing your gun you're quite a talent. But let me remind you of one thing. The Ministry of the Interior is no place for you to play rough. I'm not like Zhang Yong. I can shoot you down anytime. No need to take any responsibility." Kim Jae-on opened the pistol's safety directly. "You can shoot decisively at any time. The swords are drawn." At that moment, Lu Chengfeng suddenly put away his gun and gently put it back into the holster on his waist. "Count on you to know what's good for you. Zhang Yong, go down and continue interrogating Zhou Hanlin. Make sure to get his confession." Jin Jian thought Lu Xiangfeng had gone soft and was ready to take back his gun. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, "Supervisor Jin, you may have misunderstood my meaning. I put away my gun, just to honor the leader and give you a head start. Please shoot me. I can assure you that you did not have time to pull the trigger after I completed the action of pulling out my gun and firing it. Let's gamble with our lives. I don't think it's a bad deal for me, a rookie level 5 special agent, to trade for the life of a head of internal affairs." Chapter 80, Foiling the Princess. Lu Chengfeng's eyes were dead set on Jin Jian, incredibly confident. Kim Jian's gun was about to be inserted back into the holster on his waist, but it hung frozen in mid-air. "How dare he give me a head start? This maniac! How dare you play like that?" Kim Jae-on, who had always been resolute and confident, hesitated in the face of a newcomer's powerful aura. Lu Chengfeng keenly captured Jin Jian's psychological changes and immediately gave him a step and said, "Supervisor Jin, in fact, we all have the same goal, which is to catch the real mole and safeguard the Secret Service's intelligence security. I, Lu Haikong, solemnly promise you that before the end of 24 hours, I'll help you find the real mole, so that you can deliver to number 2. I just hope you won't interrogate Zhou Hanlin again during this time, okay?" The steps given by Lu Chengfeng were definitely considered to be full of sincerity. At this time, Condensation also said, "Supervisor Jin, I, the chief instructor, will vouch for them. Is that alright? For the sake of Instructor Lang, I can take a step back." Kim Jian thought about it and put away his gun. After all, Condensation, the chief instructor of composition and training, was on the same level as himself, and since many of the Secret Service agents were her students, it wouldn't be appropriate to offend them thoroughly. "It's now 18 hours before the deadline given by number 2. If you guys can hand over the real mole in 18 hours, I'll let Zhou Hanlin go. But if you, Lu Haikong, can't catch the real mole, then Zhou Hanlin is at your disposal. All my misbehavior towards the Ministry of Internal Affairs just now is also subject to punishment according to procedure. No complaints whatsoever." Lu Chengfeng's eyes glittered as he looked at Jin Jian. Kim Jian nodded. "Good." On the way back to the Nanjiang Hotel, Song Songrong adored Lu Chengfeng. "My brother, you really are amazing. That mole was hidden so deeply that the Ministry of Internal Affairs couldn't find out after a month of investigation. And you actually had the certainty to uncover it within 18 hours. My brother, you are simply beauty and wisdom incarnate. I'm blowing a lot of steam. There are no clues. I check a chicken?" Lu Chengfeng said with a cigarette in his mouth. Song Songrong was instantly confused. "Not checking?" Lu Chengfeng rubbed his head and said, "The hiding is too deep. How can I, a newcomer who just joined the company, have that kind of skill? All I can say is try it." Song Songrong said, "What if we can't find out? Doesn't Zhou Hanlin still have to be finished? You'll have to be dealt with as well." Lu Chengfeng said, "I've already thought about it. If we can't find out, then I'll arrange for a me company outside the country to put $1 million into the payroll card of every special agent in their internal affairs department, including Kim Jae-in and Zhang Yong." Condensation. Song from Rome. The car had just arrived at the Nanjiang Hotel when Shuji's female assistant came over. "Hello Instructor Lang. Our princess sent me to invite Protector Lu and would like to invite him to the princess room for a chat," the female assistant said politely. Lang Ning was so happy in her heart. The situation was now clear. Lu Chengfeng had finally been favored by Princess Shuji. The date later is the clincher. Lu Haikong, hurry back and get ready, Lang Ning said with suppressed excitement. "Yes, please tell Princess Shuji that escort Lu will arrive in half an hour." "Yes." After returning to the conference room of the Nanjiang Hotel, Lu Chengfeng changed into a literary beige trench coat. Lu Chengfeng knew that when treating a passerby like his sister-in-law, a direct tie would do. After all, we've all been here before and like to be direct. But Princess Shuji is different. She still has fantasies about love. Too rogue for fear that she can't carry it. Gotta play hard to get. Song Songrong, cut the thread that stitched up my back wound. You'll bleed if you cut it. Well, I'm about to bleed. Bloody romance. What a guy. Is really a tough guy. At 2000 hours in the evening, there were 14 hours left before the end of the escort mission. Lu Chengfeng knocked on the door of Shuji's suite. Princess Shuji had just finished her bath and was wearing a semi-transparent golden yellow muslin. It was wearing a set of black underwear. Snow white skin could even be seen through the tulle. Definitely a voluptuous woman in the front and back. With 4 eyes, Princess Shuji's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. Handsome, mighty, with an iron sense of discipline. Protecting dignitaries with their own flesh and blood in danger. Lu Chengfeng fulfilled almost all of Princess Shuji's imaginations of a hero. Protector Lu. Have you seen the movie Zhongnan High Bodyguard? Your heroism in blocking bullets looks like Su Zhengyang. Princess Shuji said softly. Your Highness, I'm not a hero. In fact, I'm an artist. Lu Chengfeng had a pretentious look on his face. Ha? How did he become an artist? Princess Shuji was instantly a bit confused. Lu Chengfeng elegantly put down his backpack and took out his painting tools. Brushes, paint knives, color palettes. Your Highness, the job of personal escort for you will soon come to an end. Before I came here, my superiors told me that an escort is a destiny and asked if I could present you with a gift. Thinking about it, I'd like to paint a portrait of you as a parting gift. And oh yes, I love my paintbrush more than my gun and knife. Princess Shuji said happily. This will be the best gift I've ever received. Thank you for the compliment. Princess, you may sit on the couch. Aha. Princess Suki sat on the couch and struck an elegant pose. Lu Chengfeng, on the other hand, sat down on the opposite stool and unfolded the drawing board. Mixing the colors and adjusting the brushes. Focused, calm, stoic face, artistic. The scene was incredibly quiet. Both sides seemed to be able to hear each other's heartbeats. Princess Shuji's beautiful eyes quietly looked at Lu Chengfeng. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and the look in her eyes became more and more strange. The world's top secret service agent is, surprisingly, also an artist. By day a murderous and cold guard. By night he becomes a romantic painter holding a paintbrush. This man. Wonderful. Wonderful. Protector Lu. The wound on your back seems to be dripping blood. Princess Shuji suddenly realized that Lu Chengfeng's blood was actually dripping down, and it was incredibly heartbreaking to watch. Your Highness need not mind. The blood of a guard is inherently shed for dignitaries. Lu Chengfeng was still focused on debugging various watercolors with his head down. Princess Shuji was moved beyond words, and her chest unexpectedly rose and fell violently. But, why is there blood on your stool too? Because I'm butthurt? No. Can you focus? Princess? Painting isn't something the painter does alone. It takes 2 minds and hearts. Oh, well. At this time, Lu Chengfeng had finally made watercolors and was ready to start painting formally. Lu Chengfeng raised his head and looked at Shuji's dimpled snow-white body. Your Highness, would you mind getting a short haircut? Ha? I'm afraid this won't work. We have a rule in the Cotton Kingdom royal family that heirs are not allowed to have short hair. Oh, what a pity. Your Highness, have you seen Titanic? Chapter 81, Take off your veil. The Titanic? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Princess Shuji looked at Lu Chengfeng with a bit of surprise. Is the great inner master trying to be a hooligan? It can't be, can it? Hey! Lu Chengfeng sighed and stood up, hands pinned behind his back. His eyes looked deep into the lush gardens beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Princess Suki suddenly realized that his buttocks were crimson. Let me ask you, what do you think of when you see a tree? Lu Chengfeng gently lifted his hand and pointed at a big tree in the garden. Suki thought for a moment and said, I would wonder if I could sit under the tree and cool off, or pick the fruit from the tree and eat it, or make a nice table out of it. Lu Chengfeng asked again, what about seeing an unbelievably clear river? Suki said, I would think about stripping down naked and going for a swim and enjoying that cool feeling, or using it to water the farmland for a good harvest. Lu Chengfeng laughed coldly. Princess Shuji's heart tightened. Did I say something wrong? Shuji looked at Lu Chengfeng nervously. Lu Chengfeng sighed. When I see a tree or a clear river, I try to draw them or embrace them to feel their vibrant breath of life and their beauty. And the multitudes, thinking only of milking them, swimming, picking water for the fields, chopping wood, riding in the cool, picking fruit, are full of utilitarian exploits. That is the difference between an artist and an ordinary person's thinking, don't you think? My goodness. Shuji looked at Lu Chengfeng in surprise as if she had been enlightened. She never thought that not only did he have an exquisite and strong appearance, but he also had such a deep soul. And one's own mind does seem vulgar and utilitarian when compared with his. I can't believe I suspected him of trying to be a hooligan. There really is something nasty about yourself. Protector Lu, it is I who am shallow. I am a tree in your eyes. Aha. Lu Chengfeng's eyes were slightly closed. Well, now start painting. Don't be nervous. You have to understand that you are dealing with a virtuoso painter, an artist whose spiritual world is void, indifferent, silent, serene, and refined. Aha. Suki worked laying on her side on the couch, letting the tulle drape over her dimpled body. Beautiful. Only then did Lu Chengfeng sit back on the stool and pick up the brush again. The room was incredibly quiet, only the slightest sound of the brush on the paper. Princess Shuji quietly looked at Lu Chengfeng, admiring his angular, clean-cut face. And Lu Chengfeng is just like a real artist, perfectly controlling his mind, focusing on painting without any distractions. This attitude of his, this made Princess Shuji trust him more and appreciate him. Even more and more I think he is a unique man in this world. An hour later, Lu Chengfeng put down his brush and the masterpiece was completed. Princess Shuji sat up and came to Lu Chengfeng's side. The moment Suki saw the oil painting, she was completely stunned. This definitely compares to any famous painting. The composition, colors, and layering are simply top-notch. This man is so wonderful. Shuji's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Chengfeng in fascination. Already almost dripping water, Lu Chengfeng could feel that Shuji's Stockholm Syndrome mood was on the verge of reaching its peak. Perfect. Your Highness, I hope you enjoy the gift and have a good trip home tomorrow. Goodbye. Lu Chengfeng nodded humbly, packing up his easel and preparing to leave. Desire to escape. Having done dozens of such posting and leaning tasks in his previous life, his hold on the fire was simply more precise than the alchemy furnace of the Supreme Lord. Protector Lu. Can you take your shirt off? I want to touch your muscles, Suki said with a red face. What? Lu Chengfeng pretended to look at the other party in surprise. Your Highness, why would you make such a request? I think we should be exchanging souls tonight, not clashing in the flesh. I didn't mean that. Princess Shuji stomped her feet anxiously. I didn't say I wanted to collide with you. I'm a person with a special personality, and I especially like men with strong muscles. I'm just curious as to what kind of powerful muscles are capable of exploding into a fight that strong. That won't do either. I only sell my art, no. Forgive me for not being able to fulfill your Highness's heart's desire. Lu Chengfeng made another gesture to leave as he spoke. Stand still. Princess Shuji, flavorfully blocked in front of Lu Chengfeng, her beautiful eyes already filled with love. As long as I haven't left the country, you're my personal guard, and you should listen to me. Otherwise I'll sue you at your security team. Your Highness, are you trying to use power over me? That might disappoint you. I am a man of honor. Lu Chengfeng had a face of fake innocence and looked at Shuji with stubborn eyes. Princess Shuji was anxious and stopped him. I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm begging you still? I am at least an heir to the throne. I am so humble. Hey, that's fine. Lu Chengfeng pretended to be helpless and took off his top. Princess Shuji looked stunned once again. I'll go. What a perfect muscle it is. It wasn't as big as those sluggers at the gym, but it was stronger, harder, like a knife carving, and exuded the beauty of absolute male power. It's the most perfect muscles in the world. It's like a caricature. Princess Shuji's breathing had become rapid, admiring Lu Chengfeng's muscles in fascination. Even involuntarily close to Lu Chengfeng, reached out and gently stroked up. Both sides were so close that they could even hear each other's heartbeats. The atmosphere, both quiet and hot. Princess Suki, I'm not going to lie. I got really muscular when I was a kid, and I even got a nickname in high school for being so muscular. What nickname? The Muscle Prince. Well, Landguard definitely deserves the title of Prince of Muscle. At this moment, Princess Shuji was already completely disoriented and attached her body to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly. Okay, this pot of soup is almost done. It's time to drink. Lu Chengfeng stretched out his hand and took Princess Shuji in his arms, and Princess Shuji directly encircled Lu Chengfeng's waist. Sexy lips directly sealed Lu Chengfeng's lips. Chapter 82, the time for a decisive battle has arrived. An hour later, Lu Chengfeng was lying comfortably on the sofa. Princess Shuji crouched in his arms like a docile kitten, gently stroking his muscles. Romantic, cozy, quiet. Knock, knock. It was at this moment that a sharp knock sounded outside. The atmosphere was instantly broken. Who the next door now knocking on the door? Ah? Lu Chengfeng was directly annoyed, blackened his pussy face and growled at the door. Boom. The door was pushed straight open. Song Tsongrong and Condensation rushed straight in. Song Tsongrong was so frightened that he hurriedly turned his face away. Long Ning, on the other hand, was stunned. It's the first date and it's already cooked? What are you guys doing here now? Princess Shuji questioned angrily as she put on her clothes. Long Ning said anxiously, Your Highness, we have arranged for a special airplane to send you out of Nanjiang overnight. Please move immediately. Suki seemed to understand something and asked, Another assassination against me? Long Ning said, Yes. Shuji said, I'm not afraid. I have blue guards to protect me. No one can kill me. Long Ning said, I'm afraid that even Protector Lu can't protect you this time. The entire South River is now unsafe. What? Lu Chengfeng jerked his head up. The whole of Nanjing is unsafe? It seems that the time has finally come for this security showdown. But Princess Shuji's pretty face became calm instead. I'm not leaving, Lang Ning anxiously urged. The situation is 100,000 times more urgent. This is the enemy's last strike. It's also the craziest strike. They are determined to win. Shuji looked out the window and said, everyone knows that my ancestry is in Nanjing. Everyone knows my political views are pro-Summerland. So they went out of their way to interfere with me and hurt me for their own filthy criminal gain. It's too much. This time, I resolutely won't back down. Even if I do die in Nanjing, I'll still declare my determination to them. Don't you guys try to talk your way out of this. When Suki finished, she went straight back into the bedroom and slammed the door with a bang. 2200 hours p.m. 12 hours until the end of the security escort. In Suite 2 of the Nanjing Hotel. Number 2. Condensation. As well as Wang Tao, head of the Overseas Intelligence Service, and Kim Jae-on, head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, were sitting upright. Wang Tao glanced at Lu Chengfeng and Song Songrong and asked, aren't their ranks too low? Number 2 said, I sent them. Good. Then I'll start reporting the specifics now, Wang Tao said. The darkie we buried on the opposite side has activated autonomously. Everyone looked at Wang Tao in shock. The so-called darkies are actually undercover agents lurking within the enemy. But the darkies are different from ordinary undercover agents. The darkies usually don't perform any intelligence missions and quietly ambush the other side's heart without being exposed like ordinary people. The Dark Sun will only carry out activities if there is a clear activation directive from the higher-ups. If they don't get instructions from their superiors, the darkies may even lurk for the rest of their lives without being activated. For a bomb in the city of Nanjing, she activated on her own? Number 2 knew that once the Dark Sun was actively activated, then it would soon be exposed. It's a bit of a loss if you just started up for general intelligence. Wang Tao shook his head heavily. Yes, but that was a special bomb. The Sarin 2 gas bomb. It is a second-generation improved model that travels through the air 5 times faster than the first generation and is more lethal. A 1-kilogram warhead exploding in Nanjing could cause 1 million casualties. Because the situation is so urgent, our undercover agent had to activate on his own initiative to send this piece of information back. My God. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. *******. The Nanjing city center only has a total of 800,000 people, and we still have to transfer 200,000 from the neighboring cities in order to blow up enough. Song Songrong muttered. Speak human? Lang Ning kicked him violently. Number 2 asked sharply. Where are the bombs placed? When will it explode? Wang Tao shook his head in despair. This piece of information is not the information that our undercover agent has personally passed over. It is the information that she has inquired about on the side. So the accuracy of the intelligence is AC. At the moment, we can only be sure that such a bomb has been planted in Nanjing, but we neither know the location of the bomb nor when it was detonated. Lu Chengfeng asked. That is to say, an explosion could happen instantly at any time now? Wang Tao, theoretically. Number 2. Should we formulate an emergency transfer plan and immediately mobilize the people of Nanjing to move? Number 2 said in a deep voice. 800,000 people in downtown Nanjing. Shifting overnight? Do you think we can do it? How much panic and commotion would that cause? And what if the enemy realizes we're making a move and detonates it early? The only way to do this is to be loose on the outside and hurry up and line it up overnight. Wang Tao said with difficulty. But there is absolutely nothing to do. Kim Jae-on also said. 5 counties and 3 districts in Nanjing, with a total area of 7,000 square kilometers and a total population of 5 million. Without a clue, it's harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Everyone frowned tightly, unable to think of a single solution. At that moment, Lu Chengfeng raised his hand. If you have something to say, you don't have to raise your hand. Number 2 didn't have the heart to say. I think I might find out where the bomb is. Everyone looked at Lu Chengfeng. The blessed general. Come on. Number 2 sat up straight. Lu Chengfeng said with a straight face, if the other side wants to use sarin gas to stage a terrorist attack, they can do it every day of the year for 365 days. There's no need to engage while security is at its tightest in Nanjing. So the first thing we need to start with is the general premise that this bomb is still coming for Princess Suki, right? Everyone nodded. Lu Chengfeng said. Secondly, we have to consider things from the enemy's perspective. The enemy executed a well-planned sniping kill in the morning, with the tightest intelligence support and the best snipers in the world. They thought the morning operation would be 100% successful. So there was no way they could have synchronized the placement of this bomb in the morning. The time to start setting up the bomb would have been after the sniping failed, which was after 11 o'clock in the morning, right? Makes sense. Point 2 nodded appreciatively. Lu Chengfeng continued. Okay, Supervisor Wang.
From the time a bomb is brought in from outside the country to the time the installation is completed. How long does it take at the fastest speed approximately? Wang Tao said. It takes about 6 hours on the road to ship in from the nearest base or related organization in Rice. 1 hour for docking and installation, and a total of 7 hours. Which is the fastest speed? Lu Chengfeng nodded. Then that means that the bomb was installed in Nanjing around 6 to 7 in the evening. This still matches the time when Darky sent back the intelligence. Number 2 said. It's not hard to project when the bomb was installed. It's the location and the time of detonation that matters. Lu Chengfeng said. Judging from the sniper assassination in the morning, there has been a mole within us who has been giving guidance to the enemy. And this bomb could not have been planted without this mole's covert instigation. But what about after the bomb is installed? This mole can't stay in Nanjing and be blown up together. Can he? If I were him, I would have left Nanjing and fled as soon as the bomb was installed. So, whoever leaves Nanjing on temporary leave at night for the Secret Service is a mole. Capture this mole and we can pry the bomb's placement from him, and then defuse it. Chapter 83. I'm going to make this woman but hurt. Lang Ning looked at her dedicated cell phone and said, at 7:20 p.m., Peripheral Special Agent Du Haitao took a leave of absence, saying that his old mother was critically ill and he wanted to go home to give her one last ride. Then De Hato is the mole. He's on the run. Lu Chengfeng smoked vigorously and said, take a radius of 200 kilometers and block off major intersections for investigation. Airports and terminals within 200 kilometers. Focus on them. If I'm not surprised, we'll get someone within the hour. Song Tsongrong said, but what if the bomb explodes before we catch anyone? Or what if we can't pry a confession out? Lu Chengfeng took Song Tsongrong's shoulder. Then let's try to be more mediocre in our next life. Cherish life, and stay away from the Secret Service. Lang Ning blankly glanced at Lu Chengfeng before saying, I'll start setting up right away. Lu Chengfeng said, Zhou Hanlin is a computer genius. I guess the other party's bomb is set with a password, and he is needed to provide support to defuse the bomb. Kim Jian glanced approvingly at Lu Chengfeng. As we all know, Zhou Hanlin has been held in the interrogation room in the afternoon. It is impossible to dock with the outside world to install the bomb. Now it seems that he is definitely not a mole. Lu Chengfeng unexpectedly did not sue himself in front of number 2 to his face, showing that this kid is crazy, but his emotional intelligence is very high. I'll take care of this, Kim Jian said. Lu Chengfeng continued. After capturing Du Haitao, the interrogation will begin on the way to bring him back. Let's get me a helicopter. I'll rush over and join the trial. It'll save a little time on the road. But, not many people know how to fly a helicopter. Long Ning said. I can drive. Hurry up and tune it. Lu Chengfeng said anxiously. Everyone looked at Lu Chengfeng. How did you get to fly a helicopter? Long Ning stared at Lu Chengfeng. The internet cafe. Learned it. Lu Chengfeng then realized that he had spoken out of turn in his haste. Oops. Instructor Lang. 100,000 fire. Don't dwell on these issues now. At this time, Song Tsongrong said, I can also drive. I learned in the special brigade. You stepped on a horse and didn't say so earlier. Lu Chengfeng glared at him. After everyone left individually, only Condensation and number 2 remained in the conference room. Long Ning said, Sir, your rank also belongs to the VIP. I suggest that you still immediately depart back to the imperial capital. Nanjing is already a dangerous city. Number 2 sighed and looked out the window at the million lights. I'm in charge of intelligence and operations. If the bomb really explodes in Nanjing and kills a lot of people, do you think I'll still have the face to go back to the imperial capital? Live and die with the South River. Late night at 2400 hours. 10 hours to the end of the security operation. Special agents finally intercepted the traitor Du Haitao at the international airport in Donghai City next door. He was about to board the plane with his family when he was flipped over on the spot by the Secret Service agents and escorted them all to the car. Because of the urgency of time, the special agents interrogated Du Haitao with high intensity in the car. But Diet is also an old man in this line of work, and is particularly trial resistant, delaying the trial. Lu Chengfeng, who had received the news, piloted the helicopter and intercepted the Secret Service vehicle directly halfway. Get down here, all of you. Lu Chengfeng pointed a gun at Du Haitao's family and made them kneel on the stalks of a roadside farmland. Du Haitao's face was pale from the interrogation, but his willpower was still tenacious. Lu Chengfeng said, Du Haitao, time is very tight. I don't have much time to reason with you. Bottom line, your political views can be different from the Secret Service, but you can't take the ordinary people of Nanjing to be buried with you. Tell us the location of the bomb and make yourself less of a pain in the ass. Yuck. Du Haitao viciously spat a mouthful of blood towards Lu Chengfeng, simply ignoring Lu Chengfeng's warning. Good. The reasoning is done. Then I'll start killing. Lu Chengfeng raised his gun and pointed it at Du Haitao's wife. To be able to pull off such a big job,
The odds are that your wife is also a co-conspirator, open or not. Both Du Haitao and his wife showed confrontational expressions of never cooperating, even some contempt. Boom. Without hesitation, Lu Chengfeng shot Du Haitao's wife in the temple. Du Haitao's wife instantly planted herself in the farmland. Blood in the gutter. Crimson patch. Mom! Du Haitao's youngest son immediately jumped on his mother's body, bawling. Lu Haikongyu. Du Haitao was stunned. He never expected the rookie special agent in front of him to say kill. Lu Chengfeng's eyes were dead set on Du Haitao as he said, "The situation is 100,000 times more urgent. Do you think I will still follow the usual procedure with you? Give an honest account." Du Haitao laughed sarcastically. "Do you think we are still prepared to live after doing such a big thing? Is it something you can interrogate? Just die." Lu Chengfeng said in a cold voice. "Still talking tough. Ha! I know. You and your wife really weren't prepared to live after you did this thing with you. But your 6-year-old son can't be an accomplice. He's still going to live, isn't he? I'm going to count to 3. And if you don't talk, I'm going to be your son." After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he turned his gun to aim at Du Haitao's 6-year-old son. Du Haitao roared, "Don't scare me. You actually think I'm bluffing? Good. Time is running out. Let's be more efficient." Boom. Without hesitation, Lu Chengfeng shot the small child in the calf. "Daddy!" The little child screamed in hysterical agony. Ah. He's still a kid. Du Haitao didn't think this madman would really dare to shoot. "Sorry, that shot was off. Try to be more accurate on the next one." Du Haitao, please don't doubt my determination. There are 800,000 people in downtown Nanjing. If I were to go soft on your son, I would be committing a crime against 800,000 people. Now I'll give you one last chance. 3, 2, 1. Lu Chengfeng was ready to keep pulling the trigger. Nanjing Airport. Abandoned Hangar 9. Du Haitao shouted out frantically, then hugged his son to death. Emotions completely disintegrated. Only then did Lu Chengfeng put away his gun and said to the other special agents, "One group of people will take the child to the hospital, while the other group will escort Du Haitao back to continue the interrogation. Song Songrong, Zhou Hanlin, let's go to Nanjing Airport." Yes. The other 4 special agents helped Du Haitao towards the car. Lu Chengfeng's 3 men then quickly boarded the helicopter. Boom. It was at this moment that a familiar sniper shot rang out. Barrett. Instantly, DUH by the side of the car was killed. Chapter 84. 2 top snipers go head-to-head. On the helicopter, the 3 Lu Chengfeng people looked dumbfounded. "It's that female sniper again," Zhou Hanlin said. "Murdered and killed." Song Songrong looked into the distance in shock. This dead woman. My ass still hurts. Sooner or later, I'll make her but hurt too. Song Songrong said. "The fact that she knows everything about our actions shows that there is still a mole in the Secret Service. And it's hidden deeper than Du Haitao." Zhou Hanlin said. "Not necessarily. If this sniper has been secretly staring at us and following us, this is normal." Lu Chengfeng then dialed Condensation's phone. "Instructor, the bomb site is at the Nanjing International Airport. We are now on our way to the airport and expect to arrive in 25 minutes. Long Ning said. "The bomb disposal experts urgently transferred from the province are already on their way. Estimated to arrive in 40 minutes. I'll send special forces over for backup first." Lu Chengfeng shook his head. Ordinary special agents coming is useless. They can't dismantle this kind of sophisticated bomb. And they can only serve as targets for that sniper. What? That sniper appeared again? Long Ning was beyond shocked. Yes, Du Haitao has already been silenced by her. Next, she'll definitely head to Nanjing International Airport to stop the bomb disposal. So when the bomb disposal experts arrive, have them stand by on the outskirts of the airport for now. They'll enter the core again when I take out that sniper. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll get sniped by the other side. Yes, 2 o'clock in the morning. 8 hours until the end of the security escort. Red-eye flights continue to take off and land at the busy Nanjing International Airport. On the north side of the South River International Airport is a recently abandoned dual-use military and civilian airport. Because the military airport moved away, the area is temporarily unused and appears deserted. Abandoned Hangar 9 is right in the middle of it. An abandoned airplane Run 2. The helicopter of the 3 Lu Chengfeng men landed on the runway in front of the hangar. Zhou Hanlin and Song Songrong immediately rushed into the ruined hangar. Lu Chengfeng, on the other hand, carried down a sniper rifle from the helicopter. Soon, the 3 men found the bomb in the abandoned hangar. The bomb itself wasn't very big, only 500 kilograms left, but the intel was accurate. It was indeed a sarin 2 gas bomb. You guys figure out how to defuse the bomb inside. I'll go out and set up a sniper position to prevent that female sniper from interfering with the defuse. Lu Chengfeng said as he carried his sniper rifle. I'll be your spotter. Song Songrong volunteered. No need. Did you forget about Lang Ning's spotter? If I can't him up, it's useless for you to go and die for nothing. But I can use my body to draw opposing fire and then you shoot her down. Lu Chengfeng shook his head. Just cooperate with Joe Hanlon here. Protect him and let him finish disarming the bomb. That's the biggest task. Later on, no matter how much commotion happens outside, you guys should not be distracted. As long as I'm not dead, I won't let the enemy rush in and interfere with you. Understand? Understood. Lu Chengfeng patted the shoulders of both. Asterisk. Play sniper ha? I'll play with her. The corners of Lu Chengfeng's mouth revealed a hint of stubborn ruthlessness as he took off his jacket, wearing only a white shirt and a bulletproof undershirt inside. Lu Chengfeng rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt and carried all 10 empty gasoline drums from the hangar under the helicopter at the hangar door. The runway in front of the hangar was too empty to set up a sniper position based on the terrain, so Lu Chengfeng could only rely on the helicopter and these gasoline barrels for a simple setup. After arranging the 10 gasoline barrels into a circular sniper position, Lu Chengfeng picked up the high-pressure water gun on the side of the hangar and filled each empty gasoline barrel with water as a way to cushion the impact of the other party's sniper rifle. After setting it up, Lu Chengfeng looked up again at the dim straw hat-type incandescent light above the hangar. Lu Chengfeng stepped on the gasoline barrel and broke the white cumulative light, carefully adjusting the angle. It ensures that one's sniper position is in the darkest part of the light, but also allows the opponent's scope to shine through at its most blinding. After everything was set up properly, Lu Chengfeng hid behind the sniper position and opened the sniper rifle scope, judging the wind speed, distance, humidity and other key factors affecting the shooting. At this time, it was pouring rain in the air, and the airport runway became foggy, which brought more challenges to this sniper battle. In the heavy rain, Lu Chengfeng lying on his sniper position, letting the rain slide through his cheeks, his resolute face unmoving, his eyes staring at the cross of the sniper rifle scope. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the female sniper sped up in a black bulletproof SUV with no license plate. The light was poor in the rain, and the glass of the other car was bulletproof at first glance. Lu Chengfeng had no way to directly snipe his opponent. Boom! Lu Chengfeng scores with a shot to the other side's tires. Thumbs down. The opposing SUV skidded out of control on the runway at a rapid rate, sending up countless splashes. The car was tilted 30 degrees and was close to tipping over, but the female sniper was in a state of crisis, and hit the steering wheel sharply, immediately controlling the body. With a sharp brake, he aimed the front of the car in the direction of Lu Chengfeng's sniping position. Instantly, the SUV's headlights illuminated Lu Chengfeng's eyes. In this extreme situation, she was still able to react instantly, keeping her shaky headlights shining on the other side's sniper position. So damn calm and professional. Lu Chengfeng didn't dare to be slow and immediately raised his gun to aim again. If you don't knock out those two high beams, you're the equivalent of a blind man exposed to the other guy's scope. Boom! Boom! Lu Chengfeng took advantage of the fact that the female sniper hadn't yet entered the battle position, and knocked out two of the opponent's headlights with 2 shots. The female sniper carried out a light sniper rifle in the car, and while quickly getting out of the car, she threw out her hand and shot off the straw hat-type incandescent light above Lu Chengfeng's sniping position. Two of the top masters are thinking almost the same way, not blindly attacking prey without certainty. Rather, it's about making the battlefield environment work in your favor first and making sure you're in an invincible position. With both headlights and the straw hat-type incandescent lamps all out, the scene was dimly lit. Only the lights of the airport spread over in the distance, giving a glimmer of light to the two men's sniper position. Such light conditions were excellent for night sniper warfare, ensuring that you could find your target without the glare shaking your own sniper rifle optics. In the midst of the heavy rain, the female sniper used the bulletproof SUV as a backing, and Lu Chengfeng used the gasoline barrel sniper position as a backing, hiding themselves perfectly, and aiming at each other's positions with their scopes dead on, soaked to the bone. Only the sound of raindrops on the ground. Chapter 85, Peak Showdown. Quiet. Quiet enough to hear your own heartbeat. The best of the best dueled against each other, and no one dared to do anything rash, but the slightest hint of a break means the end of life. Rain continued to slide down the female sniper's beautiful eyes and pretty face, but this stunningly beautiful top hunter was not disturbed in the slightest, and while aiming at Lu Chengfeng's position, she took out her pistol and used the butt of the pistol to tap rhythmically on the bulletproof sedan. Explicit Morse code. Morse code was an early form of digital communication that conveyed different meanings through the different ordering of numbers. In the early days, the order of arrangement of Morse code was internationally standardized and known in the intelligence community as plain code. After that, countries processed the International Common Code, adapted and encrypted it with various algorithms, and it became the cipher code for each country's own use. With the development of digital communication technology, starting from 1997,
The military departments of various countries stopped using Morse code one after another. But the Secret Service still has to master the use of Morse code, because under special conditions, intelligence can be sent in Morse code through rhythmic blinking and finger tapping. This will always be something that cell phones and radios can't replace. What the female sniper conveyed via Morse code was, "Surrender and we'll give you a good deal." Lu Chengfeng was a senior Secret Service agent in his previous life, and of course he understood the other side's explicit Morse code, but Lu Chengfeng didn't reply to the female sniper. Instead he silently threw a grenade at the opponent's sniper position. The female sniper's beautiful eyes showed her anger as she lifted her pistol and hit the grenade in the air. Boom! The grenade exploded in the air, erupting into a huge fire. It shook the bulletproof SUV and made a guttural alarm sound. The female sniper grunted. "Throwing grenades? Ha! Make it sound like who doesn't have a grenade." The female sniper pulled out 3 grenades at once. At the same time, he unscrewed and threw it at Lu Chengfeng's sniper position. Lu Chengfeng immediately pulled out his pistol and hid behind a gasoline barrel to shoot. Boom! Boom! Lu Chengfeng hit 2 grenades in the air. The 2 grenades exploded in the air with hundreds of fragments, which struck part of the gasoline drums, which immediately rattled with water. Another grenade landed in front of Lu Chengfeng's sniper position and exploded instantly. 2 gasoline drums were blown straight up and slammed into the hangar doors. Lu Chengfeng made a flying leap and hid behind the other gasoline barrels. In the hangar, Zhou Hanlin took his special laptop and was testing the bomb's detonation program. The sound of a huge explosion outside the hangar came in. "Fight!" Zhou Hanlin looked up. "Stay out of it. You just concentrate on defusing the bomb." Song Songrong blocked directly behind Zhou Hanlin, preventing any shrapnel or bullets from outside from flying in and hitting him. Outside, the battle lapsed into a brief calm. 3 of the 10 gasoline barrels in Lu Chengfeng's sniper position were blown up. Of the 7 remaining gasoline drums, 4 were gurgling and leaking, leaving only 3 intact. Across the room, the female sniper's beautiful eyes watched silently through the sniper's scope. "Tada! Tada!" The female sniper tapped her pistol in Morse code again. "Your sniper position will soon be unprotected. You won't be able to hold this door to the hangar." Lu Chengfeng also knocked on the gasoline barrel this time. "Old me is guarding the national gate." "Dead guard." The female sniper's face chilled as she slammed off a shot, hitting a gasoline tank. This gasoline tank immediately began to gurgle and leak. There are only 2 intact gasoline tanks left. Boom! Boom! Without hesitation, the female sniper shot through the only 2 remaining gasoline barrels. This made Lu Chengfeng's position very dangerous. There were only 7 gasoline drums for cover, and they were all leaking. Empty gasoline drums are not even close to being as protective as a bulletproof undershirt. The female sniper watched the 7 gasoline barrels silently through her scope. She didn't know exactly which gasoline barrel Lu Chengfeng was hiding behind, but by hitting every gasoline barrel once, there would definitely be a shot that would hit Lu Chengfeng. Boom! 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 The female sniper fired 7 shots in a row, 1 from each gasoline barrel. Sure enough, the female sniper heard a muffled grunt. The female sniper took a closer look with her scope and noticed blood oozing from around the 3rd gasoline tank on her left. "Blood spreads in the rain. I have located you. Great guard." The female sniper smiled and tapped Morse code. This battlefield environment was extremely unfriendly to Lu Chengfeng. It was too empty to have proper cover and had to use gasoline barrels on the spot. And the other side is emboldened by relying on bulletproof SUVs. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng was indeed hiding behind the 3rd gasoline barrel and had been shot. Lu Chengfeng leaned his back against the gasoline barrel and ripped open his shirt, strangling the wound to death to minimize the rate of bleeding from the wound. He knew the female sniper was aiming her sniper cross right at him. If one tries to stand up and fight back, one only has to show one's head, and the other person can blow his or her head off with precision. The only way is to hold on for dear life until Zhou Hanlin and Song Songrong finish defusing the bomb. "You think you can defend the gates of the country with a single gun?" The female sniper asked softly as her beautiful eyes locked onto the gasoline barrel. "Then try to see if you can step over my dead body," Lu Chengfeng said quietly with a soaked cigarette in his mouth. Boom! The female sniper pulled the trigger. The bullet penetrated the gasoline barrel and hit Lu Chengfeng again. Lu Chengfeng shuddered violently, and there was more blood underneath him. "You're a talented person. It's a shame to die in vain like this. I'll give you one last chance to join us. The conditions are as you wish. We won't bargain." The female sniper didn't expect the other special agent to be so determined to do one last persuasion. Because of the loss of blood, pain and loss of temperature, Lu Chengfeng's face was incomparably pale and his body shook violently. "Millennium, we as a nation, are just starting out and are neither strong nor perfect at the moment, but this is our own motherland, not to be tolerated by outsiders to bully." Lu Chengfeng, covered in blood, gently leaned on the gasoline barrel, responding with a sad tone and stubborn attitude. The female sniper bit her silver teeth and fired decisively.
Boom, boom, boom. 10 shots in a row. Chapter 86, A Bloody Battle in the Rain. In the hangar, Joe Hanlon forcefully stabilized his mind, trying to crack the encryption algorithm of this time bomb. Song Tsongrong firmly guarded behind him, but both hearts were gripped tightly by the sound of the gunfight outside in the pouring rain. The other party actually fired 10 shots in a row towards Lu Xinfeng. I can't concentrate. I can't concentrate at all. And this bomb can't be defused with the current algorithm. John Cho tapped on his computer and cried out in pain. He knew that Lu Chengfeng was holding his life in guard, but with the current arithmetic, it's really hard. Hanlon, you have to work hard, otherwise he'll be guarding for nothing. Song Tsongrong also cried, choking with red eyes. Outside the hangar, everything fell into silence. The only sound was the snap of heavy rain falling on the ground. It was also the first time the female sniper had encountered such a grueling showdown. She never expected that this guard on the other side would not only be strong in battle, but also have such a strong willpower. In this moment, she was surprised that some heroes sympathized with the lonesome, but between the steep turns of her mind, she realized something was wrong. Why did all 10 bullets just now go through the gasoline drum and hit the hangar wall? Shouldn't it have been nailed to that guard's body? One's own scope didn't catch him leaving. Ah, nope. The female sniper reared up her scope and scrutinized the gasoline drum she had just seen. At this look, the female sniper's mind snapped. The rainwater around the gasoline barrel surprisingly converged in the same direction and quickly flowed below the ground. Sewer. The back of the gasoline tank has a drain. Bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped the female sniper's heart. The female sniper immediately looked around. At this look, the female sniper's face instantly paled. 3 o'clock, about 500 meters, an underground manhole cover was lifted. In the midst of the pounding rain, Lu Chengfeng climbed up from the sewers with his sniper rifle like a god of war covered in blood. Bulletproof SUVs don't serve as cover anymore. Sniper scopes are useless too. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, the female sniper held the sniper rifle and immediately moved horizontally, raising her rifle to shoot at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng also moved quickly horizontally and fired head-on. Duel to the death. Can't use the sniper bunker anymore. It's just a matter of who moves faster and who lives harder. The two top snipers, 500 meters apart, quickly moved while shooting at each other in the pouring rain. Blind sniper. Boom, boom. Each side was shot, and a fog of blood exploded from their bodies. Don't feel the pain. Under the focus of strong willpower, in the most dangerous moment of the life and death battle, it was impossible to care about the pain. The only thought was to finish off the other party. Boom, boom. Thoroughly killed. Both sides moved laterally through the downpour, raising their guns and continuing to fire. Each continued to explode with blood mist. The body shook violently from the blow. But as long as the enemy does not fall, one cannot fall. Supported entirely by strong willpower. In a split second of effort, both sides fired a dozen shots towards each other. Both sides shot out their reserves of bullets at almost the same time. Both sides again dropped their bulky sniper rifles at almost the same time and quickly drew their pistols from their belts. Bend over and keep shooting at each other. Slap, slap, slap. The body shuddered violently again. Once again, each side was shot. In almost a second, both sides shot all the bullets in their pistols. Boom, boom. Both sides came crashing down. The sky was full of rain that colored the perimeter of the body red. Lu Chengfeng pulled out the dagger at his waist and climbed up, ready to continue up to fight. But because he had been shot once in the morning with a Barrett, and twice more just now behind the gasoline barrel, Lu Chengfeng's injuries were obviously worse than the other parties. Propping himself up on one knee, he just barely managed to stand up before falling to the ground with a plop once again, splashing a gush of muddy water. In the heavy rain, the female sniper glanced at Lu Chengfeng with complicated eyes, stood up with strong support, and left the battlefield with the pain of her injury. Dead woman, don't run. Count how many times you shot me today. I'll kill you sooner or later. The red-eyed Lu Chengfeng roared madly in the pouring rain. In the hangar, Song Tsongrong, who heard the shouts, hurriedly rushed out and knelt beside Lu Chengfeng. How's it going? Cold, thirsty, but no harm done. Hang on. Song Tsongrong took off his own clothes and covered Lu Chengfeng. I'll take you to treat the wound. Bear with it and don't drink any water. I know. Song Tsongrong fought to pick up Lu Chengfeng and carried him into the hangar. Strip off the body armor. First aid. Stop the bleeding. Soon, Lu Chengfeng's body temperature recovered a lot, and his spirit recovered quite a bit with it. How's the bomb? Lu Chengfeng asked Joe Hanlon as he climbed up from the ground. Joe Hanlon fell to his knees and shook his head in agony. The bomb has been activated and the countdown has begun. Only 20 minutes left. The jumping red numbers are beyond alarming. Lu Chengfeng looked directly dumbfounded. It's a digital plus physical double encryption setup. If you try the wrong code 3 times, the bomb goes off immediately.
And with our current math, it would take at least another hour of permutation and combination time to try out the code. I can't tear him down. I'm a loser. Woohoo! Joe Hanlon knelt by the bomb and cried uncontrollably. Lu Chungfeng sighed and softly consoled. Hanlon, don't cry. It's not your problem. Right now our country's computer arithmetic is at such a low level. It'll be fine later. At that point, 2 bomb disposal experts arrived at the scene, escorted by 2 special agents. Bomb disposal experts immediately examined the bomb. But the expression was unmistakable. There's no way to disarm the code anymore. Can we proceed to physically dismantle the detonator? Lu Chungfeng asked. A bomb disposal expert said, this bomb is too well designed. With multiple wires in series, a physical demolition is bound to explode. Lu Changfeng roared. Then there's nothing that can be done. At this point, another bomb disposal expert said, I heard from the weapons expert on the way here that this Sarin 2 bomb is a second-generation improvement, although it travels quickly through the air. But the chemical reactivity of this gas is so sensitive that it would quickly fail in seawater with a complex composition. The only way to do it now is to fly a helicopter and take him to the sea and detonate him. Only. The expert paused in embarrassment. Only what? Come on. Say it. There are only 17 minutes left. Lu Chengfeng stared at the bomb timer and yelled. The bomb disposal expert pointed to the structure of the bomb and said, floating type structural setup with built-in buoyancy aid foam. Seawater buoyancy is high. If you just throw it on the surface, it may float and still travel through the air after the explosion. The only way is to fly the helicopter with the bomb and take off immediately, using the huge inertia to rush into the seawater to detonate. This is the most secure way. The scene, quiet. All of them have a heavy heart. Flying a helicopter into salt water? That means it's a mission with no return. Tick, tick. The red numbers on the bomb still pulsed alarmingly. Only 16 minutes left. There's simply no time to make a choice. Quickly, lift the bomb onto the helicopter first. Lu Chengfeng was silent for half a minute and said in a deep voice. Yes. Chapter 87, this is the first little climax. 7 men joined hands and hoisted the bomb onto the helicopter. Escort the 2 specialists away. You've already helped nothing below you, Lu Chengfeng said to the 2 escorting specialists. The 2 bomb disposal experts looked at the 3 Lu Chengfengs. They knew what was going to happen next, but they had no choice but to get into the car. At the scene, there were only 3 people left. Lu Chengfeng, Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin. Lu Chengfeng took out a cigarette and smoked it silently. He knew that this was basically the last time he would ever smoke. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did things get so wet up? Lu Chengfeng angrily punched the fuselage of the helicopter. I'll go, Song Tsongrong table said firmly. It's not your turn. Lu Chengfeng took a deep drag on his cigarette and shook his head lightly. But, nothing but. Lu Chengfeng patted Song Tsongrong's shoulder. Your family has been single-handed for 3 generations. You are going to be a general in the future. Live well. And I, Lu Chengfeng, am not the same. A rotten life. I've enjoyed everything I should. No loss. Lu Chengfeng finished his speech and hobbled resolutely to turn around and board the plane. Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin's heart sank. Their eyes reddened as they looked at Lu Chengfeng. But Lu Chengfeng, who had just ascended the gangway, looked at the 2 brothers, and returned down again, pulling a key from his pocket. Before I go, there are some things I cannot let go, or I have to explain to you. This key is to my room 601 at South River Laurel Gardens. That's where I stash all my blackmail money. About $300 million. Originally, was supposed to be for undercover self-funded expenses. Now it seems that I am afraid that I cannot use it. You guys help me to pay all of it. The above funding is quite difficult. In fact, I know all. Lu Chengfeng calmly explained his last words. Zhou Hanlin reluctantly tugged Lu Chengfeng's arm, crying uncontrollably. Although the 3 men only spent 1 day together, they formed a life-and-death comradeship that they will never forget. Hanlin, don't cry. There is no such thing as an unbroken feast. It's better for one to die than for everyone to die. It's a good thing. Lu Chengfeng wiped the tears from Zhou Hanlin's face, and his heart was also incredibly sour. It's a lie to say that you're not afraid of death. When faced with real death, no one's heart is in the right place. Second thing, you guys help me apply to number 2 to release Yushana. It would actually be a good thing if she became one of us. The third thing is the most important. After my accident, my parents cannot necessarily carry this blow, and I, Tama, have not done any filial piety before. When he said this, Lu Chengfeng's lips trembled violently. Because he was infected by the emotions of Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin, Lu Chengfeng could barely speak as if his chest and throat were blocked. Lu Chengfeng forced himself to hold back his emotions, wiped his tears from his red eyes, and choked out a sob. I used to be quite sorry for them, letting them worry every day. After I'm gone, you guys go see more of them for me later. Comforting comfort.
After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he wiped his tears and turned around to resolutely board the helicopter.
Lu Chengfeng.
Zhou Hanlin was so sad that he could not help himself,
Kneeled down and bawled. But Lu Chengfeng never looked back. In the pouring rain,
the helicopter's huge propeller kicked up a powerful gust of wind and rain, rising slowly like a giant bird in the night sky.
In the cabin, Lu Chengfeng refueled at full speed and piloted the helicopter to quickly leave Nanjing Airport and fly into the dark and deep sea. In the middle of the night, Lu Chengfeng turned back to take one last look at the vaguely visible downtown Nanjing.
It's so damn sad to part with, Lu Chengfeng cried out sadly. Press down on the joystick and bring the helicopter up to speed.
Soon after, the helicopter washed into the sea and the bomb detonated. Monstrous waves rise up. 4 in the morning. 6 hours until the end of the security escort. Conference room 2 of the Nanjing Hotel was dead silent.
Officer number 2 had quit smoking for years and actually lit up a cigarette. Lang Ning herself had been injured because of her injuries, and at this time, because of the news of Lu Qingfeng's death, her face was frighteningly pale.
Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin's tears had already dried up,
and they sat there with lifeless eyes. Number 2 said with red eyes,
"Release Yu Xiana,
give her the status of a Xia national, and let her be a decent person under the sun. Leave this matter to Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin." Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin nodded blankly.
Number 2 continued. Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin have been promoted early to level 3 special service for their outstanding performance during this crisis. Land, sea and air. Posthumously awarded Special Agent First Class. Tai Duenshu said. At that time, in order for him to act realistically as an undercover agent, the notice of dismissal from the Public Security High Commission was sent to his parents. His father, who has a bad heart, was so angry at the time that he almost went to the hospital when he heard he was fired. His mother cried out on the spot. 2. Even if it is posthumously awarded first-class special duty, we are quite sorry for the family. Officer number 2 said in a deep voice. The martyr's medal should be handed over to the old man personally. It is important to let the 2 old men know that their son is not a rogue, but a true hero on the hidden front. That's when Condensation finally spoke up. I don't agree with this. Everyone looked to Condensation. No matter how much a son may not be, as long as he lives, there is hope in his parents' hearts. Will the old couple be able to carry the news of your death when you tell them? What's the use of giving an old man 10,000 medals when his son is gone? With that said, Condensation averted her face, trying to get control of her emotions, but eventually let out a loud cry. 10 a.m. the next day, the security escort operation was officially terminated. Princess Suki's special plane took off from Namjang Airport for her return trip. Shuji sat on the edge of the porthole, resting her cheeks, quietly looking at the distant city of Nanjing, recalling the bits and pieces of Lu Qingfeng's escorting herself. Flying saves, deflecting sniper bullets with your body, lying unattended on the side of the road covered in blood. Sleek and graceful overhead 5 consecutive kicks. The tender painter. Flying a helicopter into the sea without a second thought. Lu escort. I don't believe in love at first sight, but I believe it's possible to fall completely in love with someone in 24 hours. May you be well in the other world, and I hope we can meet again in the next life. Until the city of Nanjing completely disappeared from view, Shuji turned her head, but has long been in tears. Meanwhile, Song Tsongrong and Zhou Hanlin, dressed in formal attire, arrived at the temporary holding cell. Open the heavy iron door and unlock the handcuffs and shackles on Yushana. The 2 men solemnly saluted Yushana. Yushana quietly looked at the 2 young and powerful special agents. Zhou Hanlin stretched out his hands and solemnly handed over a brand new ID card to Yushana. Song Tsongrong stood at the edge and read out the rights and obligations of the citizens of Xia in a deep voice. Citizen Yushana, from this moment on, you will have the citizenship of your country. In accordance with the Constitution, the personal liberty of the citizens of this country shall be inviolable and the dignity of the human person shall be inviolable. The right to material assistance from the state in case of old age, sickness or incapacity to work. The state protects the rights and interests of women to enjoy equal rights with men in all areas of political, economic, cultural, social and family life. The Secret Service, as well as all agencies dedicated to guarding the security of the nation, will spare no effort to protect the lives and property of every citizen of this country, and will fight to the end against all unlawful aggression. Read and read. Song Tsongrong sobbed uncontrollably. Chapter 88, Beautiful Mother and Daughter. 4 days later, in the mountain villa in Dongzhou, his sister-in-law Qini sat in the pavilion holding the phone. How is she doing? Qini asked. Got shot 6 times, and even though he was wearing a bulletproof undershirt, he was still seriously injured and almost lost his life, the other party said. Qini couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I didn't realize the battle was as gruesome as it was. Where is that guard? Qini asked. The other person said.
He died flying a helicopter. It's a good thing you're so young and you're so open about it. As opponents, we respect him. I just hope that the fewer such characters in Xia, the better. By the way, how's the search for the new boss of the Nanjiang Hall of Fame going? Shinee said. I can't get in touch in the past 2 days. I'll tell you when I do. Good. Harbor Village in the southernmost part of the southern region of the city of Nanjiang. It's a small, remote fishing village on the border with the city of Donghai next door. In a low bungalow in the village, a pair of beautiful mothers and daughters were looking at Lu Chengfeng, who was unconscious on the bed. The mother was about 40 years old and looked like a fisherman. Although her skin looks a little wheat-colored from years of exposure to the sun, she is very fit and hot with a curvy body in the front and back. The daughter was about 15 or 16 years old, clear, beautiful and spiritual. Mom, look at him. His body is so strong. After soaking in the ocean for so long, he can still talk in his sleep. At that moment, Lu Chengfeng slowly opened his eyes and the beautiful mother and daughter came into view. Little brother, you're finally awake. The young girl snuggled up next to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng turned his neck from side to side, looked at the gauze wrapped around his body, and then looked at his surroundings, knowing that he was saved. For minutes before the explosion, Lu Chengfeng first used his belt and clothes to secure the helicopter's total distance joystick and acceleration pushrod to ensure that the helicopter maintained a dive acceleration attitude. Then tugging on the rappel rope from the helicopter, he leapt out of the cabin, minimizing the distance between himself and sea level. When the length of the rappel rope was exhausted, the release fell into the sea in a parabolic position. Fortunately, the helicopter was not flying at a very high altitude at that time, and with the help of the 20-meter rope of rope descent, Lu Chengfeng was not slapped to death by the sea, but only slapped unconscious. The helicopter flew by inertia for 3 minutes before plunging headlong into the sea about 1.5 kilometers from Lu Chengfeng, and the bomb exploded in the seawater. Relying on the protagonist's aura, tough physical qualities and resourceful brain, Lu Chengfeng finally survived. Where is? Here? Lu Chengfeng asked softly. Nanjiang Changnana, Harbor Village, the young girl said. My name is Xiaoyu. My mom's name is Wang Feng. Thank you auntie. Thank you Jade. What's your name? Young man? Just call me Windy. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he turned his head to look out the window at the sea and the warm sunshine. Being alive is exciting, but while happy, Lu Chengfeng felt a little sad. Young man, why do you have so many wounds on you? Offended criminals. Lu Chengfeng sighed and looked into the distance with a sad expression. Brother Little Wind, why do you look so sad? Is it because you're afraid of revenge from your enemies? No. Is it because you're in a bad mood because you're hurt? Not. I'm out of ing money. Ha! The money was robbed by the bad guys. Ha! Don't feel bad. As long as the person is okay. That's just it. You see we don't have any money either, but we're having a great time. The mother and daughter sincerely comforted Lu Chengfeng. Auntie, you guys don't understand. That's not a small amount of money. It's genuinely not good. Lu Chengfeng was simply so angry that his butt hurt, and he only hated that he had underestimated his own vitality, and that he had explained his last words too early at that time. Those two douchebags must have already handed over the money. Wang Feng said lovingly, young man, don't think about those sad things first. Can you eat now? Can eat. Lu Chengfeng recovered his spirit before he felt hungry up to his chest. Auntie will burn it for you here. We don't have much here on the beach, so we can only eat some seafood like crabs and abalone. Good, good, good. Not long after, Wang Feng brought up a few dishes. The local dishes cooked by the fishermen's families are really fragrant and much better than those of the Scholar House Hotel in the city. Lu Chengfeng immediately wolfed it down. Auntie, your crabs are delicious. Delicious. If it's good you'll eat more. Lu Chengfeng ate greedily while surveying the furnishings of the house. He realized that the family was actually poor, humble, and showed no signs of a man's life. Do you, just mother and daughter live together? Lu Chengfeng asked. Wang Feng's expression fell. Well, Xiaoyu her father was hacked to death last year. Chopped up? What happened? Wang Feng sighed. Last year, people from Zhaojiawan and Donghai city next door came over to collect the management fee. My husband was so rigid that he clashed with them and was stabbed to death. It's no use suing them. Not a penny was lost. Lu Chengfeng wondered. This is the territory of Nanjiang City. Why would someone from Donghai City come to collect management fees? Wang Feng sighed. Young man, you don't know. Although our side of the harbor village is by the sea, the terrain is all cliffs, so we can't build a pier. And we often have tourists coming over to play on this beach. So our village goes out to sea to catch fish through the docks in Donghai City next door, and then ships them back overland to sell to the tourists who come here to play. It's really just some cheap stuff like shrimp skin and sea cucumber and kelp. Not much profit. But because it's using the docks in East Ocean City, they're coming over to collect management fees. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, Auntie, Xiao Yu, Harbor Village belongs to the sphere of influence of Nanjiang City South. You've met the right people when it comes to me. Let Ride the Waves men protect you from now on. Jade said in disgust. Riding the wind and waves is even more ruthless in charging management fees than Zhao Zhouan. A bunch of rotten people. Put. Lu Chengfeng coughed violently. It can't be, can it? When Lu Chengfeng established Ride the Wind and Waves, he formulated a 14-word company motto, indicating the direction of the company's development. And there is an absolute ban on charging management fees to disturb the public in these things. Ride the Wind and Waves people really came to collect management fees? Lu Chengfeng asked in disbelief. Of course, it's the end of the month again in the next 2 days. So I guess it's coming again, Wang Fong said. How dare they? A cold light began to emanate from Lu Chengfeng's eyes. How dare a boss really dare to disobey his orders behind his back? Don't want to live. Although his body was still weak, his domineering and ruthless aura was about to explode again. Xiao Yu said, with Lu Chengfeng, the head rascal, backing them up. What else would they not dare to do? But, Lu Chengfeng coughed violently. Is my social image that bad? Wang Fong said. Actually, they didn't dare at first. Then they got upset when they saw that we were paying management fees to the people of Zhejiawan in Donghai City, saying that we pay management fees for our land in the south of the city to the people of the Eastern Sea. Where do we let their faces go? So, we at Harbor Village are going to have to pay management fees to both sides. At this moment, an uncle outside shouted, Ah Fong, those rotten people from Ride the Wind and Waves are here to collect the management fee again. Take Jade with you and hurry to hide. 89. He's so good. As soon as Wang Fong heard that the management fee collector was coming, she immediately copied a rolling pin. Jade, on the other hand, had picked up a flat stick at the back of the house. Lu Chengfeng wondered, Auntie, Xiao Fong, are you guys going to confront the people of Riding the Wind and Waves? Aha! Jade nodded with certainty. Lu Chengfeng said, where are you a match for them? Wang Fong said with red eyes, from the day my husband was killed by Zhao Zhouan's men, I've been at loggerheads with these hooligans. No protection money. I want my life. That's it. Jade's small white hands clutched the stretcher. Lu Chengfeng was dumbfounded. Let me solve this problem. Wang Fong said with concern. Your body is very weak. Lie down well and save yourself from their beatings. Xiao Yu also said. That's right, brother Little Wind. You are so weak and frail. In case if you get into a fight with those hooligans, they will be able to spray you away with a mouthful of spittle. Lie down well and wait for my mom to give you abalone again tonight. After Wang Fong and Xiao Yu finished, they took their weapons to the simple seafood bazaar at the entrance. At the bazaar, Ride the Wind's 10 minions, carrying baseball bats, were going from house to house collecting management fees from the stalls selling seafood. If it isn't that Wang Fong, we must collect the management fee of her house today, or everyone on this street will revolt. 10 punks immediately surrounded Wang Fong and Xiao Yu. I'll kill you bunch. Wang Fong held the rolling pin and was about to rush up. Q. The minions kicked Wang Fong to the ground. Mom! Xiao Yu immediately held Wang Fong. Wang Fong, I'm asking you, whether your family will pay the management fee today or not. The lead little brother drank fiercely with a cigarette in his mouth. One life, no management fee. Xiao Yu, although young, was very stubborn and guarded Wang Fong with a huffy grip on her stretcher. You really think we don't dare to hit women, don't you? The lead punk raised his hand and was about to punch Jade in the face. Yo, Ride the Wind and Waves minions are very accomplished now, even beating up women. It was at this moment that Lu Chengfeng walked out with his clothes draped over his head and a gloomy face. Those 10 juniors belonged to the apprentice grandson generation, and Lu Chengfeng did not recognize them. But these juniors know Lu Chengfeng. How did Big Boss show up in this remote fishing village? Everyone nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Malagasy, who gave you the guts to come here and collect management fees? Lu Chengfeng's face and eyes were incomparably sinister. As soon as Xiao Yu saw Lu Chengfeng come out, she hurriedly said, Shut up, brother Xiaofeng. Who told you to come out? Quickly go inside and hide. These guys are really good at beating people up. How about you let them dare instead? Lu Chengfeng stared at the 10 punks. All kneel down for me. The 10 punks poofed, all kneeling on the ground. At the scene, the onlookers of the Harbor Village villagers were directly stunned. Wang Fong and Xiao Yu were directly baffled. What the hell? Such a vicious gangster kneeling in front of a frail older boy? Could I be hallucinating? Lu Chengfeng took a broken stool and sat in front of the 10 minions, saying indifferently, Who is your boss? The lead punk stammered. Smokey, Tell your boss to crawl over from downtown Nanjiang to meet me. Lu Chengfeng erupted into a roar. Ahem, ahem. A mouthful of sea air poured into his mouth, and Lu Chungfeng coughed weakly. But even if there was only one breath left in Lu Chungfeng, he could already scare these punks out of their wits. One of the less courageous ones even peed directly out of fear. He is not concentrating on his studies well. Without your order, where would he dare to leave the classroom? The lead minion said in a shaky voice. Lu Chengfeng then remembered that he hadn't gone back for 5 days. Will those bastards go crazy in the classroom? Did Smokey tell you to collect the management fee? This little pussy wants to rebel now. Right. Lu Chengfeng's voice was still filled with a murderous aura. No. Give our boss 10 guts and he wouldn't dare give such an order. The 10 gangsters shook their heads together. What the was that about? A gangster said. It's mainly the people from Donghai Zayajayawan who come to collect, and the villages all pay. So we thought, if outsiders can come to our turf and collect protection money, why don't we collect it ourselves? This was all our own idea. It has nothing to do with our boss at all. Lu Chungfeng asked in a chilling voice. What is the company's 14-word division motto? The lead punk said. Open a bathhouse with your feet on the ground, and ride the waves of blackness. Is an administrative fee allowed? Not allowed. Is it permissible to bully the people? Not allowed. Slap yourself. Memorize the company motto and slap yourself. Attention! I want to see blood, Lu Chengfeng said in a cold voice. The 10 punks were like amnesty, hurriedly memorizing the company's division training while slapping. Keep your feet on the ground and open a bathhouse. Ride the waves of blackness. Pa dash. Keep your feet on the ground and open a bathhouse. Ride the waves of blackness. Pa dash. Keep your feet on the ground and open a bathhouse. Ride the waves of blackness. Pa dash. Half an hour later, each of the 10 punks was covered in blood and paralyzed on the ground. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. You'll all kneel for me on this stone path. On the side, the villagers of Harbor Village were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 90. So he's Lu Chengfeng. After returning to Wang Feng's small broken house, Lu Chengfeng felt that his stomach was hungry again. Auntie Feng, I'm hungry again. Either make me some dinner for dinner. Wang Feng and Xiaoyu stood there in a fidgety manner, looking at Lu Chengfeng with incomparable nervousness. What's this young man's story? Why did it even manage to get those rotten people from Ride the Wind and Wave to kneel outside honestly? Is it an official? Auntie Feng, Xiaoyu, don't worry. I'm not a bad person. I'm really hungry, and I'm in need of energy to recover my body in the past 2 days. Lu Chengfeng looked at Wang Feng and Xiaoyu's demeanor and smiled to comfort them. Okay, little wind. Auntie will lay seafood noodles for you. The noodles Auntie puts down must be delicious. Add some lobster and abalone into it, haha. You child. Your mouth is quite picky. If you keep eating like this, Auntie is really going to be impoverished by you. Wang Feng's tension finally dissipated a bit. Ha, don't worry. We can't eat you poorly, and we can still make you rich. Xiaoyu asked with incomparable curiosity. Brother Xiao Feng, what exactly are you? Why did those bad guys kneel down for you? It's better if you don't know for now, Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. Wang Feng said as she cooked. Little wind. I counted the days. And the people from Zhaozhouwan are coming tomorrow to collect the management fee. Those guys that are really capable of killing people. Much more vicious than Ride the Wind and Waves men. I don't think you're a good-tempered kid. So don't clash with them on again. Or you can leave early tomorrow morning. When she thought of her husband's miserable condition, Wang Feng's pretty face became miserable. Xiaoyu, take $50 and give it to Xiao Feng. Give it to him as a traveling expense. Oh, Xiaoyu ran to the cabinet and took out $50 from her few savings and sent it to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng looked at the simple care on Wang Feng and Xiaoyu's faces, and his heart sank a little. $50 is no small amount of money for a family like theirs. Aunt Feng, you guys saved my life. I'll avenge your husband's death for you, and I'll deal with Zhaozhouwan's people. Lu Chengfeng asked indifferently. Wang Feng was shocked. Look at this. Look at this. I told you that you're not a good-tempered kid. Xiaoyu also said. That's right. That blind bear in Zhaozhouwan really looks like a black dog bear. And it's rumored that one punch can break a tree. Brother Little Wind, you must not be impulsive. People can spit on you and send you flying. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly. Aunt Feng, can you give me some fishing nets and get a tractor? What do you want this for? Borrow it for tomorrow. I'm craving fish. The next morning, as expected of Wang Feng, the mongrels from Zhaozhouwan came over to collect the management fee. The famous blind bear led 6 henchmen, almost all yellow-haired and carrying baseball bats. The village people were so scared that they hurriedly prepared their management fees and waited in line to turn them in. Yo. If it isn't Ride the Wind and Waves little Fane, kneeling here to pray for blessings and prayers. Ha. The blind bear looked at the 10 minions kneeling half dead on the pavement and almost burst out laughing. Lu Chengfeng's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the blind bear and the others. Surprisingly, the other guy had either Nike or Adi on him. In the 2000s, for young people, All they bought were clothes from department stores. Not brands, a few $dozen apiece. The better-off middle-class families wear Benelux and Zenith. Audi and Nike are definitely among the top luxury items. These mudbloods in Zhao had the ing nerve to dress like that. What does that mean? It shows that Zhao is really rich. Ahem. Lu Chengfeng directly laughed out in happiness. Yesterday I was worried about running out of money. But today the god of wealth came to my door. What are you laughing at? You little brat? Looking for a cut? The blind bear pointed at Lu Chengfeng, who was sitting there laughing, and fiercely cursed. You came to Nanjiang's territory to collect management fees. Didn't you ask me, Lu Chengfeng, for my opinion? Lu Chengfeng sat on a broken stool, knocking his legs together and asked the other party with a smile. What? Wang Feng, Xiao Yu, and the villagers of Harbor Village were stunned. This frail and weak young man in front of me is the famous bad seed Lu Chengfeng? How come such a big gangster is living in our village now? Instead of feeling an ounce of security, the villagers at the scene became even more nervous. Are these big bad bastards coming to our village for a meeting today? Who is Lu Chengfeng? The blind bear and the others were confused and bewildered instead. Ahem. Lu Chengfeng coughed. You're all out of your minds. And you've come to collect management fees on the border of Nanjiang, without even asking who covers this area? Lu Chengfeng felt that his dignity had been hurt. Blind bear sneered. For us in Zhao, do we need to inquire? In a small place like your Nanjiang, only Sang Shua can barely be considered a person. But in the eyes of our boss, he's just a minion. What kind of a piece of is Lu Chengfeng? A piece of? Or a maggot? The blind bear was incredibly arrogant. The minions behind him were even carping and laughing. Where did this little gadget come from? Ran and plowed it out of the dirt, didn't it? His dad must have had some accident when he sprayed him out back then and left him cold. Ha ha ha, want to tuck him back in again? Chao Nima, what did you say? Lu Chengfeng's 10 minions were so angry that they showed their teeth. Just because they didn't have the strength to rush up and fight after kneeling all night. Lu Chengfeng almost laughed with anger and said, back to the topic. From today onwards, I'll cover Harbor Village, and no one is allowed to collect management fees here. Little Thanes, you're not deaf, are you? Don't need your father to repeat it to you again, do you? The smiles on the faces of the blind bear and the others froze, instantly transforming into vicious hostility. The 5 people from the other side instantly surrounded Lu Chengfeng. The 5 big, 3 thick, muscular bear blind man staggered in front of Lu Chengfeng. It's a full 185 and looks to weigh over 200 pounds. Pecs are solid as a doorstop. Little Thane, what did you just say? This is your place? Aha. Not paying management fees? Aha. Then you can give it to the hospital as a resuscitation fee. The blind bear roared and attacked, swinging his fists. Wang Feng and Xiaoyu were so scared that they directly closed their eyes. Chapter 91, Old Blackie will be beaten again. Boom. Lu Chengfeng gently bent over and punched the blind bear in the chest. With a sharp sweep of his right leg, the bear blind man fell to the ground in a dog-eat-dog heap. Because of the tremendous inertia, his face was pestled to the ground and he was drenched in blood on the spot. I'll go. Everyone on the scene was stunned. This skinny young man took care of the blind bear in one round? The other 5 gangsters saw the boss suffered a loss, and immediately waved their sticks toward Lu Chengfeng's head to greet. Boom, boom, boom. Before the 5 gangsters could see how Lu Chengfeng had struck, they had already fallen to the ground unable to move. I've met someone high up. Lu Chengfeng smiled and squatted down in front of the blind bear, patting his face and wanting to ask him a few words. But the blind bear seemed unconvinced and cursed before trying to get back up and attack. Lu Chengfeng directly yanked his hair and slammed it towards the ground. At once, the meaty face knocked into the gravel-caked pavement. In the neighborhood, Wang Feng, Xiao Yu and the villagers looked directly dumbfounded. This svelte young man is so vicious. No wonder he's the boss of Ride the Wave. Can we talk properly now? Lu Chengfeng smiled sarcastically and slapped the blind bear's face. You say? The blind bear remained arrogant. Let me ask how much have you collected in management fees so far? 50,000. Oh, let's refund 50,000 each then. At first glance, the bear and his 5 minions thought it was fair. But on second thought, no, I took 50,000 from the whole village, and now I'm giving 50,000 back to everyone? You robbed me? Take it easy. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, each person's refund of 50,000 is just the principal. You're charging management fees on my property. Do I have to charge you some management fees too? 6 of you, pay me $500,000 each. All of them heard it completely now. This little bastard's knocking over money. The blind bear let out a sardonic laugh. Do you know who my boss is? Zhao Jiawan gang. Do you know who gang's boss is? Zhao Tian. You're dead. Lu Chengfeng slapped a big slap on blind bear's big pie face. Who cares about your stepping horses heaven and earth? If you Zhao Jiawan don't pay up, you'll be waiting to collect the corpses of your gang of dog scum. Release one to go back and report. All the others bundle up in fishing nets and go back to the company. Let the ing Zhao Jiawan get the money to claim the man. Asterisk. Yes. Within moments, the blind bear and his 4 men were tangled up in fishing nets and lifted onto the tractor. 10 of Ride's minions said they were going to climb up on the tractor. Lu Chengfeng kicked them down one by one. All of you stepping on the horse will guard this harbor village for me. If Zhao Jiawan's people come to retaliate against the villagers, you'll guard it for me unless you're hacked to death by them. Yes, boss. Lu Chengfeng looked at Wang Feng and Xiaoyu again and said, Auntie Feng, the seafood you cook is so delicious. If you don't mind, come with me to the city, and specialize in cooking for our company cafeteria. Jade, I'll arrange for her to go to school, and I'll cover all the expenses. Xiaoyu looked at the handsome Lu Chengfeng with incomparable admiration. 3 views follow 5 senses. Jade smiled sweetly. At noon the next day, Lu Chengfeng returned to Ride the Wind in Waves Inc. When I arrived at the 3rd floor classroom, I was surprised to find a room full of cigarette smoke and a floor full of beer bottles. The atmosphere was particularly heavy. The men, each with red eyes, sat at their desks all silent. Boss is back. Did you have fun traveling? Old Black's demeanor didn't seem thrilled. Happy a few. Why don't you study? Where's disciplinarian Wang Ba? Lu Chengfeng felt something was wrong. Boss, something happened to Wang Ba, Old Black said with red eyes. What? Lu Chengfeng's heart sank violently. No wonder one red-eyed and droopy. I can't believe you took out my best beloved general while I was away. I'll lose if I don't flay Sangsuk alive. The corners of Lu Chengfeng's mouth flared up with an unprecedented viciousness. Do things. Lu Chengfeng picked up a machete from underneath his desk and took to the battlefield himself. Let's go. What the are you all waiting for? Lu Chengfeng roared with red eyes. Boss, just going to the city council like that? Isn't it a bit too arrogant? Old Black said. Lu Chengfeng froze. City council? It was the city council that took out Wang Ba? Lu Chengfeng felt something was wrong. No, Wang Ba wasn't killed off. He didn't pay for his whoring last night and was arrested by Wang Guangming. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his chin awkwardly, then beckoned. Old Black, come here, come here, boss. Old Black seemed to realize that there was a problem with the way he expressed himself just now, and coyly didn't dare to go forward. I'm telling you to come over here. Lu Chengfeng roared. Yes, Old Black could only muster up the courage to walk up to Lu Chengfeng. Asterisk. Lu Chengfeng picked up a beer bottle and snapped it on Old Black's head. Boom! Old Black felt the crumbs of the broken bottle all over his head and was pleasantly surprised to find that this time there was no blood. Hey, the resistance is getting stronger. This one is to tell you not to take a big breath when you talk to me again, okay? Aha! Old Black ate his lesson and nodded hurriedly. Only then did Lu Chengfeng throw away the machete in his hand and asked, who gave Wang Guangming the courage to touch my people? Old Black said, yesterday evening got the news. Qin Weiman transferred to the province. Now Nanjiang. Wang Guangming said. Qin Weiman left on the front foot, and Wang Guangming announced a severe crackdown on the back foot, sealing off all of our venues overnight. Everyone's been working all night, and they're just tired and hung over like this. Long stretched his head and said, damn, Wang Guangming wants to crack down, and we have no right to oppose. But don't get the hell caught us riding the wind and waves to fight. Then the north and east of the city. His family didn't fight either. Sang Deshang that mother asterisk her as soon as he heard that Wang Guangming on the throne. Depression that night, alive and well overnight out of the hospital. Chapter 92 Negotiations. Old Black said, I don't understand. If he really wants to get Wang Ba, then he should file a criminal case. What a set up. It was at this moment that Lu Chengfeng's cell phone rang. Lu Chengfeng took a look at Han Liming's call and decisively cut it off. The news that he had returned to Nanjiang. Han Liming should have received it. And Han Liming made this call probably because he wanted to confirm whether he was alive or not. Previously, Lu Chengfeng was undercover in a low-end bureau, all of which were miscellaneous troops like Morning Biao and Sang Deshang, so it was not a problem to casually talk to Han Liming on the phone. But the next undercover operation will be in deep water. Even with the involvement of the Rice intelligence officers, who can guarantee that their phones are not tapped? Who can guarantee that his phone is not tapped and that there are no listening devices installed around him? Contact with superiors will become increasingly difficult. Finding a loyal wingman also becomes more and more urgent. Lu Chengfeng retrieved his thoughts and exhaled a smoke ring as he continued. Other people's Wang Sir is knocking the mountain to shake the tiger taking advantage of Wang Ba to knock me. Lu Chengfeng, knock a few heads off. Old Black cursed as he cocked his head. Ha! Lu Chengfeng looked at Old Black and almost touched the beer bottle again. No, boss, I don't mean that. Since it's a knockout then just ignore him. At most 15 days of administrative detention will be out. Lu Chengfeng said. It's not that simple. Everyone in the entire Nanjiang Road knows that I don't deal with Wang Guangming and once gave him a hard time in front of the city hall. If we let him detain Wang Ba for 15 days, what does that mean? It shows that I, Lu Chengfeng, have no energy in Nanjiang, can't fish out anyone, and can't do anything about him. Wang Guangming, where is my Lu Chengfeng's face going to go? Who will dare to trust me with their lives in the future? When Old Black and the others thought about it, it really made sense. Lung came to a realization. No wonder the venue was closed last night, and several of his former good relations are not answering their phones. Another junior said, I also heard rumors outside this morning that our brother Feng used to rely on Qin Weiman to cover us, and now that Qin Weiman is gone, our brother Feng is going to be killed. It's just one Wang Guangming. Lu Chengfeng stood up in a domineering manner. What a big deal. Remember this, if you follow me, you'll never get screwed. Bullying. Confidence. On the scene, the aura of all the bosses instantly rose. It's still our brother Feng. Everyone stood up, clenching their fists. Oh yeah, the day of the monthly exam is coming. Right. I'll have Bai Jie grab the papers and test the results of your studies this bout. Ha! Everyone sat on their asses on the bench, full of confusion. Smokey, here. You're staying out of all company operations these days. I have a more difficult task for you. Boss, you say. Guarantee to complete the mission. Smokey was incomparably excited, with a feeling of being reused. You will stay in the classroom and memorize the Analects of Confucius, and when you have done so, you will leave this classroom again. Boom! Smokey smoked straight through all at once. At noon, Lu Chengfeng rushed to the city council. When they were at the main entrance, they happened to run into Sang Suk and Sang Dae-sun coming out from inside. Sang Suk remained calm, but Sang Deshang's face is full of joy, like wearing a new cotton jacket on the ING New Year. As soon as he saw Lu Chengfeng, Sang Deshang was full of arrogance. Yo, isn't this boss Lu? His men were captured and came to save them? TSK, I think it's difficult. I remember that you were standing here and gave Wang Guangming a blow, right? If I were Wang sir, I wouldn't be so forgetful. I suggest you change the name of that Ride the Wind company of yours. Either change it to Ride the Wind, or call it Ride the Crane? Ha 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 ha, what are you talking about you? Long immediately rushed in front of Sang Deshang. Get out of the way. What's your business when the bosses are talking? Sang Deshang glared at Long. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly and pressed on, ignoring Sang Deshang. Big boss Sang, what do you think about this matter of Wang Guangming's rise to power? Lu Chengfeng looked at Sang Shua meaningfully. Sang Shua couldn't see a trace of smugness in his eyes. Instead, his anxiety grows with each passing day. Lu Chengfeng has too much momentum in Nanjiang. There is simply no one who can match it in terms of combat prowess or treachery and cunning. What's more, sister-in-law had clearly hinted last time that she should retire in a radical way and give up her seat as the boss of Nanjiang to the youngsters. Abandonment of the son to admit defeat is really not willing. After all, they have been in Nanjiang hard work for decades. How can you easily give up? If you don't admit defeat, with your sister-in-law's thunderous tactics, you and your brother will inevitably die. Wang Guangming's sudden rise to power is indeed a favorable. After all, is the number one person in the South River Police Force? The powerful strength is still unquestionable, but could it be that just one Wang Guangming could take out Lu Chengfeng? Sang Shua is not so optimistic. On the contrary, the sixth sense that the momentum has gone even stronger. Sang Shua calmly said, Brother Xiaofeng doesn't look too good. 80% is a bit weak from playing with women too much. I'll send my brothers to take some 1,000-year-old ginseng over at night to replenish their vitality. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Sang Suk is a man who sees the situation clearly. Your ginseng. I'll take it. Lu Chengfeng patted Sang Shua's shoulder, then gave Sang Deshang a sinister look and walked into the city council building. Just as he walked into the city council building, he met Li face to face. Before, Li was following Qin Weiman, and both Lu Chengfeng and Qin Weiman helped Li a lot in handling that case of toxic Jia. Li also threw in the towel on the matter of holding back Ami, so Lu Chengfeng felt that Li could be a friend. Yo, isn't this brother Qing of our country? Have a cigarette. Lu Chengfeng ceremoniously pulled out a huazi and handed one over. However, Li didn't raise his hand to take the cigarette and just looked at him quietly. Do I know you well? Li asked in a cold voice. It doesn't taste right. Lu Chengfeng's fingers loosened and the cigarette naturally fell to the ground. Not familiar. Sorry, wrong person. Lu Chengfeng glanced meaningfully at Li Guocheng, smiled, and rubbed his shoulders. Lu Chengfeng, keep a low profile lately or I'll teach you to behave. Do you hear me? Li turned back to look at Lu Chengfeng's back. Lu Chengfeng stopped in his tracks and turned around, a cold light in his eyes rising. What is Li sir going to teach me? Teach me to change faces? Or writing the wall? Li Guoqing then reprimanded as if he were reprimanding his third grandson. Don't be so talkative. Lu Chengfeng, I advise you not to be arrogant. It's all the same now. Wang Guangming is the boss of Nanxiang now. Go out and ask around. Who doesn't know about your beef with him? Put your tail between your legs. If you make even the slightest noise, I'll be the first to arrest you. A cold light emanated from Lu Chengfeng's eyes as he turned back and walked over to Li Guoqing. A good bird chooses a tree to live in is not wrong. But if you want to take my Lu Chengfeng's head to go to Wang Guangming to surrender, then I can only regret to tell you that you are still too childish. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he directly and arrogantly slapped Li Guoqing's face. You seek death. Move me. Either you move me now, or shut the up. Lu Chengfeng stretched out his finger and pointed it at Li Guoqing's nose. Chapter 93, writing you down in a little notebook. Lu Chengfeng, I'll see how long you can go wild. You'll be watching me go crazy the whole time. Lu Chengfeng pointed at Li Guoqing's nose, then arrogantly walked towards Wang Guangming's office. Yo, if it isn't Mr. Lu, have you come to the wrong door? Bureau Qin's office has already been moved. Wang Guangming saw Lu Chengfeng come in and insinuated. Lu Chengfeng hemmed and hawed and sat on his butt on the sofa, crossing his legs. How can I go to the wrong door? Now the people in the Nanjiang Road all know that Wang Sir is knocking me Lu Chengfeng. If I don't come to the door to be a small, you have no place to put this face, is not it? Then I have to thank Boss Lu for giving me face? When will Wang Ba be released? Lu Chengfeng went straight to the point. Why don't you call and ask Bureau Qin? Maybe he'll answer you? Wang Guangming sneered. Ha ha ha. Wang Sir still has anger in his heart. Lu Chengfeng laughed and shook his head, throwing a cigarette into his mouth and lighting it with a snap. Phew! A string of smoke exhaled. Wang Sir, isn't arresting Wang Ba and sealing my field forcing me to come and bow down? I'm making a statement by coming, aren't I? Lu Chengfeng smiled and said. Wang Guangming smiled coldly in his heart. I count on you, Lu Xingfeng, to know what's good for you. Wang Ba is suspected of visiting prostitutes and needs 15 days of administrative detention. There are still 14 days left. Wang Guangming gently sipped his tea and said without haste. That's the benefit of having the initiative in hand. Steady as a rock. Let your opponent dry out and then keep lowering your stance. Lu Chengfeng inhaled deeply, then exhaled a smoke ring and said. No. The entire Southern River knows that Wang Ba is my Lu Chengfeng's beloved general. If he's locked up for one more day, I, Lu Chengfeng, will lose a little bit of face in Nanjiang. How can I still mix in the future? Either you rob him out, or you come and take my seat? Wang Guangming said slowly. Stop it. We can't do anything illegal. You still know. Ha, I thought you, Lu Chengfeng, were the great sage of Qi Tian. Lu Chengfeng sat up straight and said. Wang Sir, let's open the window and talk. I know what you want. I'll treat you to a meal at the Scholar's Palace tonight, and I'll call all the famous bosses on the road to accompany me. I'll give you all you want tonight. If you're not satisfied tonight, then go ahead and seize my field and hold the king's bar. If you're satisfied, how about releasing them? Wang Guangming laughed. Then I'll give you this face? Lu Chengfeng clasped his fists. Thank you, Wang Sir. I'll make the arrangements now. After returning to ride the wind and waves, Lu Xiangfang called Old Black in front of him. Tonight in the first-class building for me to book a box. Cigarettes and wine arranged better. I want to invite Wang Guangming dinner. Do a small. Old Black said. Ah, then won't Sang Dishang's side be arrogant to the heavens in the future? Lu Chengfeng said. Tonight, no matter how much I am aggrieved, you all hold back and are not allowed to lift the table. I have my own plans in mind. Don't spoil my plans. Yes. Oh yeah. Pick a couple of pretty girls from the field to accompany you and liven up the atmosphere. Old Black had a flash of insight. How about that mother and daughter from the Royal Yaoqi? They've been chanting about you lately. Yeah. Have them come over now. Aha. Old Black ordered one of his men to call Qin Fun and show you. Boss, what about the blind bear guys in Zayajiawan? Withholding when to bring money over when to release. Old Black prompted. Boss, those guys from Jiaozhouan in East China Sea are not to be messed with. We're messing with people we don't want to mess with. If we mess with people we want to mess with, wouldn't that be bullying the weak? At that moment, Qin Fun and Xiu Yu were brought in, clearly slimming wraparound dresses, little blazers, and high heels. Hello boss. The two pretty beauties bent over respectfully, their peaks exposed. Come with me to an important client tonight. Be in high spirits. Lu Chengfeng surveyed the enchanting figures of the mother and daughter. Ha, the boss is giving us away? Mom Qinfen was filled with disappointment. Boss, I don't want to leave ride the wind and wave. The daughter, Autumn Rain, was pitiful. Don't worry. No one else can snatch anything from me. Lu Chengfeng. Only then did Qin Fun and Xiu Yu put their hearts down and looked at Lu Chengfeng adoringly with their beautiful eyes. At night,
In the largest box of the Scholar House Hotel, some of the bigwigs who were somewhat famous in the South River Road came early. Everyone remembered the classic scene 10 days ago, when Lu Chungfeng had given Wang Guangming a blow at the entrance of the city council, shocking the bigwigs of the Nanjiang Road with their mouths wide open. Unfortunately, the creation of people, Qin Weiman has gone, cannot cover Lu Chungfeng. Wang Guangming is now the boss. Lu Xinfeng's good days are over. Everyone gathered around Sang Suk and Sang Daesung, spreading cigarettes and pleasantries. Boss Sang, your body is getting better and better. Look at this vigor. Don't use contraception. Have another 10 or 20 big fat boys. Boss Sang, please take care of our business in the future. Doing business with Ride the Wind and Waves is too damn meaningless. That's right. The strong company will always be the mainstay of our South River. Is it not comparable to those little brats? Don't talk about it. I'll be damned if I did a business deal with Ride the Wind and Waves a few days ago. I feel sick to my stomach even thinking about it now. Everyone greeted Sang Deshang to the fullest, itching to stomp on Lu Chungfeng. Lu Chungfeng, on the other hand, sat in the corner and silently took out a small notebook and memorized the names of all these big shots. After waiting until 7:30, Wang Guangming finally arrived at the box. Everyone immediately stood up respectfully and looked at Wang Guangming with reverence. Wang Guangming awesome boom boom, slightly nodded his head in greeting, and then came to the main seat. Everyone else stood there, looking at Wang Guangming, wondering how to order their positions tonight. Wang Guangming spread his hands on the back of the chair and said lightly, Sang Shua, Da Shang, you two have been my old friends for many years. Just sit by me. The three of us brothers will have a few more drinks tonight. The people listened to the words and recognized the meaning immediately. One's judgment was correct. In Nanjiang really have to look at other Sang brothers. It's not for nothing that we've been standing for 20 years. At this time, Wang Guangming looked at Lu Chungfeng again. Boss Lu, you're the youngest in this box, so either you'll condescend to sit at the bottom. On the scene, all the bigwigs looked at Lu Chungfeng. In Nanjiang, now in terms of strength, Lu Chungfeng is only second to the strong company. Letting him sit at the bottom, that means Wang Guangming really wants to get him tonight. I'm glad I drew the line with him early. I'm so resourceful. Shoota. Who made me young? Lu Chengfeng smiled and sat on the bottom seat with his back to the door. Everyone else feel free to sit down. Wang Guangming said indifferently. Yes, the other heads took their seats. Chapter 94 Exploding Heads at the Scholar's House. Shortly afterward, the waiters began to serve the food and everyone poured wine. Lu Chengfeng, holding a wine glass, took the initiative to walk to Wang Guangming, lowered his posture and said, Wang sir, Xiaofeng was unintelligent before. I salute you. Sang Deshang and the others couldn't help but laugh in contempt in their hearts. Aren't you crazy, Lu Xingfeng? You've had your day? How do you honor it? Wang Guangming sat in his chair not even looking at Lu Chengfeng. Whatever you say about honoring then. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Either blow a bottle? Wang Guangming looked down at Lu Chengfeng with cold eyes. On the scene, everyone's hearts were shocked. Wang Guangming is ruthless enough. That's a 53-degree mutai. It's a hot, 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 hot. Wouldn't it kill you to blow a bottle? Everyone bloated as they looked at Lu Chengfeng. A deep emotional bite. I'll blow. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly and really picked up a bottle of Mao Tai and blew it. Guru. Although Lu Chengfeng had a large amount of alcohol, it was after all highly alcoholic wine. It was like fire in my throat and stomach. You simply can't carry it off without strong willpower. Everyone waited for Lu Chengfeng to spew out on the spot, but in the end, Lu Chengfeng still managed to pull through. One bottle blown out. Satisfied? Wang sir. Lu Chengfeng wiped his mouth, burped, and placed the bottle on the table. Is it hard on your chest? Wang Guangming asked. No hard feelings, but it's hard for me. I got hit in the chest a while ago, and I don't know what happened, but I'm still holding my breath. Boss Lu, do you have any good doctor recommendations? Wang Guangming looked meaningfully at Lu Chengfeng. At that moment, Sang Deshang jumped out. Bureau Chief Wang, you don't need a doctor for this minor problem. I have a way to make your breath go away. Oh, Deshang has a solution? Wang Guangming laughed. Let Wang Bureaus hear a sound. This breath 80% can be smoothed over. Sang Deshang said with a bad smile. Oh, either Deshang let me hear a sound? Okay. Sang Deshang suddenly copied a bottle of Mao Tai and violently smashed it on Lu Chengfeng's head. Don't Sang Shua had wanted to stop Sang Deshang, but he was helpless as Sang Deshang struck too quickly and had already finished smashing. The scene, silent. Everyone watched in horror. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, can you believe that someone as crazy as Lu Xinfeng was opened up? And on this occasion where the big boys are gathered, Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to take a breath and silently looked at Lu Chungfeng, fearing that he would set off the table on the spot for a firefight. However, Lu Chungfeng didn't intend to get mad. He just reached out and wiped the blood and crumbs of the broken bottle from his head and said with a smile, "Wang sir, is your chest still suffocating right now?" "Hey, you don't say. It seems to be smoothing out a bit, but not completely," Sang Deshang said. "Then let's let Wang bureaucrat completely get over it tonight?" Wang Guangming smiled and said, "Wouldn't that be an offense to boss Lu Chungfeng Lu? No aggravation. To be able to make Bureau Wang smooth out his anger. That's what Lu Chungfeng, should do," Lu Chungfeng said with a smile. "Look at me." Sang Deshang directly moved over a box of Mao Tai, took out a bottle and wanted to smash it again. Sang Suk felt that it was very inappropriate and passed him a hard look, meaning that he couldn't go so far. But where was Sang Deshang still listening? His own worshipper, Luo Han, was tortured by him to the point where his life was worse than death, and he himself was forced to kneel on the ground at the Royal Yao Qi, and was even made to suffer from depression. Today is a rare opportunity to avenge a blood feud. Boom! Sang Deshang copied a bottle of Mao Tai and smashed it on Lu Chengfeng's head again. Face full of booze. Broken bottle crumbs. Comfortable. This breath in my chest is much smoother again. Wang Guangming was incomparably happy. Then continue. Sang Deshang once again fished out a bottle from the case and smashed it on Lu Chengfeng's head once again. Boom! Blood ran down his cheek. Lu Chengfeng wiped the blood and low wine from his face and looked at no one but Sang Shua meaningfully. "Your brother is so jumpy. You won't have anything to say if he dies at my hands in the future, right?" Sang Suk looked away in embarrassment. In case Lu Chengfeng turns over this time, he mustn't take Sang Deshang's life? Sang Suk's mind is getting more and more confused. Boom! Boom! Sang Deshang smashed the entire box of Mao Tai all over Lu Chengfeng's head. Lu Chengfeng was soaked with wine, but from the beginning to the end, Lu Chengfeng stood in front of Wang Guangming without moving. "Wang sir, is your chest still stuffy? You don't say. It's really healed. Thank you boss Lu. You're really a good doctor. It's good that Wang sir is comfortable. When it's dispersed later, I'll personally drive Wang sir home." At 10 p.m., the drinks broke up. Lu Chengfeng personally drove Wang Guangming home. After arriving at the downstairs of Wang Guangming's house, Lu Chengfeng took out a black leather case. "Wang sir, although the chest congestion is better, but it still needs maintenance in the later stage. Bring you some maintenance products." Wang Guangming tried the heavy black leather case, opened it and looked at it, and found that it was full piles of cash money. "I'm going to sweep you off your feet. Do you think I'll take it?" Wang Guangming said faintly. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "Wang sir won't sweep me off my feet." "Oh, who gave the confidence?" Wang Guangming looked at Lu Chengfeng. "If you really wanted to sweep me off my feet, you wouldn't have hammered me in such a way as publicly sealing my field and arresting my men. Instead, they should be loose on the outside and tight on the inside, secretly gathering evidence of my crimes and then striking a blow that will leave me dead. Am I right?" Wang Guangming glanced meaningfully at Lu Chengfeng. "You continue," Lu Chengfeng said. "I have still pondered over Wang sir's thoughts with all my heart. Nanjiang would be hard to control if one of the bosses had a hand in it. I ride the wind and waves and Sang family strong company these two dogs in the bottom of the fight to death. Wang sir control up to ease, is not it? It's like Qianlong holding Hushan against Ji Xiaolan, isn't it?" Wang Guangming couldn't help but look at Lu Chengfeng in surprise. Worthy of being the youngest big shot in South River. It's almost as if the human condition is taken to its logical conclusion. Wang Guangming put away the black leather case and said faintly, "You are considered to be very sensible. I'm satisfied today. Tomorrow I will release Wang Ba and give you this face. But remember this, no matter how well you, Lu Chengfeng, mix well in Nanjiang, you are nothing more than a gangster. A dog under my control. Be understanding. Understand?" Wang Guangming patted Lu Chengfeng's face. "Absolutely understand." Wang Guangming snorted coldly and returned home. The next afternoon, Wang Ba did return to the company. "Bully!" All of the company's juniors bowed their heads together in salute at the sight of Wang Ba's return. "Where's Old Black?" Wang Ba was furious and ignored anyone. It was at this point that Old Black walked out. "Wang Ba is back. I'll your mom Old Black." Grumpy Wang Ba directly hit Old Black's head with a brain blow. Immediately after that, Wang Ba was about to kick up with a big flying kick. The minions on the side rushed to hold Wang Ba in a death grip. Ba rest his anger. "Pa, it's all our own people." Wang Ba cursed with red eyes. "Black Dog Day. What kind of bad idea did you give the boss? Don't say that I, Wang Ba, was detained for 15 days. Even if I'm shot, I can't let the boss suffer that much. How can the boss still be a man in Nanjiang in the future?" Old Black had a frustrated look on his face. "How in the hell could I come up with such a bad idea? It was the boss himself who wanted to go to Wang Guangming. So you won't stop? You're a dead man.
Try stopping one of the bosses with that temper? Who can stop him? I'm even more pissed off than you are. Where's the boss? I want to kowtow to him, Wang Ba said with red eyes. I don't know. At this moment, the Provincial G Committee office building. 2 staff members warmly received Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng sat harmlessly in front of the staff, his youthful face looking even a little scared and coy. What is it you came to see us about? Young man? Hello leader, I'm from the chief. Ha, it's so rare to find people willing to turn themselves in voluntarily these days. Hey, the main thing is that I have never done anything wrong before. Suddenly I did something wrong. My conscience can't get over it. I can't sleep or eat well, so I thought it would be better to turn myself in. Ah, what crime have you committed? Bribery. Chapter 95, Chen Haonan is here. Ha, bribery? Who did you send money to? King Guangming of Nanjiang. My goodness, that's no small thing. Laddie, you're not kidding, are you? Here, I even brought the video evidence. Ho, you give away money and make videos? That is not afraid that he receives money and does not do anything. Last night I tossed and turned. Always feel that to give people money this behavior is immoral, contrary to the fair princess of the laws of the market economy. So take the initiative to come to confess and surrender, hoping that the government will treat me leniently. 2 days later, in the office of the general manager of the strong company, Sang Suk and Sang Deshang sat face to face, bitterly smoking cigarettes. What was Wang Guangming's reaction when he was taken away? Sang Shua asked. A crying mess, wearing handcuffs and tilting his neck. He angrily called Lu Chengfeng a 1,000-year-old silver coin. Sang Deshang snapped a cigarette. Sang Shua rubbed his head in pain. See? One easy move and you send Wang Guangming in. How are you going to fight him? Deshang this great power in Nanjiang is no longer on our side. I think we should take the initiative to approach my sister-in-law and offer to step aside for an initiative. Sang Deshang reddened his eyes. I'm not convinced. We've fought for the kingdom for so many years. Sang Shua reclined in his chair and rubbed his eyes painfully. It's no longer a matter of Jianshan or not. You stepped on a horse and smashed a whole box of Mao Tai on his head. What I'm thinking about now is how to save your life. Let's go together in the next 2 days to meet my sister-in-law. It's settled. At this moment, in the Ride the Wind and Waves company, Lu Chengfeng put on a sportswear and was preparing to go out with the car keys. Wang Ba ran in with a sad face. Boss, what kind of relative is that Lu Sweki to your family anyway? What's wrong? It's too damned fierce. After arriving at the back streets of the west side of the city, with nunchaku in his left hand and a big ring knife in his right, he chopped up 8 streets all by himself. Put. Lu Chengfeng only coughed as he choked on the cigarette. Backstreet Key said 2 words about her. Good guy. Directly by her cut into the ICU. The doctor said that if it's not good, it's a vegetable. If we keep this up, my position as the boss of City West will have to be hers. The little is also too tigerish. On account of being a relative of your family, she's practically lawless in the west side of the city. Tell her to come see me now. Lu Chengfeng could only re-enter the office. Aha. 20 minutes later, Lu Sweki arrived at the headquarters of Ride the Wind and Waves Corporation with 2 personal little Tangans. Boss. The 3 men stood respectfully in front of Lu Chengfeng. IING. Lu Chengfeng almost didn't recognize Lu Sweki. A tight leather jacket and leather pants. The original hot and powerful body outlined the front and back of the convex caul. Tattoos were tattooed on his arms. He wore an exaggeratedly large chain around his neck, and played with hand spikes in his hands. The short, dark hair was dyed an exaggerated rosy red. What kind of shy college girl is this? Lu Sweki can't stay in the west side of the city. Be a personal bodyguard for me. Lu Chengfeng huffed. Everyone looked at Lu Sweki enviously. Everyone else go out. I'll talk to Lu Sweki alone. Yes. The others left the office immediately, closing the door behind them. Boss Lu, do you really know that Lu escort? When can you recommend me to him? Lu Sweki said excitedly. Recommend a few. Can I recommend a little girl to the mysterious and great Lu guards? Look what you're wearing. From now on, shoes must be high heels, clothes must be in uniform, the top must be a little lower cut, the bottom skirt must be tight and no longer than knee length, and the hair must be dyed back and kept short. You hear me? What? Do it immediately. Hurry up. Yes. Not long after, Lu Sweki changed into a slim gray white-collar uniform and returned to Lu Chengfeng's office again. I'll go. Lu Chengfeng's eyes went straight as he watched. It's still a stunningly beautiful face. Especially the pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her pretty face. It was simply Lu Chengfeng's ideal image of a sexy female secretary. Ahem. Oddly enough, it was at this time that Old Black ran up. Boss, the people from Zhaozhouwan in the East China Sea have boarded the door and want us to hand over several people from Blind Bear. Lu Chengfeng asked, how many people have come? Old Black said, it's not a big number. Only 4 people, but the cards are big. Not the least bit timid. Lu Chengfeng nodded. Come on, let's go down and take a look. Lu Chengfeng brought Lu Sueki and the others to the outside of Riding the Wind and Waves Inc. At this moment, 4 Prince motorcycles rumbled to a halt in front of Ride the Wind and Wave Company. The 4 mighty and domineering young men looked at the Ride the Wind and Waves Company building with contempt. The young man at the head of the group was dressed in black leather, black gloves, long flowing hair, and looked incredibly handsome. This man is called Zhao Gang, nicknamed Zhao Jiawan Chen Haonan. It's the heart and soul of Zhao Tian, the boss of Zhao Jiawan in East China Sea. I'm Zhao Jiawan's Gangzi. Tell your boss to come out and talk. Zhao Gang's voice wasn't loud, but his aura was incomparably powerful, and his dark hair fluttered slightly against the wind. Anal? Lu Chengfeng smiled playfully. You're Lu Chengfeng? Gangzi was cool and said lightly. At this time, Lu Sueki Biao, who was beside Lu Chengfeng, I chow and Ima by Shaggy, how to talk to our boss. Lu Sueki kicked off her 2 high heels, rolled up her sleeves and rushed up to fight. The image of the absolutely beautiful and gentle female secretary turned into a shrew by the way. Asterisk. Pull this tiger woman back to me. Lu Chengfeng simply had a broad brain ache. Old Black and the others rushed up and dragged Lu Sueki back. The little brother on the side of Gangzi said, Lu Chengfeng, this is our East China Sea Zayajiawan gang, nicknamed Zayajiawan Chen Haonan. Personally coming to ask you for someone today is to give you face. I hope you don't know what to do. What the hell are you talking about? Long and the others immediately wanted to surround them. Chao Nima, you think you're outnumbered, don't you? Let's see if we, Zhao Jiawan, are afraid of you. Hurry up and hand them over. Although the other party only had 4 people, they were extremely arrogant. Chapter 96, let's see who's more arrogant. If you don't hand them over, I don't believe I'll transfer people over to flatten you. Riding the Wind and Waves. That's it. What kind of Lu Xiangfeng wants to be the boss even though he hasn't even grown his hair? In front of our Zhao family bay, Lu Chengfeng is nothing. Zhao Gang's 3 little brothers had a fanatical confidence based on Zhao Jiawan's strength. Lu Chengfeng, asking you to hand over someone today is giving you a chance. Don't give your face away, Zhao Gang also said in a deep voice. Lu Chengfeng quietly looked at Zhao Gang. Handsomer than me. Lu Xingfeng, clothes are higher than mine as well. If you mix better than me, isn't this suppressing my Lu Xiangfeng's idol aura? Lu Chengfeng said. Zhao Jiawan Chen Haonan, right? It's okay to hand him over. $500,000 per head. Let them go when you see the money. Zhao Gang pointed at Lu Chengfeng's nose. Don't go too far. You know who you're knocking. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly. So you don't have any money? That's fine. I'll give brother Anal a face today, but it depends on whether you have the strength to catch it. Just now, didn't your little brother say that we, Ride the Wind and Wave, were relying on the number of people? Then let's fight one-on-one. Save us the trouble of saying that we watchers are bullies. You win. I let go. Zhao Gang said. That's what you said. I'll take it. I'll beat you Lu Chengfeng today. I'm sorry. What kind of status do you have to fight me? Lu Chengfeng said. Wang Ba, you practice with this Zhao Jiawan red stick. Remember, look down on winning and losing. Because we ride the wind and waves will win. Alright. The handsome Wang Ba stood out with a fierce smile. In a black suit and black shoes. The absolute image of a thug in a suit. With white skin and dark starry eyes. He was one of the few handsome figures. Just like Zhao Gang. Around them, the juniors immediately backed up 5 meters, leaving a field for Zhao Gang and Wang Ba. A masterful duel is all about stability. Wang Ba and Zhang Gang stared at each other, each pulling out their handspikes and staring intently at every move in the other's hand. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Wang Ba raised his foot and kicked the 4 prince motorcycles of others directly over on the ground. Lu Chengfeng looked away in embarrassment. Chao Nimas, a gangster is a gangster. I told you to fight. Why are you destroying property? Don't kick the motorcycle. That's all mine. Lu Chengfeng scolded. Paralyzed. Die. Wang Ba snorted coldly and swung his fists to charge. Zhao Gang's hair fluttered as he also rushed towards Wang Ba. The 2 famous ruthless characters of the Nanjiang City and Donghai City roads were instantly entangled together. The wind of the fist is cold, powerful. It was a tough fight for a while. Lu Chengfeng said softly to Long beside him. If Wang Ba can't carry on later, bring someone up to beat up the group. Ha, didn't we agree on a one-on-one fight? Lung looked at his boss in surprise. One-on-one a couple times. Ride the wind and waves can only win but not lose. Learned. Long immediately carried out his machete. Luckily, Lu Chengfeng really hadn't misjudged Wang Ba as a talent. Not only are they ruthless and brainy, but they're also really fierce fighters. After about 20 minutes of fighting, Zhao Gang's stamina declined and he was kicked to the ground by Wang Ba, who took advantage of an opening. Zhao Gang struggles to get back to his feet and keep fighting. But how ruthless is this pusher Wang Ba? Straight away he rushed up and filled his face with an iron elbow. At once, Zhao Gang's face was covered in blood, and he was so dizzy that he almost fainted. Goddamn East Si Chen Haonan. Hang! Wang Ba laughed and stepped on his horse to add another kick to Zhao Gang's face. Zhao Gang's 3 men were immediately about to rush up to save, but Lung took his men and surrounded them straight away. Don't move, or I'll kill you all. Lung held his machete and slapped his opponent's face. The other party had no choice but to glare angrily at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng arrived in front of Zhao Gang, and his big leather shoes ruthlessly stepped on the other party's proud face. Zhao Gang's face was stomped and deformed. Lu Chengfeng, do you even know what my boss's background is? Even saying Shua can only call himself a junior in front of him. How dare you treat me like this? Zhao Gang was so angry that his eyes were dripping blood. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Damn it! If you had brought dozens or hundreds of people to demand someone today, I, Lu Chengfeng, might still be in a better mood. That would at least show that you are still in awe of my Nanjian Lu Chengfeng's strength. For if you dare to board the door of my riding the wind and waves, who do you think you're insulting? I didn't want to hurt you, but now I have to hurt you. Come on people, detain all 4 of these silly eagles and wait for Zhao Zhouan to bring money to ransom them. These guys are a little higher status. 1 million ransom each. Those 4 Prince motorcycles are also crime property. Confiscated. And, spend this whatchamacallit Chan Honam's face. Wang Ba wondered. Why did you spend his face? Lu Chengfeng, because he's better looking than me. I won't allow it. Wang Ba touched his face and suddenly felt a little scared. Why the hell are you touching? Your face isn't as good as mine. Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly and left the scene, taking the car keys towards his car. Nanjiang Airport. Zhou Hanlin and Song Songrong drove a minivan and parked behind the abandoned Hangar 9. 7 days have passed since that tragic rainy battle, but the bullet holes left around the hangar are still clearly visible. Without Lu Chengfeng, Zhou Hanlin would have died in the interrogation room, and the one who crashed the helicopter into the sea was Song Songrong. They each owed Lu Xiangfeng, their good brother, a life. So in the first 7 days of this memorable day, the two did not go to the Nanjiang Martyrs Cemetery, but instead built a simple small grave for Lu Chengfeng alone, to carry out a not two on the stage of worship. Zhou Hanlin opened the trunk of the minivan and carried down the offerings one by one. Paper-made refrigerators, color TVs, washing machines, small cars, machetes, pistols, women, have everything. Zhou Hanlin had taken great pains to make sure Lu Chengfeng could have a good life down there. Asterisk. This woman looks so familiar. She looks like a condensation instructor. Song Songrong blinked his big eyes and pointed at a white papier-mâché woman. Well, it's made 1-to-1 according to the condensation instructor. In marriage for brother Feng. So he won't be lonely down there. Zhou Hanlin pouted and busied himself. Why is it instructor cold? Weirdly creepy. Song Songrong got a little cold behind his back. I haven't heard that brother Feng had any women before he was born. So I just know that instructor Lung was on good terms with him. So I just burned instructor Lang. But why not burn Yuxiana? Then Yuxiana has a posthumous child in her belly, right? How can you burn the baby too? Right. Oh. In that case it's better to burn instructor cold. Song Songrong agreed. Chapter 97, Beautiful God of Murder. At this time, Zhou Hanlin again carried out all the plutonium he had bought and put it in front of the grave. Song Songrong took one look at these plutonium coins and became annoyed on the spot. Big brother, can't you buy some larger denominations? The highest is only $1 million. You don't know that my brother Feng loved to spend money when he was alive. You expect him to hack it when you get down there? Zhou Hanlin didn't have the heart to say, I can't wait to burn the 4 major banks to him. But the owner of the People's Funeral Supply Store said that there are laws of the netherworld. Get too big a denomination of plutonium and you'll straighten out the netherworld with inflation. Song Songrong scratched his head. I see. After everything was placed properly, Zhou Hanlin took out a lighter and lit the offering. A roaring fire burned. Kowtow. Aha. The 2 men knelt down in front of the tombstone and began to weep and mourn. Brother Feng yo. My good brother yo. How could you leave like that yo? How can you ask me to live yo? You might as well take me with you yo. 2 people with snotty noses and pouting asses crying uncontrollably. It was at that moment that a voice rang out. Fine. Then I'll take you guys. Lu Chengfeng slowly walked out from the back door of the hangar. Hanlin, am I damned if I'm overly sad and hallucinating? I seem to vaguely see my brother Feng's handsome, dashing and outstanding posture. I think I heard him too. Did he leave unwillingly ghost? Zhou Hanlin suddenly saw Lu Chengfeng, who was slowly approaching, and sat on his butt in fear. I'm alive. Did you Zhou Hanlin do something wrong to me? You're so scared. Lu kicks Lu's ass. Zhou Hanlin sat on the ground in tears, looking at Lu Chengfeng in disbelief. I am alive. Touch it if you don't believe me. Zhou Hanlin summoned up the courage to touch Lu Chengfeng's hand. Hot. Will it move? It'll move windy. Only then did Zhou Hanlin realize that Lu Chengfeng had really returned. Like a child, Zhou Hanlin hugged Lu Chengfeng and burst into tears. Zhou Hanlin huffed. I'm supposed to be a technical special agent. I'm not supposed to be on field missions. I took the last assignment because I admire those killjoy secret agents in the movies. Brother Feng, you fulfill all my imaginations of the special forces. Tough, stalwart, battle-hardened, possessing a strong sense of patriotism, and always willing to dedicate your life to your country. Brother Feng, you mustn't die again. Zhou Hanlin hugged Lu Chengfeng to death, fearing that he would suddenly disappear again. Lu Chengfeng was overwhelmed with emotion and patted Zhou Hanlin. Alright, you're a special agent, not a pussy, don't cry, I won't leave you guys. It was a long time before the three resumed their seats. Lu Chengfeng asked with a cigarette in his mouth. After the helicopter exploded, did the Secret Service launch a search and rescue? Nope, must have thought it was a waste of money to search and rescue when it blew up gross. So did the Secret Service give me a funeral? There is, cloak and dagger, buried in the South River Martyrs Cemetery. Thick burials? Thin burials. The Secret Service has limited funds. I handed over 300 million ING and I'm telling you there's limited funding? That's White Songrong and I couldn't stand to watch. So we secretly built a grave for you at the place where this accident happened, and burned all the condensation to you. This practice is definitely not allowed in the Secret Service, saying it's feudal superstition. Where is Instructor Lang now? Song Songrong said, today is your first 7 days. She rushed from the imperial capital to Nanjiang Martyrs Mausoleum to see you, and is probably still there now. Go! The three of them rushed together to the Nanjiang Martyrs Cemetery, east of Summerland, on a Japanese island. There's a military base of Rice stationed here. The base is surrounded by a bustling city. At this very moment, in the Navy Club, the Rice GIs, with their families, are partying inside. Music, beer, guitarists. Many of the local Japanese people also participated and partied with the GIs, which was truly a military-civilian love affair. A stunningly beautiful woman in a ducktail hat walked in. This person was none other than the stunningly beautiful Yuxiana. After realizing that Lu Chengfeng had used his life to give himself back a Xia citizen ID card, Yuxiana's mindset completely collapsed. After 2 days and 2 nights of continuous crying, all that was left in her eyes was hatred. She felt that the only way to console Lu Chengfeng's spirit in heaven was to keep killing and taking revenge, in order to support herself to live and give birth to his child successfully. After 4 days of fine intelligence analysis, Yuxiana discovered that the Sarin 2 bomb ship to Nanjiang came from this very military base. Yuxiana didn't have any support. She didn't have the ability to end the base. All she could do was try to kill everyone connected to this base. Anyone who had anything to do with that bomb had Lu Chengfeng's blood on their hands. Hey, pretty girl, can you have a beer with me? A blonde, blue-eyed MiG soldier thought Yuxiana was a local Japanese and greeted her warmly. However, he was dismayed to find that the eyes of this beautiful woman in front of him were filled with cold and piercing killing intent. Brush. A cold light appeared in Yuxiana's hand. Thumbs down. The blonde, blue-eyed Rice GI had his throat slit on the spot. Immediately afterward, Yuxiana's figure rushed towards the stunned crowd like a ghost. The dagger was held in his left hand, flying as quickly as if he were a butchered bull. With a silent pistol in his right hand, he shoots at everyone. Thumbs up. Whether it was the Rice GIs, their families, or the innocent Japanese people in the area, all of them were lying in a pool of blood. 69 people were killed by Yuxiana in 4 minutes. The flames of hatred made Yuxiana's chest rise and fall violently, and her eyes looked red and red. While this was happening, Zhou Hanlin dialed Yuxiana's phone. Hey, Sister Xiana, let me tell you some good news. Lu Chengfeng is still alive. But don't say anything to anyone for the time being, haha. Yuxiana instantly felt her mind instantly swell. Where are you now? Do you want to see him? I'm out running some errands. Okay, then we'll be in touch when you get back, haha. Yuxiana hung up the phone and looked at the bodies of the GIs, their families, and the people all over the ground, only to feel her scalp tingling in disbelief. After a full half-minute of calm, Yuxiana bent down to apologize. Yeah, sorry, a little impulsive. Yuxiana left the scene quickly in embarrassment. 69 corpses lie on the ground, silent and open-eyed. Chapter 98, Sister-in-law Qin Yi calls. Nangang Martyrs Cemetery. Condensation, who came from the imperial city to pay tribute, sat quietly in front of the tombstone of land, sea and air, remembering the bits and pieces of Lu Chengfeng. Instructor Lang, look who's here, Song Songrong shouted impatiently as soon as he got off the bus. Lang Ning looked along with the voice and instantly froze as if she had been cast in a fixation spell. Beautiful eyes first huge dismay. A few seconds later, it shone with tears. Instructor, I'm still alive. I can still continue with my mission. Lu Chungfeng smiled as he walked forward and gave Condensation a deep hug. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Condensation embraced Lu Chungfeng with great emotion. After a long interval, the two men calmed down and sat down on the side steps. Zhou Hanlin, why do you look preoccupied? No, nothing. Zhou Hanlin avoided the condensing gaze. I just burned her down for a marriage half an hour ago, and I feel kind of sorry for her. Instructor, when we captured Du Haitao that night, why did the female sniper arrive in time to kill him? I think Du Haitao still has a handler in the Secret Service. Zhou Hanlin flickered his eyes and unnaturally changed the subject. Long Ning said, when we discussed the arrest of Du Haitao that night, there were not many people present in total. Point 2. Me, the three of you, the head of the Internal Affairs Department, Jean Zion, and the head of the Overseas Intelligence Department, Wang Tao. If there's a mole, it's probably in that conference room. Of course, that doesn't rule out the fact that the sniper has been watching from the shadows and following on his own initiative. We can't jump to conclusions about suspecting our own people. Lu Chungfeng said, whether there is still a mole or not, just take me for a test. Lang Ning looked toward Lu Chungfeng. Lu Chungfeng said, Instructor Lang, you go back and report to the Secret Service Bureau. Just say that Level 5 Special Agent Lu Haikong is still alive and is now under secret treatment. Now it's first-class special duty, recognized posthumously. Lang Ning interrupted. Ha ha. Accidentally even got promoted. Anyway, publicize the news that Lu Haikong is still alive to the Secret Service. If the Secret Service has a mole, they're sure to break the news. The enemy should make a move. Long Ning said, aren't you afraid of danger? It's useless to hide it. Sooner or later, Han Liming will know that Lu Chungfeng is alive. If Han Liming knows, Empyrean Master will know. Then number 2 will also know soon. Might as well fight for the initiative to report it earlier. It was at this moment that Lu Chungfeng's phone rang. Lu Chungfeng, where have you been dying these days? Sister-in-law Qin Yi's sexy voice came from the phone. Sister-in-law, I miss you so much. It's almost like I'm getting lovesick. Every night I can only look at your portrait, and do things I shouldn't do. Lu Chungfeng's face immediately showed a fawning dog-licking expression. The tie, wavy, and vibe came out. On the side, Zhou Hanlin and Song Songron looked directly stunned. Is this still the same idol in our hearts? It's impersonal to lick. Oily mouth. Who knows if you really want to pretend? Come to Mia Lodge and I'll have an interview with you. I'll text you the address later. Okay then. I can't wait to fly to you now. After putting away the phone, Lu Chengfeng resumed his serious expression, but noticed Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin looking at themselves strangely. I have flowers on my face? You just seem to have destroyed your great and glorious hero image in my heart. Zhou Hanlin said. A few heroes. Lu Chengfeng took a cigarette. If you saw how I behaved during my time undercover in the crime syndicate, you'd hate to shoot me. After Lu Chungfeng finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Condensation and continued seriously. For the time being, the criminal forces in Nanjiang are basically under my control, and although Sang Shua and Sang Deshang want to jump, they can't jump out of the palm of my hand. Mia Global's sister-in-law, Qin Yi, called to ask me for an interview, presumably to recruit me to join Mia Global, or maybe even directly make me the bearer of Nanjiang. I'm willing to go undercover at Mia Global under the dual leadership of the Secret Service and the police, as requested by Officer 2. One hand, they are investigating the major offenses they have committed, and the other hand, they are investigating their relationship with overseas intelligence services. Long Ning nodded. The information on the Sarin 2 bombs was transmitted back by the covert agents we planted on the other side. She'll probably be lined up by the other side soon after her autonomous activation. Try to save her if you can. Lu Chungfeng asked. Who is she? Long Ning said. She was buried in there by number 2 and Wang Tao, the head of the Overseas Intelligence Department. With her own hands. I don't know who it is. I have to ask number 2 for instructions before I can answer you. Good. Lu Chungfeng nodded and said. The undercover operation has entered deep water, so I have to be extremely cautious. I can't easily meet with you now, nor can I casually connect with Director Han Liming. I hope I can send someone I trust around to assist me and contact you for me. Lang Ning pointed at Zhou Hanlin and Song Songrong. Just the two of them. Then it's still a bit more useful to send 2 pigs over, right? Lu Chungfeng said directly. Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin immediately opened their eyes wide in protest. We're so good. What's wrong with us? I'm very capable of fighting. Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin spoke in unison. I know they can't either, but there really aren't any suitable candidates. Long Ning said. First of all, I can't continue to work undercover beside you anymore. I was sniping against that female sniper when I was protecting Suki. She should have seen me through the scope. Song Songrong and Jo Hanlin were in makeup during their protection of the princess, and their real faces did not appear to ordinary people. It's always a little better than a pig to have them both live in Nanjing and make a phone call and pass a message for you at a critical moment, right? Lu Chengfeng thought for a moment and said, you give them both 2 new identities, and then let them both go to work at the Golden Jade Entertainment Center. Lang Ning frowned. That messy place won't bring them down, will it? Lu Chengfeng said, although the 2 of them haven't shown their faces in Nanjing. What if they are seen by other special agents of the Secret Service? That's why the 2 of them absolutely cannot accompany me around. I basically have to go to the Golden Duke every night after drinking to sing and dance and hug the ladies. And them going to the Golden Duke as waitresses just gives them a chance to get in touch with me. In case the rest of the Secret Service finds out, they'll just say they're on a classified undercover mission. Long Ning, perfect. That's it. After returning to downtown Nanjing, Lu Chengfeng prepared an entire truckload of gifts to travel to the mysterious Mia Mountain Villa in East China. Lu Chengfeng, Wang Ba, and Old Black sat on the Big Ben in the front. Lung sat in the back of the van with his little brother. Wang Ba and the others were extraordinarily nervous about being able to come to the Mia Global headquarters, specialized in new haircuts, brand new shirt suits, and wearing a suit square like everyone else. The machete was left out in order to look like the suit was slim and unobtrusive. In the past, following Morning Biao could only be regarded as street ruffians, but after that, following Lu Chengfeng was finally a bit of a scale. But in front of a giant organized crime syndicate like Mia Global, even Ride the Waves can only be considered street guerrillas. Controls the entire criminal underground of the eastern province, inextricably linked to the upper echelons. There's even the backing of the Rice Intelligence Service. It's almost as if it's just a handful. Gah! The van pulled up to the gate of the lodge. The majestic, mysterious and grandiose lodge is close at hand. 4 blonde-white bodyguards wearing suits and earpieces stood majestically at the gate, surveying Lu Chengfeng's Big Ben and the van behind it. Look at other people as bodyguards, like characters in the movies. I feel so nervous. Old Black envied. Asterisk. I'm nervous too. It's like Lu has entered the Grand View Garden. With reverence, Wang Ba carefully straightened the folds of his suit and respectfully came before the other party. Hello, we are from Nanjing. Wang Ba politely took out his cigarettes and prepared to disperse them to the other party. Chow and I'm a pussy. Can't you see my car is coming? Open the door. You're all standing there like for a memorial service? Lu Chengfeng rolled down the window, blackened his pussy face, and stretched out his finger to angrily curse at the 4 bodyguards. Wang Ba and the others were directly confused and looked at their boss in astonishment. How dare you pick a fight here? Chapter 99, Beautiful Woman of the Mountain Village. The 4 black-clothed bodyguards were directly cursed and confused. It's the first time someone has cursed in front of Mia's headquarters. Who are you? The black-clad bodyguard asked with cold arrogance. Nanjian Lu Chengfeng. The several bodyguards looked at each other, the arrogance and anger on their faces, which was then forcibly wiped away. An hour ago, Inner Guard Captain Gaoran had notified that Nanjian Lu Chengfeng, who had been invited by his sister-in-law, was coming to the lodge. Sister-in-law favors this Nanjian ruthless man and may cultivate him to be the boss, so be polite to him. I just didn't expect him to be so nonchalant. Boss Lu, according to the rules of the lodge, we have to inspect you and the van. Please come down, the bodyguard said with a calm face. In the van is a gift for my sister-in-law, so you can climb up into the cargo box and check it out. As for myself, I have always disliked being searched by others. Lu Chengfeng sat with a cigarette in his mouth and said arrogantly, Boss, this is a provincial city. Don't we have to keep it under control? Long quietly pulled on Lu Chengfeng's coat corner. Collect a few. At this moment, a look of anger once again appeared on the faces of the 4 bodyguards. Mia Villa rules are strict, not to mention you Lu Chengfeng, a pending candidate. Even if the leader of the 4 major districts to come would not dare to be so arrogant. Do you know what you're talking about? You get down here. Get inspected. The bodyguard's voice became cold as well. Are you sure you want me to get out of the car and be examined? Nonsense. Wipe your dog's eyes and look. This is Mia Villa, not your South River. What the hell? The bodyguard arrogantly pointed at Lu Chengfeng's nose. Yes. Lu Chengfeng opened the car door and got out, walking over to this bodyguard. I thought you'd dare not come down. The bodyguard went up and was about to search him. Boom. Lu Chengfeng raised his long leg and kicked his opponent in the stomach. Instantly, the other party was kicked out 3 meters and fell on the side of the security booth. How dare someone cause trouble in front of the group's headquarters? The other 3 security guards were outright stunned. Wang Ba and the others who were watching immediately looked away in embarrassment. How can you be so crazy? You're looking for death. The other 3 bodyguards immediately rushed up. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ba saw that they were going to attack the boss and stiffly ate his opponent to the ground. Mother asterisk 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 heirs. Beat me again and I'll do you. Lu Chengfeng arrogantly spat. Wang Ba, on the other hand, was sweating nervously. It was at this moment that a stunning woman in a black suit walked over. This is Boss Lu, right? I'm Gao Ran, the head of the Mountain Villa's internal security, responsible for the security of the entire Mountain Villa. Lu Chengfeng looked at the other party, 25 or 26 years old, with a clear face, a hot body, and a powerful composure and confidence revealed between her eyebrows. To be able to take on the security duties of such an important mountain resort, the emotional intelligence and fighting skills must speak for themselves. Gao's supervisor is it. Either you come to me to search me to check it. Men search me never agree. Beautiful women search me I always do not refuse. Cough cough. Lu Chengfeng sized up Gao Ran's front and back sexy body. Gao Ran smiled and said, Boss Lu, the Mia Villa is inhabited by the female family members of the group's bigwigs, each one of them a golden branch. There is no way for me as an inner guard not to be cautious. Boss Lu was a guest personally invited by my sister-in-law, so I can make an exception today and not search him, but the vehicles really need to be inspected. Please Lu Lao mostly understand. Then hurry up. What's the point of making me a boss? Wait at the door like this. Lu Chengfeng had a black pussy face. As soon as we can. Gao Ran waved his hand and the bodyguards climbed into the van to inspect it. After some careful inspection, there was indeed no hazardous material in the van. I've kept Boss Lu waiting. It's embarrassing. Gao Ran politely and personally opened the door for Lu Chengfeng. Humph. Lu Chengfeng condescendingly re-entered the car and then drove to the main building of the Mountain Villa. Boss, the bodyguards at the group's headquarters must all be sister-in-law's beloved ones. Is it appropriate for you to offend them like this? I expressed that I can't understand it. Wang Ba vainly sought advice. Lu Chengfeng said, the bodyguards around the big man have a natural sense of superiority and look down on us short mules from the countryside. If you're the little one today and follow their rules, then every time you come to headquarters in the future you'll be searched by them like a dog. Set the rules for them in the first round so they'll fear you later. Understand? Wang Ba exclaimed. Hi. At that moment, just in time, one of the bouncers glanced toward the van. Lu Chengfeng immediately glared over with a fierce look. This bodyguard was so shocked that he hurriedly touched his mouth, then looked away and pretended not to see it. See? Lu Chengfeng said. Awesome. Wang Ba truly admired. Not long after, Lu Chengfeng's car arrived in front of the main building. Sister-in-law Qini was already waiting there with 4 close female bodyguards with clean faces. Sister-in-law, my goodness, haven't seen you in a few days. You've gotten younger again. I almost recognized you as my high school sweetheart from high school, but come to think of it, that's not right. She's in her freshman year in Imperial City now. How did she come to Mia Mountain Villa? At a closer look, it turns out to be the sister-in-law I've been thinking about day and night. Look at my eyes. Lu Chengfeng got out of the car and said with a flattering face, I'll go. Those staff members at Mia Hills were directly stunned. I've seen a lot of fierce bosses, but this is the first one who can lick so well. The greaseball. What's in the van? Qini was amused by Lu Chengfeng and covered her mouth and laughed, as if she was in an extraordinarily good mood to see Lu Chengfeng again. It's all some worthless Nanjiang local specialties. I hope sister-in-law won't mind. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand and Wang Ba and Long began to unload the goods down below. Nice guy. Either gold jewelry or designer bags and watches. The staff of the Mountain Villa were all looking at Lu Chengfeng with a look of disgust. Paralyzed. Lick the dog like. Rolex is also your specialty in Nanjiang? Leave the gifts to the underlings to dock. Lu Chengfeng, you walk with me. Yes. Lu Chengfeng accompanied Qini as she strolled around the mountain village. The entire lodge is built on a hill that stretches for several kilometers. Villas hidden under the lush trees are everywhere. In the Mountain Villa, from time to time, some beautiful women with extremely outstanding face value passed by. Lightly mature young women, clean young girls, dazzling. These are the families of the company's bigwigs, including the 4 great dragons, as well as the bearers of the 12 halls. All of their family members live here, both as the group's preferential treatment for them and as pledged hostages. Qini said frankly, a concentration camp for sister-in-laws. Ha! Lu Chengfeng almost drooled. While this was going on, the two passed a large open-air hot spring pool. Beneath the curling mist, a dozen bikini-clad beauties with outstanding facial features were playing in the water around a young man with bursting muscles. Snow White. Hot. When the man with the bursting muscles saw Lu Chengfeng, he stopped his hand movements and came to Qini and Lu Chengfeng's side in his narrow swimming trunks. The firm muscle lines on the male dog's waist and thighs were like knife carvings. Fei Yang. What are you doing? Fei Yang. Come down and swim with us. The beautiful women, wearing bikinis with minimal fabric, jumped and splashed around in the hot springs, seeming to adore the man called Fei Yang. Sister-in-law, is this Nanjiang Lu Chengfeng? The man looked at Lu Chengfeng with a not-so-friendly look. Right, Lu Chengfeng, let me introduce to you. This is Fei Yang, the group's #1 red stick, with astounding fighting strength, the idol of all the ladies in our mountain villa. Qin Yi introduced. Lu Chengfeng looked at Fei Yang. Surprisingly better looking than me. How dare you be the idol of all the beautiful women in the villa? Shouldn't that be me? Lu Xingfeng? Fei Yang also stared at Lu Chengfeng. Mother *******. How dare you come from Nanjiang to get close to your sister-in-law? Isn't that snatching food from my mouth? The two men glared at each other provocatively. The feeling was like that of two stand-up girls who were stealing business, itching to exterminate each other immediately and snatch all the customers to themselves. The group's #1 red stick, right? I'll fight you. Lu Chengfeng stroked his chin, a cold light radiating from his eyes. That's exactly what I'm doing. Flyer cockily displayed his muscles, showing off his iron fist. Chapter 100, They're all mine. Fei Yang gave a fierce laugh and shouted to the beauties in the hot spring pool. Ladies, do you want to watch Fei Yang's boxing match? The young women in the pool immediately cheered. Flyer has a handsome face, is bursting with muscle, and has never met an opponent in the boxing gym at the lodge. Whether it's a noblewoman or a clueless young girl in a mountain village, the most popular thing to watch is Flyer's boxing matches. The combat power that erupted from the strong strength and swift speed was simply blood-curdling. We need to see it now. That's it. Fight now. Beautiful women are coming out of the spa. The hot water from the spa dripped down her white, jade-like body onto the tiles at the edge of the pool. At the side, a dozen serving housekeepers immediately took out towels, dried the water droplets on the beautiful women, and draped them in bathrobes. Watching the scene, Lu Chengfeng's nose was bleeding. It's still got to be a provincial town. All of them have fair skin like jade. Their pretty faces look like stars, and the kind of gorgeous temperament on their bodies is simply too much to look directly at. Good. Let's gather at the boxing gym then. The exciting battle will begin soon. Flyer put his hand to his mouth and whistled. The beautiful women's faces were red with joy. Flanked by a group of sexy women, Fei Yang made a long trip towards the hillside boxing gym. Qin Yi, on the other hand, frowned slightly, her delicate face showing her displeasure for the first time. What are you doing provoking Fei Yang? Can you be a little more stable? Lu Chengfeng, what's wrong? Qin Yi said unhappily. Fei Yang's combat power is the group's trump card. It's amazing. Now the entire mountain villa, and even the entire group hierarchy, knows that I intend to promote Nanjiang Lu Chengfeng. Where am I going to lose face if you get beaten to a dog later? Lu Chengfeng laughed. Who said I would be beaten to a dog? I, Nanjiang Lu Chengfeng, am very strong. Okay? Shut up. Qin Yi's displeasure became even more obvious. You're afraid you don't know what kind of combatant Fei Yang is. The news that the famous group's #1 red stick was going to fight at the gym spread to all corners of the lodge in the first place. The beautiful women in the lodge were bored at night and came to the boxing gym. All are bejeweled and exquisitely faceted. And there are even a couple of sexy actresses who are regularly featured on screen. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't know that there are such mysterious and luxurious places in this world. In the boxing gym, Flyer, wearing red shorts and showing off his upper body bursting with muscle, does stretches in the ring. Lu Chengfeng, on the other hand, took off his suit jacket and came to the ring unenthusiastically. In the stands, the beautiful women chatted. That man's name is Lu Chengfeng. He's doing well in Nanjiang, and sister-in-law wants to recruit him to the group. Ha, so skinny and weak. I guess I can be knocked out by Fei Yang with one punch. That's a must. What talent can there be in a small place like Nanjiang? How can it be compared to the group's #1 red stick? Have you heard? This bumpkin came to the lodge for the first time today and brought a whole van full of gifts for sister-in-law. So it's a horse's ass. Sister-in-law is really blinded by lard too. But his face is so clean and handsome. Just a country bumpkin. What's the use of having a good-looking face? You have to be able to fight to get a foothold in the organization. Also the beautiful women all looked at Fei Yang with admiring tenderness in their eyes. At that moment, the pretty mountain housekeeping supervisor, Gao Ran, came out to the ring. As requested by his sister-in-law, Goran acted as referee for the fight. Gao Ran said, Fei Yang, Lu Chengfeng, are you ready? Fei Yang and Lu Chengfeng nodded. Gao Ran said, okay, here we go. Unrestricted free-for-all. Gao Ran made a gesture, signaling both sides to begin. It was at this moment that a stunningly beautiful figure walked into the boxing gym. Ami, the head of the East Asia Bureau's Operations Group 2, surprisingly appeared in Nia Global's headquarters. It's more proof that Nia Global and the Rice Intelligence Service are deeply tied up. At this moment, Ami also looked at Lu Chengfeng. There was actually a hint of gratitude in her beautiful eyes. After all, after he was kidnapped in Nanjiang, it was fortunate that Lu Chengfeng had found clues to assist the headquarters in saving him. Or maybe they were raped by those heartless drug dealers. Because of Ami's appearance, it caused Lu Changfeng to freeze a little for a moment. Taking advantage of this daze, Fei Yan landed a bludgeoning blow on Lu Chengfeng's chest. Boom! The skinny Lu Chengfeng was knocked back 3 steps and fell to the ground at once. Put! Lu Chengfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his eyes to Fei Yang. Punch so hard. The group's #1 Red Stick's fighting prowess really isn't blown out of proportion. Che! As soon as the beautiful women in the room took a look at Lu Chengfeng being knocked down and spitting out blood, they immediately let out a wave of disgust. Sure is a loser who only knows how to kiss ass. Annie's pretty face also showed disappointment. Said Lu Chengfeng in the South River is a famous fierce man. Now look at the name does not live up to it. Gao Ran, the head of internal defense, also looked at Lu Chengfeng on the ground in disgust. Fei Yang is so handsome. Fei Yang, we want to see KO. Flyer, continue the attack. Beat this bumpkin to death. Several beautiful women stood straight up. After all, the position of the boss of Nanjian was a party of vassals, and there were many young people in the group who wanted to get to the top who were staring at it. Each of these beautiful women had their own recommendations. They couldn't wait for Lu Chengfeng to be killed in the ring, so that their own recommended candidate would have a chance. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but look up at the beautiful women who stood up, firmly memorizing their appearance. Can you still fight? Should we admit defeat and surrender? Gao Ran came to Lu Chengfeng's side. Bull ********. Lu Chengfeng stood up, collected his thoughts, and re-stood in front of Fei Yang. The corner of Fei Yang's mouth slipped through a cold smile as he crouched down and whispered in Lu Chengfeng's ear. I've been proposing to my sister-in-law before that I would like to go to the following hall to become a party boss. It's hard to keep an eye on Nanjiang's position, but I didn't realize that my sister-in-law was inclined towards you. Originally I was desperate, but you can't stop luck when it comes. You are finished. Lu Chengfeng let out a fierce laugh and ambushed Fei Yang's ear. See those noble women on the sidelines? From tonight onwards, they are all mine. You keep on despairing. What? Fei Yang looked at his opponent in surprise. How dare he say such treasonous things? ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* fists to protect his vitals, and then pretended to stagger back a few steps in a row. Fei Yang thought that Lu Chengfeng's defense had been broken up by his own heavy punches, and immediately flew forward with a flying body, his right elbow raised high in the air, ready to strike a fatal blow. However, Lu Chengfeng dodged lightly like a ghost, and his right hand's powerful hook smashed into Fei Yang's ribs with a bang. The power of that punch was just too much. Fei Yang directly flew out 3 meters diagonally before landing heavily on the ground. Lu Chengfeng didn't do anything about it and chased after him like a cheetah, taking a flying leap and then dropping out of the air with his iron elbow raised. Boom! Iron elbow slammed hard into Flyer's neck. Ka-chow! Fei Yang opened violently, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, glaring at Lu Chengfeng. Soon died of gas. Going my own way, leaving others with no way out. That's me, Lu Chengfeng. He, 2A. Lu Chengfeng contemptuously 2A toward Fei Yang's corpse. Chapter 101, Sister-in-law's Shyness. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Fei Yang is the number 1 red stick in the group. Never lost. 2 moves and you're ed by Lu Xinfeng? It's too damn tough. Gao Ran, the head of internal security, opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Lu Chengfeng as if she were looking at a ghost. In that case, the bodyguards under me really don't lose by taking a beating from him. Ami's eyes widened as well. This strong melee combat ability is simply like a demon. Dozens of noble women looked at Lu Chengfeng adoringly. I'll go. Now that's a real head honcho red stick. This burst of fighting is so secure. No wonder his sister-in-law recruited him. Lu Chengfeng felt dozens of fiery, ambiguous gazes and was very flattered. Of course, he also saw the lost, indignant looks on the faces of the beautiful women who had just stood up. Oh, sister-in-laws, whether you are happy or angry now, none of it matters. Because I love this lodge. In the future, I'll give you all short haircuts. Ho ho ho. Well, the fight is over. Get rid of Fei Yang's corpse. Sheenie looked at Fei Yang's corpse with disgust. Sheenie had always been disgusted by this kind of white boy who only had a face and body but not enough brains. Lu Chengfeng, you come with me. Sheenie rose gracefully and walked towards the garden of the mountain villa. Oh. Lu Chengfeng immediately followed him out and accompanied Qin Yi to the garden. Yo, that was a great fight in the ring. Those sister-in-law's eyes are flying out from watching. Sheenie walked ahead playfully. She had thought that Lu Chengfeng was just a vicious hand with a black belly, but she had not expected that the ring fighting ability was also so tough. It was simply an extra surprise. Lu Chengfeng followed Sheenie and looked at her enchanting figure wrapped in her cheongsam. Silk cheongsam collected waist collected just right. Will her willow waist girdle surplus. Further down the line are hips that are perfect to the core. With each step, the full silk swung from side to side. Why don't you say something? Qin Yi turned around. It's not just about fighting tough in the ring. Lu Chengfeng's peach blossom eyes flew fiercely at Qin Yi, ready to go high speed at any time. Qin Yi's heart trembled. This Tai, every time we meet, he gets annoyed by his ruffling of feathers. Qin Yi hurriedly raised her hand and stroked her hair as a way to hide her embarrassment. With this raising of his hand, Lu Chengfeng's heart trembled even as he watched. The last time we met, she just had smooth nails on the middle and index fingers of her right hand. The ring fingernails are trimmed smooth this time too. Sister-in-law, there are actually some things that would be fine if you leave them to me. Dingling. Just when both of them were a bit disoriented, Qin Yi's phone rang. Hello, Qin Yi answered the phone. That Secret Service guard is still alive, the others said. What? Flying a helicopter into the sea and still not dying? Qin Yi widened her beautiful eyes, unable to believe her ears. Life is really hard. If the Eastern Province receives any information about this guard, inform me immediately. Okay, kill, or fight for recruitment. Recruit at all costs. Copy that. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yi realized that Lu Chengfeng was silently smoking. Are cigarettes that good? So addicted to cigarettes at such a young age? Qin Yi blankly glanced at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng didn't say anything. Instead, 10,000 heads of Chanima had already swept through his heart. I just showed up in the ING morning and the intel was sold across the street at night. Could that deep-pocketed Secret Service mole have gone any further? Extinguished. No more smoking. Lu Chengfeng stepped on the cigarette and extinguished it, simply furious with egg pain. It was good that Qin Yi didn't notice his mental fluctuations either. Guess why I invited you to Mia Lodge? Because my sister-in-law wants to support me as the boss of Nanjiang. Who gave you the confidence? Qin Yi daintily blanked Lu Chengfeng. Hey, Sang Suk and Sang Deshang can't fight me anymore, and my sister-in-law is more than satisfied with me. Then would you like to be the boss of Nanjiang? I won't. Ha! I want to be my sister-in-law's personal bodyguard, the very close and personal kind. Lu Chengfeng's peach blossom eyes once again violently hooked Qin Yi's soul. Behave yourself. You have too much guts. Qin Yi pouted lightly and looked at the bodyguards scattered not far away. Lu Chengfeng hemmed and hawed and took out an oil painting from his pocket. Sister-in-law, this is the real gift I brought you from Nanjiang. Open it and take a look. Lu Chengfeng handed the oil painting to Qin Yi. Qin Yi opened it by the faint light and blushed. In the oil painting, Qin Yi with short hair comes to life. The problem was that there was an extra Lu Xiangfeng behind her. It's almost indescribable. Qin Yi was ruffled and flustered, looked around and hurriedly folded the oil painting and held it in her hand, her chest rising and falling violently. Lu Chengfeng quietly observed Qin Yi's reaction, a smug smile on his face. Ahem. The pot of soup is almost simmering again. Lu Chengfeng saw the good thing and said, I sincerely thank you for your appreciation, and I promise that I will only look up to you, and will run the Nanjiang Hall with great success. In the entire Mia Global Eastern Province headquarters as well as the 12 halls, I only listen to my sister-in-law alone, never a second person. Sister-in-law can always let me out as a vicious dog that bites and tears down all enemies. If you violate this oath, 3 cuts and 6 holes. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, there was a flash of cold light in his hand, and holding the dagger he was about to show his loyalty with blood. Don't stab yourself. Qin Yi stopped Lu Chengfeng. I'm asking you, do you want to clear the way for you to get rid of Sang Shua and Sang Deshang? They have a deep hatred for you. No need. Why? I'm not familiar with Mia Global's business in Nanjiang at all, and I need someone to support me, and by killing the 2 of them, sister-in-law will chill the hearts of the other hall bosses. Well, you're quite the pattern. I didn't look at you wrongly. However, I can remind you that Sang Deshang isn't that willing to give up, and Sang Shua isn't necessarily able to make it work. Put 100 minds at ease. I'll go back and hold them to death. That's fine. Have a seat. They'll be here soon. Yes. Lu Chengfeng hurriedly wiped the stone bench for Qin Yi with his sleeve before letting her sit down. Not long after, Sang Shua and Sang Deshang were led by their bodyguards to that octagonal pavilion on the side of the mountain resort's wigwam. Looking from afar, the 2 of them were surprised to find their sister-in-law Qin Yi and Lu Chengfeng sitting on a stone bench under the pavilion, talking and laughing. Sang Deshang looked towards Sang Shua, his face full of defiance. Sang Suk sighed. The fact that people are posturing like this is to put a signal to you. Lu Xinfeng is more favored by his sister-in-law. The wood is gone. The era that belongs to us has passed. Sang Shua sighed and replaced it with a helpless smile, leading Sang Deshang to the octagonal pavilion. Sister-in-law. The 2 men greeted respectfully. However, Qin Yi did not greet them and sit down, but only elegantly held her teacup and drank tea. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang didn't dare to sit either and could only stand there with their hands hanging down. Sang Shua. Sang Deshang. You two brothers have contributed a lot to the company over the years, and the company has always been grateful. But then again, it's the millennium now. Times are moving on, and the company needs some more enterprising young blood to be incorporated. So Chini's beautiful eyes looked toward Sang Shua. Sister-in-law, I think we can still fight for a few more years. Sang Dashang blurted out. Boom. Spell it out. Sang Suk was so angry that he kicked him in the leg. Chapter 102, Sparks with Sister-in-law. No more fighting. Too old to fight, Sang Shua said with a pious face. Lu Chungfeng is young, thoughtful, and powerful in battle. He is more suitable to manage the Nanjian Hall. Dashang and I are willing to give way to the youngsters. Please ask your sister-in-law to authorize our retirement. Chini was satisfied with Sang Shua's attitude and said, retirement would be a bit much. Although Lu Chengfeng is very capable, he's not familiar with the business of the Nanjiang Hall after all. You two need to stay with the company to support him properly. It's just to make us serve as his little brother, Sang Dashang said without a trace of anger. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently, I don't take in every little brother either. I just discussed this with my sister-in-law. The two of you brothers can only keep one capable one to assist me. The weakly capable must be done away with. You, make a choice now? What? Sang Suk and Sang Dashang's eyes widened. Do away with the weak ones? That is not Sang Dashang? Plop. Sang Dashang directly knelt on the ground, crying, Sister-in-law, spare your life. For the sake of my dedication to the company for so many years, I have an old man and a young man. I don't want to die yet. Whoa. Chini glared at Lu Chungfeng, then said, Second boss, you get up and speak. Who said one or the other? Lu Chungfeng is scaring you. Ha? Sang Dashang looked at Lu Chungfeng with tearful eyes, only to realize that Lu Qingfeng's face was full of teasing. I'm not a Lu Xingfeng. I'm not a Lu Xingfeng. Sang Dashang hurriedly held back the urine that was about to come out in fear, wiped his tears, and stood up. Chini said, Don't worry, the company remembers old feelings and won't forget the old man. You two should return to Nanjiang now, and hand over all the resources that should be handed over to Lu Chengfeng in the next 2 days. Assist him well. Yes. Sang Shua and Sang Dashang wiped their sweat and respectfully left the mountain villa. Xin Yi, on the other hand, said, Lu Chengfeng, it is necessary for me to tell you about the organizational structure of Universal Mia. The first level is, of course, this group headquarters, which holds the absolute power of the group. The second tier is the 4 regions of East, South, West and North. The 4 region bosses are called regional leaders. The third tier is a prefecture-level city like your Nanjiang, which can only be considered the lowest tier in the group. Lu Chungfeng said, In that case, there's still a regional leader above me to control me. Of course, you, Nanjiang, are part of the Eastern District, along with the city next door, Donghai, and the provincial capital, Dongzhou. Who's the East End leader? Zhao Tian from Zhaozhouan. Zhao Tian? Lu Chungfeng stroked his chin and smiled. ING just kidnapped Zhao Tian's henchman Zhao Gang, the one known as Zhao Zhaoan Chen Haonan. Xini was taken aback. You really dare to touch anyone? There are only 2 cities in the eastern province that are by the sea. One is your Nanjiang, and the other is their Donghai. And the biggest harbor in the province goes to them, East China's Sea City. Zhejiawan in Donghai City is exactly where the harbor is located. Without Zhao Tian's consent, none of the black goods or white goods will be able to be dispersed smoothly out of the gate. Out of the 4 leaders of the entire group, Zhao Tian ranks first. No one in the entire group is not afraid of him. Lu Chungfeng said, So wild? Is the white way that indulgent? The mob doesn't want to eat him? Xini said, Zhao Jiawan is a famous family in Donghai City. A dozen scholars were produced in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Now the Zhao family has a high position as townspeople in the imperial capital, and their energy is enormous. Not to mention the East Sea. Even the leaders of the East Province have a headache when they see the Zhao family, avoiding them if they can and trying not to provoke them. As soon as Elder Zhao from the imperial capital returned to Zhao Jiawan to visit his family and pay homage to his ancestors, the provincial governors had to accompany him over. That's the bottom line of Zhao Jiawan. Lu Chungfeng said, No wonder the 4 horsemen of Zhao Jiawan had the guts to come to my doorstep of riding the wind and waves to ask for someone. It turns out that they are relying on someone in the dynasty. Xini said, When you meet Zhao Tian at the meeting tomorrow morning, hurry up and apologize to him. Lu Chungfeng smiled and didn't say anything. Xini continued, According to the group's regulations, all the family members of the group's backbone must live in the mountain villa. Building 12 is for you. Do you have a family? No, you're the only one I love in my heart. Shut up. I've heard that you're on good terms with a female technician in Nanjiang. Ah, and you even made your little brothers call her sister-in-law on their lips. Ahem. That was fooling around and has been played off by me. Okay, then you go back to Building 12 early and rest. Late night. Xin Yi.
wearing silk pajamas after her bath, sat on the edge of the coffee table on the balcony and couldn't help but open the oil painting that Lu Chengfeng had given her. Lifelike, positively titillating, evocative. Looking at it, Qin Yi's right body heated up. At this moment, on the balcony of Building 12, Lu Chengfeng also surveyed this charming Mia villa. Morose and mysterious, symbolizes absolute power. If you can be the master of this mountain villa, wouldn't that be the same as being an emperor? After all, there are so many sister-in-laws living in the lodge. The next morning, cars of all colors fishtailed to another part of Mia Lodge. Here stands a small detached white building. This was the administrative building of the group's headquarters, and every group meeting was held in this building. At this moment, bodyguards are standing in front of the little White House, the 12 city bearers, the 4 district leaders, and a few bigwigs from the group's headquarters. Each with 2 personal bodyguards had gotten out of the car. Old Black was guarding Lu Chengfeng's car and was smoking a cigarette. At this time, Zhao Tian's personal bodyguard, Zhao Meng, walked over. Move this Nanjiang broken car of yours. Later on, our boss wants to park. The old black man was annoyed. This is your parking space? Boom. Zhao Meng slammed his fist into Old Black's stomach. At once, the old black man gasped in pain. Nanjiang Lu Chengfeng's men, right? Zhao Meng snorted coldly. How dare you mess with me even though you know I'm one of Feng's men? The one who got it is Lu Chengfeng's dog. On the side, the bigwigs of the group looked over. Lu Chengfeng becoming the boss of South River also meant that he would officially become the subordinate of Zhao Tian, the leader of the Eastern District. Now, the East End Dragon Head's personal bodyguard is beating up his men. It's the equivalent of giving him eye candy. Ah, ha ha, there's hilarity. It was at this point that a Big Ben pulled up to the scene. Zhao Tian, the famous Eastern District leader, wearing black-framed glasses and a straight black Chinese mountain suit, got out of the car accompanied by 2 personal bodyguards. Boss, Zhao Meng bent over respectfully. What's going on? Zhao Tian's expression couldn't be seen for any emotions, only giving off a feeling of indifference to the extreme. This is Lu Chengfeng's horseman. Oh, Zhao Tian just calmly looked at Old Black before turning his face away. Zhao Meng understood what Zhao Tian meant and took a baseball bat straight down from the car. These bastards in Nanjiang owe a beating. Zhao Meng swung his baseball bat and smashed Old Black's head. Boom! The Old Black was suddenly covered with blood. Give me your name. Let me remember you. Old Black said as he endured the pain. My name is Zhao Meng. Remember me well. Zhao Meng felt that one stick down was not enough, and swung his stick ready to smash down again. Suddenly, a hand hardened its grip on Zhao Meng's falling baseball bat. Everyone was taken aback. How much force is it to swing a baseball bat through the air? I can actually catch it out of thin air? Introduce yourself. My name is Lu Chengfeng.